to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, happy Thursday. A little better mood today than the shockwaves that were coursing through the show after Wednesday, I should say Tuesday night's obliteration in Sacramento. We wake up one day later. Warriors are still out of the playoffs. Giants get a win. Weekend's coming. Waterboys to my left. Marcus Boucher. Good morning, brother.
Murph, happy Thursday morning. I had to check the clock to make sure what day it was.
And we got that great clock up there now.
We got that clock that John Joe's always yelling at us to stay on.
But the blue is the time, the red is the day, and the green is the date.
And today is Thursday, and Murph, we have a full show today.
We do.
To kind of kick our legs out.
As opposed to yesterday's little JV job we did?
Yeah, yesterday was weird. It's like we got half a show, then we got to halftime and just didn't do the second half, of course, because the Giants had a day game against the Marlins. And shout out to the Gigantes getting their first series win in Miami since I was a little boy, Murph.
So right before
back
I came
in
on the
2016.
show, right before I came on the show, I said, "What are we talking about today, Marcus?" I got no idea. He goes, "We're talking about Klay Thompson." I said, "All right." He goes, "And we're talking about the Warriors, the Giants winning a series in Miami." And I interrupted and said, "First one since you were a little kid."
He's like, not really a little kid.
Well, 2016.
I had graduated college by 2016.
Yeah, still a little kid when you're 2016.
He's a little
when you're
boy.
graduating college. So, yeah, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Where were you 8 years ago? We'll have to ask young Tony where he was 8 years ago. My God.
8 years ago, I don't think this kid was old enough to vote.
Well, he wasn't.
No, he was
really,
not.
Literally accurate. Oh, my God. Holy moly. So he sat out the 2016 election.
Yeah.
Which was a memorable election, by the way.
Good year to sit one out, Tony.
That's funny. Anyway, yeah, 8 years ago. Can you believe it's been since 2016 that they, back then the Warriors dynasty was alive.
Alive and kicking,
Actually, 2016 was a black mark on the Warrior dynasty. 73 wins and a 7-game loss to the Cavs. Might as well start right there because I said to Marcus right before he came on the air, I said, I'm confused, okay? Because all I hear about is this is the end of the dynasty, this is the end of the dynasty, this is the end of the dynasty. Where were you when the dynasty ended? How are you processing the end of the dynasty? And then I turn around and everybody says, the big three staying together.
Oh, yeah,
the
Klay's
big
coming
three
back.
staying together, the big three staying together, and the big three staying together. So I'm like, so which is it? Is it the end of the dynasty? Or are they staying together? Or both?
Because it was confusion.
Are they staying together and it is the end of the dynasty? Help me, buddy. Help me.
Well, Murph,
I'm confused.
I would love to help you, but it feels like we're answering and asking these questions every single year with the Dubs. I remember last year when they were eliminated by the Lakers. Did LeBron just put an end to the Warriors dynasty?
That's the end of the dynasty number 1.0.
Uh-huh. And then we can go back. I mean, they've missed the playoffs 3 out of the last 5 years. And in 3 of those seasons, we've been asking the same questions. Is this the end of the Warriors dynasty?
Wasn't 2019 when they lose to the Raptors at home, KD's on his way out, and Klay blows out his knee and his ACL and his ankle? Isn't that the end of the dynasty?
Part 1. But stay tuned. We're now in part 3 or part 4.
So
we got a trilogy of the dynasty ending with the Dubs.
What's the line? Like, reports of their death are greatly exaggerated?
Yeah.
But they still haven't won a championship. Well, I mean, they won one in 2022, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 2020 or 2020, they lost to Memphis in 2021. Wasn't that the end of the dynasty?
Part 2, Murph.
Part 2.
Exactly. Keep going. Keep going. There's more.
And then Lakers and LeBron was part 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tuesday night in Sac was part 4.
Yeah, get ready for part 5 next year. Once
4.0.
Klay Thompson's back on the team, the Warriors get knocked out of the playoffs, and we're talking about the demise of the Warriors dynasty once again
Well,
next
it's interesting
year.
you say the Klay's back on the team because that's like so Vegas odds, right? That's the safe bet. Is that the minus 110?
That's where I'm putting my money.
Okay.
If I'm setting the odds in the Bobby Boucher bookie, I'm going with Klay Thompson
And
back.
what
with
are
the
you
Dubs
putting
next
them
year.
at, though? Like, is it like a super safe bet? You make no money on the bet that Klay comes back?
No, I'd say it's at least minus 150. I'm giving them odds with some juice on top of
Because
it.
there is a little because I wrote down this in my intense show prep there in my little cave that Anthony Slater says it is, quote, very realistic, unquote, that Klay is gone. That's what he said. So I said, okay, I wrote that down. Very realistic that Klay is gone. It's just like the same thing I just said about the dynasty being over and the big three staying together. I've heard equal convictions that 1, he's absolutely coming back, and 2, it's very realistic he's gone.
Yeah.
So there is some drama between now, and by the way, the date is July 1st. My kid asked me, he's beginning, the 12-year-old's coming out of his sports shell, beginning to ask more questions.
Oh.
He said, so what's the story? Like, what does that mean with Klay? And I said, well, he goes to free. When do we find out? I said, we find out in the summer, kid. You got to be patient.
July 1st.
July 1st, although as Slater wrote in his piece, he says that stuff is decided well before July 1st. You know what I mean? July 1st is the end of the process.
I'm just hoping young Rory didn't make any highlights of Klay going 0 for 10 in that playing game.
I should have him make his clips. His edits are hot.
Dude, his edits are good.
His edits are sweet. You guys should follow him on YouTube.
He should make an edit of all the bricks that he threw up that led to this story yesterday on Twitter of the AI. I guess it's called like Grok or something like that. Whatever the hell the
What's
AI
Grok?
is. It's the AI Twitter. It's Elon's own version of AI. And it correlated a story that put together Klay Thompson's name and everybody talking about the amount of bricks that he was throwing up during the game against the Kings. And so there's a story being ran on Twitter that was viral yesterday of Klay Thompson throwing bricks at houses up in Sacramento.
Okay, wait a minute. Was that The Onion?
No, I sent it to the Twitter thread.
I did see that, but I thought it was The Onion.
No.
You're saying that was like AI.
This is Grok, Grok.
Isn't that what you drink in a medieval village? Grok?
I thought it was like Rob Gronkowski was writing these stories or
is
something.
It Shrek's little brother?
Grok,
Yeah.
Grok, Groot. We talking Guardians?
Yeah. So wait a minute. So Grok said what?
So I sent you the article. It said.
By the way, I just said Grok said what?
It said Klay Thompson accused in
Show that to
bizarre
the screen
brick
there.
vandalism spree.
Show that to the YouTube.
In a bizarre turn of events, NBA star Klay Thompson has been accused of vandalizing multiple houses with bricks in Sacramento.
Oh man.
We have an AI-generated fake news story about Klay throwing up bricks.
Even the robots got Klay.
Dude.
Even the speaking
when
of
you know
which,
it's bad.
See that last robot? See the latest robot video going around?
Uh-oh, no.
You haven't seen that? Oh, dude, Boston Dynamics has unveiled a new robot, and this dude's coming. This dude is coming for your. He's coming right now.
It's not just the robot dogs anymore.
This robot's coming for you. He's coming for me. He's coming for Young Tone.
No. Oh no, it's over.
It is
it's over, guys.
Now this guy, it's a robot lying on the ground, and on its own, it just pops up into like an athletic stance.
No.
And it's got one of those like just metal circular faces, and it kind of stalks towards the camera. And I'm like, I'm out.
What are we
man.
doing? Why are we building these things?
It was like aggressively. It showed some athleticism.
Oh, dude.
And some aggression. It had athleticism and aggression, and I was like, all right, brother. Clock's ticking.
Yeah, Murph, my question is, can the new robot play the 5 for the Warriors?
Oh my God. What's the new robot's take on Klay's future? He'll have certainly a good one. But hey,
Throwing up bricks.
we did tell you at the very, very beginning, we got a win. There was a win down there since you were a little kid. So we might as well call this one in, guys. I mean, listen, Keaton Wynn is kind of a dude.
Murph, the word on the street is when Wynn pitches, it's win day.
It is win day.
Just win, baby.
Let's rank our greatest wins in Giant Mount Winmore, Randy and Keaton.
You got to start with Randy.
Randy and Keaton, then we'll go from there. And then whenever Kirk Reeder pitched, it was win day. So Woody win day.
Logan
And
Webb,
then,
win day.
whatever the fourth one is.
Yeah.
Logan Webb, right. So listen, Keaton wins 6 innings of 1 earney, and the bully does its job. Eric Miller, Tyler Rogers gets a big double play. Doval with another save. And no, the offense is not breaking out just yet, but they scraped just enough. Just enough. Little RBI ground out from Nick Ahmed, who actually puts the ball in play more than I probably give him credit for. And Matty Chappie with an RBI double. So let's call it in, man. You got your boy Pat the Bat walking to the tarmac for a long flight from Miami to San Francisco. He calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, wait, you're the hitting coach? Is that the team that can't hit? He said, why don't you not worry about it? You empty suit. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 3, Miami Marlins 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
And the hit streak continues for that guy. What's it at now?
8 games, Murph.
I thought it got to, is it not 9?
Ooh, good question. We'll find out during the break and let you know on the other side.
Well, he went 2 for 4. How do you like him in the 3-hole?
I don't mind it, to be honest with you. I know they did it because of the matchup that they got yesterday against the lefty. They want to stack the top of the lineup with a couple righties. But Jung-Hoo Lee is your best contact hitter. Get him up at bat with a couple guys on base.
He's up to 270, you know, if you like a good old-fashioned batting average.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. So anyway, Giants get to, hey, listen, dude, 4-game set tonight, or starts tonight. Interesting series. Like Arizona, I know they're 9-10. They haven't hit their stride yet. But go look at their lineup, man. They're coming in. This was the team in the World Series last year. This team was in the freaking World Series last year, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Los Serpientes. And they're coming in here with athleticism. They got a long lineup. On the weekend, you're getting Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. I mean, this should be a really good little sparring match here, a little April sparring match.
Yeah, but now Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly got to square off against the grandson of the win, who's on a 9-game hit streak, Murph.
Okay.
It's up to 9.
Buddy, I'll take a 9-game hit streak. All right, so there
Make
you go.
it 10 today.
All right, we'll get the guest list from young Tony. We'll ponder Klay Thompson's existential future. We'll figure out the robots, try to fend off the robots between now and the break. It's a Thursday morning, Murph and Marcus, KNBR 1045 and 680. But that's the old-fashioned way. We're on YouTube and Twitch.
Hello, Murph.
On KNBR 1045 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You still throwing up bricks? What is this, a Masons convention? What? Clank, clank.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to wrap up the Warriors' regular season, to talk about their loss to the Kings in the playoff game, and to talk about this season's offseason and the future of Klay Thompson. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
That's what this summer is about, is really examining it and figuring out what are our options. You know, what can we do with our roster? You know, are we going to look for some trades? Are we, we're going to bring Klay back, Chris Paul back? You know, I hope so in the latter cases. I really want those guys back. At the same time, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not spending $400 million on a team that doesn't get to the playoffs. I don't think that makes any sense.
Wow. Steve Kerr set to the smooth sounds of Fleetwood Mac. I love this young tone. First of all, good morning, young Tony Farias.
What's up, Tony?
Good morning.
How you doing, brother?
Fantastic.
Great.
Yeah, dude.
You just after yesterday's landslide to get you on a Fleetwood Mac kick?
Oh, yeah. This is a banger. Also, nice Giants win yesterday. Day baseball. Enjoy the game here in the studio.
Yeah, and this is
beautiful.
For your generation, this is the guy on the skateboard with
the ocean spray.
Ocean spray.
All time.
With the cranberry juice.
Well, there was Steve Kerr yesterday on Tolbert and Copes. He's talking about $400 million. Do you know the Warriors' payroll is only $208 million? So you're like, wait a minute, $400 million? What are you talking about? It's $208. $176.8 million in tax.
Oh,
Bro, you want to talk about a Boston Tea Party?
dude.
You want to talk about throwing some tea in the harbor, bro? Oh my God!
I got Joe Lacob in McCovey Cove trying to throw some tea.
That's how this country was founded. Was on that 176.
No taxation without representation,
Nice,
Murph.
buddy.
And
You
the
see?
Warriors are not represented in the playoffs right
You're
now.
better than a C student. kid.
Yeah,
There
I just
you
didn't
go.
apply myself, Murph.
Now, does young Tony know no taxation without
Yes,
representation?
yes,
Let's go, Tony.
yes.
All right,
Let's
off
go,
to a good
Tone.
Start. Anyway, so that's what
Children are the future.
Joe Lacob has said. No, I just showed you the future. I showed
dude, no.
Wonderboy the robot.
Dude.
Yeah, it came out yesterday from Boston Dynamics.
I can tell you what the future looks like, Murph. The end of humanity. It's over. Shut it down. Let's go home.
That thing kind of propped up into like a little athletic stance.
Dude, like a scorpion to like get up, dude. That's creepy. What are we doing?
Then it kind of stalked the camera.
We're creating our own demise here.
It kind of mad dogs the camera before stalking away, right? You kind of sense that the round metal face just kind of was like, "What's up?"
Yeah, dude. Now I'm getting mugged. Now I'm getting mugged by a robot.
By the way, was that what you saw outside our garage stealing that catalytic converter?
No,
it was four robots.
Those were two humans, actually,
Oh,
Murph.
man, yeah, maybe that's the answer in San Francisco. It's all the bipping and all the catalytic converters. Just unleash these robots on the street, bro. I guarantee you, these hoodlums who go out at night bipping and they don't want any part of these freaking robots.
There it is.
Dude.
I like the spin. The robot is going to save the city.
The next mayor, there's a mayor's election coming up. I would say embrace where I'm just unleashing robots. From midnight to 6 a.m., I'm unleashing robots.
Just send them everywhere.
Yes, have them roam every neighborhood.
Well, I mean, Murph, we already have self-driving cars on the road that early in the morning.
Exactly, dude. So anyway, I just solved the San Francisco car theft problem, by the way.
Oh, Murph for
I just
mayor.
did. Thank you.
I'm the mayor.
You're welcome.
Murph's the mayor.
Speaking of mayors, Farhan Zaidi joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. So anyway, back to Steve Kerr yesterday on with the Warriors. So in the postmortem, they call it what, the exit interviews or whatever you want to call it, sort of. But it's pretty much over now. They're all buxed up and done. God, you see how the Warriors, by the way, artfully put out all that Steph Curry Olympic stuff yesterday, try to distract you from their playoff
That's
loss?
great timing by Raymond Ritter.
Raymond's a genius. He really is. Because it was all such feel-good stuff. Mully giving him the jersey, the original Dream Teamer handing the jersey to Steph, him FaceTiming Grant Hill. They revived a video from 2022 when they were flying back from Boston after winning the championship. Did you see that? Mm-hmm. And he's on the plane. He says to Klay and Dre, "There's still one thing I got to get." It's like they had this whole PR campaign orchestrated for the moment they get eliminated.
And Murph, this all played into Steve Kerr's plan perfectly. When we were talking about minutes gate earlier this season, he was saving minutes for Steph Curry in Paris.
Yeah. There you go. Isn't there don't your boys Kanye and
oh, hey.
I know, right?
Yeah, they're out in Paris.
They're in Paris. That's one of the signature songs, isn't it, of like the last 10, 15, 20 years?
It's very provocative. It gets the people going, Murph.
Why am I being an idiot and forgetting the other guy besides Kanye?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z, thank you. Gosh. God, Jay-Z, you won't hear from him much more.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about any of the rappers right now.
And so anyway, Curry in Paris. But anyway, the more prominent story is, of course, Klay Thompson. And here's what he ultimately said. He ultimately said, I haven't given it much thought. Do you believe that?
Not really.
Do you believe that?
I mean, there's got to be some thoughts going on.
There's got to be something. He's got to yes, of course, I get it. As an athlete and a competitor, you're focusing on the moment for sure.
I mean, he was literally just talking about his future with Draymond Green on the Draymond Green podcast a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and plus,
so there were some thoughts there.
When you lay your head on the pillow at night, you think about your future. And as you said, the robots and the children are the future here.
I'm tossing and turning over here, Murph.
I know. So I really am truly. I mean, I as typical of me, I'm waffling. I'm a classic. I'm a waffler.
Wow! Shout out the WaffleBot, the robot in Harold and Kumar.
Well, yeah,
WaffleBot. He saved the whole movie. He
saved the day. How did he look compared to the Boston Dynamics robot?
I need the WaffleBot on the streets of San Francisco. I'll tell you that.
I just need waffles. Period.
I'll take some waffles.
I've discussed this on the air before. Big sticking point in my marriage.
Oh man,
27 years. We've forged an uneasy peace. Candace not a waffle fan. I'm like, how can you? Yes.
How?
I just
Ego my Lego.
Like right now, I can feel her tension through my earphones right now because she's like, "That's not true. You're not accurately representing me," but I am. Because she hasn't really embraced the waffle, and she only makes them sort of under duress, and kind of now I can. By the way, I'm just walking into a fight when I go home right now,
which is surprising for a lady that cooks fried chicken so well.
Amazing.
You would
chef.
think chicken and waffles would go perfect together. It's the perfect combination.
Incredible chef.
Me and you sat down in Scottsdale and had a fine meal of chicken and waffles.
It's just
down at Lolo's.
She'll tell you that I'm exaggerating it, but I need more waffles in my life.
So she likes pancakes.
Yeah, she's a pancake queen.
Nice.
She makes the kids
Okay.
incredible pancakes every morning and with little things in little fillings, whether it's apple or pear or
throw some chocolate chips in there.
Chocolate
maybe
chip, whatever. Yeah. But and she makes them so fluffy. They're like slightly crispy on the edges and fluffy in the middle. She's just an artful. But not the waffles, bro.
You guys waffles or pancake guys?
Well, I prefer waffles.
Okay.
So I don't want to decide between the two, but if I have to,
again, that's like
I'd probably go waffles.
When people, believe it or not, in the early 90s, people would say, "Are you sticking with Joe or Steve?" People actually asked that question. I was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Joe and Steve. I like them both. Beatles or Stones? Beatles and Stones. Drake or Jay-Z? Drake and Jay-Z, right? You know, why can't we like them all?"
I go Jay-Z over Drake.
Okay. All right. So, it's funny. One of the shows I was driving in this morning, they were arguing J. Cole, Drake, or Kendrick.
Yeah, there's a big rap beef going on right now.
What's going on?
Oh, they're sending out diss tracks left and
Oh,
right.
yeah. Declan told me that over the weekend.
J. Cole, and Kendrick.
We're up in Tahoe. He's lying on the bed with his phone. He goes, "Drake just released his diss track on Kendrick. It's pretty tough."
I didn't think it was that tough, Deck.
Okay.
I stand with K-Dot.
Okay.
I'm a Kendrick guy.
Okay. See, well, you'll get one of those robots to stand with you.
Yeah,
and
right.
You'll be in good shape.
Me and WaffleBot.
So anyway, I waffle.
You're waffling. Sorry to digress.
No, please, we need it. And that is, I can totally buy both arguments. I really can. And by the time I write my jock blog, I better come up with one of the arguments. And that is, I like it's so easy to see him stand. It's so easy to see him stand because of all the reasons, right? He loves it. They love him. Steph loves him. Dre loves him. He loves Steph. He loves Dre. There is some weird belief that they still can win a lot of games together, right? The other side of the coin is it's time. It's like it's never been more clearly time. 0 for 10 in an elimination game. Your contract is up. The owner says, "I don't want to go into the luxury tax." You know, there are compelling arguments on both sides here.
I mean, the core three of Steph, Dre, and Klay just missed the postseason for the first time in the career when all three of those guys are healthy.
I mean, that's a sign, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, what can you can get younger if you let Klay walk. You can start to reshape your team in a new image if you let Klay walk, right? Now, there's work to do. How do you score? How do you replace those points? How do you replace those 3-pointers?
Yeah, I mean, Klay still averaged 18 points per game during the final stretch of the season. The last 5 games they won, he was averaging 28 per game. So he was producing still on the court. Right. Of course, when you go 0 for 10 in an elimination game, everybody's going to put a spotlight on that moment. But if Klay's gone, how are you going to replace the 20 points he can give you per game?
Especially if you're not spending, if you want to stay under the tax and you have to, you're up against it already.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a quandary. The bottom line is this: is like no matter either scenario, can you see the Warriors winning a championship next June? It's like right now, like that's like my biggest thing. Like, so if people say the dynasty's over, they mean no more championships. Is that what they mean?
But that's the same thing they said before they won it in 2022.
I know.
Right?
Exactly.
After Klay had the ACL and Achilles injury, nobody thought the Warriors were going to win a fourth one. So I'm not going to count them out to win a fifth one. Are they going to have to do something ridiculous this offseason? Most likely. But to just say it's over now, again, for the third time in the last 5 years, we're talking about the death of the Warriors dynasty.
And the other angle, too, is we've talked about it with the West. I mean, just like it ain't going anywhere, brother.
It's getting better.
I mean, the West is, as like I said yesterday, it's a bus that's parked on their lawn, and no robot can get that bus out of there. So, listen, they have serious issues, and we can debate both sides of this Klay argument going forward. But it is time to get our guest list on a Thursday. Hey! Hello, San Francisco, April 18th. Arguably the most significant day in San Francisco history. The 1906 earthquake and, wait for it, fire, which sparked some controversial takes here in the bullpen this morning.
Hey, now.
I couldn't believe it. I've lived long enough now to hear conspiracy theories on the 1906 earthquake and fire. You guys with your conspiracy theories, man. Might as well have Aaron Rodgers check in on the 1906 earthquake and fire at this point. All right.
Hey-yo.
So anyway, to all who remember and to all who survive, and this is where I always dust off my nugget that my grandmother, Maggie Fitzgerald, who married a Murphy, was born on April 16, Young Tone, April 16, 1906, in an apartment on 22nd and Treat, or a flat, I should say, on 22nd and Treat, which, by the way, you want to go down and hang out on 22nd and Treat late on a Friday night, bro? You might find some things.
Hey, now.
You might find some things. So anyway, back then
Not your great-grandma, no.
Used to be called ICBMs, Irish Catholics Born in the Mission, ICBM. And so she was 2 days old in the crib when the earthquake and fire hit.
Wow.
Famously, and the story is that the chimney collapsed on her crib right after my great-grandma took her out of the crib, to which my dad told me years later, he said, such a great story. No way it's true. No way it's true.
That's a great story. Now, I don't want to steal the shine and give you another earthquake story.
Here we go.
But 1989, of course.
Yeah.
I was not alive, but my older sister was. She was just a baby. She was in the kitchen next to like this aquarium.
Oh!
And she moved, or my dad grabbed her right out of the way before the aquarium fell in the kitchen.
Oh, that's a good
Similar
one.
story.
The aquarium went down,
We got the chimney and we got the aquarium.
Yeah, so the aquarium really ate it, huh?
Yeah, it ate it. Shattered all over the kitchen floor.
Goldfish all over the floor.
That's the story I was told.
All right. Where were they living?
Down in Sunnyvale. Old house,
yeah. So when I say April 18th is the most significant day in city and county of San Francisco history, you could argue October, is it 17th or 11th? Uh-oh, I'm blanking.
Uh-oh.
The day of the 89 quake, 17th, right? October 17th,
This
1989.
day in earthquake history.
Yeah, right. Well, those are the two. You didn't make it. I mean, the fact that it was the A's and the Giants in the World Series might give that one the edge.
Insane.
But historically, the rebuild of San Francisco out of 1906 is what made this city today, is how it was built after the 06 earthquake. So are they at Lotta's Fountain today on Market? Are they?
They were down there this
They
morning.
are.
Mhm.
Okay.
My guy Paul Tonelli drove by. Of
course he did.
He's the mayor of San Francisco.
Well,
unofficially.
I'm old enough to have done this show when we did the 100th anniversary one. I think we had a guest on about it because, it was 2006.
Yeah.
And there were still survivors. There were still survivors.
I
then.
was a little kid in 2006, Murph.
There you go. All right. What do we got, Young Tone?
All right, coming up on the show today, we got senior NBA writer for The Ringer, Howard Beck, joining the show at 6:50 this morning.
Howard, nice.
Deep NBA thoughts. Good. Yes. Mhm.
And then we got Susan Slusser at 7:30, going to talk a little Giants baseball, recap the series in Miami.
Sluss, let's go.
Big hit 7:50, we're thinking Warriors. Clay's exit interview.
I'm thinking Arby's. You're thinking Warriors.
Yeah, okay. All right.
All right,
Arby's, you said what you said?
That's our slogan. I'm thinking Arby's.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. I'll take one. I'll take an Arby's.
Isn't it We Have the Meats?
It probably is.
Yeah.
That was the name of Cobes' fantasy football team. I'm thinking Arby's.
Got you. Okay. 8:50, Matt Maiocco joining the show, and then I cannot wait for this. Andrew Baggerly joining the show at 9:35 this morning to talk MLB.
Is he from The Athletic or just Athletic?
I think it's The Athletic.
I gotta ask
Can we
him, though.
say that?
I gotta ask him.
I'm not sure we can say
It might
that.
just be Athletic.
I know we've killed the clock and we're getting lazy now. We're getting fat and lazy, but I have to say, Nomar Garcia-Parra story. I'm going to quote Nomar Garcia-Parra to you that he said to me in 1999, Don't go start an S, dude. Don't go start an S. That's what no more. I'll tell you that story later. All right, guys. Hey, back to Klay. What did he say? What did he literally say? Next on the Sports Leader.
You trying to make pancakes?
This is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8. The Sports Leader.
Steph and Draymond and Klay and Chris, they're all still very good players. But as we are right now, we're not a championship team. We know that. We're not even in the playoffs, so we can't say we're a title contender.
Steve Kerr, 2 years in a row now, having to explain, exits from the playoffs short of the Western Conference Finals. This one goes out as the 10 seed, seed. By the way, Kings, Pelicans tomorrow night. Zion out.
No Zion.
Did you watch any of the Eastern last night?
I saw a little bit of the 76ers and Heat game. I got to be honest with you. I had zero interest in the 9-10 game. I didn't even want to turn it on my TV. I'm not watching two teams that are 10 games below 500 compete for a playoff spot.
Yeah, that's Adam Silver's NBA for you there, brother. I actually, believe it or not, I was rooting for the Miami Heat. I had rooting interest. You know why, dude? First of all, we for years and years, we've loved Spoelstra and Pat Riley culture on this show. Just the demanding, kick-ass culture of a Pat Riley. And then Jaquez just made everything so much more likable. And I thought they were going to get it, and the Sixers squeaked it out. Yeah. I was driving in this morning. The national guys were just obsessing on Joel Embiid, saying he doesn't look like he's completely right. And so the fear that the Knicks have versus the Sixers may not be as profound if Embiid is playing essentially on one leg.
Yeah, and he missed a significant chunk of the season, so who knows where he's at health-wise, but we'll see what happens with the Knicks team that doesn't have Julius Randle right now.
And I wanted to go ahead and say, which hasn't bothered them.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
hasn't slowed him down. I
want to say I'm declaring publicly I'm riding with the Knicks.
Ooh.
I'm riding with the Knicks.
Joining the Knicks bandwagon.
When my man Chris Kelly, CK, the ultra charismatic and cool stage manager from SNL, invited me on the bandwagon, when he invites you on the bandwagon, you accept the invite.
Bing bong. Murph's on the bandwagon.
Hey, and I told him legitimately, when they came to Chase last month, I loved what I saw.
Oh, yeah.
They play hard, dude.
Dude, Tibbs has that team hustling 24/7.
So I'm riding with the Knicks in the East, and I'm riding with the Kings in the West.
Knicks,
How about
Kings,
that?
let's go.
I was wondering this morning when I woke up, I was like, was that rash to say that I was rooting for the Kings? You know, as a Warrior fan, should you be?
Who cares?
But again, I just want to say we have so many listeners in the 916 and 209, and God bless them. They're our family. So,
well, then let me ask you this. Are you...
I mean, let's start to interrupt, but they're not the Dodgers is my point.
They're not the Lakers, Murph.
Yeah, they're not the Lakers and they're not the Dodgers.
It's simple as that, and that goes back to the comments last week from Steph Curry and Draymond Green when they were asked about the rivalry with the Kings. Like, I don't know if I really consider it a rivalry or not. Now, of course, they say that after winning 4 titles before even squaring off against them in the playoffs, but it is emerging into a rivalry for the new generation. That's why a young man like young Declan has more hatred to the Sacramento Kings.
Don't get me wrong. By the way, the Marlins pitched a guy named Declan yesterday. It was wild. The Declan generation's coming. Don't get me wrong. If the Warriors play the Kings, I'm kind of pissed, and I want to beat them. But at this point in time, with them out, I know the whole theory is you should root for the team that eliminates you to lose. There's 2 theories. You either want the team that eliminates you to win it all, so you say, hey, man, at least we lost to the champs. Or 2, you're like, I want them to suffer the same pain I suffered. I want them to stink it up right now. But in the West, I look around. Listen, I love Jokic, too. I really, really, really do. So I don't hate watching Denver win.
Nuggets.
But for our friends up in, I guess maybe it's Heather in San Francisco who's won me over.
Heather's got you.
With her empty nest charm.
See, to me, it's all Logan Webb.
Nice to beam.
Well, there it is. There's that, too. Very good.
Go win one for Webby.
Yeah, why not? So, or for Klay Thompson, who has time to think about it. So Klay sits down yesterday, has a fat lip. Did you see that? Because I noticed at the end of the game he had a bloody lip.
Yeah, I got caught with something during that game.
That's what happens out there. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, quite frankly.
Well, it does with Draymond Green on the court.
Yeah, so Anthony Slater of The Athletic, who's just the gold standard of beat writers, just does what he's supposed to do and says, what's your story with the future? What are you thinking? And Klay, being a little prickly, reacts here. Cut W.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
Typical Klay. At the end, he comes around. Anyway, what's your question?
Yeah. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present?
I mean, I get it. That is the way to live. You're supposed to be where your feet are and all that. But the truth of the matter for Klay is that the present is what's the future.
Yeah.
That is the present.
I was going to say, Klay should actually be happy that the first question wasn't about him shooting 0 for 10.
You're right. And by the way, not to nitpick here, just for fun, but he's saying you don't want to live in the present by saying, let's talk about the past.
Yeah.
Hey-oh, doesn't add up. But anyway, I get it, Klay. I get it. If you had to sit there and just field questions all the time about your job, you'd be...
And you can see how testy he was at the mic yesterday. He didn't want to be there. He didn't want to be answering those questions.
He's been such an emotional guy forever. He wears his heart on his sleeve, man. So here it is. Well, now when he finally settles down after slashing out at Slater a little bit, what is your thought about the future? Cut X, Tony.
To be honest, I really haven't given it much thought because what I previously just said about the season we had and how much commitment it takes to play the games we did and give it our all. So I really haven't thought about that deep in the future because I still need to process the year we had, and it was one filled with ups and downs, but ultimately I personally and our team did everything we could to try and, win as many games as we possibly could.
Yeah, I haven't given the future much thought. I mean, I suppose there's a degree of truth that all the way up until last night, he was focusing on basketball.
Yeah, game by game.
2 nights ago.
I mean, they were trying to make a playoff run. Hell, they were trying to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, yes, it is asking a lot to ask him, Klay, where are you going to sign next season 24 hours after he has the worst shooting night of his career?
I mean, when his head hits the pillow at night during January, February, March, April, of course he's thinking about that. But then again, there's other things that are just out of his control. It's like, I can't do anything until my agent talks to Lacob and Dunleavy and all that.
Sure.
So,
I mean, technically, he was thinking about his future last offseason when he turned down that 2-year, $48 million deal from the Warriors, correct?
which we'd all sign up for now, right?
Oh, yeah, and now I think he might be getting less than that, to be honest.
Wow. Yeah, that's right. The Grayson Allen 4-year, $70 million deal is now the standard. So what is the timeline here, Klay? It is April 18th. When he was talking, it was April 17th. Free agency is July 1st. C1 tone here.
Well, consider it's April 17th. I don't think I have to pivot that quickly. When is free agency? July 1st? Yeah, I got some time.
Okay. We do. It is. I mean, I told you my kid was asking. I was like, well, but then again, it comes fast, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it does.
We'll get cozy, Murph, because we'll be talking about Klay Thompson for the next 3 months.
Well, we can talk about more, Klay Thompson or Brandon Ayuk?
That's a great question because there's Brandon Ayuk trade rumors out there this morning again.
The quote-unquote inflection point, as Mike Silver called it, is next week.
Here comes the draft.
Draft day 1 week from today.
Right around the corner.
Well, we're staying on Klay for this segment, though. So if you think about the future, Z5, Klay, what have you laid out any accomplishments here?
Obviously, you want to keep winning. I mean, when you've been a part of winning seasons, you don't really want to go away from that. So would like to win again. One for the thumb would be nice. Still think it's in reach. It's just going to, take a huge effort. But other than that, just got to think about that. What will really make you happy in the last, few years of your career?
Yeah. So is that Orlando? Is that Dallas? Is that San Antonio? Is that Oklahoma City? All those have been rumored. They all have cap room.
They're out there, Murph. But if his true intention is winning one more ring, who's a better option to play next to than Steph Curry? And I know it's going to come down to who they can
short answer
surround.
is Luka and Kyrie.
Who can they surround him
short
with?
Answer.
But also, if you're Klay Thompson,
SGA and Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, but are they going to give him more than what the Warriors are offering?
I would say those teams are more poised to win a championship.
I don't disagree with that take. I mean, look where they are in the standings right now.
Yeah.
But still, playing alongside Steph Curry, and again, my original point is, if he really cares about winning a ring, would it be possible that Klay Thompson comes back on the veteran minimum? And then that way, that creates salary cap to go out and get other players. That's telling a man to take less money. Yeah. But if you are just playing for that fifth ring, it's an option.
Bob Myers talked about, we understand they all have the money in the world. This becomes a pride and competitive thing.
Correct.
You got to pay me what I'm worth. And in fact, this leads to our last cut here about Joe Lacob. To his argument, Lacob's always done right by him, says Klay.
Oh, man. Well, 2019. Well, could you imagine if they didn't pay me after I got hurt? That would have been really bad. Went to 5 straight finals. You blew your knee out? Yeah. Sorry. So, no, I mean, that was very nice of them. I try. I mean, every year I give my best effort. And the ownership group has been great. I have nothing but positive things to say about them. They treat us with great respect and do all the little things for us to do our jobs at the highest level. So it's been, I mean, I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, it's up to them, but at the end of the day, whatever happens, it's all gravy. It's been such a freaking special run.
It's all gravy. It's been such a freaking special run. See, there's different things you can draw from all these things. There's the Orlando Magic Klay answer, and then there's the back in one for the thumb Klay answer. So
correct, but that was my point I was making even before that cut. The Warriors gave him that 5-year, $190 million contract after the injuries. And some people say he didn't live up to that contract. So does he take a team-friendly discount going into this offseason?
Yeah, if you're the Warriors sitting down, you said, listen, we've done right by you for a really long time. You know what I mean? So, all right, well, this is the topic for, until July 1st, until Woj and Shams tell us what's happening. So Howard Beck from The Ringer, a great veteran NBA writer, will tell us what he thinks is the most realistic path forward next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Would you like a schmuck and a pancake?
All right, it's Moskowitz time. Steve Moskowitz on the line bright and early on a Thursday morning. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
That's right. It's such a common problem. There's so many people, all walks of life, that haven't filed a return. And you know what's most common? Everybody thinks they're all alone. The question I get all the time is, Steve, did you ever do a case like this before? And the answer is yes. Thousands of them. It's so common. Major reasons people don't file: they don't have the money to pay, they don't have the records. We can deal with all that for you. We'll get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. And also, what if your records are a mess? If you want us to, we can do your accounting. Remember, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. We have both tax attorneys and CPAs in the firm. The bottom line is, whatever you need, we want to do it for you. What was it a mess to you and just impossible? We've probably done it a lot of times. Just talk to us. What do you have to lose? We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll take this burden off you. We want to fix it for you.
Well, thanks for that, Steve. That sounds pretty relieving there. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wow, look at you going John Tesh on us. I like it there. All right, well, that's the sound the Warriors won't hear as their season is over. The NBA playoffs roll on without Steph Curry. Let's talk about it with Howard Beck. It's always great to have Howard Beck on. Great veteran baseball writer, veteran basketball writer. Hey, we can ask Howard about baseball too. Senior NBA writer at The Ringer. Howard, it's great to have you on. Back on KNBR in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing this Thursday morning, Howard?
Hey, Howard.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Wow, man, can you imagine what's going on in the Bay here, Howard? It's all about the end. Is it the end of the dynasty? Yes, no, yes, no. We're playing tennis here, Howard. So, is it the end of the dynasty?
I mean, the thing is, we've done this how many times?
Right.
I wrote a column in June of 2019 saying, well, I guess this is it. You know, Kevin Durant just went down in a heap, and Klay went down in a heap, and everybody's falling apart, and you know, Durant's probably leaving, and everything, and boy, wasn't this special, and you know, see you later. That was 5 years ago already, and you know, one of the more incredible kind of revivals of a dynasty we've seen, you know, different than what the Spurs did, right? Like the Spurs went a massive time between championships with Duncan, but, you know, the entire team changed around him and he wasn't the primary figure by the end of that. Whereas with the Warriors, you know, it was still the same core when they win 2 years ago. And 2 years ago suddenly feels like a long time ago. And even since 2022, we've all been saying, well, you know, all right, the youth didn't work out. And, hey, Klay is kind of, you know, it's fits and starts with him. And, you know, Draymond punches Jordan Poole. And, like, so I'm hesitating to say, like, it's over now because we've done this so many times before. The problem is time. Every time we have this conversation, it means another year or two has passed and another year or two of mileage and attrition has taken hold in that locker room. And so I think let me put it this way. I think it's still theoretically possible to revive this thing and make another run based on one simple fact, which is that Steph Curry still plays at a pretty darn close to MVP level. And I had him second team All-NBA. I think it's going to be higher than some. I know a lot of people were putting him third and maybe not at all. I think he's still that good. And, you know, Draymond is still an impact player. And Klay, as we saw this year, once he went to the bench and found a new rhythm, and then, you know, he had to go back into the starting lineup. But, like, Klay kind of found himself too. And, you know, it's tough because, you know, one, they've got to figure out whether Klay's coming back and at what price makes sense. If he's not back, it just feels like it's over, right? It just doesn't feel like the same team, which is why Steve Kerr and Steph and everybody are making such a strong public campaign to keep him. But even if he's back, like, you have the appearance of the dynasty because you have the same key three guys and the same coach, but they are all older. No matter how well they played this year, you still have the same problem, which is, okay, but what about everybody else? And even Klay at half of his current salary, it just doesn't – the NBA system, it makes it so hard when you're already far, far, far over the cap to add talent, you know. And so, you know, I mean, if not for this system, the way it's built, maybe they would have been able to keep like a Dante DiVincenzo. How much would that have helped this season if they could have kept it, somebody like him? Like the system is designed to wear you down. And the better you are, the more expensive your guys are because of how great they are, the harder it is to keep supplementing them as you go. And so that's, Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s got his work cut out for him and then some.
Yeah, and Howard, you're absolutely right. It seems like every year we're asking the question, is this the end of the Warriors dynasty? But it does feel a little bit different with the uncertainty of Klay Thompson and the fact for the first time ever, when Klay, Draymond, and Steph have been healthy, they missed the playoffs for the first time in their tenure. So my question would be do you truly think that this core can compete for a championship, or is it time to blow it up and build around Steph Curry in a different direction?
The problem with that last option is, how are you getting there? So maybe Klay walks away and all right, there's $40 million or whatever just off the books. Then the next step is, are you trading Draymond, and what can you get for Draymond given, everything he's done over the last couple of years? How many teams are willing to roll the dice? Now, he's got great value around the league as a basketball player. No question about it. And I think there are teams that absolutely would love to have Draymond, but there are going to be plenty that would also say, you know what, we don't want to take the risks. There's a trade-off there, and the Warriors have been willing to make that trade-off over the last 10 years, and other teams might not. So I don't know exactly what you get for him in this scenario where you're blowing it up and rebuilding. So that makes it really hard. Plus, it's the two-man game between Steph and Draymond that's kind of at the core of this thing, even as much as the Splash Brothers partnership has been at the core of this thing. So any thread you pull makes them fundamentally different. And, we've seen, you guys have seen this up close, the number of guys who have come and gone over the last 10 years who were good players but just didn't fit with what the Warriors did because they play a certain style around Steph. And if you can't function in that style of kind of read and react and improvisation, then it doesn't work. So you got to find other guys who can do that. And you're not just going young. You've got to find mid-career guys if you're trying to compete for a title. So I don't know that that's realistic. I think the most likely scenario, and probably the wisest one, is to, bring back Steph and Draymond as a start, bring back Klay on a more team-friendly contract, and work around the margins. Can you, I keep coming back to the Wiggins thing. Like even as much as, yes, Draymond's suspensions really hurt their regular season and put them in a position where they were in the play-in instead of the playoffs. If Andrew Wiggins just could maintain what he was doing 2 years ago, and I know like that year was the anomaly, right? In the course of his entire career, that was the one season that stands out. But if Andrew Wiggins could have just simply sustained what he became during their championship run, this is probably a much different conversation we're having today. And, we're not talking about the dynasty possibly being over yet because they're probably still playing. You need young guys, and especially guys who can do something with the ball in their hands, who can create, who can get into the teeth of a defense, who have some length and athleticism. Wiggins has all the tools that this team needed, and he just hasn't been the same guy. So the summer, outside of the veterans or outside of the core guys, it becomes, is there another Wiggins out there somewhere? Can you flip Wiggins, and some of the young guys for somebody? Can you, are you packaging picks? Are you entertaining trading Kuminga? Probably not. Will you have to possibly part with, Jackson Davis or Pods or somebody else who's part of that young core? Like, I think there are levers they can pull. I just don't know which of those pulls get them to where they need to go and get them the kind of mid-career vets who can help Steph make a deep playoff run again.
It's a quandary, man. The more we talk about it, stickier it gets. Howard Beck, a few more minutes here. Senior NBA writer at The Ringer, The Real Ones podcast every Monday. Check them out. Just quickly on Wiggins, 3 years, 84 left. Is there a team out there that would take that in a trade?
There always is. I mean, I think a lot of people feel like it's a net negative contract right now, and so a team might ask you to put something else in there to take him off your hands. Now, that said, it also depends on what you're getting back. Maybe you're taking something off the other team's hands in addition to something. But I don't know how you're getting an upgrade necessarily by trading him unless you're also putting in one of your young guys or picks, and is that the best use of your young guys and picks? But yeah, somebody will roll the dice on him. Somebody will believe that they maybe can revive him or find the version of him that we saw a couple years ago. Maybe he needs to be in a lower pressure situation somewhere. Playing with the Warriors, means that the scrutiny and the expectations are always sky high. But I don't know. I'm not sure what you're getting for him.
Yeah, we're talking to Howard Beck, of course, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And Howard, I wanted to circle back to Klay Thompson. You mentioned the option of him maybe taking a team-friendly deal with the Warriors. There was a report earlier last offseason that he turned down a 2-year, $48 million contract. What do you think the contract details look like for Klay Thompson this offseason, and how much attention and how much do you think he's going to garner on the open market? Are there going to be teams that want Klay Thompson this offseason?
There absolutely will be teams that chase Klay Thompson, but, I mean, they're not going to want to pay him the max either, right? Like, he's not making the max again. I don't even know what the max is anymore. There are too many maxes, and they change constantly. He's probably looking at somewhere more in like the 15 to 20 million a year range, which, under the current NBA structure is 15% of the salary cap or something. It's hard to say. You don't know until you get there. You don't know until you have the one team that decides to go all out. And if his priority is to stay put, he doesn't have to go entertain that in the first place. Like if Klay could just make the decision, as any player who's been in the league for 10 years and has made max salaries can. You can make the decision, you know what, at this point in time in my life, in my career, I think it's more important to be with the people that I want to be around, and in the place I want to be, the team. Forget the money. I've made enough, and it doesn't happen often, but occasionally it happens. And he could just decide preemptively, I'm not taking those meetings with the Orlando Magic or whoever else may come chasing him. He could just decide, this is where I want to be. Let's figure out the number that works, that helps the Warriors duck the tax, reset the repeater tax, get under the second apron, all that stuff. That could happen, and wouldn't surprise me. Klay's a really, you guys know this as well as anybody. Like, that's a really thoughtful and heartfelt dude who's really kind of in touch with his own, in touch with his feelings, whatever the phrase would be. But like, he's really self-aware and self-reflective, and I think as somebody who, might make that, like I say, it's an unusual move. It doesn't happen all the time where guys will sacrifice money in this league, but he might, the way he's built, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he just decided, I would just rather be here. I want to finish my career with these guys, and I've made a ton. Let's just find a reasonable number. Like, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, good stuff, Howard. And obviously the next few weeks will be, for us, that kind of navel gazing, and for you get to go focus on, talk about a couple of juicy, just on the way out here, give me the better 2-7 matchup. LeBron versus Jokic, Lakers Nuggets, or Embiid and the Knicks, and the hard-playing New York Knicks, who for the first time in forever have real aspirations. Those are the incredible 2-7 matchups, huh?
Pretty wild. Yeah, I mean, the combination of, the play-in and just the weirdness of the last couple of years where we have teams that don't look like your average 7 seeds in the 7th and 8th spots. Like, for most of my time covering the league, 7th and 8th seeds were it's a young team, or it's an injured team, or it's a team that's on its way down, not on its way up, and they're just cannon fodder. And that hasn't been the case. Obviously, we saw the Lakers make the run to the conference finals and the Heat to the finals last year, and here we are again. The Sixers absolutely could make a run to the conference finals, and if Embiid can perform at anything close to his usual level, which I think is still questionable, but Embiid's impossible. Embiid could beat the Knicks. The Lakers beating the Nuggets, I think, is a bigger stretch, but I'm intrigued. I want to see it again. I'm glad we're getting it. I'm not sure if the Lakers really wanted this to start off the playoffs, but here we are.
It's going to be really, really fun. I mean, for those of us who don't have a dog, even the Kings fighting on in New Orleans is fun, too. So, Howard, we'll look forward to reading you, man, and checking you out on your podcast. And we appreciate you hopping on. Hank, KNBR, Murph, and Marcus, appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
Yeah, Howard, good conversation there, man. And listen, that last thing he said at the end, you could really see Klay just doing that thing at the end where he's like, I just want to be here, man. Yeah. I'm not going to break you. I'm not going to break your bank. Let's just do it. That's how we all feel about it. But Bob Myers says there is a competitive pride to these guys. Like, hey, man, pay me what I deserve.
True, but as we mentioned before the Howard Beck interview, the Warriors took care of him after he tore his ACL, gave him the 5-year, $190 million contract, and we know how much Klay buys into the Warriors culture and also the culture of living in the Bay Area.
Would you go into our market manager's office and say, KNBR has been so good to me.
Yeah.
And the culture here with young Tony and John Joe Curley is so good. I'll take your offer. I'll take your lower offer.
Yeah, but Cumulus hasn't taken care of the water boy like Joe Lacob has taken care of Klay Thompson. I'll tell you that.
Shit, what if Joe Lacob bought Cumulus?
Yeah.
What if Joe Lacob bought
It's more of a question for you, Murph.
I know.
Yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty good riff there, buddy. Pretty good riff there. All right. Well, listen, we talk about it and we're no closer to an answer.
Nope.
Right? Although I will say this. I think for the first time in my life, I'm generally a conservative guy. Bring everybody back to I told you I wrote the Jock blog about Draymond after the meltdown in Orlando, and I was like, for the first time, you got to think about should they move on from him? Well, that question seems to be gone. Mm-hmm. I mean, that went away in like 3 weeks, right? Because Steph was crying, kicking over chairs. Draymond's getting tossed from games. We're like, can you exist with this guy? Now it's like, he's like a man. He's like City Hall in San Francisco.
Now he's a staple of the franchise. I mean, he has been a staple. He's always been the heartbeat of the team, and people saw how valuable he was down the stretch of the season, and even in that Kings game a couple nights ago.
I'm just kind of open to the idea of I'm not rooting for this, but I'm just saying being smart business-wise about moving on from Klay and just trying to reform the team in a new image. But every time I say that, I think about the fact that he's a productive player. Mm-hmm. And he had one bad night. The one game aspect of it really shines an unfair light. Like, I get it. You have to perform in one game. You have to. And if you don't, you're going to get crushed. But if that's a 7-game series, he might come back and score 30 the next night.
If it's a 7-game series, it might be like last year where the Warriors went down 2-0 against the Kings and then battled back. And yes, Murph, you're right. The guy finished top 5 this season in shooting three-pointers, led the NBA the season before, hit over 300 threes for the first time in his career.
So you have to ask yourself, then why were they in the 10 seed? And part of the answer is Draymond got suspended for 16 games. Mm-hmm. Now we're back to Draymond.
Yeah, which Steve Kerr spoke about yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, saying that they had some regrets about not winning some of these games during the regular season, which forced them into the play-in bracket.
We'll get into that on the other side as we continue. Remember you used to dissect frogs in high school biology? Did you do that, young Tone?
I had to dissect a pig.
Dude.
Like a baby pig, dude. It was wild.
That's legit.
Yeah, dude.
There's a lot going on inside a pig.
Oh,
Frog was pretty chill. Lot. Like, you cut open the frog, you're like, I get this.
I've done the frogs, yeah.
Yeah, and that's doable. You cut open the frog, you're like, I get this. This is cool.
Oh, no, dude, we had a pig fetus, and I can tell you a story off air. Oh, man.
This is real. They keep it real down the South Bay. All right, we'll do that. Kerr next on the Sports Leader.
It's all gravy. It's been such a freaking special run.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
All right, let's talk pizza, right? It's always a good time to talk Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Just go get yourself a big old pie, right? Today for lunch or for dinner. They'll deliver you. Because when you order for delivery, it comes fresh and hot. Drivers are on time. They're prompt, courteous, professional. So we have established that. But I want to offer another dimension. How about catering to businesses and larger events? Amici's. You still order the same great pizzas and wings, those famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings. Pastas come in the big tray. Crunchy salads to set it all off. And you get it buffet style. A more economical way to feed a large group. Still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So it could be a corporate lunch delivered. Could be food for a special event. But Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
All right, Klay Thompson. And the thing is, Anthony. He's known Anthony Slater for years and years and years. He shouldn't jump Slater like that. But hey, I get it. You're sensitive. You're under fire. You just went 0 for 10 in the elimination game up in Sacramento. Klay Thompson there.
And props to Slater for answering the question and then following it up, kind of easing the tension between him and Klay, saying, Klay, look, you're a franchise legend. Everybody wants to know about your future. And then Klay took a couple steps back and actually answered the question.
Pro move by Slater. Now, your boy here sitting to your right hasn't always been so pro. When Barry Bonds once came at me, I decided to double down and come back at him.
Uh-oh.
I didn't cover many Giants games. That's the one beat I never really had, believe it or not. I always just been a fan from afar. But a couple times I had to fill in for the Chronicle, and I was filling in on a Friday night. He had gone up to catch a ball at the wall and banged his hand on the wall, and it was injured. And we all gathered around, and we had to do the stand-around thing while he humiliated us and didn't look at us for a long time, and then didn't look at us for a long time, and then didn't look at us for a long time. And as we all just pathetically stood there like losers, and then he finally turns around and says, I'm not answering questions about the hand. And then so I tried to artfully ask a question about the hand. I said, so what happened? Could you describe the play? He said, I told you I'm not answering questions about my hand. Are you stupid or something? Where'd you go to school to learn such stupid questions? And I said, well, I couldn't get into Arizona State, so I went to UCLA.
Oh, get him, Murph.
So I said that.
Get him. Off the top ropes on Barry. I like it. I'm sure Barry didn't
like it. You got to fire back. The Tony Phillips story, I've told that one a million. Every 2 or 3 years, I tell that one.
But also, you quoted Nomar earlier this morning. Don't start no S.
Don't start no S. 99, Tim Hudson was coming on strong, and he came into Fenway Park as a young buck and took on the Red Sox and pitched his A off. This is the Red Sox AL championship contenders. And pitched his A off and struck out Nomar, who was at the time batting champ, like legendary. Stared him down. It was an incredible performance by Hudson. Nomar barked back at him. So I made my whole game story about that. And I interviewed and I ran over to get the Red Sox clubhouse, and Nomar was leaving. So I kind of ran after him in the dank, musty bowels of Fenway. Rats running around. You know what I mean? The pipes leaking. Makes the Oakland Coliseum look like the freaking Taj Mahal.
Hey, yo.
I mean, for all of Fenway's charm, there's a lot of sewage and rats falling around that place, too.
And just like Oakland, they've talked about taking down Fenway.
20 years ago, there was a real movement to get rid of it. It was actually 25 right before, and then once they won in 04, forget it.
Yeah, but I was in Boston last year for the Army-Navy game, and guys were still talking about maybe building a new ballpark.
Well, you can't sit in there. You haven't been, I know, but dude, you're a decent-sized drink of water, brother. What are you, 6'2", 6'2 and a half, something like that?
6'3" on a good day.
6'3" with a little bit of muscle to you, brother.
215,
You have to squeeze into those seats.
Oh, dude.
You'd have to squeeze into those seats.
Little sardine seats.
Yes, exactly.
I don't want to.
Anyway, I said, hey, Brian Murphy, San Francisco Examiner, I want to talk. And he just kept walking. He wouldn't look at me, even though we were California brothers together, you know. And there we were in New England. And I said, I wanted to talk to you about Tim Hudson, explain what happened between you and Tim Hudson. And he just kept walking. He goes, don't start S, bro. Don't try to start S. And walked away.
Life lessons from Nomar.
Point is, you don't always have to bow down to these guys. The hell with that. If they treat you like us, go ahead and treat them like us.
That's it. When someone calls you out for saying the MLB, it's all right to fire back, Murph.
Very good.
I'm joking, Bags. I'm joking.
Anyway, back to, he's coming on today, right?
He is. That's right.
9:35.
9:35. The showdown the people have been waiting for.
Should we play the theme song to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly before we come in? All right, Steve Kerr and the Warriors. So where are you, buddy? I mean, I've told you that I'm waffling, but I am open to a world without Klay, not because I don't love Klay. I do. I've lived long enough to know that you got to move on. And I'll say this forever. Ronnie Lott becomes a Raider, you know? I mean, Joe Montana became a Chief because his elbow was banged up and Steve Young was ready to go.
Murph's really hung up with Ronnie Lott becoming a Raider.
Yeah. I mean, it's Ronnie, buddy.
He's a Raider for life, Murph.
That's our
Once
guy.
a Raider, always a Raider.
Hey, man, he became a Jet, too.
Yeah.
Ronnie became a Jet.
Ronnie in the Jet.
So it happens. You know what I mean? These things don't stay forever. Bruce Bochy's a Texas Ranger, right? So where are you? Do you? I guess my question's twofold. A, do you want him back? And if so, is that a path to a championship?
The answer is yes. I want Klay Thompson back. And I've probably been one of the biggest Klay Thompson defenders over the past 2 seasons when people are calling for his head after his Game 6 performance against the Lakers. I remind people that he made over 300 three-pointers for the first time in his career. Only the 3rd NBA player to ever accomplish that feat. This year, after the 0 for 10 shooting night, I came on the next morning and said, look, Klay finished top 5 in three-pointers made this NBA season, averaged 25 points per game down the stretch, finished off the season averaging 18 points games. Led the Warriors in games played this year, which is a hell of an accomplishment for a guy that's gone through the injuries that he has. And we saw when Klay was moved to the bench that he can succeed in that role, but we also saw what it did for the spacing of the floor with Steph Curry in the first unit. I just think when we're here talking every other day about the Warriors need a second option, they need more points, they need someone who can score outside of Steph Curry, yes, maybe Klay Thompson is not the night in, day out second option that's going to give you 30 points per game, but he's still going to give you 20 points per game. He still has value to me. Of course, he's not the 2016 Klay Thompson defensively, but that's also why I don't think he's going to get a max contract or anything close to $25 million. I think the better option for the Warriors is to bring him back on a team-friendly deal. We'll see Klay make his decision this offseason, but I think the Warriors are a better team with Draymond Green and Klay Thompson still on this roster.
I mean, it's all well said. I'm not going to disagree with all my season. Now, to the other part, can you win a championship with that? And I think the answer to that is we're seeing is no.
Well, that's the question. Again, as the second option, the answer is no, which means is Jonathan Kuminga going to turn into an all-star at 21 years old? Can he be a legit second option, or will Joe Lacob have to bust out the checkbook this offseason, which he's talked about not wanting to do?
Yeah.
But to me, if you're looking to save money and pinch pennies, I'm looking for a way to get Andrew Wiggins' contract off the books before I think about Klay Thompson.
So you think they could make a run at a championship? It would involve trading Wiggins. You say moving Kuminga?
See, I don't want to move Kuminga, but to move on from Andrew Wiggins, I think you have to pair him with someone like Jonathan Kuminga, and then you're throwing out the question of whether or not Kuminga and Wiggins in a package could get you an all-star in return.
Right, and so I mean, yeah, boy, the path to the championship is the thing that keeps getting me.
Yeah,
like I get it, they can come back and be good, and they were good this year. They won 46 games, and they won that with 16 Draymond suspended games. He missed 21 games all told. So, yeah, they're going to be good. But, again, we keep coming back to that Western Conference bus parked on the lawn.
I mean, it's an absolute gauntlet. Yeah. So, I mean, what is the easy answer to make the Warriors a championship contender? Bring in Giannis? Bring back KD? Like, those seem like unrealistic options. So, like, you have to be realistic with yourself. If you move on from Klay and Dre, who are you bringing in to replace those guys?
Yeah. So, man, oh, man, this is what Jay Lacob. So, that's a little Steve Kerr here on Joe Lacob. Well, actually, this on who they were this year. This is the cut about Klay had that terrible night, and we were saying, is one night. And it was an unnatural thing in the NBA to be focused on one night. Like, yeah, I get it. Game 7s can be one night, but you build up to that through 6 games of data. This one-and-done thing is new to the NBA, and it's unique to the NBA, and it creates things like where Klay has a bad night, he becomes the ultimate villain, even though in the history of the NBA, he would have 6 more games to make up for it. So you're like, well, why was it a 1-and-done? Because you finished as the 10 seed.
Ding, ding, ding.
And why did you finish as the 10 seed? That's the question. Here's Kerr was asked that yesterday by Tolbert and Copes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what I'm thinking today is had we handled our business early in the season, and that's all of us. I made mistakes. Players, didn't perform well early on, some key guys, so we couldn't get that starting lineup too quick. If we had handled our business earlier in the season, that last night's game would have just been, okay, we're down 1-0, and let's respond. And we've always been at our best in playoff series, coming back like we did last year against Sacramento, down 2-0, and, figuring things out and figuring out, how to counterattack and all that. And but because of our early season sins and struggles, we were stuck in a one-and-done situation, and that that can happen, and it did, and so there's kind of a sense of regret that we didn't win those 3 or 4 more games that we needed to stay out of the play-in.
You know what's hilarious about that? I mean, all we do as sports fans is riff on how meaningless the NBA regular season is. Tuesday night against the Orlando Magic. Well, guess what? One of those nights changes everything.
And Murph,
right?
That's why I kept on bringing up throughout the season that the Warriors were one of the worst teams in the league trying to defend a double-digit lead. Multiple times, double-digit times. I remember, like, in January, they led the NBA with more than 13 double-digit leads blown. I don't know what the numbers were at the end of the season, but you think about all those games, all those lost opportunities. And we talk so much about the players on the court. I think some of that responsibility falls on Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
I heard Tolbert and Copes yesterday discussing whether or not this was one of Steve Kerr's best coaching seasons. I absolutely disagree with that. This is the same guy that was playing Dario Saric over Kuminga and TJD earlier this season.
Yeah.
This is the same guy that was routinely DNPing Moses Moody and wasn't even planning on having him in the rotation against the Kings in a one-game elimination game until S hit the fan and he had to pull the emergency plug and put in Moses Moody. I don't think this was Steve Kerr's best season coaching by far.
Yeah, I think you're about. I'm just looking at from November 8 to November 18, they lost 6 in a row.
Yeah.
They lost at Denver, which is understandable. Lost at home to Cleveland, at home to Minnesota, or Oklahoma City. Remember that Holmgren 3 that he hit?
Yeah,
That
banked
crazy,
it, I think, right? Yeah.
I mean, things like that.
Yeah.
So it gets back to the Crash Davis speech in Bull Durham. One dying quail, one ground ball with
one
eyes.
Malik Monk game winner.
And you're at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
and you're not in the play-in
Instead, you're
bracket.
fishing in the
beauty
cove.
of sports, baby. The beauty of sports. All right, well, listen, we'll get back to this in the big hit at 7:50, but it is Giants time. Hey, they won a series on the road for the first time all year. Now, the big question is, I throw you these dates, Marcus, March 29th, March 30th. Why do I throw you those dates? A, we were younger then. B, it's the last time the Giants won back-to-back games. Wow. They haven't won 2 in a row since March 29th and 30th in San Diego when I was feeling pretty good about this team. That Saturday, I was like, damn, this team's got some sizzle. And that sizzle's gone away. Now, can they reclaim it tonight as they start a 4-game set against Arizona? Good team coming in here. We'll talk to Susan Slusser, our regular Thursday hit, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're right, Murph. I hate to say it. You're right. It's too early.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
So young Tony was asking, he goes, what song do you want to come back with, Susan? I said, there's only one answer. It's the Style Council, my ever-changing moods. It's her favorite song. Plus, it'll put everybody in a good frame of mind, too. The breezy, jazzy groove of Paul Weller's post-jam group, the Style Council, which I was mocked for ruthlessly my freshman year in college by a bunch of rockers, guys who liked like The Clash and cool bands like that. They were like, bro, are you serious? You like the Style Council? I was like, well, yeah.
You do.
But they said, bro, come correct.
And Murph, I hear the word on the street is that you have ever-changing moods with the San Francisco Giants.
Very good, dude. Curly's fascinated by my ever-changing moods with the Giants.
He loves it.
Because I've come in and I've been screaming profanities about the hum baby Bob Melvin, and then I'm like, yeah, 2 out of 3 in Miami.
Yeah,
nice.
Bob, let's do a podcast on Bay Area sports.
Let's talk baseball with Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. Good morning, Susan.
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
That's good. That's good to hear. You were over in Oakland this week, right? Did you see Brandon Crawford?
I did. It was so nice to see him. I wish he was playing a little bit more, but of course he's really not playing at all. He said, I'm not complaining. That's the role I signed up for. But we all know Brandon Crawford. This is a guy who's played every day his entire life. He wants to be out there some. I think this is going to be a rough year for him. I wonder where it goes.
Right? I mean, for the Cardinals, like having that roster spot, is that a luxury you can afford where you just have a guy who just sits all day?
No, I think they've got some guys coming back from injuries. He might be, usually it's the guy that isn't playing a lot, depending on who's coming back. I don't know how much longer that goes, but I will tell you, if he wants to keep playing, I hope the A's take a strong look at him. He could fit that roster beautifully. They do need another veteran in there. They really need some help at shortstop. He could probably play a little more, I would think. I hope they take a look at him anyway. I personally think that would be beautiful. He would be so good for somebody like Nick Allen to play with.
That's a great thought. I mean, hey, Willie McCovey wore the green and gold. So, I mean, Brandon Crawford could wear the green and gold.
Yeah,
so
Sacramento, get ready.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's not playing beyond this year, right? That's it?
No, I can't imagine that he is. Yeah. And like everybody, he's like, why hasn't anybody signed Brandon Belt? Hit 19 homers last year and fairly limited at bats, and he can pick it at first still. That's a weird one to me too. The economics of the game have really pushed out that kind of older but still useful player.
Is there anything going to happen from this offseason of what looked like collusion? To me, just if it walks like collusion and talks like collusion, it feels like collusion. Do you think there'll be any follow-up, or is it just nothing to see here, move along?
I would not be surprised if there are some things that are kind of going on behind the scenes with people looking into that. Certainly, agents were maybe not using that word quite so strongly, but an awful lot of them this winter were going like, it's unusual how I just got this same exact offer from this team and from that team at virtually the same time. So, yeah, I don't know if that changes. The one thing that I think that we know will change, certainly for the next CBA, is that J.D. Davis loophole. They're already working on that. I mean, he's definitely going to file a grievance. That's going to be something to keep an eye on. That's very interesting.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And, of course, Susan Slusser is the voice you hear on the UMA Guest Line this morning. And, Susan, let's go out to Miami, where the Giants won their first series in that ballpark since 2016. And even winning 2 out of those 3 games, I wanted to ask you about the offense because they had double-digit strikeout totals in each 3 of those games. I know big picture, it's good to win those games, but what are you thinking about this Giants offense right now?
Yeah, they're in a little bit of a funk. They're certainly better than they're playing. They're I can't see them getting worse. Is that a bright side? Look, they do have a few guys who have some strikeout in their game. Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler both joined. Both can put up some strikeout totals here and there. Soler looks like he's about to get going. That's a good thing. And Chapman's had a few little glimpses here and there, and both of them were, slightly late spring guys. Chapman much more, obviously, than Soler. So I think those two, once they get on track, I think everybody gets on track. And then Yaz, it's an ongoing conversation. He's showed a little bit more too. He looks like maybe his timing's a little bit better, but man, he really needs to step it up. He needs to turn into a more consistent offensive presence.
Wow, we're talking to Susan Slusser of San Francisco Chronicle. Giants trying to win. Susan, March 29th and 30th is the last time they won back-to-back games. So, I mean, that's their task. Now, this is an interesting series, I think. I know it's it's April. If it was August, it'd be really interesting. Yeah. It's April, but I think this Arizona team, I know they haven't really started. I think they're 9-10 is their record. Yeah, and they haven't really. But man, you look at their lineup, and I think this weekend, I think it's Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. Do you see this as sort of I don't want to say measuring stick on April 18th, but kind of a measuring stick of how the Giants can throw punches here with a team that they're going to hopefully be battling with down the stretch?
I mean, this is a team coming off a World Series appearance, so yeah, I think they probably should be, even if they're not off to the best start either. And Merrill Kelly, we know he is 100% kryptonite for the Giants. So that's not going to be great for their offense. They need to figure out some way. Clearly Tyler Fitzgerald's getting a little more time here in the hopes that he can kind of ignite some things. I like that. But you look at Arizona. Arizona's got 5 guys with that kind of profile. Mm-hmm. You need more than one guy with speed and that kind of base stealing ability. John Cooley, it's probably in there. He's still trying just to learn so many different things. He's not a guy who should be doing that full time yet. But you need several guys to really put pressure on an opposing pitcher. It can't just be one guy.
Yeah, and we'll see how active the Diamondbacks are on the base pass tonight, which means it could be a big game for Patrick Bailey. One of the highlights of yesterday's game was him throwing out Jazz Chisholm and kind of giving the deep game Mutombo kind of finger wag at him at second base. What have you thought about Patrick Bailey over the last couple weeks after struggling in the first week of the season?
Yeah, he looks like he's a little bit more like the Pat Bailey we saw last year. But yeah, the fact that he didn't look like himself behind the plate, that's what really surprised me that first week or two. He just wasn't, kind of the defensive presence more than anything that we saw last year. The throw, that's huge. He just hadn't looked very good, and hopefully that kind of gets him on track. But yeah, he was by far the best defensive catcher in a very small sample size last year. He didn't qualify for a lot of different metrics because he started later. But that guy's an elite catcher, and we just didn't see it that first week or two.
We asked you about him last week, and you said something was off, and I agreed with you. Yeah. And then maybe that's a step forward for him to throw at a guy like Jazz Chisholm. We'll see. Yeah. So, we're talking to Susan Slusser a few more minutes here. I'm looking at the box score from last night, and there he is, just parked there at shortstop is Nick Ahmed. And listen, in the box score, he goes 0-for-4 with 2 strikeouts, but he actually put the ball in play to get a run home at a key moment yesterday. He doesn't get an RBI. By the way, just quick digression for all you seam heads out there. You can't get an RBI on a double play, right? That's an interesting scoring decision, right? You can't.
That is true.
Yeah, so
that is very true.
He hits the ball hard up the middle. Arise splays out, catches it, tags the bag with his glove, pops up and throws him out, and the guy gets no RBI for it. That's hard cheese, man. But the point is that he's just there. And he's hitting 268, and the OPS is 650 or whatever. And Susan, we're just going to ask you about this probably weekly, but I mean, you said a couple weeks to us ago that, hey, the trade market, and I think they're still looking. So what do you think is the April 18 progress report on the Giants shortstop now and going into the summer?
I've got 2 thoughts for you there. I think they'll be looking no matter what. But did you see? He made some really nice plays this week, including one yesterday. It was so good. Like I think people might not have noticed, but feels an absolute rocket kind of, and makes it look like nothing. That took a little bit of a weird hop. He's really a good shortstop, which is what they wanted. Hitting 260. They would take that. That's a guy who's been kind of right around 198, 202 the last 2 years. He's putting together a nice little season. I think they're very happy with him. I would be. And then Marco Luciano's been hitting really, really well at Sacramento. So, I'm still not convinced he's a full-time shortstop, But offensively, it looks like he's getting on track. The one guy that's really been struggling, you know what I'm going to say, it's Matos. Ramos has been hitting, and a couple other guys, but Luciano, he's right now the guy. If you had a need, you could go get him and have him play, a couple different spots maybe.
Wrapping it up here with Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. And Susan, the last question I wanted to ask you is about Keaton Wynn, who got his first win yesterday. Now, I think in his first 4 starts, he's pitched a lot better than his numbers would imply. What's been your breakdown of the first 4 starts this season for Keaton Wynn?
Yeah, he's just got one of those guys where, especially for a young pitcher, he's pretty unflappable. He does have sort of some consistency. He's in the zone. There's a reason that he's in the role that he's in, He kind of stood out from a lot of the other young pitchers because of that. The demeanor, the strike throwing, he's solid. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when they get some of these other pitchers back, because he's really, the fact that he and Jordan Hicks have been the 2 guys that have really, so far, been the 2 best starters is fascinating.
Yeah, and Susan, to your point, once Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray eventually make their return to the starting rotation, is it possible that we see Keaton Wynn in a bullpen role, or is it even possible that he might be a trade piece for maybe a shortstop out there?
Oh, gosh, I'm not sure. He's a guy I would trade. And they've got some good young pitching. But it really is going to be interesting, because right now those are the 2 guys where earlier in the year we'd be like, oh, yeah, probably Wynn comes out of the rotation and Hicks moves to the bullpen. I'm not sure I would really want to do that with either one right now.
No, for sure. And the last one, Susan, for me is just low-key, like bullpen is not sexy, but the core 4 is going on the wall this summer because bullpens are sexy. We had this guy on last Friday from Miami, and he did it again yesterday, a shutout inning, Eric Miller. Just low-key, after a rough first outing, I think I have a game log in front of me, his last 4 outings are all spotless innings. No hits, no walks, and 7 Ks in his last 4 outings. So something there?
Yeah. Well, first of all, he's a Stanford guy, so we left him.
There we go. Yes.
He's an enormous lefty, He throws hard throwing, very tall lefty. I mean, that is a great thing to have in your bullpen, but he's figured out some things. Last year, I was stunned he didn't come out in September. Obviously, more limited rosters in September now, but that was a guy, he had put together such a good season at Sacramento, and this is really what he was doing last year. So, yeah, I think he's here to stay.
Good stuff, Suze, and we have a fun weekend ahead. A couple of National League West sparring partners, or whatever we're saying here. I don't know. It's not a heavyweight match, a middleweight match here at the Parks. So thanks for hopping on. We'll see you real soon.
Thanks, Lus.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it was good. It was some good meaty stuff in there, actually, about the shortstop situation and Keaton Wynn and Eric Miller and this offense. Listen, they got a freaking road series for the first time all year. And now you got to try to win 2 in a row for the first time in 3 weeks.
Yeah, going for 3 tonight, right?
2. No. They only won 1 now.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You giving me a win already?
I forgot Neil Shipley was out here carving up the Giants the other day.
For 3?
Yeah.
And I got to remind everybody, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner is Monday night, May 6th at the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero in San Francisco. And you can go. It's a big old night. I get to host the damn thing. And Brian Sabian's going in. So's Patrick Marlowe. So's John Taylor. So's Chris Wondolowski. And so's Olympic swimmer and Stanford gal Jenny Thompson. $250, Bayshoff.org. Big night. And part of the proceeds benefit Special Olympics Northern California. So everybody got to do that. Go to Bayshoff.org. Bayshoff.org. The big hit is back to the Warriors. Klay Thompson spoke. Steve Kerr spoke. Which way do you guys want to go? 808 KNBR. Which way do you want to go? 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous.
River Islands. Just saying River Islands in the spring makes you relaxed, right? Beautiful living out there. Peaceful living at River Islands in Lathrop, Northern California's most successful master plan community. I went out there. We went to the boathouse, had an unbelievable lunch. I was like, look at this place. Very peaceful and beautiful. So I'd hang there if I were you. And then you're a young family, it'd be worth checking it out. You got new models in all new neighborhoods on the river, alongside a lake, close to parks or trails. Some of the best home designs you'll see anywhere, and the latest in smart home technology. These are new houses, and homes range in size from 3 to 6 bedrooms, prices in the low 600,000s to just over $1 million. And there's kayaks and lakes and fishing along the San Joaquin River and jogging on the riverside trails. You got parks everywhere. You got little leaguers playing baseball, saw them. And the River Islands High School's going up. They're playing over at Islanders Field, which is solid. So it's all good. With so many things to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? You want to start your tour now at riverislands.com. And hey, I will meet you at the boathouse.
This is the Big Hit.
sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
There it is. Klay Thompson setting the tone with a little salt, a little attitude, and then, of course, sweet Klay at the end. Anyway, what was your question? He's talking to Anthony Slater of The Athletic. That's the big hit now. A day later, yesterday we were just in shock, right? The Sacramento Kings had logged their biggest margin of victory over the Warriors since 2006.
Ooh.
How about that? That's a stat we didn't focus enough on yesterday as to how shocking that result was. The Kings had not beaten the Warriors by that much since 2006. Back then, you were celebrating the 100th anniversary of the 1906 earthquake and fire, as opposed to the 118th anniversary.
You're right about that. Back in 2006, I was graduating 8th grade, Murph.
You truly were a little kid.
I was a little boy.
We talk about little kid. I said to Marcus earlier today, I said the Giants won a road series. No, the Giants won in Miami for the first time since 2016. I said, you were just a little kid back then.
I mean, I graduated college, but young Tony couldn't even vote back in 2016.
Oh, man. So there it is, man. And so we were in shock. And today we're in less shock and more now, okay, well, gosh, you start picking up the pieces. So once, like when a pipe explodes in your house, now after you finally fix the pipe, what do you do then?
You got to figure out how to turn the water off, Murph.
Well, now I know. Actually, do I? Have I forgotten already? A side of the house. Yeah. Anyway, so that's where we're at now. And the Warriors did do their quote-unquote exit interviews yesterday. Steve Kerr came on with Tolbert and Copes. And you heard Klay Thompson say, anyway, what was the question? So let's dive in. And I have to tell you guys, and until I sit down and open the Jock blog, I am open to both arguments right now. I am open to bringing Klay back, but I keep tripping over the idea of if you bring him back, are you winning a championship? And the answer is probably no, because you won't have much room financially to do much else.
I guess that's the bigger question is what moves can you make to turn this team into a championship contender?
If you bring Klay back, not many.
No.
And this is all predicated, though, on the number one thing, and that is Joe Lacob saying, I want to get under the tax. Yeah. So if we're assuming that that's true, now he could change, but if we're assuming that's true, then there aren't going to be any moves out there to go get that guy unless you part ways with Klay and go find somebody out there's younger. If you can trade Andrew Wiggins and his 3 years and $84 million.
Ding, ding, ding.
So my biggest thing is trying to get back to a championship. And like, what's that path? Like, is that path? Like, here's the least likely scenario, but is it on the Vegas Grease Sport of odds? Klay returns, and those 3 plus the 4 youngsters have enough in them to beat the Nuggets and the Thunder and the Timberwolves, all those teams?
Well, let me ask you this question. And I know it's not comparing apples to apples or oranges to oranges, whatever the hell the saying is. But were you confident with this team after being eliminated by the Lakers last year that they could still compete for a championship?
Well, I certainly didn't see the Jordan Poole move coming. So the answer is, I think I probably thought, yeah, well, that's a team that won a championship in 2022. Surely they can. But when they traded Jordan Poole, they were telling us that bigger things were afoot.
Well, then here we are a year later. Do you think the Warriors were a better team this year without Jordan Poole?
Actually, low-key, I think they did. I think they were.
And they finished
with one more game.
And they finished with a better record.
Yeah, they won more games.
But because the West was so stacked and because they didn't take care of business early in the season and because Draymond Green was suspended 16 games, they fell into the play-in bracket, and that's why it was one and done.
This is the Papa and Lund argument from yesterday, right? Papa was sort of defending them as there's more there than you think, right? Saying, they were only a couple of wins away from a much better situation.
They went 27-13 down the final 40-game stretch of the season.
And Johnny Lund's argument was, no, man, they're the 10 seed for a reason. You are what your record says you are, and the competition says you are. That's the biggest thing.
And I think both those arguments have true statements in them. It was the first time ever that 10 teams in either conference were 10 games above 500. And then you look at the outlook of the West moving forward. Of a team like the Memphis Grizzlies, who the Warriors have battled with before, who didn't have Ja Morant this season. He's coming back next year. You look at Wemby and the Spurs and the steps they could take next year. Hell, the baby Houston Rockets went 41-41 and almost made the playoffs this season, Mark.
So how big of a leap can the young 4, Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, Trace Jackson Davis, and Johnny Kuminga make? Can they make that quantum leap? So we'll get into 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And by the way, the rare call from our buddy Tim in Corte Madera, Stan Tim, who became a Hall of Famer when he sent the gift card to Charlie Gito's in St. Louis, and now it's just become a regular part of our lives.
Hell yeah.
My man, Tim. What's up, brother?
What's up, Tim?
Gentlemen, first of all, let me let you know that I'm sponsored by Greg O'Donnell, Steve Moskowitz. I'm wearing nearly nude pajamas, and we're eating Amici's at River Islands.
Well, I know what you're doing at Amici's because you text me all the time. You're having the minestrone.
There you go. Good plug. Thank you.
I'll see you at the boathouse, Tim.
I'm trying to explain my 10-year-old son. He says to me, well, why won't these guys just come back and make less money if they love the team so much? And I think what I want to have you all answer for me is, and maybe it's just this mystery, but Klay's got his house over in Belvedere. He's got his boat. All these guys have so much money. If they love playing together so much, why not take a $4 or $5 million pay cut or whatever the number is? And this is across sports, to play with the team that you love. When they bail, right, like Klay's going to go to the Magic or somewhere, or some other player bails, they're complete hypocrites when they say how much they love playing together, yet they walk for, what, a 20% a pay increase when they're already multi-millionaires.
I mean, bro, you are talking about, and Stan Tim, as always, provocative. Dude, you're talking about the fundamental human question now, buddy. You're going to, like, the essence of Adam Smith's free market and capitalism and how much are you going Great Gatsby green light at the end of the dock here? Young Tone, you know Great Gatsby? Do we know Great Gatsby?
I have not seen the full film. I've heard about it, though.
I am.
Okay, you say
I
film.
am, and I'm going Rebecca Welton, greedy players. Not greedy owners. It's just mind-boggling to me. I mean, people in the business world, right? Like Murph. Okay.
Yeah.
Some station comes to you and says, "All right, we're going to hire you," or Marcus. Marcus, if the pay isn't like huge and the promotion isn't huge, if you like where you are, why leave? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
See, you're a man. You sound like you've achieved some modicum of peace and happiness in your life, and you found that through manners in modes other than your W-2. Like you're like, I have enough.
Now, Murph.
You're like, I have enough.
My vacation this summer.
You're like, okay, I have enough. I have enough for food, shelter, and clothing. Now, what makes me happy? That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we had evidence that these guys were taking the additional $5 or $10 million that they're making and donating it to charity or building a school, and I'm sure some of them are, great. But if they're just buying Mack trucks or more big boats or more big houses,
couple Rivians. Yeah. Well, what about the idea of and somebody actually wrote in live to your call 408 says the money is a respect thing, a respect thing.
You're kidding me, right? Like a respect thing. You earn respect by playing the game really well and by being true to the people that you've built championships with. If Klay walks for more money, or if he doesn't stay with a pay cut, I'm going to lose my mind. I mean, I will lose total respect for him. Well, I mean, money is a show of respect? That makes absolutely no sense.
Okay, buddy. Strong call. By the way, is this your debut call? Have you called before?
No, because I hate the fact that you guys have moved to this format of allowing us idiots to call.
I know. You've told me that on several texts. You said you prefer, I got you. But you know what? You've already vaulted yourself into the top echelon of callers, Tim.
I think you need to march into Copes' office. By the way, he's very, very obviously stating it's his office. It's not a community office. And just mention to him as the newly anointed program director that there are many of us out there that think the callers calling in are not that great. And there are probably people out there saying I'm an idiot, and I'm okay with that.
You know what, Stan Tim, dude? You brought it. You brought the thunder. Don't be a stranger, and I'll see you on text. Thanks for the call, dude.
Love you guys.
There he is. That's my guy, Stan Tim.
That's why you call him Stan Tim.
Well, to give you the history, so like during COVID, our first trip after COVID was to St. Louis. It was Paulie and Copes, and we got to... And I said to them, I knew this one awesome little epic Italian restaurant called Charlie Gito's. Bro, you wouldn't believe it. It's like in a neighborhood of like single family, one-story homes. You would not expect a Martin Scorsese film set to be housed in this neighborhood. You walk into this brick building, and inside it's like a Scorsese film. You're like, this is like the coolest Italian restaurant I've ever seen. In the middle of this working-class neighborhood in St. Louis. It's famous. It's called Charlie Gito's. So we sit down, and the maitre d', we're already in a great mood just from the vibe. And this maitre d' comes over and says, Mr. Murphy? I said, yeah. And he reaches into his pocket, pulls out his envelope. He goes, somebody, I forget what he said. Somebody wants to give you this. I'm like, wait, what is this? It's like an affidavit, a subpoena?
Yeah, what's going on
As
here?
Candace's divorce papers
You're
here.
getting
You know what I mean?
served in St. Louis? Yeah.
And it's a letter from this guy named Tim in Corte Madera. He said, I know you guys are going there because I heard you guys talking about it. I know the restaurant. And he wrote a fan letter saying how we got him through COVID with all our silliness and hijinks and lists that you participated in. So you were part of this gift card,
It's
brother.
so random.
And it was a generous gift card. He goes, Charlie Gino's one of my favorite places. I want you guys to have a nice dinner. And we were like, bro, we were so blown away. So I immediately texted him. He left his cell phone. And by doing so, I now have a best friend.
Now you got Stan Tim. But if he's texting you with takes like that, I'll take those texts.
Right.
And I'll take the takes. And I actually agreed with a lot of what he was saying there, Murph, about Klay having that house up in the North Bay, about how the respect from the Warriors is when they gave him $190 million in a 5-year contract coming off a torn ACL and a torn Achilles injury. So that's the question. What does Klay Thompson want? And to our texter's point on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, is it about respect? You know what I would respect? One for the thumb. A 5th ring. We talk so much about Klay Thompson's legacy. And if we're really getting into this conversation about does he want more money? Does he want more championships? The best thing that Klay Thompson could do is come back on the veteran minimum. Yeah. Then there's money to spread around for other pieces to make this team an actual competitor in the West. Do I think he's taking the veteran minimum? Probably not. But that would be the best case scenario.
So I have, first of all, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Accumulus Media Station. Second of all, I got to tell you guys, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is blowing up with love for Stan Tim. They're saying it's one of the best calls in a long time.
Rack 'em.
But anyways, exactly.
Rack 'em.
I always go back. I only have a limited number of pop culture illusions, but this one I come back to all the time because it's so freaking true. Young Tone, there was a movie called Broadcast News. Check it out. Great movie about media and TV and journalism. A rom-com also. Holly Hunter, William Hurt, Albert Brooks, the whole deal. The catch is they lay off a bunch of people at the end of the movie. They lay off a bunch of news reporters. And the TV anchor, who's sort of a Gary Radnich figure, played by Jack Nicholson, comes down to stand in the newsroom. He goes, I just hate to see so many talented journalists losing their jobs for a pay cut, for this salary thing. And the GM of the station, he goes, well, you could make it a little easier if you chopped a couple million off your salary. And Nicholson folds his arms and just looks at the guy. And the guy says, sorry. Yeah. And that's the point. The point is, when you reach a certain point in life and you make that dough, you're not looking to give it back, brother. That's just part of human nature, man. You're not looking to give it back. And what Stan Tim said had so many profound human truths. If you do what you love, if you are where you love, if you're doing something you're passionate about and you have incredible happiness, why seek something else? And he says if Klay leaves for money alone, he will lose all respect for Klay Thompson. And by the way, just Stan Tim, I got to tell you, brother, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, you're like the caller of the year. They love you. It's incredible.
And again, Stan Tim had great takes, but do you stand with Stan Tim or do you stand with someone like Gene Simmons, who told us during the pandemic, Murph, that everybody loves money and anybody who doesn't like money is a liar?
Grateful. Do you have that?
I asked young Tony if he could find it.
When you're looking for that, I'll just read these. 408, I love Stan Tim's calls, but what Stan Tim doesn't understand is it's a respect issue among players. Money is the gauge they use for respect, and it's not what we think about the outside. All right? 415 says, hey, Murph, would you take 20% less than Marcus right now just because you can? Well, guess what, buddy? Did you meet with me and the market manager recently? A little too close to home. Guys, 650 says, Stan Tim, call of the year. That's White Mike. 209 says, that dude who called in 7th graders are the only callers I approve of. 707 says, Stan Tim had a Marky Mark vibe. Solid pipes. Here it is. Got to be 405 says, got to be honest. Got to be honest. Tim is saying the quiet part out loud Most of the callers stink. I will always listen, ever to. 917 says, I hate the calls. I turn off the radio during call-in session. John Joe, you better fend these people off. Because John Joe's like, get the phones going, get the phones going.
We need the answering calls as we speak.
Yeah, we need the voice of the people. But Murph, we have the voice of Gene Simmons himself. Here he was during the pandemic talking about how much people love their money.
Look, everybody's exactly in the same Kiss business as Kiss is in. We just do it a zillion times bigger. Everybody goes out on tour and sells T-shirts. You're in the Kiss business, baby. See, when you buy a T-shirt, you don't get music. You're in the licensing and merchandising business. The only thing everybody's complaining about, REM and Sting and punk bands and thrash bands, although there are no more of those, whatever you want, a death metal band, we're not like Kiss. Yes, you are. You're straight you are. Johnny Lydon, who has always been straight up about it.
I mean, so that might be, first of all, I love hearing Gene Simmons. It's great hearing him talking Johnny Lydon and REM. But it's a short bite where he goes, everybody wants more money, and anyone who tells you they don't is a liar.
Is a blanket liar.
That's what he says. Great pull by you, for sure. By the way, I can't, Tim, I can't go through enough reactions of people loving your call. And so let's go to the people who are reacting to it on the line. Pete in San Luis Obispo, young Tony's old town. Slow, as he calls it. Pete, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, so I want to respond to or give you my thought on this whole thing with these players. And I go back, I'm a lot older than most people, to the day when Ricky Henderson signed his contract. And everybody was saying it's not about the money. And there was an article in Sports Illustrated that said it is about the money. These players, if they're equal and they're playing the same position, if there's another player making $1 more than them, they're upset because it is about respect. And the other point that I think he's missing, or maybe has taken into consideration, is look at the money the owners are making off these guys. When you boil it all down, it's a commodity, right? They're in business to make money, and the way they make money is off these players. So if they can negotiate for what they can for their short career, then more power to them. It's not about how much the money is. It's about them with their careers and what they've put in to get where they are.
Now, Pete, my counter argument would be, do you think Tom Brady was less respected because he took a pay cut that led to 7 Super Bowls?
No, but that's his decision. He decided to do that. Doesn't make him any different than anybody else. If Klay decides to stay and take a pay cut, that's fine. But at the same token, if it is about respect in sports, other than stats, what else are you going to measure yourself against the next guy? He makes more money than him. What about Harper threatening to hold out after Osani signed his contract?
Bryce Harper,
respect,
did Bryce Harper threaten to hold out after Otani signed his
Well, I'll tell you, Bryce Harper doesn't have any rings. I'll tell you that.
Well, Pete, thanks for the call. We got to move on. We got more calls to get to. We do appreciate you. In fact, why don't we do this? We were going to do the cooler of content, but Stan Tim has lit a bonfire. And maybe the caller quality will increase after Stan Tim set the bar high. But where we are with Klay Thompson and money and happiness and passion and championships next on The Sports Leader.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You just heard the promo. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Warriors' future and some of these offseason decisions. If you want to weigh in, 808 KNBR is the number. Greg, Matt, Sean, I see you guys on hold. We'll get to you on the other side. But if you want to listen to the entire Steve Kerr podcast, check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
No, because I hate the fact that you guys have moved to this format of allowing us idiots to call.
Nice. Very good. Nicely done. Young Tone, Maroon 5. Have you ever used a payphone, kid?
Ooh.
Have you ever seen one, Tony?
I don't think so. I can't remember. I definitely have not used one. I've definitely seen them. I mean, why would I?
There's certain romance to a payphone. There was also a certain concept that you were getting some sort of disease when you used one, too.
There was also a time before cell phones, Tony. So if you're out of the house, you had to use a payphone.
That's a world I don't know, honestly.
Stan Tim, I tell you, he changed the show. 623 said Stan Tim checked all the boxes. He attacked athletes' salaries. He attacked KNBR callers, even got an artful shot in at Copes. And he followed through by sending a generous gift to Murphy, something I've always thought of doing. Caller of the Year, Murph and Markey Award. There you go, 623. Really good. 831 says, real players respect rings. Lame players respect money because they can't get rings. 408 says, how did Tom Brady handle all his contracts? 707 says, back in the day, did Magic Johnson took a pay cut to keep the team chemistry and signed Terry Teague? Like, doesn't Klay, how much money does Klay get from his shoe contract? Like Anta or whatever it is?
Yeah,
like,
it's not a huge like Nike or Reebok or Adidas deal, but he's getting paid. He's doing those chocolate milk commercials. He's got his own ad endorsements also.
707 says, I feel like you get more respect for taking a pay cut to win, especially when you're already established like Klay. Now, that said, he's got to walk into a locker room and know that Draymond would be making, double or 75% more than he does.
Yeah, and we know those were some of the rumors going back to last year with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green of these guys going back and forth about how big each other's contracts were.
By the way, 650 reminds us one of the great quotes, and I'm not sure it was true. I've never been verified, but it was attributed to Ricky Henderson. He said, pay me like Mike Gallego, and I'll play like Mike Gallego. That's a great line. All right, Matt in San Francisco is next up on this concept of what should the Warriors do with Klay and his contract. And it kind of went from being can the Warriors win a championship without Klay to what should Klay do? Should he stay for less or should he go seek richer pastures in Orlando, etc.? Matt, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's going on, Matt?
Hey, so kind of 2 points. One, all this talk about, money equals respect. If that's true, it goes both ways. And how about respect for the fans and the product that the fans get to observe? If Klay thinks money's about respect, should we have to pay what we pay to go to Chase Center to see the Klay Thompson we've been seeing at the money he's costing the team, keeping the team at a certain level? Because if money's about respect, that's a two-way street. The main point I wanted to make was, and Marcus, you kind of hit it with the Brady comment, so I got to give you credit there, but my first thought was the 49ers. You look at the leaders on that team like Fred Warner, Kyle Juszczyk, every season we see some top-tier all-pro star on the Niners restructure their contract to take less immediate money to keep that team on top and enable them to bring in more talent to keep us at the level where we're in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl hunt every year. So if Klay cares about winning and Klay cares about this franchise and he's a leader like they are, he should be doing the same thing, because if you really want to command money, rings and winning commands money. Well, and it's what have you done for me lately? Yeah. And Klay hasn't done much.
Matt, thanks for the call. I appreciate you, man. I tell you what, he just brought up an incredible concept. Dynamic pricing based on Klay's performance.
I mean, Murph, I don't feel like I'm being respected by Joe Lacob being asked to pay $20 for a beer.
Honestly, like Klay's on a shooting slump, tonight's tickets have gone down $50. You know what I mean?
Every clink is $1 off.
Klay's on a heater, you go, the ticket price goes up.
Supply and demand, baby.
Dude, dynamic pricing based on a win streak or a losing streak is incredible. Well, I guess, truthfully, that is the case in StubHubs. It is. Like if a team stinks, you can walk into an A's game for $3.
How do you think we got those $9 beers last year with the Giants?
Nice,
Dynamic
buddy.
pricing.
Nice. Very good. Greg in Morgan Hill is on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Greg, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, basically my thunder's been stolen when you talked about that text of Tom Brady. I mean, that's why I called it. I just, Tom Brady took the pay cut many times to bring people in to get them over to a championship. Also, our nemesis, a guy that is in the news quite a bit, Ohtani's deferring money so he can get over there with the Dodgers. There's a lot of creative way. I think the Warriors got to get into other creative ways. Even Steph, even Draymond. I think it's going to be kind of like a group decision on how they want to bring in some help and how they're going to handle the money situation.
Yeah, so get creative, Greg, is what you're saying, right? The way Ohtani did and all that. So good call, Greg. Thanks for the call. 510 says if Steph and Draymond really want to keep the band together, maybe they take a cut to supplement.
That's a
Klay's
possibility, too,
contract.
and that's what it all circles back to me. If Steph wants Dre and Klay on the roster, they're going to be on the roster.
Man, oh, man. 209 says, 209 says, by the way, speaking of payphones, when you had to use a payphone back in the day, you had to use your shirt to grab the phone to avoid this.
Careful.
There you go. All right. And then Sean and San Rafael. We had one guy who says, I'm only taking 7th graders and Stan Tim. So Sean and San Rafael is one of our. Although, Sean is a middle schooler.
Yeah.
David's in middle school. Now, Sean, we got to be getting close to first period now. How are we, brother?
What's going on, Sean?
How are we doing, kid?
In about 40 minutes. 40 minutes until first period.
You guys don't start till 9?
No, we don't start till 9.
Are you on the bus?
Yeah, I'm on the bus.
Is there any bullying going on right now?
Well, my friend Ari, he's trying to think through the Warriors offseason. He wants to draft Bronny, sign LeBron, and then trade for Giannis. So, I mean, that's what he wants to do, but I don't think.
Hey, Sean.
I think we'd have to give up too much.
Sean, I actually saw a respected basketball writer put out a scenario that LeBron should be something the Warriors explore. Sean, I've seen that from a basketball writer.
And Ari had to scoop first.
Yeah. Ari might be onto something there, buddy.
Yeah, Ari's all over it. Ari's a journalist in the making. He's all over it. But what I wanted to say about Klay and him resigning, I think we shouldn't let him walk without a contract. Like, if he doesn't want to be here and he declines our contract and goes somewhere else, that's all right. I mean, I think a little less of it, but that's all right. But we can't let him walk. If we don't give him a contract offer, then I'm not going to be happy with it, right?
Okay, so Sean's put his flag in the ground. You can't let Klay walk. All right, Sean, have a great Thursday, buddy. You got a ball game today?
Thanks.
By the way, you got a ball game?
No, I got one tomorrow, and then one Sunday.
At Vallecito again, or where are we going?
No, we're in Tiburon.
Oh, you're going to play that Tiburon, that juniors team they assembled. They've assembled like an all-star team. Hey, lay down a few bunts, steal a few bags, try to get in their head a little bit, all right? All right, Sean. Thanks for the call, man.
Sean.
Appreciate you.
I love the ambiance, too, of the kids on the bus in the background.
Yeah, man. So listen, this is all great. I've enjoyed this sort of caller explosion and Stan Tim and all that.
Stan Tim doesn't like the callers.
I go back to, I know, actually 831 wrote in and said, I have to say, as a regular caller, I have to agree with Stan. When I've listened to myself on the air, I'm not that good. That's
as
what
a regular
said.
caller, we got people admitting the problem now.
So, hey, it all comes, I hate to be the spoil sport here, but it all comes back to, okay, great. We've discussed money and salary and ego and pride. Now, can you win an NBA championship with Klay? And I think the answer is quite likely no.
I think they need to bring in another piece.
Which is how you're going to do it. You have to move Kuminga. Now you're going to be less of a team, right?
Get Andrew Wiggins the hell off the roster.
I know, but I can't believe we asked Howard Beck. Probably one of the more interesting things that happened today was Howard Beck said he thinks a team out there would take it. Now, what are you getting in return?
Again, it's
maybe
kind of
a draft pick.
What we saw last year with Chris Paul, Jordan Poole, kind of a salary dump move, taking on an expiring contract. Now, I don't want another expiring contract of somebody that I don't want on the roster, but maybe you do take a look at your options of pairing Wiggins with a Kuminga to go out to get an all-star, legit second scoring type option. I know people have invested a lot in Jonathan Kuminga, only 21 years old, but if he's not going to be the second option instead of Klay, someone else has to be.
So, again, path to the championship is where I'm trying to go. I mean, I understand, look, we just want a nostalgic run of the band, like a reunion tour like the Eagles next year, and just have Steph, Klay, and Dre play, and we can all go pay $20 for a beer and watch them finish in the 8, 9, 10 slot in the West. Or could Kuminga, Moody, Pajemski, and TJD make giant enough leaps? Like, theoretically, they're going to get better. They see Podge yesterday talked about going to Summer League. TJD talked about going to Summer League. Gary Payton's back. He's under contract.
They got a $9 million option on him, I believe.
Yeah, so can this group, if Draymond doesn't get suspended, if they stay healthy, all that stuff, maybe they're the 4 or the 5 seed. I don't know.
And those were the questions we were asking earlier. Is this team currently constructed better than when they got bounced out of the playoffs by the Lakers? And I think once you see the progress of a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, you throw in the fact that TJD, Pods, and those guys really weren't getting minutes in the first half of the season. Then we throw in the 16-game suspension for Draymond Green. They were such a better team in the second half of the season. Again, 27-13 down the stretch. That was 40 games of the season. And that's why we had guys like Stan Van Gundy coming on the show saying, yeah, the Warriors, if they get into a playoff series, can still beat anybody in the West. Now, the problem is they're not in the playoff series.
That said, I keep going back to what I saw Tuesday night.
Yeah.
A Kings team that was feasting on the Warriors. I mean, feasting. Now, again, the big thing, one game.
Yeah.
And you heard Kerr say to Tolbert and Copes yesterday, you know, if it's a different world, we're down 1-0. We go look at some film. We try to counter it. But I got to tell you, there were some alarming things in that game.
Yes.
The way the Kings, the intensity. Now, it's almost like you've never seen an NBA game played that hard ever. It's like, I thought last night the Sixers Heat game was also very, very intense. Felt like an NFL. I tweeted that out at halftime. I'm like, this feels like an NFL playoff
It's
game.
crazy how the flip switches once you get to the postseason in basketball.
It's something we haven't talked about. We probably should have in the last 2 days is how the refs swallowed their whistles in that game.
Yeah.
That was a huge factor, and the Kings took advantage of that.
Absolutely.
Like they just said, we're going to crawl inside your jersey because they're not calling it.
Absolutely. And the Kings were the younger, more athletic team. And that's why I was actually glad to hear Steve Kerr say on the Tolbert and Cope show yesterday that they need to get bigger and more athletic this season, you know, after last offseason where they got older and smaller with Chris Paul.
So Chris Paul's out. I mean, Chris Paul.
Sorry, Chris.
Even though he told that heartwarming story about him and Draymond, his wife found him in a condo in the city in one of those high rises, and he didn't know until he moved in that it was Draymond's building.
Yeah.
Turns out Draymond was on the floor below him, and they said Draymond would take the elevator up and they would hang and watch games.
Yeah, it's a cute story and all, but last time I checked, before Chris Paul came to the team, they were making the playoffs every year.
Yeah. Well, oh boy. Yeah, it's a true story. Well,
I'm
except
just
for
saying.
2021.
I'm saying, well, like I should phrase that correctly. With a healthy big three, when Draymond, Klay, and Steph are all healthy, they've made the playoffs every year in the past 12 seasons.
Well, this is the deal, man. This is the predicament the Warriors have put us in, and we'll continue to talk about it, obviously, as the days go on. We got things to do. We got Matt Maiocco at 8:50, the draft a week from Thursday. Tight end is now the latest we're hearing about. We got Andy Baggerly at 9:35. Hopefully he and Marcus get along great. And we got the cooler of content, the best of the interwebs, including Brock Purdy speaking. And he'll be on our show next week on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You coaching? No. Oh, okay.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content. By the way, Sou Pal going to join Papa and Lund at 12:30. Maybe he'll have some Sixers takes.
Nice.
Sou Pal.
Shout out
Sou
Sou
Pal
Pal.
Antonio, man. He's a man of good cheer.
That guy's a legend.
All right, been a bit of a buzz today ever since Stan Tim called in. We call him Stan because he truly is like in the Eminem song Stan. Here we go, Young Tone. Do you know the Eminem song Stan?
No.
Oh, no, Tony.
No.
Come on, dude.
Hey, I'm just making a list here for the end of the show.
Eminem, my knowledge is not great. I was not a huge Eminem guy, but I don't hate on him. I mean, respect, you know.
Did you hear the joke about Eminem? The non. What's the joke? Eminem has come out as non-binary and changed his name to Them and Them.
Oh. I was going to say, Murph, I should have known when I asked young Tony about Mac Dre, and he goes, yeah, that's the guy that used to do a lot of songs with Eminem, right?
I would have thought
that's
Stan.
Dr.
I would have
Dre,
thought
Tony.
in your generation the song "Stan" by Eminem was.
Well,
like,
do you get the reference Stan when someone calls you like a stan of a fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's from the song Stan by Eminem.
Okay, I mean, now I know.
Put that on the watch list.
My Slim Shady, great song. He's got some bangers. I just hadn't
Well,
heard that
Stan is one of his all-time iconic bangers. You might want to check it out.
one. Yeah.
Shout out Dido with her sample. All right, buddy.
Go on. I'm not going to start singing.
First time I heard Stan, I was like, damn, this is a hell of a tune. Anyway, Stan Tim called in. We call him Stan Tim because he is one of the most deranged yet passionate yet intelligent listeners we have. And he called in and lit a fire today saying, listen, guys, there's more to life than money. And if Klay Thompson is truly happy, he should stay here. How much more, as Rebecca said, how much more do you need? Remember the owner's thing for John Fisher? And it caused a huge reaction on the text line and on the call line. So just thanks for that, everybody. But we are transitioning to the cooler of content. And we start with the Warriors. Steph Curry. So the Warriors, man, they had this stuff ready to go. Steph has been announced. He's on the USA basketball Olympic team going to Paris this summer.
For the first time.
Yes.
How crazy is that? Steph Curry has never been on the Olympic team.
Wasn't it like he passed on it for health reasons or time reasons
I
or
would
things like
assume
that?
so.
So, first of all, Steve Kerr's coaching this team. Second of all, have you seen the roster, brother?
Stacked.
I mean, I know it's always stacked.
Yes,
I feel like this one is kind of even more stacked.
Well, I
You
heard
know what
I heard
mean?
people throwing out the takes that maybe this is finally the team that could compete with the Dream Team.
I mean,
Murph, your thoughts?
I mean, that's kind. I mean, you know, you want to talk about like untouchable things. Like the '92 Dream Team is kind of untouchable.
Yeah, but
right?
check
I mean,
out
it's
this
like,
roster, Murph. LeBron James, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker, Drew Holiday, Anthony Davis, Anthony Edwards, Bam Adebayo, and Tyrese Halliburton with one spot left open.
Man, I mean, you just did the first four that you said. You said Steph, LeBron, KD, and Embiid.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, bro.
Throw
what?
Jason Tatum in there, too.
I got news for you guys.
And
There's
Anthony Davis.
teams out there. I got news for you. Somewhere in a dimly lit, poorly air-conditioned gym in Sarajevo and in Croatia is a team that don't give a blank about what we just said. They're like, fine, let's go. Bro, you do not win any part of Eastern Europeans in most any endeavor, particularly water polo and hoops.
Oh,
dude.
I'm not in the pool with them.
No, that is the true birth of water polo. They are the biggest, strongest, meanest, nastiest dudes, and they will kill you. But dude, they don't care about USA basketball. They do not care about UCLA. They will. Steve Kerr's got his hands full. If he thinks he's going to roll the basketball out with Steph, Kawhi, LeBron, Tatum, Serbia, Croatia, they're like, let's go.
Bring it on.
Serbia and Croatia are like, name the time and place.
They're slapping the court, Murph.
Well, I mean, obviously, Slovenia is Luka.
Yeah.
Probably a few miles away from Serbia.
But I mean, if we're talking water polo, let's just give a shout out to the Joker, who's pretending like he's playing water polo on the court with all those assists.
Honest to goodness.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm just saying, I would love for that dream. The world has changed in 30 years. 30 years ago, those teams were only beginning. Yeah, of course, Soviet Union was always good, but that's because they kind of they had this professional team that played year-round, and they combined. Back then, the Soviet Union team covered Serbia and Croatia and Slovenia. Those were teams all under the aegis of Moscow and Leonid Brezhnev. So imagine a team of Russia, Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia. All those teams would be under one team. Now they've all split up into different countries, obviously. But anyway, the point is that congratulations to Steph Curry. You see, it was Mully who gave him the jersey, too.
Yeah, super cool.
Original Dream Teamer, right? And
All night long.
Steve Kerr better bring home the gold, bro.
Well, that's why Steve Kerr was saving minutes during Minutegate against Minnesota.
Anyway, here it is from 2022. Flying home after they won the championship in Boston, Steph Curry was sitting on, it was almost like the first-class seats where he was sitting next to Klay and facing Draymond, you know, those high-class seats where you face each other.
Oh, it must be nice. I don't know nothing about those.
Like on a train, right?
Okay.
When's the last train you rode?
Oh, Caltrain from the South Bay.
Do they have seats that face each other?
They do have seats that face each other.
Well, here's Steph calling his shot 2 years ago.
I still got something to do. I got to go play for Coach Kerr in 24.
Yes.
I got to get something y'all got.
Yes. That's going to be great.
I ain't good yet. I got to go get an Olympic medal.
G Hill, Steph just committed to the Olympics in 24. You heard it here first, G Hill.
Save me a spot, bro.
That was 2022.
Save me a spot, bro.
So here you go, man. It's not going to take too much out of him physically for the 2024 season.
Are people going to start criticizing him if he's not Olympic MVP?
All right. So anyway, congrats to Steph. And they gave him a jersey. It was number 4, interestingly. Who has 30?
Well, that's what all NBA players do, right? They all wear different numbers during the Olympics than they do during the regular season.
I didn't know that. There you go. Brian Windhorst is a guy who's achieved fame. He covered LeBron in high school, and now he's ESPN's dude. He was on ESPN Radio, and he's trolling you Warriors fans right here.
It's okay that the Warriors don't win the title every single year. I know that we expect you're deemed like you stink. If you don't win a title every year, you stink. They've only won 4, guys. Oh, they've only won 4. I'm sorry. They're not going to win it every year.
All right. You guys comfortable with that?
I mean, he's right. They're not going to win every year, but it does kind of feel like that's kind of a pointed message at the younger generation. The Warrior fan that doesn't remember the We Believe days. The Warrior fan that wasn't cheering for 100 points just to get a free chalupa. Like, the Warriors have come so far over the last 20, 25 years. The fact that they have established this dynasty is something that should be recognized and celebrated.
Okay, so it's news to me. You can't win it. Tell that to John Wooden and Red Auerbach. They did win it every year, right? There you go. Young Tone, Red Auerbach, you down?
Yeah, I heard the name, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Couldn't tell you anything about him, but I've heard the name.
I love Tony, man.
Red Auerbach was the coach of the Celtics in Bill Russell's day that
By the
won
way,
11 championships.
Can we circle back in the middle of that Stan Tim call? You asked young Tony about Great Gatsby, and he said, I've never seen the film.
That's what he said.
Oh, dude, it's a book, Tony.
They did make a movie, though.
Yeah, but
They did.
come on.
Multiple movies, by the way.
Yeah, Curly called me out as soon as I said that.
Which version do you want? Do you want the Robert Redford version in the early 70s, or do you want the Leo DiCaprio version later on?
The Leo one would be the one I was referencing.
Of course it is, of course.
Well, Brock Purdy did a ad for John Deere.
John Deere.
And he filmed it up in Bernal Heights with Colton McKivitz. I saw it. It's one of those cheesy athletes ads. You know what I mean? I get it.
Get the bag, Brock.
What are you going to do? They're up in Bernal Heights on a John Deere, and he's telling Colton McKivitz they want to find a new chief technology officer or whatever, somebody to run their social media. And they have a bunch of people calling in and interrupting Colton and Brock before they can get their road trip going. One of the kids who calls in is the Corn Kid. Remember that Corn Kid?
It's Corn.
Yeah,
that kid.
Yeah. Anyway, so he did some media with Pat McAfee, and he'll be with us next week promoting the Dwight Clark event. And he talked about, I guess there was a woman walking her dog who happens to work for KPIX as an anchor. And Purdy said he saw what we all see on the streets of San Francisco, coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't believe that was a real thing. But, yeah, she walked by, and then sure enough, she said she's a news anchor. And I was like, dude, I just saved a news anchor's life from getting eaten by a coyote, but it's real, man. I can confirm it. So
She said that coyote was like the biggest. She said like big ass guy. I didn't know San Francisco had coyote. What the hell's going on over there?
I didn't either, dude. We're shooting this commercial by a hill on the outside of the city, and I see this thing, trotting by, and it had a long tail. I was like, bro, it looks like a mini wolf. And sure enough, no one was gonna scream, and I was like, all right. And so I screamed, and I was like, yo, there's a coyote. And that thing went running off. But yeah, it could have been an ugly day on the shoot, but we saved her.
Hey, that's Brock Prudy football.
That's right.
That's Brock Prudy football out there. Prudy.
Listen to Purdy mastering the art of the media, knowing I got to have a go-to anecdote. Like when you do a banquet, you know what I mean? You got to have that one anecdote you tell.
He's got a story in your back pocket.
He's got that story in his back pocket. So now listen, he's coming down my road because where we live, coyotes everywhere.
I mean, Murph.
Freaking daily. On the daily, I'm seeing these things.
I've run into coyotes walking from our parking lot to the studio.
That's
like
true.
up on Coit Tower, there's a bunch of coyotes.
So, and the truth of the matter is they almost never, 99.999999999% do not attack human beings. So,
Murph.
so it's a little exaggerated that he, quote, saved her life. But hey, go with the story.
It's a good story. Now, am I crazy to think that I could tame a coyote?
You mean like physically wrestle one down or like take one into the house and make it your pet?
And like raise it like a dog?
I think you could. I
think it's possible, right?
Well, that's what isn't the history of all the dogs that we have today, Flash and Trixie, were once wild animals.
You're absolutely right.
Through thousands of years of domestication.
They say all dogs have the DNA of wolves and coyotes, right?
So sometimes when I'm wrestling with Flash, I'm like, is his wolf going to come in him? Is he going to come at me?
Flashy washy.
I'm going to have to go robot on it.
Keep the robot dog out of this.
But anyway, so Brock, way to have an anecdote, Brock. Way to have an anecdote to tell about saving it. Do you see coyotes out in Danville, brother?
Ooh, no, I actually do not.
Oh, I think it would be Coyote City out there. No?
Maybe in the hills. Not where I live.
No, they now, that's the deal, is the times have changed. They're coming into neighborhoods now.
Damn, shout out Coyote Creek down in San Jose.
There's like biological reasons, like because of droughts and things like that. I don't understand.
I got to say, dude, during the pandemic, it was nothing but homeless people and coyotes on the streets of San Francisco.
Overnight Dave. Did Dave come in during the pandemic every night?
Oh, Dave was here.
Yeah.
Me, OD, and Copes.
He used to say you see coyotes constantly. Yeah, they started taking over, like the robots.
Yeah.
Are taking over.
They're coming for you, Murph.
Anyway, well, that's a nice little... do you want to do this Florio thing on the way out, just to get ready for Maddie Maiocco?
Sure, we can. Real quick, for context, they were saying Prudy because in some CBS clip they had, they misspelled Purdy's
name. Were they saying Prudy?
Prudy.
I couldn't hear that.
Because on CBS they misspelled his name on the screen.
It's like a Rudy chant.
It sounds like Rudy, too, yeah.
I don't think young Tony's
seen that
ever
movie
seen
Rudy, buddy? Rudy? Yes.
That was like the first movie we watched in film class, actually. Yeah.
What'd you think of it?
Incredible. Wow. Very motivational, dude.
Wow.
Really good stuff, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll save my review then. Okay, guys. Here it is. Mike Florio.
Prudy.
Sounds like Purdy. Anyway, Mike Florio, who has beef with us because we delayed him once, and now he doesn't want to come on anymore. That's Tripoli and me. We punted him, and he got upset. He went on a Pittsburgh radio station and talked about Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers.
A report from someone on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, and it prompted Ayuk's agent to say to the guy, "You need better sources." The way that the guy phrased his post was incorrect. The notion that Ayuk had requested a trade is not accurate. The notion that the Steelers had been the most aggressive is not accurate. My understanding is there was maybe a phone call weeks ago, and the response was, "We're not trading the guy," and that was that. Now, I fully expect interested teams to re-engage as the draft approaches, especially with that report out there. I also believe there's a chance that there's been some conversation along the lines of, not that he's asked for a trade, but looking for teams that might be interested in doing something. And I think from the 49ers perspective, it becomes useful because Ayuk's agent finds out what's out there, or more accurately, what's not out there, and it makes it easier to make Ayuk happy on whatever deal they're trying to do. Once Ayuk finds out that people aren't going to make this gigantic financial offer or significant trade offer to try to get him.
Okay. You ready?
I guess so, Murph.
I mean,
we'll see what happens over the next week before the draft, but I'd bet on Brandon Ayuk still being on the team.
He says they're not trading him. Sort of like Klay back to the Warriors for sure. And 707 says, you guys talking Coyotes? They're in the news. Let's get the last one in here. Did you guys know the Arizona Coyotes are moving to Salt Lake City?
I do now.
Like when nobody was paying attention. And this is one of the sadder chants I've ever heard. like from a bad fan base. They tried to start saying Salt Lake sucks last night. This is what it sounds like when Coyotes fans try to rally.
Salt Lake sucks! 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 Salt Lake sucks!
There's just there's so much going on here. It's Arizona Coyotes fans trying to rally. It's one of the weaker chants of all time too. Salt Lake, Salt Lake sucks. Like we're gonna like direct our rally chant towards Salt Lake City, which is just kind of there.
No, I'm not really buying the energy, Murph. But before we get out, I am buying this text from the 650 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, who responds, "There's no Coyotes in Danville. Lots of Cougars though." And our guy Young Tony responded, "Facts."
Very good, man. 623 says, thinking of Florio yelling at Tripoli makes me laugh, too. And you had a great laugh. That is a great call on the Cougars. Okay, here's the deal. Matt Maiocco from that Ayuk cut of Florio to Matt Maiocco. Next on eSports Leader.
Salt Lake sucks!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Maiocco.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
1 week from today, the NFL draft, and lo and behold, the Niners have a first-round pick. They've escaped the Trey Lance jail. They're back in business here, and of course, will they be taking calls surrounding number 11, Brandon Ayuk? So many things to talk about with Matt Maiocco. Matty, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Matt.
Doing great. How's everything there?
You're doing good, bro?
I'm doing great.
I like to hear it. How's the offseason treating you, bud?
Well, yeah. I mean, very little off-season. Off-season comes middle of June to toward the end of July. But so right now, in full draft mode and off-season mode, and 49ers have kept us all very busy over the first 5 weeks of the new league year, and next week should be busy as well.
So let's go right to it, man. We've asked you about it probably every week. Brandon Ayuk, and here we get to the quote-unquote inflection point is the draft. So I guess my question is, would there be some static or noise you anticipate coming in the next week before the draft?
Well, I would always expect static and noise. The question is, where is the static and noise coming from? And so the only thing that has been out there and reported of any significance has all been wrong or just made up or whatever. So, what we do know is that it is status quo. Where the 49ers were with Brandon Ayuk and a contract extension remains unresolved. He is scheduled to make $14.1 million on the fifth-year option this year, and it's not out of the question that he plays this season on the fifth-year option at 14.1. So that money has already been accounted for on the salary cap. It's figured in right now. I mean, I think the question is, what do the 49ers gain from trading Brandon Ayuk? And also, what would a team give up to get Brandon Ayuk as far as giving the 49ers draft pick compensation, and then also having to kind of fulfill the double whammy of giving up something to the 49ers and then paying Brandon Ayuk the kind of contract, and it would be on Brandon Ayuk's terms. Once the deal is made, Ayuk and his side are going to be getting, the numbers that they want. So a team would basically be paying twice for Ayuk. And then the other side of it for the 49ers, what would they be getting? Well, they'd have to get a new starting wide receiver. And this offense is not conducive to a young guy stepping in and playing right away and playing at a high level right away. And then a year from now, it'll be the Brock Purdy contract. And do you really want to take away Brock Purdy's best option, his favorite target, a guy that really meshes well with Purdy? Because when you think about it, what does Purdy do probably better than most? And that's throw the pass in the middle of the field, kind of being able to see through all the clutter, all the moving parts, and putting the ball on the money to a moving target and having that moving target turn upfield and make big yards. Well, who does that better than anybody? Brandon Ayuk. So I don't see much of a scenario, and I don't see much logic in the 49ers trading him. And at the same time, with a really deep and talented rookie receiving class coming in, I'm not sure there's a lot of logic for another team to go out and give up something big and then pay Brandon Ayuk whatever that number is, $20, $22, $23 million a year.
Matt, staying on the thread of the idea of trading away Brandon Ayuk and then drafting his replacement in the first round, we've seen the 49ers try to use this strategy before, trading away DeForest Buckner and then taking Javon Kinlaw. Do you think that past history of a move like that not working out would deter the 49ers from making that same type of move?
I don't know if it would deter them, but it would certainly give them pause because of the position, too. Yeah, I think defensive tackle is a difficult position to step in as a rookie and play at a high level. It's easier at some other spots, but that was a position where, even if Javon Kinlaw had been healthy and was able to practice and all that, it would have been really difficult for him to fill the shoes of DeForest Buckner, and he never could. 4 seasons, the most he was ever healthy was this last year, and he wasn't a great player. So you really have to take into consideration, the player you're leaving, or your player you're leaving behind, I guess you could say, the guy stepping in, the position, and frankly, wide receiver is a difficult spot. Deebo Samuel had a good rookie season because he was so unique and did a lot of different things. Brandon Ayuk had a good rookie season, but kind of an odd year because he was like the only wide receiver they had because Deebo Samuel was injured much of that 2020 season. So there's no way anybody coming in can replace Brandon Ayuk, who's been in the system for 4 years, has gone through the ups and downs, has withstood some very hard coaching, and who has responded to that hard coaching and has turned into one of the top receivers in the league. There's no way anybody can come in and compensate for the loss of Brandon Ayuk. And also, you're not exactly dealing from a position of strength if you're the 49ers. You have 2 wide receivers on the team, who are quality NFL starting wide receivers. You have a third guy who is very good at sometimes in that third role, but not a prolific pass catcher in Juwan Jennings. He only caught like 19 passes last season, the entire season. Had a heck of a Super Bowl, of course. But then after those 3, what do you have? Nothing, really. I mean, you have some young guys who are trying to find their way, and the 49ers feel like, okay, let's give this guy a chance. Let's give, Danny Gray or Ronnie Bell a chance. But there's nothing there. When you look, it's funny when other teams come in and play the 49ers, I see in a lot of cases, like one really good receiver and then 3 or 4 guys who are all about the same numbers, in that 35 to 45 catch range. 49ers have a significant drop-off after their first 2 guys. So I don't know why they would take a position that's already thin and then make it even more thin and replace one of the top receivers in the league with somebody who you don't know what you're going to be getting.
Good stuff, Matt Maiocco. And that leads us to next week, which is the draft. And that is, obviously they haven't had a first rounder in a while. Now it's 31, and 31's a tough place to find a franchise guy. But, I mean, we could make an argument for almost any position. You can make an argument for offensive tackle. Mm-hmm. You can make an argument for defensive line. You can make an argument for corner. You could make an argument for wide receiver from what you just said, Matt, that they truly are thin there. So is that something that you're keeping an eye on? I'm looking at like Dane Brugler's mock, and there's a guy from Texas named Adonai Mitchell who is projected to go around that area. I mean, is that the kind of thing you'd think, well, the Niners need a receiver? It's not just like not trading Ayuk. You need more.
Yeah, I mean, it all, this is, a really boring answer, but it all depends on their draft board. What they've been able to do through free agency is, they were very active. Not a whole lot of big name guys. I guess Leonard Floyd, would he be the top guy, I guess, that they got during the free agent signing period? Probably. They got a couple defensive tackles. But what they've done is they've really raised the floor on their team from a veteran standpoint. Now, very few of those guys are like, outstanding guys who are going to step into starting roles. The defensive tackles will. Leonard Floyd will. Yetur Gross-Matos will be certainly a rotational player on the defensive line. But what the 49ers have done is that, if let's just say the 20 picks are off the board and the 49ers are sitting at 31, they might have one offensive lineman that hasn't been selected that they really like. They might have one wide receiver. They might have one edge rusher. They might have one, you name the position, one cornerback or 2 cornerbacks. So then it becomes, well, if we really like this offensive lineman, but if he's not there, we're not going to just take the next offensive lineman. We're going to take this cornerback because we think he's a better player than, that wide receiver and this lineman and that guy. So I don't think the 49ers, I would be shocked right now if the 49ers are locked in at 31 saying, we are going to take the next available guy at this particular position. Now, they also have 10 draft picks. 10 draft picks, 10 guys, 10 rookies are not going to make this team. So if they do like a guy at a specific position, they have the ammunition to go up several spots and get a guy. They did that with Brandon Ayuk back in 2020 when they moved back one spot, still got Kinlaw, and then they moved up, I believe it's 5 or 6 spots to get Brandon Ayuk. So that's another thing where you can kind of keep an eye on that. Maybe the 49ers will be active. They're not going to end up with 10 draft picks. There's no way. They're going to be trading some of those picks. They're going to be moving up. It might not be in the first round, but it could be in the second or the third. So keep an eye on that a week from today.
Good stuff. Matt Maiocco, NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR's 49ers Insider. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, Marcus Boucher.
And Matt, since the last time we spoke, there's been a lot of 49er fans texting and calling into the station trying to read the tea leaves about the future of Brandon Ayuk. Last Friday, he officially unfollowed the 49ers on Instagram after scrubbing his Instagram account. You talked about some of those unreliable trade rumors to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And even people are reading into the signing of Trent Taylor as maybe a bad sign from Brandon Ayuk. Are you buying into any of those storylines?
No, not at all. Yeah, Trent Taylor has nothing to do with Brandon Ayuk. Trent Taylor is a guy that caught 43 passes his rookie season, same number of passes as George Kittle, and he looked to be on a trajectory to be kind of similar to his old wide receivers coach, Wes Welker, but then injuries, back issues, foot injuries. What he is a very reliable punt returner. And so when I talked about what the 49ers have done during free agency, they have filled basically every need. So, Trent Taylor is not guaranteed to make the team, but right now, if the 49ers were to play a game, he would be back there fielding punts. But, is he a starting wide receiver? Absolutely not. So, no, I don't think that's that has zero impact on Brandon Ayuk. I mean, if you're not replacing Brandon Ayuk with Trent Taylor, that's for sure.
So, Maddie, going into this situation right now, are they at Santa Clara? Are the players there? What's going on right now?
Yeah, most of them are. I don't know most of them, but yeah, many of them are. Brandon Ayuk is not there. We won't see him until something mandatory happens, like the mandatory mini camp. I don't know that he would be at training camp until something is done. If that's what your question is, I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
Brandon Ayuk.
Well, it's just also and also it's like the offseason of Purdy. Because he didn't, he was in a sling.
Yeah.
Actually, at this time, he had just had the surgery. Now we got him doing the John Deere ad in Bernal Heights.
Yeah.
We got him doing a camp. I saw a youth camp at Levi's.
Yeah.
And he's kind of doing his thing. He's going to come on our show next week to promote the Dwight Clark event that we could talk about too. This is on San Jose on May 16th at California Theater. Maddie will be there, and Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, and Brock Purdy will be there.
And one more before you get to that, and also announced just now, Dre Greenlaw will be the winner of the Dwight Clark Award.
Oh, nice.
So Dre Greenlaw will be up on stage, and everybody will want to see him and see how that Achilles is doing, and he will address his timetable and how he's feeling and what that was like to watch from the locker room, the Super Bowl. So Dre Greenlaw will be joining that quarterback panel, not joining the quarterback panel, but he will be up on stage and accepting that award.
Oh, that's awesome. By the way, DwightClarkAward.com, and you can get fancy tickets for $87, or you can be a little more economical for $49. 2 different options. So DwightClarkAward.com. So just a little bit on Purdy. I mean, did you have any thoughts on Purdy's sort of, I don't know, for lack of a better word, celebrity, or just kind of how he's grooving through his off season right now?
It just seems to be he just is such a good fit. I mean, he just seems to be a natural at this. And, there was never a moment. Probably the most impressive part about him was that the very first time I met him, it must have been the Thursday after the draft. And he kind of bordered on cockiness. And I don't think at that point he understood entirely what that whole Mr. Irrelevant tag was all about. But you kind of got the sense that there was this self-assuredness and kind of I'm not a clown. I'm not a punchline. I don't like this Mr. Irrelevant thing. And then, of course, he learned what it was. But from that moment on, I kind of looked at him like, man, this guy, he kind of carries himself in a different way, and not necessarily how you'd expect a quarterback selected in the 7th round to kind of carry himself. But from the moment he stepped in the building to the practices and training camp and the very few reps early in training camp in the off season, but then once he got into the starting lineup after the 2 injuries, it just seemed natural, and it didn't seem forced at all. And it didn't seem like he was trying to put on an act or, hey, I'm the leader or anything. It was just all so very natural, and his teammates picked up on that as well. And so I would just kind of say the way he's kind of taken it from a year ago, where it was basically a year ago at this time that both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said, if he's healthy, he is the starter. And it's so funny. I think back, the first day that he was cleared for action for training camp, I tweeted out, today is the day that Brock Purdy reclaims his starting job. And the fan base went crazy for that. Like, I was playing favorites, or what are you talking about? He has to earn it, and all this stuff, when John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan had said that. And so take that, a year ago, where a very large portion of the 49ers fan base, and I'm assuming that, on social media, the people commenting were 49er fans, a very large portion of the fan base was not sold on Brock Purdy at all. Meanwhile, everybody else inside the building was. So he's always been one of those guys that the closer you are to him, the more you see him, the more you're around him, the more impressed you are. And I'd say that, this offseason, he just kind of seems to be very comfortable in his role and doesn't, it's not too big for him. And so this is an off season where, he will be on the practice field. The 49ers reported for their off season program on Monday. They're just doing basically conditioning and kind of work without coaches at this point. But this is an opportunity, his first opportunity since he's been in the NFL, to use an entire off season to just get better at his craft. So that's definitely good news for Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
Yeah, and just to wrap this all up real quick, Matt, I was actually curious if you were more impressed by Brock Purdy saving the 49ers season after the Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo injuries, or were you more impressed by Brock Purdy saving the lives of a San Francisco news anchor and her Doberman from a coyote attack?
Well, I talked to Sarah, and she said that wasn't exactly the way it happened. In fact, she told me, this was really funny. I wrote a story on NBCSportsBayArea.com. She has a 90-pound Doberman, and she described this Doberman as big and mean. And so what she said was, if it came down to us or the coyote, her money was on us. She said she would have fought too. So what she did say, though, however, was she never recognized the importance of a voice being able to project as a skill set for a quarterback. But the way he yelled from way down the hill, "Hey, coyote," she said that was the most impressive part of that interaction she had with Brock Purdy.
Great guy. Great reporting. Sleuthing by Matt.
Way to go, Matt.
Maiocco. All right, buddy. Well, Dwight Clark Legacy Series, go to DwightClarkAward.com. Dre Greenlaw's getting it. Alex Smith, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, Brock Purdy. Matty will be there. DwightClarkAward.com next May 16th. So be good, brother. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Awesome. I guess the next time I talk to you will be the morning of the draft.
That's
so
it, buddy.
Wait.
And get bone up on your IU questions again. All right, dude?
Absolutely.
All right. Matt Maiocco, 49ers insider for both NBC Sports Radio and KNBR's own 49er insider. Andy Baggerly at 9:35. Giants Diamondbacks tonight on KNBR 104.5 at 680, the Sports Leader.
Pause.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show for the final time this season to wrap up his weekly hits with Tolbert and Copes, to wrap up the Warriors season, and to talk about this offseason and the future of Klay Thompson. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
That's what this summer is about, is really examining it and figuring out what are our options. You know, what can we do with our roster? You know, are we going to look for some trades? Are we, you know, we're going to bring Klay back, Chris Paul back? You know, I hope so in the latter cases. I really want those guys back. At the same time, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not spending $400 million on a team that you know doesn't get to the playoffs. I don't think that makes any sense.
A lot going on here. Steve Kerr saying, hey, man, we got to figure this out, and Lacob ain't going to pay $400 million to finish in 10th. All that set against the iconic Eminem tune, Stan. Spurred by our caller, Stan Tim, this morning, who spurred an entire segment or two with thoughts on both Klay Thompson and callers. And so Young Tone, we did the What is Young Tony Learning Today? He did not know this song.
Which shocks me.
Yo, you talk much like, you know, you guys are kind of closer in age, so give me your perspective on that.
Well, my breakdown is this is a legendary Eminem song, and he knows the reference of calling a lunatic fan a stan, but he's never connected the dots in that young little brain of his that Eminem was behind the song Stan.
Did you say that
and the turn.
That young little brain?
I know. Was that insulting? My bad,
Are you
Tony.
down with the tune, brother?
It was just early Eminem. And I've never been an Eminem guy.
Oh, really?
I respect him for what he's done for the rap game, 100%. I just not a big fan of his music. I don't know.
He's more of a little Uzi Vert kind of guy.
Wow, big shots fired at Eminem.
No, not shots fired. I respect him.
It's like me in the Sandlot, right?
Yeah.
Nice shots fired, right?
Like
when really shots are being fired.
Like I understand the kid not knowing like It's a Wonderful Life or like some of the older references that we make, but to not know Stan by Eminem.
I'm still saying he should know It's a Wonderful Freaking Life. It's on his freaking TV every Christmas Eve.
You're standing by it.
By the way, when you are proudly sponsored by Marin Health, you can say these things. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Before we get into Kerr and Klay, which is, of course, the topic of the morning, multiple texters, very sharp, 408-916-707-209-925, all saying, guys, is it very obvious that next year the audible from Brock Purdy picked up on the on-field mic will be Coyote. So there it is. He said
Wile E. Coyote.
Somebody says it will be Brock Purdy's Omaha.
Yeah.
Omaha. Mm-hmm. So there you go. All right, very, very good. Listeners are sharp. All right, guys. Well, we are at 9:21 in the morning. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly in about 10 minutes about the Giants taking on a really interesting series with the Diamondbacks coming up. But it's Klay Thompson. He spoke to the media yesterday about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We're trying to figure out where they're going to go. And I've been saying since 6:01 this morning, man, I'm open to both. Now, I'm going to have to jock blog about this at some point, so I'm going to have to take a damn stand. And I think I'm open to – I did this with Draymond a few weeks ago after the Orlando incidents. I'm open to a world without Draymond. Meanwhile, he's now as entrenched as the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah. It's like that Orlando ejection went from being the biggest meltdown of all time to, well, you can't live with this guy, you have to move on, to who are they surrounding Steph and Dre with?
There's no Dubs dynasty without Day-Day.
And I mean, that thing went away in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
They just put up with, like, this is who Draymond is. We're going to have these turbulent moments. When, in fact, we've talked about the fact that they're in the 10 seed because of Draymond's antics.
Correct.
So it's,
and
wow.
That's the most frustrating part.
Is that what enabling is?
100% it is.
Yeah.
Draymond is going to do what he does, and it's led to 4 titles, but it's also led to them missing opportunities to add more rings to the collection.
Yeah. Somebody said you can make an argument he's cost them 2 titles.
Yeah.
So it's like he's net 2.
I heard that argument also, but they're not winning titles without Draymond.
Anyway, here's Klay sitting down, and Anthony Slater, as decorated as a beat writer can get. Mm-hmm. First question says, so what's up with your future? And Klay kind of jumps him a little bit. A little salty Klay right here.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
So it's just, Klay, it's so funny. You want to live in the present, but he wants to talk about the past. It makes no sense.
And really, he shouldn't want to talk about the past because his past game, he went 0 for 10.
Yeah, this is all true. So he's just kind of, listen, this is the guy, we know him. He's the guy, same guy who will take Rocco on a walk, make Rocco a social media star, take Moses Moody and Chris Paul on a boat, do Instagram Live on his boat, listening to tunes, and then he'll leave the arena in his uniform.
Yeah, and then he'll show up to a Warriors practice with a number 76 jersey on because people didn't vote him for the NBA top 75 team.
He's a beauty. He's all over the place.
He's Klay.
Now, here's what he said. He actually said he hasn't thought about it. Do you believe him here? Cut X.
To be honest, I really haven't given it much thought because what I previously just said about the season we had and how much commitment it takes to play the games we did and give it our all. So I really haven't thought about that deep in the future because I still need to process the year we had, and it was one filled with ups and downs, but ultimately I personally and our team did everything we could to try and, win as many games as we possibly could.
Yeah, says he hasn't given it much thought, which, obviously it's got to be fibbing a little bit. When your head hits the pillow, you have to be thinking about your future.
And I get it. We know athletes get super hyper-focused and locked in, especially when they are going down the final stretch of the season. But Klay's definitely thought about it. I'm sure he thought about it last year when the Warriors offered him a 2-year, $48 million deal, which might be better than the deal he gets this offseason. So he's know that this upcoming free agency has kind of been in the headlights for a year or two now.
We had a caller, Stan Tim, who, by the way, texted in again and told me, he said he gave himself that nickname, Stan Tim.
Hell yeah, Stan Tim.
But that if Klay leaves for more money, he will lose all respect for Klay. That truly, if you are happy and are being paid a handsome wage, that should be all you need. It led to a huge discussion on human nature, capitalism, money, greed. It even led to Gene Simmons being dialed up here from because as much as Stan Tim was saying, listen, if Klay truly is happy and following his bliss, he should take less money. Then there's the other angle, the front man from Kiss.
Johnny Lydon.
No, just the end part. Just the end part. It's just the end part. That's all we need is like the last 5 seconds here, brother. There you go.
Anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar.
That's it right there.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. Everybody wants more money.
Yeah.
But when you already have a house up in Belvedere, when you got a boat on the bay, how much more does Klay Thompson need?
That's the answer. That's the eternal question. I mean, that's like I told you, that gets Great Gatsby, green light at the end of the dock. What more does the human beast need? This is when I tell my biker story about the Taco Bell in Westwood. No, I've told that one too many times.
Oh, no, I want to hear this story.
The Christian bikers? I told this one within the last 3 months.
Oh, it might have gone over my head.
I'm the dad with only a limited amount of stories here. So yeah, my girlfriend was visiting in San Diego State. We were probably having another fight. It was like awkward and bad, and she was about to leave. And so we decided to go get some food at Taco Bell in Westwood. And this is probably the spring of '86. And we're sitting there, and there's these Christian bikers walked in, these leather guys. Like Chris, they had crosses and biker gear. And they sat down next to us, and the one guy said, Brother Glenn, I'm worried about Brother Michael. What are we going to do? I was like, what the hell's going on here? I'm at a Taco Bell in Westwood. These guys in leather with crosses are talking about Brother Glenn and Brother Michael. And he said, he's straying from the mission. I was like, what the hell is going on? And he said, Brother Joseph, Brother Glenn has fallen to the prey of human temptation. Ooh. The eye of man always craves more. And I was sitting there with my little taco going, damn, this dude's dropping science right next to me here. The eye, I've always remembered that story. The eye of man always craves more. So, there you go.
I need to know his thoughts on Brother Klay. On Splash Brother Klay.
Brother Klay.
Yeah, on Splash Brother Klay.
Splash Brothers.
Splash Brother Klay.
According to these Christian bikers, the eye of man always craves more.
Oh, man.
So there it is. So bad news from the bikers in Westwood, dude, in '86.
Bad news for Brother Klay.
And also bad news that we all ate at Taco Bell, which means we probably had to run to the bathroom shortly thereafter.
Live Moss. Shout out the second inning of the Giants game.
El Baño Moss is what you're doing there, right? So, sorry, I didn't mean to do. Am I going to be doing a Taco Bell read pretty soon here, too? Anyway, guys, one more on Klay. About his future, Z1. He's like, listen, guys, no decisions today, right?
Well, consider it's April 17th. I don't think I have to pivot that quickly. When is free agency? July 1st? Yeah, I got some time.
Okay, so we will play this out, guys. I'm sure many days, but we do. June, July 1st, we'll figure it out. Klay Thompson in limbo. All right, Giants in limbo. Last time they won back-to-back games was March 29th and 30th. They tried to do that for the first time in 3 weeks tonight. I don't know. I'm on one about this Diamondback series. I'm sort of intrigued by it Because I'm looking at the Diamondbacks lineup. It's a good club. It's a good club with some good players coming in.
That was at the World Series last year.
But they're only 9-10, so they're waiting to get going. They got their 2 aces coming this weekend. But do the Giants argue they have 4 aces going Thursday through Sunday? We'll talk about it with Andy Baggerly next on the Sports Leader.
Coyote.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
I'm so curious as young Tony's rejoins as we make the connection with Andy Baggerly. Is there any particular reason you're going Boss here, buddy?
They're coming home.
Okay, all right. You went to a Motley Crue home sweet home, maybe a little more rocking?
Yeah.
But I'm with the Boss. What are you kidding me? You don't get me going on the Boss. I'm following all this. He's active on social now, on like TikTok and stuff, and posting some fun stuff. And I'm still not over the concert I saw at Chase. It was religious. It really was. And I read my guy Glite, who took me, sending me some stuff, some more reviews. Anyway, thank you for this. But he did not play this the night I saw him, but I would have welcomed
Not the night of the spiritual cleanse.
it was a spirit.
Center.
It truly was. It truly was.
Didn't work for that Pelicans game that Friday night.
No, but they might have won the next game.
Yeah,
Monty Poole joins Papa in London at 10:30. Monty wrote an interesting piece on NBC Sports Bay Area's thing. He read some negative vibes into Klay's body language and stuff. He said he thinks Klay is more out the door than in the door.
Ooh.
Anyway, we'll tune in.
We'll discuss.
Tune in for that take at 10:30. All right, Andy Baggerly, Giants in town. And who are these Giants? Well, if I look at it this way, Andy, without the Dodgers, they're 8-8. All right? With the Dodgers, they're 8-11. And they just won a road series for the first time all year and won their first series in Miami since 2016. So any one of those threads you can grab. Good morning, Andy. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Bags.
Good morning. They even won a series without the other team throwing the ball into their dugout a few times. So that was good to see too. No, it's they definitely have to beat teams like the Marlins, because I was talking to Kerry Crowley the other day. There really aren't that many teams in the National League that are like series that you absolutely should win. I mean, even teams like the Pirates, they're getting better. There's a lot of parity in the National League, and the Marlins really are a team that you need to go in and beat. And the Giants have had trouble doing that, and they got 2 out of 3. And you look at the National League, and they're 8-11, still kind of fighting their footing, but they're about to play a Diamondbacks team that's 9-10. The Padres are 11-10. Even the Dodgers are 12-9. So I think everyone's still trying to find their way in this division, and I think the Giants feel pretty decent about the way that they're finishing that trip.
And Bags, that's the good news. They won the series down in Miami. The bad news is they've had 3 straight games with double-digit strikeout totals. So what are you thinking right now with this Giants' offensive approach at the plate?
Yeah, I wasn't on the trip. I was watching the game and hearing Dave Fleming and Javi Lopez on the call, and they kept remarking on the same thing I was seeing, which was how much off-speed pitches were being thrown at them. I mean, there were just there were, even in fastball counts, they weren't getting fastballs, and that's interesting. I think you note a lot of that. You note the fact that they've been taking a lot of pitches, which in some instances I think is expected when you have guys who work counts like Lamont Wade or somebody who's learning the league like Jung-Hoo Lee. But they clearly are a little concerned about where the offense is at. They've moved Lee from first to third. I think they're trying some different combinations because they know it. They got to get this offense going a little more consistently than it has been. And obviously the contact issues were a big issue for them earlier in the year last year, and they've kind of cropped up again. So this is not a team that can strike out 10 times a game because they're probably going to hit 3 home runs. This is a team that's going to have to create traffic on the bases and get clutch hits and score in a lot of different ways. So strikeouts, they end rallies, they end innings. They're obviously the least productive outs you can make. So I think obviously focusing forward, it's going to be important that the Giants cut those down.
Andy Baggerly of The Athletic talking about the Giants who come home to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. Logan Webb versus Ryan Nelson. The weekend, they got a tough deal with Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly going at them. But the Giants have some tough customers too. Webb and Snell, Thursday, Friday. Hey, briefly, I just on my MLB app, they hadn't listed Harrison and Hicks for Saturday or Sunday. Was that just because somebody at MLB hadn't updated it? There's nothing going on there, right?
No, I wouldn't think so. As far as last I heard, everything is fine, I don't think that there's that just may be a glitch.
I just ride with my MLB app, you know what I mean? And so tonight it says Logan Webb and Ryan Nelson at 6:45. I believe it. Andy, Jung-Hoo Lee moved to third the last couple days. You were just talking about the offense and the search. He was supposed to be the leadoff hitter, right? So what's going on?
Well, I think you look at the on base. He's getting on base by getting hits, and he's not really he's not swinging at strikes, but pitchers aren't really nibbling with him. And I think already the book is kind of out. I even talked to Patrick Bailey on the last road trip. I said, how would you try to get this guy out? And he said, honestly, I would tell my pitchers, don't even try to nibble, don't try to get him to chase because he's not going to do it. Just live in the zone and honestly, hope we defend him as best we can and he hits it at somebody, because that's kind of what you have to do. Otherwise, it's an exercise in frustration because he's just not going to take pitches out of the zone. And so I don't think he's drawn a lot of walks as a consequence of that. And, he's so good at putting the barrel on the ball that, even spoiling like tough pitches, instead of foul balls, he's putting them in play. So, the average pitches per plate appearance is maybe not where a guy with those bat to ball skills you think they might be. So I think it's partly a consequence of let's see if we can get some more action in that leadoff spot. And you know what? I think ideally, looking forward, if the Giants had someone who could be an everyday leadoff hitter who had a little bit of wheels and some on-base ability, which I don't know if they have that perfect person right now, but I would love to see Jung-Hoo Lee as a number 2 hitter. I mean, bring back the hit and run. I could see all day, start that runner, get that second baseman to cover the bag and vacate the right side of the infield, and boom, Lee shoots one through, and you got runners at the corners. I can see that happening all day long. So I wonder if maybe long-term that may be where he fits, but, maybe it's to take a little pressure off him as well because the leadoff spot is so high profile. But, they're just trying. They're trying different things, and Bob Melvin's not the kind of manager who's going to, Yahtzee his way through the lineup every day. He likes consistency, and I think he's been pretty consistent so far, but that is one new wrinkle that they've thrown in, and it'll be interesting to talk to him today and find out just how he thought it played out.
Andrew Baggerly from The Athletic is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line this morning. In Bags, I wanted to go back a couple weeks ago to when the Washington Nationals came to town. They had success running against the Giants. Now, yesterday, we did see a nice highlight of Patrick Bailey throwing out Jazz Chisholm at second base. Where are you with Patrick Bailey defensively right now, especially with the Arizona Diamondbacks coming to town?
Yeah, did you catch the little finger wag he threw, too, at Jazz Chisholm?
The Matumbo finger wag, yeah.
Yeah, a little not this little Dikembe Mutombo time. So, Bailey's an interesting guy because, he's not textbook. He throws from all different arm angles. It allows him to have the pop time that he has. And, he's been working real hard on his accuracy throwing to bases. We know that it kind of tailed off a little bit in the second half last year, but the biggest issue is pitchers giving him time to throw. And, I think that you look at some of the times to the plate, and Grant Brisbee did sort of a deep dive on this. The times to the plate haven't been horrible, but the average leads that runners are getting are like the biggest in baseball. So that's something you can fix. That's something you address with more throwovers. Try to vary your times, vary your moves, and that's a big part of competing and pitching out there. Not just being quick to the plate, but being a little tough to read. So I'd imagine that knowing their attention to detail, that's something that they're going to focus on. And because they know if they give Patrick Bailey time, he's going to have a pretty good success rate in cutting down runners. But it's something that I think there's some meat on the bone there for them to get better at.
His defensive season has been interesting so far. Highlighted yesterday. Early days, I know 19 games, but 19. Any characteristics you're seeing of the Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Pat Burrell regime, Brian Price? Anything different that you can identify?
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny. I guess Gabe Kapler was in on the field meeting and greeting people in Miami the other day, where he now obviously works as a vice president, assistant GM. One thing that's just very small, but it probably doesn't mean much of anything, but just a stylistic thing that I can't help but notice is when there are replay challenges in like the 6th inning and the Giants still have their challenge, and even if, the replay shows that the Giants batter was out or whatever, Kapler would still challenge because he'd be like, why not? It's free. It's there. I might as well use it. And Melvin is like, you know what? I'm not going to waste everyone's time. let's just move on. We're not going to get it overturned. So I think that he's a little more, let's not fire every bullet we have just because we have them. It's definitely a different managerial style. And you hear little things here and there sort of leak out about how things went last year and the way meetings were run, or there wasn't a whole lot of explanation. It was just, we got to get this guy out in this area of the strike zone, and there was really no talk about, what pitches to throw, or there's just differences of stylistic communication that some of it resonated well with players, and a lot of it sort of left people more confused than reassured. So I think that you're just going to get more of a straightforward, and Bob Melvin is just more of a traditional baseball guy in the way he communicates with people, and there are positives and negatives associated with that. And we saw that there was a big negative with what happened with the bullpen and the miscommunication, and Taylor Rogers making it all the way to the infield almost before he had to turn around and go back and Camilo Duvall came out. So I think it's important to note that it's not, Kapler bad, Melvin good. I mean, there are going to be times that this coaching staff has issues too, and Melvin has to say, look, I'm the manager. I'm going to protect whoever made that mistake and say it's my fault, and that's what he did. You're a leader of people. You're managing a department just like you are in any workspace environment, and everybody's going to have a different style, a different way to do things.
And I would just end it on this saying, it just, obviously this is the way the roster is constructed, but the idea of 5 starters is just crazy. You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's so foreign to me that we're going into a 4-game set and we know all 4 guys. I mean, and again, that's Farhan gave him that, but that's maybe the biggest difference, right?
Yeah, and I think there may be times when it does make sense to use an opener, and if you, I just don't think you necessarily break it down as fast as they did last year, and it'd be interesting to see what Sean Manaita's season would have looked like if he'd stayed a starter the whole year. It might have been bad. He might have not gotten the contract he got with the New York Mets, or maybe it allowed him to flourish doing it the way that they did. And in other ways, like a Ross Stripling, he went the other way. So. Different people respond differently to, different managerial styles as well. But, I agree with you. I think that fans like to see continuity from everybody I've talked to, and different conversations I have with fans and followers and readers is, they want to see, they want to know who's pitching too. And I think that's probably what you're getting at. And that's, what this coaching staff does, how they line people up is probably a little more in line with what fans have come to expect.
Interesting series this weekend, man. A little bit of a middleweight bout between 2 teams that have playoff aspirations early on, so a good litmus test. We will look forward to your writing, Andy. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Have a great week.
Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. By the way, I just did a quick while he was talking there. So right now the Giants are 11th in starting pitcher innings, not that far from first. Last year, 30th.
Yeah.
They were dead last.
Well, that's what happened when John Brebby and Ryan Walker were top 5 in starts last year, Murph.
I mean, it really is truly amazing to know, like, oh, you're going tonight, you're going to see Webb. You're going Friday night, you're going to see Snell. Saturday, you're going to see young Kyle or Jordan Hicks. Wait. No, Kyle Saturday and Hicks on Sunday.
Murph, it's why I haven't missed a game this season, and I'll be there tonight.
I have the tickets tomorrow night, too.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right. Let's get $20 beers, everybody.
Let's go, Murph.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There you go, young Tone. There you go. Giants coming home. Home sweet home, Motley Crue style. Or, the one that everybody always plays when they take the field, Thin Lizzy. Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys who've been away. By the way, I'll never get tired of hearing Thin Lizzy boys are back in town. Never get tired of hearing Thin Lizzy, period. So good job. Giants tonight, you'll be out there, bud?
Oh, I'll be at the ballpark, Murph.
Okay.
I haven't missed a game this year.
Do you think you might go 81?
I'm going to make an attempt to go all 81.
Aren't you going to leave town at some point this summer?
I mean, I got to take a vacation.
Yeah.
I'm actually maxed out on vacation days because I never take days off, so maybe.
This guy's incredible work ethic.
No days off,
But you
Murph.
need to be on Lake Don Pedro at some point, don't
You're
you?
right, dude. I got to take a Don Pedro trip. I got to go up to Lake Tahoe this summer. So, yeah, I might
But
miss
you might
one
do
or
it
two
when the
games.
Giants are on the road.
I'll schedule my vacation for a road trip.
It is true. I used to wonder about people who had season tickets when I was a kid. I'm like, do they go to all 81? Some do. Very slim minority, but some do.
Yeah, but I'm a 15-minute walk to the ballpark, so I'm going to be out there as much as possible.
I mean, your transformation as a city resident is one of the biggest storylines in recent KNBR history.
I'm a city
Really
guy,
is, in
Murph.
recent KNBR history.
City boy, water
Well, I
boy.
was just asking about your locals, and you said not to give it away so people don't stalk you.
Yeah, dude.
But you might find them at Ballast Point Brewing Company, which is a relatively new spot.
Yeah, down the street from Chase Center.
But I asked John Joe Curley, his local, and he went with the old school, Mauna Loa. Now, there's a drinking establishment, my
Nice,
friends.
dude. And then we got into a digression about you drinking back in the day. And can we talk about your trivia team name that we just had a discussion about?
The legendary. Well, if you were at the Plow and the Stars in 2000, 2001, 2002, you were beaten by the Trivia Titan, Trivia Pub Night at the Plow and the Stars Monday nights, Borgnine's Corns. Borgnine's Corns.
And you should have seen
young
mine and John Joe's reaction.
So, Young Tony, we always do
Ernie Borgnine.
What did Young Tony learn today? And there are certain times I give you a wide berth. Like certain things I'm like, you probably don't know and you're okay. I mean, I wouldn't expect you to. You know Ernest Borgnine?
Not a clue. Way over the head.
And I wouldn't expect you to.
And to be honest, Tony, I wasn't aware either, but then I Googled him and I said, Murph, Ernie Borgnine was the owner in the movie Basketball. Of course, Tony, you still haven't watched it yet, but I came to work in my Bears jersey. He's the owner that dies by choking on a hot dog, and they got that CGI hot dog going in and out of his mouth as they're trying to give him CPR, Murph.
It was funny.
Yeah.
I saw it. I actually just saw the scene. I cannot believe the basketball crew locked down Borgnine. That must have been shortly before he left this earth, too.
Well, dude, shout out to the basketball crew for locking down Borgnine and then having a KNBR logo in the background when they play the San Francisco Fairies.
Wow, are you serious?
KNBR 68 in the background.
Why don't we promote that more?
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
What year did that movie come out?
Oh, basketball must have been like 98, 99, early 2000s.
So, and he died in 2012. Actually, he made it to 2012.
Yeah, good for
Damn,
him.
he made it to 95, Ernie did, despite his foot maladies, hence Borgnine's Corns. Dude, no, you won't even believe this. So me and my buddy Tim, we were we like to amuse each other in our own. We had very obscure riffs. And Borgnine always fascinated us because the guy's got an unbelievable mug.
What a mug.
All-time mug.
Borgnine.
In fact, if Danny Dunn could go as Borgnine for Halloween,
I'll take
if he
that.
colored in the teeth a little bit. I mean, listen, Borgnine's legendary. Marty, Best Actor, won an Oscar for Best Actor, and also was in my dad's all-time favorite movie. We were raised on From Here to Eternity. Burt Lancaster, Deborah Carr, the whole deal, Montgomery Clift. And Borgnine plays the tough guy who beats up Montgomery. He actually beats up Sinatra. Sinatra's in From Here to Eternity.
Wow.
Anyway, so Borgnine's just one of these guys, the mug of mugs.
And I love that you named your trivia team after Borgnine.
Well, he and I, Tim and I got on a riff once about Borgnine and his wife Tova, he would always reference. And then somehow we got on him having a foot malady. And somehow we got about Borgnine having, what if Borgnine had corns, which is a foot malady. And then when we had to name our trivia team, we went with Borgnine's Corns.
Nice
and this Irish guy, Paul, was the pub master, right? So he would get hammered as the night went on. And there was this other group that would show up every night called the Fightin' Amish. And they were our bitter rivals.
The Fightin' Amish.
So this is like basketball, but this is like a huge rivalry, like the original Joes versus the Who in dodgeball. Who was the rivalry in that?
Oh, why am I blanking right now? We're talking about like the Purple Cobras.
But yeah, it was like a bad rivalry. So like me and my
Globo Jim.
Globo Jim, thank you.
You guys all know I talked about my dear buddy Harmsy, who we lost last summer. He was on that Borgnine's Corns with me and Timmy. And it was us against, and so this guy, this pub master guy, would be like, after round 3, Fighting Amish with 65 points. Borgnine's Carnes with 60. Nice. And we would just laugh our ass off that we made this guy say Borgnine's Carnes every Monday night. He's like, and now to the lightning round, Borgnine's Carnes have the lead 100-90. And so that was the deal. This all came about because I asked Marcus how life in the city is, and he's like, it's going well. And we started talking about our locals. Mm-hmm. And then you were talking about Thin Tim runs a pub trivia night here.
That's it. Shout out Thin Tim's trivia night.
He's got a long way to go until he has Borgnine's cords. Yeah. Grappling with the fighting Amish. All right, enough nonsense. Let's get some business done here before we hand it over here. Yes.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph. Today's Giants Sutter Health Report is on Ethan Small because we know Farhan Zaidi makes no move too small. Ethan Small, who went down earlier in spring training with a moderate right oblique strain. Small is currently throwing out to 90 feet. He was acquired from the Brewers, over the offseason and was in the running for a bullpen spot before sustaining the injury. Small was placed on the 60-day IL on March 28th, so he won't be eligible to return until May 27th at the earliest. And that was your Giants Sutter Health update from doctors who never stop answering questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Oh, man, we just got, so we got to do what did young Tony learn today? But can you also, while you're here, cue up some Allman Brothers? I just got word that Dickie Betts died. I'm so sorry to report that. Allman Brothers, one of the greatest bands of all time.
Allman Brothers.
I'm waiting on Ramblin' Man's the easiest one to play. You just go ahead and dial that up.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, that's dude, you want to talk about the little Tom Petty, right? I mean, there's no Tom Petty without the Allman Brothers, brother. And so anyway, we just lost Dickie Betts today, thanks to a listener who turned us on. You don't have to do that, Young Tone, if we don't have it. We can quickly do what did Young Tony learn today as our way out here. Yeah, dude. Oh, man. Listen, our great buddy is in Freestone Peaches, as you know, and I told you, if you ever listen to the Allman Brothers, you wonder, why am I not listening to the Allman Brothers every day of my life? Okay, brother? Truly one of the greatest bands in the history of the United States of America, and we lost Dickie Betts today. So there you go, man. Thank you for that, Young Tone. We don't want to play your sounder, but today was a day for you. It was a big day for you.
Learned a lot for young Tony.
I think the headliner was Stand by Eminem.
Yes. I was just going to say,
headliner. Also, The Great Gatsby as a book.
Correct.
And the fact that you've never used a payphone, right?
Never.
Okay, we got that. And Red Auerbach.
Heard the name.
Okay, 11 titles.
No knowledge.
As NBA champion. He would smoke a cigar when the game. He would smoke a cigar during a game to signify that the game was over. So right now, we'll smoke a cigar and get out of here, buddy, and hand it over
bother you, young
to
man?
Papa LaVerry. Wow, Marcus, good recall. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
No, because I hate the fact that you guys have moved to this format of allowing us idiots to call.
No one was going to scream, and I was like, all right. And so I screamed, and I was like, yo, there's a coyote. That thing went running off.
Pause.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Two great friends, Mike Brown and Steve Kerr, an embrace. Largest margin of victory since 2006 for Sacramento over Golden State, and Keegan Murray was brilliant here tonight with 32 points. Next stop for Stephen Curry, Team USA at the Olympics, playing for Steve Kerr.
Older people don't get, sports ain't for old people, they're for young people. That's no disrespect. Clay's a Hall of Famer, but he's lowered his number, but he ain't, just because he lowered his number don't mean he's going to play better as he ages. It doesn't work.
He can play better in a different role.
What role?
He could play in a second unit role.
But who gonna put it? They're gonna put it in there for him.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm saying to me, we said what should they do? For me, you can't get young. You have to get younger vets.
All right, that's the TNT guys. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We had a good discussion yesterday, starting at noon, right after the Giants beat Miami. We do have a lot to go over with Arizona, but day number 2, the Warriors are out. We'll discuss more, answer the questions, and we're starting to get some information on who may stay, who may go. If you didn't get a chance yesterday to vibe with us, then an opportunity today to become a member of society and get your thoughts out about the Warriors. So we'll get into that conversation as well. The NBA playoffs continue. Tons of stuff to get to. We fill a draft as we are, 9 days away? Or excuse me, less than that. Today's Thursday, a week away from the draft. So we had a ton to get to today on a Thursday edition of the show. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
And Sal Pal. Grab your shoe shine box, Sally. He's going to join us coming up a little bit later on in the show. And obviously, a lot of changes with the team he covers, the Philadelphia Eagles, but he's really close to Washington. And it's really interesting what Adam Peters, our friend, assistant GM at John Lynch for years, and now Bob Myers, also working there. And we talked to Bob the other day on Monday. I think the draft starts with what they do. Most people think it's Jaden Daniels. What if they like one of the other quarterbacks more or as well, and they trade back? Who would come up to get Daniels? It'll be fascinating. But we are going to start to lock in a little bit on the draft. And we are going to hear from Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr today. The players had their exit interviews yesterday. Mike is going to join the media at noon today, and Steve at 1:30. And before that, 11:30, we'll talk to Monty Poole, who will give us more insight into the many off-season choices they have to make contractually. Obviously, Chris Paul, is he a one and done? What do they do with Kevon Looney? We've been talking about Kevon for a long time, John, really being the most underrated, or one of the most underrated Bay Area performers, champions of all time. It's just Steph, Klay, Dre, Andre, and Kevon. And he wasn't as instrumental in the first one, but he was in the last ones, and certainly 22 he was. His number comes way down. What do they do with him now that Trace Jackson Davis has proven he's a player? But the real story is going to be Klay Thompson and what happens with Klay. And right after we got off the air yesterday, John, he had a 17-minute back and forth with the media that was just classic Klay. Just really honest, combative to start when they asked about the future. You don't want to live in the present, bro. And he went back and forth, but he talks so openly and honestly about where he is and the ups and downs and all arounds of his career. And mainly it's been ups, but those back-to-back injury years, the last game ever at Oracle, Game 6, Danny Green against Toronto, and the torn of the left ACL, then the Achilles workout where he tore the Achilles the day they drafted James Wiseman. You look at a day that really shifted the fortunes of the Warrior franchise. It was Klay tearing his Achilles that day, just coming back off the pandemic and not even being in the bubble, and then drafting Wiseman, how that all turned out. He could have that day over again. What would you do? But he's reinvented himself in large degree as a defender, trying to figure out where he's best suited as an offensive player and what role he is. But really, I think when we look back on the history of the Bay Area as far as number twos, and it's kind of hard to say, put Klay that way, but Steph's the guy, a lot like Willie Mays was the guy, and Willie McCovey was more of a number two, or Jerry Rice was the guy, and John Taylor or T.O. were more number twos. We can go on and on. I don't like to do it that way, but I look at it more like without Klay, Steph's not Steph. Klay took the biggest threat on the perimeter, right when Daniel Ehrman put him on Tony Parker years ago as a young player in San Antonio, and he's guarding the ball, and he did it. That was his role. He can't be off the ball. He's a head turner. He loses people like he did Keegan Murray on Tuesday night in sack, but on the ball, he's a difference maker, and that size, the Steph-Monte backcourt did not work. The Steph and Klay backcourt became the best in the history of the NBA because of Klay's size and his ability to guard. So to me, he was more than a number two. He allowed the whole thing does not happen if Klay does not become Klay and do it with his different ego than Steph and certainly Draymond and just fit in. But he's going to have to reinvent himself. First of all, he's got to figure out a number for a contract extension. I think they'll work that out. But, he arrived at age 21, just a kid. Really couldn't get any thoughts out to, talk to you for 17 seconds. And yesterday he sat there for 17 minutes, and a lot of it was, back and forth and brief. And but he's evolved, and now at age, going into his age 34 year, they got to figure out a contract for him, which I think they will do. But it's been fascinating to watch the ups and downs and all arounds of Klay Thompson, who may be considered, and all those other names I put in there, the best number 2, the best co-star in the history of Bay Area sports.
All right, we'll get into it. Well, we'll let you hear from Klay at about 10:30. We'll play some of the cuts, and like you said, very candid Klay, fun Klay. But I think everything he said in those 17 minutes, as you said, was kind of encapsulated the entire year. He had some fun, but then he questioned why people can't live in the present, but everybody wants to know the future, and he was kind of a little bit frustrated by that. He kind of harkened back to maybe the way he was a little bit earlier in the season, a little bit defensive. I can completely understand that after an 0 for 10, 0 for 6, and the frustration that you could see on his face. And a lot of this is going to come down to Klay's decision, because they're going to offer him a certain amount of money, and other teams around the league probably value his championship experience, know that he can still shoot the basketball on a certain role, and may offer him more money. So it really comes down to, does Klay want to stay a Warrior? We'll get into that conversation as well. Steph spoke right after the game about that as well. And then, as you said, a number of different players who will let you hear from today, not only Klay, but I thought Moses Moody, wise beyond his years, was really interesting. Jonathan Kuminga saying that he hasn't even thought about that he could sign an extension. I found that difficult to believe. We'll talk about that, because I think behind Klay, number 2 on the list is Jonathan Kuminga, and what they think of him, if he can be that true number 1, because old guys don't win championships. But what happens is Tim Duncan gets Kawhi Leonard, or Peyton Manning gets his defense like he did Von Miller, or John Elway gets Terrell Davis. Those kind of guys get rejuvenated by a player who actually takes control as the number 1 guy. Can Kuminga be that guy, or do they need to go out and get that guy? I think other than Klay Thompson and wondering if he is going to come back, the second question they have to answer is, can Kuminga be that guy? And not in 2 or 3 years, can Kuminga be that guy next year? Because that's the timeline of these guys. How fast can Kuminga be that guy? And if he's not, then who can you go out to be that guy? I think that's a big question.
Well, I mean, one thing with the, dynasty talk and all that, you have to really look at the history of dynasties in the NBA, and they change over years. They do not stay the same. There's usually one guy that's there for the duration of it, but we have seen quarterbacks change in the NFL, but like the Russell dynasty is the greatest, in the NBA, certainly, and what they did, 11 titles in 13 years, rivals what the Yankees did, or any team, Montreal, anybody in any sport. But they changed. They were Bob Cousy and Bill Sharman early, and they became more John Havlicek later, and the Joneses. And then obviously into Magic. Magic's first championship team, James Worthy was not on that. It was Silks Wilkes. It was a very different group he had initially. Michael Thompson joined him later. Earlier, it was talk about changing roles. Sir Charles, Bob McAdoo joined the L.A. Lakers after 3 scoring titles in Buffalo and played off the bench for Pat Riley. That Laker dynasty changed throughout the entirety. Magic stayed there. Kareem stayed there. But they changed. And then, Larry Bird's teams, they added Bill Walton later for a 6-man role. They evolved. The Spurs teams that we saw up close was mainly Tim and David. 4 up, 4 down. The Twin Towers, high post, low post. They changed when they got Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. They opened the floor up. It was more side pick and roll with Tony and Manu being Manu. And then they changed again when they got Kawhi Leonard. They went to more ice ball. And the Warriors have changed. The first championship in the 73-9 team was completely different than the Kevin Durant years. And then you lose Durant, you have to reinvent yourself, and you bring in, Andrew Wiggins via D'Angelo Russell, which Durant and Rich Kleiman help you get, and you bring in Kevon Looney, you bring in Jordan Poole. So the pieces around, even Michael Jordan's obviously changed from Hol Grant early, the first 3, to Dennis Rodman, from John Paxson the first 3, to Steve Kerr later. They just change. So, Steph, Klay, and Dre are the pillars here. Steph's really the anchor of it all. Their roles around him will have to change. But to your point, you're going to have some of these guys develop into the next era of however long you can sustain the success. If it results in winning championships or not, just how do you how do you press that out? Magic didn't win at the end, but, Sam Perkins came in. They changed the team a little bit even after Kareem retired. Kuminga can be that guy. The two young guys are going to have meaty roles. It looks like Paul's going to go. They can't afford to pay a backup point guard $30 million. So Brandon Pajemski's going to have a prominent role next year, and he knows it. And then Trace Jackson-Davis is going to have more of a prominent role than he did this year, but it's going to be more in his second year. And then what does that mean ultimately for Kevon Looney? So the dynasty is just going to be detoured here. If you can sustain it or not, that's up to the future and the calls that Mike Dunleavy and Joe have to make, and Steve. But dynasties do change. They do not stay exactly the same throughout all.
All right, give us your thoughts. If you didn't get in yesterday because we had Giants baseball during the day and we didn't start till around noon, give us your thoughts. If you didn't get in and wanted to talk about the loss, if you want to talk about the offseason, if you want to talk about a specific question, because like you said, it goes from Klay to Kuminga to Wiggins to Chris Paul to Looney to all these guys and these young guys and what their roles will be on the team. Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, 415-808-5627. That is both the text line and the call-in line. So if you got time to text, hit us up, and we'll get to the best ones. And if you want to call, that's fine as well, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get to it next. Klay Thompson at about 10:30, and as Pop said, some of the principals will be speaking live today. We'll give you that as well. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the end of the Warriors season, what the future holds for the team. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state? You don't want that. That's not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, as beautiful as the weather is right now, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're out more than ever, and they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion, that's $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That's what this summer is about, is really examining it and figuring out what are our options. You know, what can we do with our roster? You know, are we going to look for some trades? Are we, we're going to bring Klay back, Chris Paul back? You know, I hope so in the latter cases. I really want those guys back. At the same time, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not spending $400 million on a team that doesn't get to the playoffs. I don't think that makes any sense.
That was really interesting. That was Steve Kerr yesterday with the guys. If you missed that interview with Tolbert and Copes, hit up KNBR.com and you can listen to the whole thing. Very revealing, I think. And I don't know, logically, and we'll go through the steps and the questions. Klay Thompson is going to be number one, and we're going to hear some of Klay's press conference in about 10 minutes, bottom of the hour. You don't want to miss it. But logically, who knows what they're going to do? But logically, what that kind of tells me is I think they'll try to bring back the big three. I think that the young guys, if they can keep them intact, TJD and Pods, like you said, and some of these young and upcoming guys, I think they will. I think they have to make a decision on if they think Kuminga in short order can be that Kawhi Leonard type to Tim Duncan, that type of guy who can be maybe the number one guy and then everybody else follows in line, the young guy, to take him into the next part of the dynasty like you talked about. But then where that leaves guys like Looney, who's got one more year and $8 million, or GP2, who's got a player option at $9.1 million, guys like that is an interesting question. Then Pops, I hope I'm translating this correctly, but what I read this morning on Paul's contract is it's $30 million, and they have to exercise the option by June 28th, and they can use a portion of that contract. So in other words, let's just for the sake of conversation, they find a player that they can match at $15 million, and they attach a draft pick to that money, and they can trade Chris Paul and take a player back of that ilk. Now, the reason why another team would take that back is that that's probably a multi-year player. They're getting Chris Paul's contract back, and they'll get a draft pick. But they've only got until June 28th to do that. They obviously can't do it over $30 million, and I don't know that they would want to match, but it could be less than that 30, so they could get 10 or 15 or whatever the number is. Then that team who gets Chris Paul, that's all they have to assume of the guaranteed part of the contract. But they have to do it by June 28th.
Yeah, that's the date of guarantees. So, I mean, fine, you heard Steve, and for him to come flat out and say as the head coach of the team, and we're going to hear Steve today, his exit interview or end of season Q&A with the media will be at 1:30. We'll bring it to you live, and Mike Dunleavy, the GM, will be at noon. We'll bring it to you live or as much as we can. They've already have committed salaries for next year at $174 million. The tax threshold is 171.3. Then the second apron is there. They've got a lot of decisions to make. Chris Paul, and I, at the end of the year, I gave a big speech about how I finally warmed to him being a Warrior. I went to a game and watched everything he did, and he's a great pro. I've always thought that about him, but I just, get to trade Jordan Poole, young 20-year-old, early 20s for a 38, 39-year-old point guard on an expiring contract. That's the NBA and the business you pull. It doesn't help your team. And likely Chris Paul will not be on this team beyond this year. Jordan Poole is going to recover from whatever happened the last couple of years, and he's a piece, but he won't be here. So I don't know how they exit with Paul. It's complicated, but, he's just too much of a luxury item when you have Pajemski that can play that backup point role. Paul's a good player. He needs to go somewhere. The real call is going to be on Kavan. Only $3.5 million of his money, John, is guaranteed. And then what do you do with GP2? I know Kuminga's a guy that I will build around. I would not trade him, but you have to explore trade options for him. They did trade Poole last year. I wouldn't do it for an expiring 30-something like they did with Poole. But then you have to have conversation with Kuminga's representatives. Jonathan honestly may not have any idea. His contract, they picked up an option for this year. They have another one. Then he's a restricted free agent. He may not know he's eligible for a contract extension. Athletes just get in a tunnel. They lock in to do what they do. He'll know now. You don't have to give it to him right now. So how do you approach that? So you have to dance around the money, and you have to dance around the aging roster. But the real situation, I think, that needs to be addressed here is Draymond. And there's a report that just came out from Zach Lowe we'll ask Monty about it, that Draymond Green's volatility has worn on several people within the Warriors organization. Now, we could have said that easily.
That's not a surprise.
At
Is
any
that breaking
point during
news?
his career. You don't think the 73-9 team, when they won that game at Oklahoma City and the bang bang Mike Breen game, and Steph and Draymond's yelling at people, and Steve's getting on him because he couldn't make a shot that night, and I'll never shoot the ball again, and it's happened so many times. Obviously, some for our public consumption, whether it's yelling at Durant, yelling at James Wiseman, punching a teammate in practice in the 30-mile zone, getting the video, and then countless other situations we hear anecdotally that we weren't there to see, and there's no video of it. But really, the bottom line is, Draymond has to be Draymond, and this year was a tough year for him in every regard. I want to hear Mike Dunleavy when he talks at noon how he categorizes this. Bob Myers is not here anymore. Bob's not there. And he's the one that kind of brought Draymond back into the group so many times and kept the relationship between the head coach and Draymond. And now you don't have that liaison, that buffer. So I don't know. But is he still the same productive player? That's where you get into these discussions. Now, you just extended him. So he just finished year 1 of 4 at $100 million. So we had this discussion last year. And everything they're saying about Klay now, they were saying about Draymond, and they got to have him back. He's a foundational piece. Well, now you just lived year 1. You got 3 more years on a contract with him. I just wonder, and there were a lot of growth in his game. The ability, they knew if he was going to play with Cavani, he had to shoot the ball better, or TJD. He did. He didn't turn down shots. He took them. He made them. But his defense at times, John, he's not the same defender. He just is not. And he's one of the best I've ever seen, and one of the best ever, not just guarding his man, but guarding everybody, being the quarterback. Why was it disconnected? A lot of it was him being unavailable. But when you come right down to it, there are certain matchups he just didn't guard like Draymond anymore. He didn't. Zion Williamson took him apart. Zion missed a lot of shots in the first half, but in the second half, Draymond, you guard him as best you can, but he's not that stopper anymore where he's going to stand you up and armbar you, and he does it some. The big question is there something underneath here that could blow the team up where, you could bring Klay back on a lesser number? How much will Steph? He's always had Draymond's back. The way when they left Sacramento after the game on Tuesday, it was all, we want to bring everybody back and we love each other. But when Mike has to pull back and look at it, is he that player? I think at times he is, but at times he's not. He's 34, he and Klay. Steph's 36. Some of them have aged more than others. Klay because of the injuries, obviously. Steph's fought injury, but nothing debilitating. Draymond's got bad. What do they know about his back situation? What's going on with that? Is it sciatica? What's going on there? And then I don't know. The bottom line, I just base it on how you are as a player. Is Draymond Green that player anymore? Is he that player where you put him on Jokic and Jokic gets stood up? Where you put him on Anthony Davis and Anthony Davis gets stood up? He's just going to take that guy off the floor. You watch him guard some of these guys, he's not big enough. Embiid overpowers him. I know he's in the other conference, John, but if you want to win it all, you got to beat that guy, maybe. He's still very effective. I'm not saying he should be out of the league or not playing, but is he worth the money? Is he worth the baggage? I never thought they would go this way because so many times they've been in the crossroads with him and they've kept him. But is there a point, now that Bob Myers is not there anymore, where enough of Draymond, you just put up with enough of it, and then how do you trade him? Who takes him back? Who would want?
I think there's a lot of teams, right? I think there's a lot of young teams who would love his leadership. You can go from Oklahoma City, all the young teams, Oklahoma City, Orlando, even the Lakers. LeBron loves them. I think that would be a possible place. I think there's two things in listening to you talk there. First and foremost, this is nothing against Steph, but the organization has to make decisions regardless of what their star players think. Like LeBron James has tried to be the GM of the Lakers, and it hasn't worked out so well. I want this guy, I want this guy, I want this guy. You can't run your team like that. So as much as Steph has earned every amount of respect that the Warriors have to give, and he's the guy that built Chase Center and all those kind of things, it's got to be based on what the front office believes is best for the organization. So I know Steph said after the game, man, I can't imagine things without Draymond or without Klay. Well, that's a front office decision, not a decision that Steph Curry is going to make. So that's first and foremost. And then second of all, let's, again, as you said, let's look at the Western Conference and see who they have to deal with. Oklahoma City for the foreseeable future. That's not a great matchup size-wise for Draymond Green. Consistently, Minnesota, Denver. I mean, those are the teams you have to get through in the West. And TJD can help. And I think that if TJD makes what you think are going to be the jumps, then Draymond doesn't have to play as much center during the season. It may not break him down like it did this season. But the problem, again, becomes he missed 27 games. And I'm not going to blame him completely, but let's be honest. If he doesn't do what he did during this season and he plays in the majority of those games, they're not even in the play-in game, but he is, and it can wear on the organization. And what happens in corporate America is corporate America doesn't cut usually 10 or 20 small salaries. They cut one big one, right? When they cut back, they cut a major salary. Well, Draymond Green's money, rather than having to cut a bunch of little guys, a bunch of smaller salaries, you could just trade Draymond Green, and there's, $25 million that opened up. You could trade Wiggins. There's 22 or 23 million that opened up. I mean, those guys are difficult guys to replace, but they are having those conversations, right? I mean, you got to have a conversation about everybody.
Of course. I mean, honest, you even discussed Steph. Now, you won't do it because the business model is built on him.
You got to sell tickets.
But when his contract expires, we're going to talk in a couple of years about signing him. Steve only re-signed to 2 years. You talk about everybody. So I just when they evaluate him as a player, take the volatility, just being able to guard people. Like Klay, when he was younger, he would take the best perimeter option on the other team, threat, and take him out of the game. And Draymond would lock that big, whoever it was, LaMarcus Aldridge, Blake Griffin, go over and throw it. He just took that guy out. Guy wanted no part of him. He'd armbar him, he'd get under him. Now there are nights when he makes some plays. He's smart as hell. He ripped the ball out of Sabonis' hands the other night, came away with it. I'm not saying it's completely ineffective, but everything that you have to deal with the Draymond, the money, everything, the older athlete. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if Bill Walsh ran the 49ers, Draymond Green would be gone.
Right, the Warriors, yeah. It's an Al Davis versus Bill Walsh thing, right? I mean, that's just what it is.
Look at the diminishing returns on what he's giving you and what you have to deal with. I mean, the biggest mistake they ever made was trading Charles Haley. That was a huge mistake, especially to the Cowboys. But in any event, you look at the player and your eyes are on him like you had to say goodbye to Ronnie Lott. There's times where you just have to look at it with your eyes and not your heart. And there are times when I'm like, damn, Draymond didn't get a stop there. He normally would be able to stand that guy up.
All right, give us your thoughts. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. It is also the call-in line as well. What should they do? A lot of questions that we've thrown at you as far as what the Warriors need to do or will do or at least look at in the offseason. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, both the call-in and the text line. We'll get to the best ones. But if you missed Klay yesterday, a lot of insight into what his thought process is. And he's like, damn, can you give me a minute or two before you kick me out of town? It's interesting stuff. We'll comment on it. You'll hear it. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, inviting you to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar coming up Friday, April the 26th at noon. So day 2 of the NFL draft, a week from Friday. It's a great opportunity for you to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer your questions, any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK. I have had both. Find out which you're a candidate for. I found CLR to be a game changer. So are you a candidate for CLR or maybe not? Go LASIK. What does it cost? Is there financing involved? How long does the procedure take? Probably as long as 1/4 of NBA basketball, about 20 minutes or so. Why can't you get a cataract after CLR? I was never told that by Dr. Craig Bindi or Dr. Joseph Lin at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, but I'm glad to hear it. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and, lo and behold, cataracts. You'll never get them. At the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar, Friday, April the 26th at noon. Space is limited. Register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
They work it to the right side. Thompson, will he score? No, it rolls off the rim. 0 for 10 for Klay Thompson.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. I've been Lund on a Thursday. This is a show. More Warriors for you. If you didn't get a chance yesterday because we had Giants baseball on until noon, give us your thoughts. What do they do in the offseason? What are the questions you want answered? Who stays? Who goes? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll play some Klay Thompson for you, then we'll get your thoughts. By the way, Monty Pool, 11:30. You hear from Mike Dunleavy at noon. Sou Pal Antonio at 12:30. That's a fine hour. So make sure that you stay tuned because a week from today, right? Draft. So we got to get
a week from today is day one.
We got to get it going, man.
Draft.
We got to get deep into the draft. We love the draft, and so we'll get deep into the draft. And Sou Pal will help us. He's got to be. He's out as a reporter with a team, right? Sou Pal Antonio.
Yeah, he's going to be embedded, obviously, and he's in Philadelphia. He'll be at the NovaCare, I think, but he's also close to Washington. I want to find out what the Eagles. They've had a very busy offseason, changing everything, and the big one is bringing in Lord Fangio to run their defense. And on offense, the leadership of the quarterback has been questioned. Are they going to play more with Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator, traditional read coverage and not just play the RPO game incessantly and let him actually be a quarterback? And can he do it? Or is he just this generation's RG3? Crossroads for Jalen Hurts, obviously. And then he's so close to Washington. Philadelphia, Washington, Baltimore all on top of each other. Adam Peters and the Commanders and Bob Myers to a lesser degree, John. What do they do at number 2? Everybody thinks they're going to take Jaden Daniels. They had all the quarterbacks in yesterday outside of Caleb Williams, who won't go anywhere, and Chicago's not bringing anybody else in. So he's going to go one to the Bears. So really, the draft will start with what Adam Peters and the Washington Commanders will do. And Sal Pale, being so close to our nation's capital in Northern Virginia, will give us his thoughts on that.
All right, that at 12:30, but let's flip it back to the Warriors. Klay Thompson, if you missed his conversation yesterday, as a bunch of guys had the exit interviews yesterday, Klay sits down and wants the media to live in the moment.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
There's typical Klay, played in 70-plus games, wanted to talk about the season, but the first question was about his future. It was asked, and here's what Klay had to say.
Well, consider it's April 17th. I don't think I have to pivot that quickly. When is free agency? July 1st? Yeah. I got some time. So
there's Klay. He's got some time, but what we do for a living and everything's going to be discussed, and there's 10, 20 things we could talk about in regards to the Warriors, but this is going to be number one on the list of where Klay goes. Does he come back? What do the Warriors offer? And the bigger question, I think, Pop, is, and it's going to come down to him. It's not necessarily that the Warriors don't want him back, but they're going to offer him a certain number. It's certainly not going to be a max. Is there going to be a team out there that values his shooting and leadership and all the things he can bring to the table for a young team that's up and coming in OKC and Orlando, teams like that? Will they offer him so much money that he can't say no?
Orlando's got the money. We're here in Dallas. We'll see how their playoff fate goes. They got a tough draw with the Clippers in round 1, but we'll see. But just what, and this is what we talked about a week ago. Everybody was so in on Klay and the way he made the transformation after the All-Star break, accepted coming off the bench and was balling out. But we said he has a bad game or a bad series at the end, and it's just like last year. He finished strong last year. He had a good year. And then the Woj bomb came out, right around this time when the Warriors were actually in the playoffs, that he wanted the Supermax deal. And then he played well against Sacramento up and down. Did not play well in Game 7 last year against Sacramento, went 4 for 19, but Steph dropped 50. And then obviously in the closeout game against the Lakers, he was 3 for 19 in that game, the one that they ultimately ended the season. Did not shoot the ball well in Game 5 against the Lakers. Overall did not shoot it well. And he just didn't play well Tuesday night. Not only the 0 for 10, the big old donut, as he said, but he didn't guard. He couldn't guard Keegan Murray. He got disconnected. So what you just don't want is that the way the year ended this year is like the way the year ended last year, and it lingers into the following year. One thing about Klay, he's so honest, and you get in the mentality of an athlete. And remember we had Steve Sachs on a little while ago, and he was talking about how he couldn't throw the ball to first base and got into his head. With Klay, it's just so much. The ability, he has to adjust his ability, but he's just got to let it go. He's got to be, head man Klay. He's got to go to Belvedere, the most beautiful spot in our country, and just enjoy it and go back. And so just don't carry the bad vibes into next year, no matter where you go. If it's a Warrior, it'll carry because people will bring it up. If he goes somewhere new, then that's a whole new challenge for him. But right away, the pushback on the first question, I think that's a little bit of the way last year ended. He's shooting so poorly against the Lakers, and it carried into this year, and it took him, the first half of the year to get those bad vibes out.
My thought is that if he gets a good number, I think he'll stay, and I think it's important for him to be a Warrior. But I do think there's going to be a team that's going to offer him more. I mean, it just makes logical sense to me that there is a team who says we're missing what he can provide. And like you said, defensively, they won't ask him to do potentially those kind of things. We looked at that Kings game, and like you said, it was the 0 for 10, but it was really the defense. I think that there's a team like Orlando, for example, they've got a bunch of athletic guys of that size, and they would value his experience, his shooting. I know what he did against the Kings in the last game. I think someone's just going to offer him more money. And then it's going to come down to the fact is, how important is it for Klay to be a Warrior for life and to play with these guys for life versus somebody saying, hey, Klay, here's a bunch more money. And it's going to be up to him. Now, usually with athletes, if it's a substantial amount of money, they're gone. If it's a small amount of money, I think he stays. But just for the sake of conversation, if somebody's $10 million over what the Warriors are offering, Klay's going to go. Wouldn't you think? That's what most athletes do.
Professional sports is different. Not all of them do. They take lesser money sometimes to stay in certain places. I mean, Klay said this fall to The Athletic in October, in any sport, football, baseball, basketball, Australian rules, football, to play for one club is insane. It's some really legendary stuff. Even what Udonis Haslem did. He's revered in Miami locally. That's what I cherish. It'd be so hard to envision myself in any other uniform. And who's his all-time hero? Kobe. He never left. So I don't know how it's all going to play out. We'll see what Mike Dunleavy says. What's the right number to bring him back and have to pay the tax and get over the line? But he's at a crossroads, at his own basketball crossroads, how to reinvent himself as a player, how to fit in physically, spiritually, emotionally, and now he and his agent got to figure out how to fit in financially.
Well, and here's the other thing from a Warriors perspective is I understand putting up a Draymond Green because what he does is unique. But if Klay's not defending at the level that he used to defend at, is he unique? I mean, there's a lot of guys who can shoot the ball. So you're bringing him back for what reason? Because it's a thank you contract? I mean, they're not in a position to do that. I love Klay Thompson. He's going to have a statue up. I'm not kicking him out of town. That's not what I'm saying. I love everything about Klay Thompson as a person, as a player, what he's accomplished. But the Warriors are not in a position to give out thank you contracts. So the Warriors are going to give him a number and say, this is what we think you're worth. But you have to look at it from a basketball perspective. Are they going to do it because he's Klay Thompson, the person, and they're just going to say that we owe him this? Are they going to say, look, he's not the defender, but he can really shoot. We can get somebody who can really shoot for half the number that we're even offering him. Does that come into the equation to you?
He can defend differently. They have to use him defensively the way the Rockets later in his career, and now with the Clippers, the way they asked James Harden to guard. James Harden can't guard on the perimeter. He never could, but with his big barrel chest and big body, he's more of a 4 defensively. The way the Mavericks asked Luka to guard. He's their point guard on offense, I guess, but he's not guarding the ball on defense. So you have to put, like Dallas did, they put all these defenders around them. You can't ask him to match up with a Keegan Murray. He's going to get disconnected. And that's where it broke down the other night. He can guard. He's just got to guard 3s and 4s and not 1s anymore. And as far as growing older, I mean, Klay had 2 terrible injuries. That is a reason. That's the point I was making earlier. Draymond just not getting stops the way he used to. He does periodically, and when they win, they do. He just doesn't do it consistently. There are a lot of guys that are difficult for him to handle like he used to. I honestly think at times you wanted Kuminga on the floor the other night. So the trade-off was Kuminga over Trayce Jackson-Davis. At some point, if you keep Wiggins and Kuminga, the best lineup may be Wiggins, Kuminga, and Trayce Jackson-Davis. Now, Draymond did bring that all together, I know, with his special skill set, but, it's a little bit of the same situation. So Klay can contribute. He's not just a drift, stand in the corner, three-point shooter. He's not that guy.
But it's the finances, though. That's what I mean.
Well, he's not going to make $43 million.
Right. And that's what it comes down to. Is that will he play? So that's exactly what we're talking about here. Is he knows he's not making 43. He knows he's not making a max. If the Warriors say we think that's worth $20 million, and Orlando, Oklahoma City, whomever that team is, says we think that's worth $30 million to us, then is Klay Thompson going to leave $10 million on the table?
I think he stays for that about him. I don't have any idea what he's going to do. He's going to make the call. Who knows what they're going to offer? I would think, to offer him in the range of what Draymond's making. Maybe not do it. We had Bobby Marks said 2 for $60. That could be a little high. Maybe $50 million for 2, somewhere in there. But Klay is still an effective player. You've still got to put a body on him. He's not a drift, stand in the corner shooter. He's not P.J. Tucker. He comes off screens. He runs actions for him. He's better putting the ball on the deck. He just did not shoot the ball well the other night, and he got disconnected offensively. So as a coaching staff, don't put him on a player like Keegan Murray anymore. But you know what? They're going to make him guard him. They're going to switch it. If you're going to switch all the way across the board, he's going to get matchups out on the floor where it's not a great matchup for him. That's just life.
All right, we'll play some of the other stuff for you from yesterday. Jonathan Kuminga, some interesting comments, GP2, on whether he's going to come back. Some of the guys as they leave for the summer. We'll give you those conversations coming up next. Monty Poole is going to join us at 11:30. Mike Dunleavy speaking at noon. Don't go anywhere. And give us your thoughts as well. Who stays? Who goes? What do the Warriors do in the offseason? It is a difficult offseason to get them back to where they want to be. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll read the best text, take the best calls. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa at KNBR. Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, thanks for joining us. Again, Monty Poole is going to join us at 11:30. His assessment of what the Warriors could, should, might, would do in the offseason. That at 11:30. Do not miss it. We'll play some more of the exit interviews with the press yesterday. We'll hear from Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, and Chris Paul. And again, you can opine on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Before we get out to the sound, Jim has been waiting in Los Gatos. Hi, Jim. Welcome.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Morning. Good. Thanks.
What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, so, I agree completely about the whole Draymond Green missing games, 5 more wins, 6 more wins. As Wiggins goes, they seem to go. It's another 3 games. But really, I think, given their size, the Wiseman miss was really, really instrumental in their growth, in their inability to defend in the middle, the more pressure on Draymond. Don't you think, looking back, it's hard to believe a number 2 pick, how you swing and miss so badly on him?
Yeah, there's many ways to look at it, and was it the Warriors missed or James Wiseman just didn't develop? It's hard. You're taking a guy. What was he? 19 years of age when they drafted him. He had played 69 minutes of college basketball. He was basically a one and done. In some respects, similar to Trey Lance. And when the 49ers traded up and took Trey, I said it was the riskiest draft selection in the history of the NFL to go up and draft a guy who played basically one and done in North Dakota State. Good, showed potential. And for Wiseman, John, it was even more. His high school tape playing for Penny Hardaway was dominant, but he played 69 minutes of college basketball. He looked the part. You're drafting on potential. Now, did they err in picking him? Was there something that was there that said don't do it? Or did they err in developing him? They have a staff of guys that develop. Chris DeMarco and a lot of guys, big men. They brought in all kinds of guys to bring him in and try to develop him. It just didn't work out. In Detroit, there were some games where the stat line looked good, but you just see, maybe they should have evaluated his hands. He did not have good hands. Could not catch the ball when they brought him in for a workout. Did they see that, his hands aren't really good? Can we teach that? There were things. He was a pick and pop player. His instincts for rebounding was not great. But yeah, if James Wiseman was what you thought he was going to be and what, you hope a number 2 pick could be, then it changes everything on your front line. Draymond's in a different spot. He's the roamer. Trace Jackson-Davis may not even be on your roster, but it's a different role for him. Everybody can, if you have a shot blocker at the rim, like when you had Bogut, they don't have a shot blocker. Trace Jackson-Davis is that guy now. But how many minutes did he play ultimately? Most of the night you're playing without a shot blocker. Look at when the Lakers don't have Anthony Davis on the floor, how much that impacts their perimeter defense. Guys can get up into shooters more. They're not worrying about getting blown by. Go ahead, beat me off the dribble. Go deal with him in the restricted circle. So the Wiseman selection, whatever it is, whether he just didn't develop himself, we'll see. He's still a young man. Hopefully he will. But there's no doubt, there was a lot of swing and misses in the draft. Jacob Evans, they had a number of them. But, he was later in the draft. But to get number 2, but you don't know. I mean, you're just picking. A lot of guys have gone 2, didn't work out. But if Wiseman would have been worthy of the number 2 overall pick, the Warriors would not be playing golf right now. That's for sure.
Well, look, they're going to live and learn because the fact is like you said, he played 3 games, and essentially what he did is he dominated with his size, and he never learned really how to play. I mean, that's what it came down to, and then you put injuries on top of it and all those kind of things, and yeah, they made a mistake. I mean, you get those picks that you got, the 2nd overall pick for the 15 and 50 season, and the Kuminga pick, which to me is still up in the air. I mean, he's a nice player, but when you're picking that high, you're hoping to get a player that can be like Kawhi Leonard, to take your team to that next level like you talked about, to take your team and extend that dynasty. And as good as Kuminga is, that's the decision I think they're going to have to make in the offseason is this guy going to be that type of player in short order, not in 3 years, not in 5 years, next year or the year after, so that his timeline will match up with Steph and Dre and Klay if you keep those 3 together, because that's what he's got to become. So I think that's the issue. And then as far as Wiseman is concerned, remember, they were coming off the pandemic, and Anthony Davis had just dominated with size. And we were looking at the Western Conference, and we were saying, you got to go get size. You got to go get size. You got to go get size. For as much as we talked about positionless basketball, when he was drafted, there was a blip in the radar that said, you better get some size on your team, especially in the Western Conference. And that's why they drafted him, because they were talking about Halliburton, not that they would ever get him at 2. They were certainly talking about Ball, who went number 3 to Charlotte, and he had some redundancy. There's no question about it. But in retrospect, I mean, those were the guys. You know, Anthony Edwards was going to go number 1 in that draft. We found out pretty early that they were going to have a shot at Anthony Edwards, who they really liked. But then at 2, I think it came down to Ball or Wiseman. And in the bubble, Anthony Davis and his size dominated. And Denver moved on, and Jokic was really starting to become Jokic. And all of a sudden, you looked at the Western Conference and you said, you got to have some size. And I think that's what forced them to go out and get Wiseman, despite the fact that he didn't have the experience. And then, again, it comes down to timeline. James Wiseman, at times, I saw him in Detroit. He still might be something. I'm not going to say he's going to be worthy of the number 2 overall pick, but the Warriors just didn't have time to wait. And they're not a young team that was going to give James Wiseman that time. Had he gone to another team younger that could have give him the time to develop, maybe Wiseman could be something. But right now, I see a guy that lacks confidence, lacks basic skills, like you said, and he was never going to develop that way here. It was just a different veteran team that could just not provide him minutes and allow him to hurt them on the court, which most times that's what he was doing.
Yeah, there were times where I felt they could have played him more. There were times he was frustrating and he made errors. So it's just sometimes with a big, the errors are more glaring, and you don't have patience. I mean, it's Steve obviously played with Tim and David, but Chicago, when they won there, they had they didn't have a traditional center. But anyway, it's just I don't know. He made mental errors that as a coach you can't tolerate, but there were times where I felt like you got to play this guy a little bit. You got to get him in the game. And he started to make developments. His first game, he shot the ball well in the pick and pop. I remember that one game when headband Klay was on. It was against Detroit. He got hurt under the basket at the end of that game. And then he had injuries. The meniscus tear was bad. He's a big man. It set him back for not only the remainder of that year, but the following year. When they played Memphis, in the play-in and the Lakers, he wasn't available for those games. Then it got him into the next year, and just when you thought he was starting to make progress, he really didn't make progress. And then they ultimately, and some of it was salary driven to move on and go get Gary Payton II. He just fit, but you can't give guys playing time. But there were times where I thought, boy, he wasn't that terrible the previous night. Can you play him a little bit here? And he just wasn't. I'm sure he frustrated the coaching staff in some of the things he wasn't doing. And, he didn't have the instincts for the game. I mean, look at Trace Jackson Davis. That guy's got tremendous instincts for the game. It just looks easy for him. He looks like a veteran player.
4 years.
Because in some respects he was. He played 4 years at Indiana, the last 2 for Mike Woodson. And they run kind of a pro set. Why is Pajemski doing well? He didn't play much at Illinois, but he played enough. And at Santa Clara, these guys are ready-made players. Now, they're going to get better and better, and both those guys are really going to get better. But, why? James Wiseman just had to learn at the league, and I think some of the frustration came through. But and there were times where I thought, can you get him in the game a little bit here tonight? Just give him 8 minutes, 10 minutes. But then you see him get shoved around by Joel Embiid and not fight back, and you get frustrated. And you can't do it all the time. But there were nights where I thought, how do you do this? How do you develop this guy and take on the mistakes that he's making and still try to win? That's where I give Mark Jackson credit with young Klay in particular. Klay Thompson one night against Dallas, one of the worst mistakes I've ever seen ever. They have the ball, the 24-second clock is off. They have the ball and the lead. And he shot the ball before. It's like, what are you doing? We have the lead. Don't shoot the ball. Make him foul you. Mark Jackson didn't blink. He kept him in. They wound up winning the game in overtime. But I know veteran coaches, Nelly would have choked him. He would have showed him up in front of everybody and embarrassed him. Mark Jackson did not do that. Wiseman never did things like that. But there were, when you're making a lot of just mental, silly, young errors on a team that doesn't make those mistakes, you become to some extent unplayable. But at times you're thinking, I know that, but can you still just play him a little bit?
All right, here's what we'll do. We'll play some of the cuts for you from yesterday, and then we got Monty Poole coming up at the bottom of the hour at 11:30. Again, your thoughts on the Warriors getting knocked out if you didn't get in yesterday because we started at noon, or who's staying, who's going, what would you like to see happen? And the number one question on everybody's mind, obviously, what's going to happen with Klay Thompson. Again, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Here's one of the big question marks. Andrew Wiggins trying to block out the noise of trade talk.
I mean, I take care of what I can take care of. When it's out of my control, I don't worry about it. All I can do is, work hard, train hard, and do what I can do.
I know your affinity for Andrew Wiggins. I think he may have gotten to the end of the line with this team. As we look at keeping the core together, he does have a tough contract, but I do think it's movable. It's got 2 years on it, and then it's got a player option for the third year, which I would imagine he would exercise. So it's $3 and $83 that's left. I'm sure as we talk about frustration on Draymond Green, I think there's frustration with Andrew Wiggins. We know off the court there are issues with him, but I got a feeling as they're going to make these changes, I would probably put him on, if I had to categorize this thing, on not likely to be back. What do you think?
I mean, what's his value around the league? I mean, like Jordan Poole, you're selling low. He's still a young player. He just finished his age 28 season. His numbers are not that. For the guy that we saw a couple of years ago, it's a good contract. He took less. But he's regressed. And there's issues off the court with him, and will they be resolved by next year? It's basically, since they won the championship, whatever is paralyzing him on the floor has impacted a year and a half, or the second half of last year and the first half of this year. And then when he, had that injury and missed, or he went away for a week, he came back and wasn't great. He got back into it. He's I'm sure a lot of people are frustrated by him and want to move him. There's no doubt. What's the real reason why he's underachieved? And if you do trade him, you better go get someone to guard the ball. That's all I'm saying. There's nobody else on this team. Klay can't guard the ball anymore. Who else can guard the ball? Gary Payton II can guard the ball, but he's small. So he can guard it out there, but we're going to make you catch it down here. You're not going to guard him. So Wiggins can guard the ball, and he's got length to guard inside. He can guard everybody. He's that good of a player defensively when he's engaged. And even if you beat him like Klay when he was younger, he's going to recover with his length and get to you. If you don't stop the ball and dribble penetration, you're done. And this league, especially the West, is built on guys that'll cave you in. So tell me who else can do it. You trade Wiggins this year, you're done. You can't guard the ball. So I'm sorry. Kuminga, I thought, could do it. And I think he can, but he got all turned around the other night. He had no ideas. De'Aaron Fox, left-handed? Come on. Push him the other way. What are you doing? He just kept blowing by him. He didn't guard him. So Wiggins didn't guard him well either. I don't know what happened in that game. He didn't guard him. But I'm willing, if you tell me who we're getting back the other way, and then more importantly, okay, who's going to guard the ball if he's not on the roster? Pajemski, can he do it? That guy's scrappy. He will get in your face. He's got a little Dante DiVincenzo in him. Doesn't shoot the ball like him, but maybe. I like that guy a lot. He's going to play more. He's going to be your third guard. Could you ever start him? I mean, who would, if Wiggins is off the roster, can Kuminga be that guy? You got to have a ball stopper on this team. And I think ultimately, when they lost Tuesday, their offense just got gridlocked. Those guys climbed into you and took them away. That's where the game was lost.
They just said somebody else but Steph beat us, and nobody could.
Well, just everybody. They just got up into everybody's face and just bumped them, and they got up into every single player, and they were more aggressive. Not just Steph, everyone. They guarded everyone. No one could breathe in that game. So it was the offense. But that's the way the Warriors used to play. And Mike Brown was the coach here during a lot of that. I think ultimately, for March, there was a short time there in March when they had that 14-4 run when they got everybody back. And then even after, when Steph rolled his ankle, they were guarding people. They got back. Remember the streak where they were holding everybody to 100 points or less? They could guard. But most of the year, they didn't guard like that. And if you don't stop, if you can't stop, and that's why the Warriors won all those championships. Like Doc Rivers said, the Warriors show you their offense, but they beat you with their defense. They strangle you. So you got to guard. Draymond's at times that guy, but not always. We talked about Klay. All right, I'm cool. You want to trade Wiggins, so we get him back. And then if you trade him, are you going to get a ball stopper back? Who else is going to stop the ball? Can Podziemski do it? Can Wiggins do it? Who else can do it on the Scary Payton II, but he's small? Who can do it? You got to be able to guard the ball.
All right, 808 KNBR, 808-5627, 415-808-5627, or KNBR. We can hit us up on the phone lines or on the text. If you got a name, somebody should go, somebody should stay, and everybody always wants names. I got a few names for you if you want to throw out names. Bottom of the hour, Monty Poole is going to join us. We'll get his assessment. Do not miss Mike Dunleavy, whose job it is. I know that ultimately it's Joe Lacob's, but he is the guy. It's his decision-making in this offseason at noon. You'll hear from him. What does he think the Warriors need to do in this offseason to get back atop the perch? You'll hear from him at noon. Do not miss it. It's Pop and Lund on your Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Longtime NBA OG Howard Beck. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the Andrew Wiggins trade value around the NBA. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, if you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Oh, man. Well, 2019. Well, could you imagine if they didn't pay me after I got hurt? That would have been really bad. Like, went to 5 straight finals. You blew your knee out? Yeah. Sorry. So, no, I mean, that was very nice of them. I try. I mean, every year I give my best effort. And the ownership group has been great.
That is, of course, Klay Thompson, part of his exit interview. That is the number one question of the offseason. Does Klay stay or go? What would you do if you were running the Warriors? You're going to find out. Mike Dunleavy is going to give us some insight at noon. Don't miss that. And Monty Poole, his insight at 11:30. Do not miss that. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. That is the call-in line as well. So whatever you want to do. Before we jump out there, people are always asking, Pop, somebody asked me on the text line, what names would you throw out there? And I think they're ones that a lot of people have talked about. I mean, Mikal Bridges of the Nets would be amazing. If Boston falls short, would they make Jaylen Brown available? DeRozan's name has been thrown out. Donovan Mitchell's not happy in Cleveland. Giannis would be the one that you would swing for the fences. I don't know how they could get him, but he's been talked about forever. During the season, Markkanen was talked about in Utah. I'm not saying he's perfect, but I'm just throwing some names out there of either guys that we've heard or guys that could fit. I mean, those are some of the names I would like. I mean, Mikal Bridges to me would be the guy, but the Nets have said time and time again that he's just not available. So I don't know.
And Jaylen Brown, we talked about him last summer. They just gave him the superest of max, and they're the best team in the East for sure. We'll see on what they do there. Some of those guys are just unobtainable, I would think, and it would cost. I mean, you're not getting those guys for any of the veteran guys. I mean, you'd have to trade everything. Even the
you're talking Kuminga leading out with young guys and picks.
You could not get those guys. You'd have to get you'd have to give up all those guys. Yep. I think that's unreasonable. So, Mike Dunleavy's going to talk at noon. We'll take it live and just see where they're at. And you're Klay talking going back to when he tore his ACL, and that was hard. I mean, you think it's easy to do that? He tore his ACL. His contract was up. And you gave him a 5-year deal for $190 million. You paid him $32.7 the first year not to play. And then he tears his Achilles trying to get ready for the next year. He doesn't play that year. You paid him $35.3 more. So, I mean, come on. You paid him $68 million for not playing those 2 years. And then he didn't come back the next year until January the 9th after 941 days. So, in essence, half of the 5-year contract he did not play. So what are the Warriors going to do? I mean, hell, I know it would have been cold-hearted and harsh to just let him walk away, but how many teams are going to pay a guy that kind of money knowing he's not playing for 2+ years? It was brutal. And then, he still won a championship in his $40 million year, and now he's at 43. So it's just coming up with the right number for him. But that contract, that offseason, not only does Klay tear his ACL, Durant's out the door with a torn Achilles, and then Draymond's contract was up. And honestly, at that point, you're telling me Durant's gone and Klay's not playing for a year? We had serious discussions about letting Draymond go, but they gave him the 4-year, $100 million deal. They took on Maiocco. They flipped him. He had a pandemic, the arena opened, and they crashed and burned, worst record in the league, 15-50, got Wiseman. It's all there. But if there was ever a point where you're thinking, we're at the crossroads, now they're younger then. They were in their 20s, not their mid-30s. But I think this organization has shown what they think of them. But the one thing is Mike Dunleavy's been here for a lot of it, but, Bob Myers was here, for Klay. And Jerry West, he wasn't the GM then. Larry Riley was, but, and Jerry West was really involved in drafting him. But, Bob has been involved, and Bob was obviously there for Draymond. It's a little different with perspective from Dunleavy, and he just seems like a more detached person. I could be completely wrong, but Bob's a crier and a hugger, and Dunleavy's got that, steely-eyed Duke look to him. So when you're going to make tough calls, you make them. We'll see what they do. Ultimately, the owner will tell them which path they want to go, but going back to when they last had a contract situation with Klay, he was coming off a torn ACL, and they gave him a supermax contract then.
All right, 415-808-5627. Monty Poole, bottom of the hour. Mike Dunleavy at noon. Let's go out to Joe. Hi, Joe. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Interesting stuff, right, with the Warriors right now, and it's super nuanced. But I've got some content you can keep me on as long as you want or kick me off. But how you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. Yeah, talk as long as you want. It just gives me a break.
Let's hear what you have to say.
The floor is yours, my friend.
I think it's important to realize we're here because of the mistakes, like you guys have said, with the the young draft picks. We got rid of Jordan Poole for pretty much. I mean, I'm not going to say nothing because Chris Paul wasn't horrible, and it was more than we'd want to pay for a guy that age. But
it was finances. It was finances and team chemistry. Yeah.
Yeah, getting out of that contract for JP, I get it. But we're here because we're trying to maximize Steph Curry's final years on the team. And we've had some mistakes, and you can't get everything right. But, you have Jonathan Kuminga. The first thing is the only thing we can really look to do is there a big, giant trade or free agent that's out there that can catapult this team up 9 spots in the West, really? And the chances are probably not, but you got to look for those pipe dreams. I know people have thrown out Paul George, obviously. Who knows what LeBron situation is, which would be insane. I'm not saying we should go do that, but that's your choice to either find something that catapults you, which I don't know that we have the young guns and the firepower and the picks left to go do, or we have to say, you know what? The hard decision is going to be to look at Klay and say, Klay, we love you. It's $12 million. It's maybe 15, because if we're not going to get longer and more athletic, it's really tough to watch Steph, Klay, and Draymond on the court at the same time defensively, because Draymond cannot by himself cover all the holes on defense due to Klay's aging, his injuries. Steph's a smaller guard, and the West has some length that can shoot the three and get up and down the court quickly.
Good call, man. We appreciate it. Thank you, Joe. Let you go as long as you want. 12 to 15 and Klay's gone. So, first of all, it's not going to be that low if he's going to stay. Draymond, we've spoke of. I mean, the alarming thing with Draymond Pop in that Kings game was not only was he not good defensively, he made a lot of mental errors. There were those issues that he normally doesn't make. But in regards to the big name, because I think that's what everybody wants to know, who would you trade for? Who would you trade for? I gave a number of names. It's not going to be easy. And what you pointed out is, if they don't think Kuminga can be that guy next year or in the next 2 years when this timeline is, where Steve's Kerr contract and Curry and all this kind of stuff, where they can still be effective at a high level, then he's got to be a key member or the key member of the trade, along with picks and some of these young guys and everything else, because Wiggins isn't going to get you that guy. So if everybody wants, I'm just going to use Giannis because everybody brings him up, Kuminga headlining a trade like that's not working. Like you don't have a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander where the Clippers had him and they got Paul George and people knew, maybe not to this level, but I mean, he was going to be a really good player. I don't know that Kuminga's valued that around the league. I mean, that's what you're looking at. He's your best young asset. What can he bring back if you don't think he's going to be the guy next year or in the next 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, the way and those are interesting names and they're great players, but I think if you put any one of those players, even Jaylen Brown, if you just took Jaylen Brown off the Boston Celtics and put him on this Warriors team, and you didn't take anybody off the Warriors, are they good enough to win a championship? I would say no. And Jaylen Brown's a great player, but to me, you got to put a team together. You got to be back to what you were when you came up, and you were the ultimate team, and the strength in numbers and just everything. And then when you added a supernova talent like Durant, you still played a team concept. You moved the ball. They all took the same number of shots. You can't lean on it. We're seeing what teams do with the model of the superstars, whether it's 1, 2, or 3. Phoenix has got 3 great players. Do they guard enough? Can they get over the hump? Dallas had 2 great players. Offensively, they didn't start to win at a high level till they put it together defensively and they had pieces around them. So I'm looking at the whole roster, not maybe 1 to 15, but 1 to 10, 1 to 12. And I'm not gutting the whole roster to go get one guy because the other guys are older. So you just need to build a team. And what the Warriors did before was through the draft. They drafted all those guys. They drafted Steph. They drafted Klay. They drafted Draymond. Yes, they went out and got Andre. Yes, they added pieces around him, but they built a team organically. And that's why I think trading Kuminga would be an error. Now, you could trade Kuminga for a veteran player who's a better player, and I would have gone after Siakam for a Kuminga, without a doubt. But I got to sign Siakam now. What's that going to cost? And if you put Siakam on this team right now, how much better are the Warriors? They probably played better on Tuesday night. They could compete.
Maybe they're not in the
games.
playing game, though. I mean, right?
Yeah, but are they where you want to ultimately go? Or do you want, you can't skip steps. Pop said it all the time in building a team and also fundamentals. You can't skip steps. You have to build it the right way. I would like to see them ride out the 3 veteran guys and build a young core, and I think they're doing it.
But do they have time?
Jackson Davis.
Does the timeline match up?
They have time. You just have to realize, and this is where the owners got to come into it, and you're not going to win the championship every single year. You're just not. Can you put a team together that's championship caliber every year? I don't know. That's hard to do. It is, especially in this league where it's cyclical. You ran this league for a decade or 8 years, 5 years really, and then, you picked your spots here and there. It's hard right now. And I think the way to build it is to do it organically.
But they don't have that kind of time, right? I mean,
sure they do. They have time.
Well, they have probably 2 years. I mean, that's with this core.
I'm not looking at it that way.
But I mean, it's true.
Right. I mean, what do you mean? They're not. Steph's going to play beyond 2 years.
Okay, but Steph's going to go into his age 37 year. Klay and Draymond are going in age 35. What we're talking about for a lot of this show can boil down to consistency. And older players don't have it, and younger players don't have it. The teams who win championships in every single sport are the teams with the guys in the prime of their career. Now, old guys can win it as secondary players like Duncan did at the end with Kawhi, or Peyton Manning did because he had that defense in Von Miller, or, I mean, we can go down the line. That's just kind of how it works. So I don't know that they have time to do what you're talking about, organically build a team. They need a supernova. The reason
Kawhi
the Lakers
Leonard didn't win that last championship by himself.
But the reason why
they won it with a system, and Tiago Splitter made a lot of plays.
Okay, but
Tony and Manu, it wasn't just Kawhi.
Well, if they don't have them, they don't win. My point is that you've got to find an A player, which is a number one, which unfortunately, sorry to break it to everybody, is not Steph Curry. The reason why the Lakers can contend right now is Anthony Davis. LeBron James is great, but Anthony Davis is the number one player. He's in the driver's seat for the Lakers.
Steph Curry's not an A player anymore?
Nah, he's not.
What is he?
I saw him down the stretch. I mean, he got shut down, and nobody else around him could help. They need an A player to take the pressure off Steph Curry. He's great. I'm not saying he's not. But the Lakers have Anthony Davis. That's what the Warriors got to go find. They got to go find their Anthony Davis to extend the window, don't they?
You're saying Anthony Davis is a better offensive player than Steph Curry?
I'm saying that Anthony Davis is a number one type of player on both ends of the floor.
You weren't saying that a year ago when the Warriors and Lakers were playing and how he was up and down.
Because he was hurt all the time. He played in 70-plus games. He could be the defensive player of the year, and he's unstoppable offensively.
He's a great defensive player. He's a great defensive player.
And he's a great offensive player. So
he's an okay offensive player.
He won the New Orleans game offensive rebounding-wise the other night. So what I'm saying is that Curry needs that guy. And if Kuminga can be that guy in the next 2 years, then you keep him. If you don't think he can, then you move him for somebody who you think. But my question to you is, and I think it's very difficult, is can Kuminga headline a trade that can get you, I don't know, Giannis or Mikal Bridges or somebody like that? I don't think he can.
You're not getting Giannis. I wouldn't.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, though, is that's who you got to find.
I understand the star power and everybody's names. I want to build a team. And do the Warriors even have their own draft pick? Do they have a 1 this year?
They have it protected 1 to 4, so it goes to Portland unless it's 1 through 4. So anything outside of 4, Portland gets the pick. So it's unlikely they get it this year. So that's what I mean. It's hard to build when you don't have picks.
Let's just build a team. Let's try to get as many good players as possible and just ride it out, what I would do. I mean, Kuminga's going to be right now, Jordan Poole, let's not make any more Jordan Poole for Chris Paul trades. Let's try to avoid. And I understand why you did that, and that leads to where Draymond is. But I think we're looking at it more, you need to get back to who you are and what you are. And even when they were running the league, Steph was guardable. You're not going to run 1-4 flat with Steph, but you get him coming off screens and actions. He influences offenses. They have to pull to him. He opens it up for everybody else. Steph is a number one offensive threat, but you got to have players all around him. And mainly you got to have guys that guard. and can contribute and be available throughout. So it's just the pieces around him didn't play as well. Steph got worn down at the end of the year because they leaned so heavily on him. So I just think you need to build a basketball team. And, Steph's your star, and you got Klay and Draymond around it. You just need to build solid players who make winning plays. That's how the Spurs won their last championship. They won with damn Tiago's splitter. That's how you win, with just play the game the correct way. And Sacramento played your system the other night. Mike was with Pop in San Antonio. He's with us, obviously, and they moved the ball. Those guys had wide open shots, and they defended well. You got to get back to what you were.
All right, we'll get your thoughts. Monty Poole's going to join us coming up next. His thought, and he, of course, he was at all the exit interviews yesterday, so what did he glean from all of that? We'll ask him. And then Mike Dunleavy, top of the hour. He is the one in charge to get this thing done at noon. You don't want to miss that. It's Pomp and London on your Thursday only here on the Sports Leader.
Rick Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
I'm very excited to see, because I know we got, like you said, everybody else, Moses, Trace, BP. Think it's a great core that stick together. We're going to do big things. And I'm really excited to see how that comes out, because I'm very excited to just keep growing with those guys around me. Hopefully we can make it happen like Steph and Dre and Klay. But I'm very excited, I'm looking forward to that.
That's Jonathan Kuminga. Of course, Warriors knocked out by the Kings. What do they do now? We'll hear from Mike Dunleavy in about 20 minutes, but our guy, Monty Poole, at Monty Poole MBCS. Make sure you're following for all your Warriors news and, of course, all through the offseason. And he joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Good. Are you heading over to listen to Mike and Steve?
I am.
Very good.
Almost there.
Okay. So we'll keep you just a brief time, but I mean, it's a pretty broad question, then we can go from there. But what do they do now? Now that they've been knocked out, there are so many questions to ask. I guess let's just do this. Let's make it easy. Let's start with Klay. What's the future of Klay as a Warrior?
Well, I mean, there's a desire on both sides to make something happen, but there are no guarantees. As we all know, the Warriors are in salary cap hell, luxury tax hell, payroll hell, however you want to put it. And, Klay this year made $43 million. And so when you have a guy making that much money, I mean, Klay is still a good player, but he's no longer an all-star player. And so they got to figure out what his role would be, and he has to figure out how much he's willing to accept to come back. I think there will be other offers that will be more than what the Warriors might be willing to offer. And the question then becomes whether he's okay with leaving. And we talked to him yesterday, and his tone was a little bit different from what it had been in the past. A couple of months ago, he said, he would love to be a Warrior for life. And yesterday, he never said that. He basically said that, what he talked about mostly was how great times have been here. He still respects and appreciates the ownership, but, I'm sorry, traffic.
We've all been there. Whoa.
Yeah, somebody just, went straight from a left turn lane. That's all. That's common, I guess.
Yes.
Right in front of me. So the upshot is that if the money works, I think Klay will be back. But the question is whether the money will work, because the Warriors have some serious. They can't come back. They can't come back with the same amount of money. They've got to shed salary. Chris Paul obviously can come off the books, but there's some serious manipulation going on, navigation to get where they want to be. They're not going to get out of salary cap hell, but they will get out of. They will lighten their bill. They will reduce their bill, and that again has to be a part of it. Now, I think the Warriors themselves are internally wondering how much longer they can ride the Steph, Klay, Draymond trio, and that's a tough question to answer. It really is. And if Klay were to leave, I think that would be the official end of it. Obviously, so he's got to decide what works for him. They got to decide what works for them. And it was great to hear both Steph and Draymond and also Steve Kerr say that they all wanted Klay back. And in fact, Steve said, we need him. And so Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, those guys got to figure out if the need and the want are that urgent to bring Klay back. And if the money's right, I think Klay would come back. But I don't think there are any guarantees that that's going to happen.
Well, Klay's obviously the big one because his contract is up. And last year at this time, we were wondering about Draymond, and they wound up re-signing him just minutes into free agency, 4 years at $100 million. Zach Lowe came out with a report earlier today, Monty, and I think he could say this about any point the last 10-plus years, but that Draymond Green's volatility has worn on several people within the Warriors organization. And this year it reached a tipping point with the multiple suspensions, the games lost. He did play well in March. I didn't like the way he guarded the other night at the end, and he is wearing down. My question to you is, we had this discussion last year, and it was a definitive no from the organization. Is there any way that the Warriors would move on from Draymond Green this summer, Monty?
Well, is there any way for another team to want to take on his contract, given what he's going to bring? You know, I've always thought that Draymond fits best with the Warriors. You know, their style of play, the ball movement, you know, the motion offense. He's ideal for that as a point forward. And this year he made some threes too, so that's a bonus. And he and Steph have a really, really, really good chemistry on the court. And so I think that's where you get into what Steph wants. And I just can't imagine Steph saying, yeah, we no longer need Draymond. Now, I know there have been times when, you know, Draymond's antics have won on everybody. But I don't think Steph is at a point where he's thinking we'd be better off without Draymond. I don't think he's there yet. And the question is, would the Warriors move Draymond against Steph's wishes? I don't think they would. I just don't think they would. But there's no question that what he's done over the past, not just last season, but even before. I mean, the Jordan Poole thing, that was enough for some people. That was enough right there. It was like, okay, he crossed the line and he stomped on it. And so, but things kept happening. And so on one side, you're thinking, why would the Warriors put up with this? On the other hand, when you see him perform as the way he did most of the second half of the season, you're saying he's so unique as a player. And we all know, I mean, we've been around sports long enough to know that if you have someone who is uniquely talented, that person gets a lot of leeway, a lot of latitude. And it happens at every level, every sport. We've seen it. And so, I mean, guys have been suspended in the NFL multiple times, but they keep getting another chance if they're that great. So in Draymond's case, they understand what he means to this team. He gives them the teeth, a degree of teeth that they don't have without him. And they obviously wouldn't have 4 championships if he weren't there. They understand that. So the question now is like, okay, how do we move on in a way and still be relevant in the NBA? That's the thing they have to answer, and it's a tough answer. I just don't think they'd move Draymond against Steph's wishes, and I don't think Steph's ready to say we're better off without him.
Monty Poole is Jonas. He's heading over to Mike Dunleavy, who's going to be talking at noon, and Steve Kerr as well. More exit interviews. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Theater. I think the big question, I think that probably Andrew Wiggins gets moved in the offseason, but I think that might be a net negative. I don't know what you can get for him, but is the big question other than Klay Kuminga? Because in the timeline, if he can be that guy, you know, I'm not saying he's Kawhi Leonard, but you know, he had Tim Duncan, Kawhi kind of took over, they win championships. If he can be that guy on the timeline of the big three, then you keep him. If you don't think he can, does he then become a key piece to try to get a player who, from a timing standpoint, is more ready to take control of what the Warriors want to be moving into the future?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they do not want to move Kuminga. Joe Lacob loves Kuminga, and that kind of carries a little bit of weight because he is the CEO. And Jonathan's leap this year was great for the Warriors because he's still relatively cheap. And if you're the Warriors, you're looking at your payroll, and you got a guy who's pretty cheap, who's productive, and giving you something you don't otherwise have, that's of great value. So I don't think that'll happen. I'm not going to guarantee that he'll be back, but I would say the chances of JK moving on are less than 10%. I mean, based on where things stand right now, unless there's a package that gets them a guy who can step in and be an all-star level caliber player, wing type player. Now, if that's out there for them, yeah, that could change the entire dynamic of it. But as of right now, I think the fact that JK is not expensive yet, and you know, he's got one more year. They don't have to extend him, but they could. And so that's a factor. The money is a factor here. And I just think that I know they don't want to move him. And so it depends on how urgent they feel it is to bring in somebody else and whether Kuminga can be a part of a deal that will get them that person.
Great stuff, Monty. Thank you so much for bearing traffic with us. And I know you're running, so thank you for a few minutes of your insight. We'll talk to you throughout the offseason.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Later, man.
Get there safely.
We cutting Monty off, man. In fact, he should be able to have a siren. He's going. He's going. He's got things to do.
Police escort the way Mike Brown did in an NBA Finals game. What did Mike do? He got pulled over on his motorcycle?
Yeah, remember that? That was funny.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. That's exactly what happened. But he could be like,
Steve
come on, man.
came back and tapped him on the shoulder. I'm back, by the way. I'll take my team back over.
Yeah, exactly.
You move over 6 inches.
Thanks to Monty Poole at Monty Poole NBCS. And, of course, he'll be writing and talking all about the Warriors throughout the offseason, so make sure that you check all that out. All right, top of the hour, like we said, about 10 minutes or so. They tend to be a little bit late on these things, but you'll hear from Mike Dunleavy. After Mike Dunleavy, we'll talk about it, and then Steve Kerr is going to talk as well. What time's Steve talking? 1 o'clock hour?
1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. So we got Mike at 12. We got 1:30 for Steve Kerr. In the meantime, by the way, Sou Pal Antonio, bottom of the hour. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about what Mike Dunleavy says, and then we'll start getting into a little draft. A week from today, it happens. Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on a Thursday. Hope you are doing great. Mike Dunleavy, in just a few minutes, he's going to lay everything out. He's going to tell you exactly what they're going to do, who they're going to trade, who they're going to get. No, probably not. He'll do that in a few minutes. And then Sou Pal Antonio is going to join us at 12:30, and we'll talk NFL draft. Which, by the way, I was watching one of those mock things. I think Mel Kiper and all those guys in the ESPN were doing it, and they were playing the chime. Do we have that chime, like the NFL draft chime? And that got me excited. You know, it's like a dog when they see like a certain treat.
I've heard it.
The chime is awesome. And you're like, oh, my God, the draft is so close.
Means draft picks is come up on the board.
And it's like,
you know what?
Love that chime.
That was kind of it. You know what's amazing is that go back a year ago at this time, Mike Dunleavy Jr. was the assistant GM of the Warriors. Bob was the GM and president of basketball ops. Bob is gone. And Bob is now more concerned about the NFL draft than he is the NBA playoffs.
True.
And we had him on Monday, and Bob is a major decision maker with Josh Harris and the Washington Commanders and what they're doing. And Adam Peters, who was a year ago at this time running the 49ers draft, and now he's the GM in Washington, a big reason why he got that job. There they are. Washington's on the clock at number 2 overall. So it's just... it's amazing and how it's all changed. And, you know, we spoke to Bob, and we'll talk to Sou Pal about the NFL draft a week from today and really where it starts, because Caleb Williams is going number 1 to Chicago. That's done, is what Adam Peters and Bob Myers and Josh Harris and Dan Quinn do in Washington, and Sou Pal will tell us there. But now Mike Dunleavy is the Warriors GM. And as he sits down, and he's going to sit down in about 2 minutes to conduct the press conference. There's the room that's going to happen in the empty chair. He's all by himself. This is a different evaluation. I mean, last year, I remember his first press conference, you know, first of all, when Bob retired, and Bob cried all over everybody, and Joe came in and talked about what they were going to do, and that was a riveting hour of radio we brought you. And then when Mike got the job. But remember, Mike's press conference that he had right before the NBA draft, he went on and on about Jordan Poole and how much he loved him. And then literally, that was a Monday.
Right.
The following Thursday, he traded him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and you know, Bob is more emotional and out there and cry and hug. And, you know, Mike's got more of that Duke steely-eyed, unflappable. So you got to listen to what he says. He's much more measured in his tone. And he's got to make big decisions for this team because they're in a different situation right now. The head coach is re-signed. We wondered about that, but they did Steve during the year. So he's got 2 more years. Draymond's under contract for 3 more. You know about Steph. You know, what do they do with Klay? You know, Kevon Looney's contract's only partially guaranteed. It's an $8 million deal for next year, but they can pay him 3 and he's out. And then the big trade that he made to get Chris Paul, is that essentially going to be a one and done? I don't think he'll tell us really any of that today because he's smart and he doesn't have to make any of these calls until, you know, June turns into July. But really this will be a more of a assessment of his team. And basically your first year, you had a great draft, obviously, with those 2 rookies, and they were starters and contributors in the rotation right away this year. Amazing. But what your team didn't achieve what you wanted. What were the reasons for it? Well, you get into what happened with Andrew Wiggins, Draymond's unavailability. Well, somebody asked him about the Zach Lowe report and we've had these reports, John. They're funny because you could use them, you know, today. You could say about, I mean, go back to last year when they had, and Steve's going to talk at 1:30. What did they say during the exit Q&A with the media last year? The punch of Draymond Green to Jordan Poole ruined our season. We were never able to come back together as a team. And that team won a playoff series and played a 6th game in the Western Conference semis. This team didn't make any of that. And how much did Draymond sabotage last year? They gave him a contract extension. And how much did his unavailability for a big chunk of the year sabotage this year? And Wiggins wasn't the same guy. Klay wasn't for a while. So, Bob would be really honest in moments like this. Wouldn't tell you exactly what he's thinking, but he would lay it out. He was honest. That's just Bob. We would have listened to everything Mike Dunleavy says. It's a very different message. It's a different messenger. But what exactly is he going to tell us that we can learn about his basketball team coming up any minute?
I mean, it's not as obvious just because of punch, and then at the end, like you said, a year ago, they went back to that. But, I mean, isn't it obvious that Draymond Green missing 27 games is the difference? If he's that good, he's certainly the difference between you being in the play-in and being in the playoffs. Like, if Draymond Green doesn't miss all those games, they're in the playoffs. Now, I don't know how far they go in the playoffs, but they're not 10th, right? I mean, that's pretty obvious. I don't know that Mike Dunleavy's going to say that, but that's absolutely a fact.
I know you disagree, but I think if tonight was game 2 in Sacramento, it would be a different story. And I think the Warriors could get back into the series and beat them. They did that last year. They were down 2-0, and Draymond stomped on Sabonis. Cost you the end of game 2. He was suspended for game 3. You won. You played him off the bench in game 4. It's complicated. But Mike is sitting down now inside the Bill King interview room. So it'll be interesting to see what the GM of the Warriors says as he meets the media right now.
We got everybody, Raymond?
Mike.
Good. Hold on one sec. Let me start by saying, actually want to thank you guys for the year, for covering the team and the whole thing. It's a long year for everybody, a lot of ups and downs, and you guys deal with a lot as we do. So thank you guys for a season that unfortunately for us, we feel like ended too soon. Disappointed in our year, even though we finished with more wins than last year. I thought overall we came up way short in terms of what we thought talent-wise, experience-wise, all those things that, an ownership group, front office, coaches, players all signed off on the roster to start the season. And, we just got ourselves too far behind the 8 ball, frankly, as the season went along, and chased it down at the end, and it's just too little too late in a tough Western Conference. So a lot to figure out, a lot to improve on, but, disappointed to be here today, frankly.
So Steph and Draymond and Steve have been, vocal about wanting to bring Klay back, wanting to keep that core together. How possible is it for you to build a championship team around them if they do stay intact?
Well, considering they won 4 before, I would say it's well within the realm of reasonability. But we gotta, certainly we want Klay back first and foremost. I expressed that to him yesterday. I think our players have expressed that, our coaches, front office, ownership. Look, everybody wants Klay back. He's still a really good player. And I think we have enough good players in our system. We have enough assets to acquire good players, and we have the ability to keep getting better. So given that, as long as those guys are still really good, I think we can contend and compete, but we just unequivocally have to improve.
How much will financials come into play this summer, and how reasonable is it to improve the roster, make the moves you want? Well, I mean, I guess do you guys want to duck the luxury tax entirely?
The financials will always come into it. It's part of the puzzle. I wouldn't say we're at a point now where we're saying we got to be out of the tax or we got to be under a certain apron or anything like that. We're going to look at everything. I think if you've got a team that you feel can contend for a championship, you do what it takes financially. So we'll look at everything. We'll balance it out. And it's hard to say right now in terms of what it's going to look like and all that, because this is April. This stuff goes into June and July. But you know how Joe is with his willingness to spend and compete, that I don't think there'll be any restrictions, but we'll also be prudent. I mean, to put a team out there that can't make the playoffs, like we spent $400 million this year, I wouldn't recommend that. So we'll figure it out, but I don't think we have anything set in stone in terms of parameters we got to live by.
Do you feel, you mentioned expressing to Klay that you want him back yesterday. Do you feel like that's likely? Do you feel like, reciprocal, or do you think this is going to be potentially a thorny negotiation?
No, I think it's a mutual feeling. The guy's been here a long time. He means so much to the organization. We really, really value him. And so there's nothing that would make me think that he wants to go somewhere else or we don't want him back. And for that reason, I'm hopeful we can make it happen. But, it's a deal. Both sides got to be good with it, and we'll work through that. But I think, hopeful, I'm optimistic I am about it.
Mike, this season was kind of the microcosm of the Draymond Green experience. Can't live with him at times. Can't win without him. What is your feeling of certainty that he's part of this going forward? And how do you navigate that if sometimes he's just not available to you?
Yeah, I think in terms of having him back, I think very, very high likelihood. I can't imagine a scenario where he's not back. Could be wrong, but man, he's signed up under contract. We value him. He's a core piece of what we do. So fully expect him to be back. I think we won over 60% of the games he played in this year. So you know how meaningful he is to winning, and he'll continue to do so. As far as the other stuff, part of it, I think, is managing him, Steph, and Klay as they age. These are long seasons. These guys have been through a lot. So we've got to manage the emotional, the mental, the physical stress and the fatigue these guys take on. And that'll be a part of the process moving forward. But I think Draymond, I think he's in a great place mentally, just evaluating and observing him over the season after the suspension. I think he's learned from it. I think he's better. And we'll continue to work on that stuff and have it on top of mind. But, I think we're in a really good place with him and excited to have him back.
How would you assess this season for Jonathan? And then being that he's extension eligible this summer, how do you see his future here in Golden State?
Yeah, I think really good growth out of JK. Frankly, put a ton of time in this past off season, came in, had a great preseason and got off to a little bit of slow start, but found his way and was, had a stretch there in the middle of the season, was, not only one of the best players on our team, but in the league. And that's where we see the potential with him. And like with him and our other young guys, vitally important that these guys take another step because, that's how we're going to balance this thing out with, our more mature legacy players with, a younger core group that can push us forward and help us win. And like Moses, JK, those guys are extension eligible. Once, we'll get down the road with that, but unequivocally, we value them. We want them here. So we'll see how that goes.
Mike, earlier you said you had the assets to acquire good players, and Joe's never been afraid to take big swings, whether they're from Durant to the reports of the inquiry in LeBron, whatever. I realize you can't talk about specific players, but how realistic, given the position you're in, given your roster, how realistic is it to take a big swing to add a marquee player? Yeah, I think the premise of getting better, that's what we got to look at for sure. So that'll be taken into consideration. We also got to be mindful of the player, who it is, the age of the player, the skill set of the player. It's all got to fit to be able to put the chips on the table to make a move. So those are the things we'll kind of look at and evaluate. But there's multiple ways to get better, and that's certainly one of them.
Moses has had a kind of a strange first few years from a rotation standpoint. Every time it looks like he's broken through DNPs. As he enters year 4, as you rebuild the roster this summer, is there a desire to kind of clear the path for him a little bit from a rotation standpoint, or figure out his future, get it more settled than it has been?
Yeah, I think the good and bad of the situation with Moses is first, he's improved. He's gotten a lot better. And on top of it, I think any issues with him playing, frankly, as a result of our depth, which is also a good thing. But in the end, you're right. He hasn't probably played as much as we'd like, and there hasn't been a clear enough path. So that'll be something we'll look at. I think it's really important coming into year 4 for him that there is some reasonable playing time available for him where he can impact our team and be out there and continue to improve. And I think that's a fair thing.
Mike, you've seen 83 games now, knowing what you lack, knowing how the West is stacked up. In hindsight, could you have improved this team at the deadline? Was there something that was out there that might have helped, like looking back on it?
I think knowing what I know now, there's not anything on the table that I would have done or gone through with. I think it was good to see this team out. I think one of the best things about this year, frankly, is there were no catastrophic injuries. There's no, hey, Steph only played 40 games. What would this team be like without him? Thing like that. We know clearly what this team was. It wasn't good enough. And so there's no doubt about that. There's no what ifs. If we had made a move at the deadline, well, maybe that wasn't the right move. What if we had kept this guy or that guy? We answered all those questions. And so now we can move forward with clarity. And but going back on it, no, I feel good about this team. We really put a lot into it before the season started, and a lot of thought. I thought it could play multiple ways, pretty versatile defensively, offensively. Did we do those throughout the year? No, but to be able to see that out after the deadline, I thought was important. That's what the feedback I got from the players, the coaching staff, and frankly, we were 27-12, the last half of the season. So I'm good with how, we went after the deadline. Just don't like maybe the earlier part of the season that got us too far behind that we couldn't make up.
Mike, kind of, I guess, following up on that, then moving into this offseason, what do you think your biggest roster needs are? What did you guys really lack this season?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like I said, we got to get better in a lot of areas, but the ones that I think immediately jump off the page is, defensively, we got to be better. This is an organization, a team that when we've been really good and won championships, it's been mostly with defense. And then you got some great, exciting offensive moments that everybody thinks about, but it's really the defense that's been the core of the thing. So, improving defensively within, getting better defensive players. And then from there, I think as Steph and Draymond and Klay, those guys, kind of age, shooting's important. Shooting's important in this league. It's important to have guys that can shoot around them. So I think addressing that will always be a thing. But I think there's and honestly, size, and not necessarily at the center position, but positional size across the board, which has been a strong point of the teams here. Whether it's shooting guards, wings, small forwards, whatever it is, always had good size and length. So like to always keep that in mind and address that. But those are probably the biggest areas that I'm thinking about right now.
And you mentioned shooting. How much this season there wasn't like a consistent secondary scorer that you could consistently rely on? Do you think that was an issue kind of throughout the year?
Yeah, sure. I think so. I think a lot fell on Steph's shoulders. I think he would probably tell you that, and you could notice it in the wear it took on him. In fact, really with some of his decision-making at times too. And it's just a lot for him to burden. And we've got to find a way to help him out in that. And frankly, I think we've got some talent on the roster that can do that. And maybe we got to just be a little bit better about bringing that out. And so maybe there's some improvements from externally, but I think we have some ways internally to do that.
Mike, after 1 year in this job, what's something you wish you knew last year that you'll take into next year?
Oh boy, great question. I think with this thing, as the season goes along, you put together the best roster you can, you try and manage it, you go through it, and then you just find yourself just sitting there observing, feeling like a fan. And there's at times where just not much you can do, good or bad. But honestly, I've been worked here for a few years, and it's not like a surprise. I don't think there's anything that surprised me. Where there's some things that were completely off the radar that happened between, maybe Draymond's suspension or what happened with Becky, those types of things. Yeah, hopefully those things don't ever happen again. But they were learning moments and situations that we probably, that wasn't expecting.
Mike, what kind of presence in your mind is the managing of these extra years, these maybe the end years of a dynasty? How much are you thinking, okay, let's just maintain these guys, and as Draymond said, do right by them for what they've done? And how much is it, at some point you're going to need a roster that is past those guys, maybe, not for a while, but how much of a weight is that? How much of a responsibility is that for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly a responsibility just because this team and organization means so much to the Bay Area. So you can feel, what it means to the fans and even the people within the organization, the players. But it's kind of a cool opportunity. Like normally you're trying to build a team from the start up and there's an ascension and all this. This is a little bit different. And so, I relish the challenge. And by the way, those guys aging out, like it's Steph Curry, it's Draymond Green, it's Klay Thompson. Like those guys are great guys to go out with. And so, and they're still good at basketball. So I think it's a manageable thing. Is it challenging? Yes. But I do. I relish it because it's unique, and I think it's somewhat doable. So we'll see what happens.
All right, there you go. There's Mike Dunleavy. A lot to chew on there. Give us your thoughts if you heard something that piqued you. He pretty much talked about everything. Had an opening statement saying he's disappointed. Can you build around the big three? Finances, Klay, Draymond, Kuminga, all those kind of things. We'll answer all the questions and what we thought and what we heard. Give us your thoughts as well. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same, 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. We'll assess what Mike Dunleavy just said, the general manager of the Warriors, and the direction moving forward. Next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, joined Pop and I yesterday and discussed what the Warriors need to do this offseason to get back to title contenders. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
A laser.
That's right. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Do you know that they've been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction? All I know is that Papa was having problems seeing, and he all of a sudden one day he was awesome. And he was like, "Look at this," and I was like, "Wait a minute, I got to get some of that," because I had LASIK years ago, and it didn't. It's not that it didn't work; it just didn't work to maybe the level that I wanted to. And all of a sudden, they have this thing called CLR at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, custom lens replacement. Well, went in there, had a couple of adjustments to it, just took minutes. Dr. Craig Bindi and the entire crew, man, it is awesome. So what you need to do is make that appointment at lasereyeclr.com. Free consultation, free, I tell you, lasereyeclr.com. No more glasses, no more contacts, no more bifocals, none of that kind of stuff. You can get perfect vision now, and I've told you this many, many times. It is life-changing. And the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, 25 years, tens of thousands of vision correction procedures was one of my first things, man. We're talking about my eyes, so we've got to get this thing right. So that's what they do. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It has been life-changing for me. lasereyeclr.com. Make that free consultation right now at lasereyeclr.com or simply call 877-GET-2020.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, we don't have a ton of time because we got Sou Pal Antonio joining us bottom of the hour. A week from today, we will be down at 49ers HQ talking NFL draft. But real quick, let's just focus on this for a second. Mike Dunleavy's opening statement, then after we talk to Sal, we'll get more into this. Disappointed in our year. Came up way too short. We got ourselves too far behind the 8 ball. A lot to figure out and improve on. Disappointed to be here, frankly. So I think he's right on point there, is that despite everything that happened during the season, he's frustrated sitting there having a press conference and not making the playoffs.
It's mid-April. I mean, it's not mid-May where it was last year, which was disappointing. We're used to basketball until Father's Day, so it's all new. I think the different thing is just he's not Bob. He's just got a different way about him. He's a little more Sandy Alderson-like. He's a little more of a technocrat, automated. He's just not. He doesn't emote the way Bob does, and I wonder how that translates in the locker room. He knows basketball. His dad was a player and a coach, and he played at the highest level, great college player, was a Warrior High draft pick. He's been through it all. He was hired. The Warriors did hire him as a scout, and he was there for the last year of the Durant run. But Bob did not bring him in to be the assistant GM until after the upheaval of the Durant leaving, Klay tearing the ACL, re-signing Draymond, Rich Kleiman suggesting, doing a sign and trade with Durant to get D'Angelo, and then they ultimately got Wiggins. So his kind of where he's been, John, he was not there really, a little bit at the end, but not the 5-year dynastic run. He's been in the 5 years after, trying to perpetuate what those guys did. So it's a whole different task for him. As far as the players, he was pretty clear. We want Klay back, he said point blank. They asked him about Draymond Green. I can't imagine a scenario he's not back. Now, keep in mind, he said things about Jordan Poole very similar going into the draft last year on that Monday, and then 4 days later traded him for Chris Paul. So there's a lot to do between mid-April and obviously late June and July when the new league year starts. But he was pretty clear about Klay and Draymond and seeing where they go from there. But he also said we weren't good enough. And he identified the areas we were talking about. Defense, first and foremost. They got to defend better. They need more shooting on this team around Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. That's why you're talking about Klay leaving. He's still one of your best shooters, one of the best shooters in the NBA. You need to shoot the ball better around Steph and Klay. And then obviously, how do you get more size? How do you get more length? How do you get more athletic? So he knows what his team is lacking. It's just a little bit different message he delivers than Bob.
All right, let's get back into it. Bunch of questions that were, I don't know if they were answered, but certainly he talked about them. So we'll get more into what Mike Dunleavy said. 1:30, you'll hear more from Steve Kerr, who's very honest on these situations as well. And he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. In the meantime, you can hear that at KNBR.com. So 1:30 for him. We'll talk more about Mike Dunleavy, but let's take a break for the draft. Sou Pal Antonio is going to be doing something really cool with our friend Greg Cosell. So we'll talk to him about what he's doing for the NFL draft on ESPN next week. And, of course, where it starts with the quarterbacks through the 49ers with the 31st pick. We'll talk to Sal about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Oh, we love that sound. Sou Pal Antonio is going to join us momentarily. He and Greg Cosell, they'll have all sorts of different things going on in the draft, but this is going to be our favorite part. Sou Pal Antonio, our friend Greg Cosell, draft special edition of NFL Matchup. They're going to analyze draft prospects in the context of an NFL game, including top quarterbacks. Of course, Jaden Daniels in there, Caleb Williams, Drake May. And that is going to be, of course, Thursday. We'll be down at 49ers HQ at 4 o'clock local time on ESPN2, and it's going to be streaming on ESPN+. So make sure that you watch all of that. And Sal joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Sal. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, we love having you on. So let's do start at the top. We were just talking about quarterbacks. We think we know Caleb Williams is going number 1 to the Bears. What's going to happen after that?
Yeah, that's a good question. But if I'm Washington, I run right up to the table and take Jaden Daniels of LSU. I really like him a lot, and not for nothing. The last 2 Super Bowls were won by guys who are a guy who's a dual threat quarterback. And I think Jaden Daniels is the best dual threat quarterback in this draft. He has a short, compact delivery. That's a quick release. That's perfect to throw on the run. He's very accurate throwing on the run. There'll be some parts of his game that he'll definitely have to improve and change in the NFL, one of which is he can't take as many hits as he did. In college, he can't invite the kind of contact that he took at the SEC level or at Arizona State. That can't happen, or else, he'll wind up like a lot of dual threat guys on the injured list. So he's got to learn how to protect his body. And he's a charismatic guy. I think he's perfect for the new regime in Washington to try to kickstart a franchise that has been definitely on the ash heap in the NFC East. So I would run and take Jaden Daniels. Not that Drake May's not the guy, but I think Jaden Daniels is plug in and play more than Drake May. I think Drake May needs a year to learn and to watch, to get the inconsistencies that he showed in 2023 at North Carolina, get that out of his system and learn under somebody who really knows what they're doing.
Yeah, you're talking about the new regime in Washington, and obviously that's our guy Adam Peters, who was the assistant GM of the Niners, now in charge with Dan Quinn. And Bob Myers, the former Warrior GM, is instrumental there with a guy you know well in Josh Harris. So, at number 3, is going to be where it's going to pivot a little bit, Jaden Daniels. So we think at 2 as well. But assuming it goes the way you're saying, Sal, Caleb 1 and Jaden Daniels 2, then What does New England do? Do they trade out with Elliott Wolf, Ron Wolf's son running the front office there now, post-Belichick? So just give me your thought. Do you think someone trades up? The one guy you would look at is Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah in Minnesota and going up to get a quarterback. And Josh McCown, who we know well from the Raiders days, knows Drake May, coached him years ago. Do you think they go up? Do you think New England drafts him at 3? Or they trade back? How do you see that happening at number 3 with May, assuming it goes Williams-Daniels?
Good question, Brother Greg. I think it's going to be tough for Minnesota to go from 11 to 3. It's going to take a lot of draft picks, and they got to really believe that Drake May is the absolute total answer because, that kind of investment in a quarterback for a coach who gave up on, re-signing Kirk Cousins after the injury, decided not to bring him back and start over. That's a lot. So I don't know if that happens. But if I'm the New York Giants, I think Drake May fits them because he can sit a year. They have Daniels. They have Drew Lock. They know they're in a rebuilding mode. They bring in Drake May. That gives that GM and the head coach a new lease because they've got a young quarterback in there that they can mold and shape their franchise around. So if I'm the Giants at 6, it'd be easier to jump up from 6 to 3. I do hear that New England is entertaining offers, is talking to people about trading out of number 3. I wouldn't do it if I were New England. I think Drake May is definitely worth the pick at 3. I really do. No matter who takes him, I think he's worth it. Is he instant plug in and play? Probably not. But does he have a chance to be a very high quality starter in the NFL based on all of his tape study, the tape study we've done on the matchup show? And I think Greg Cosell agrees with me on this, and he'll show that tonight on our show. I think that Drake May has all of the traits. He's tough. He's super competitive. He has the size. He has the arm strength to compete. He's definitely not Mac Jones 2.0. Definitely not. He's better. And, New England's got a lot of empty seats every week. Belichick's gone. Brady's gone. Kraft's got to restart that franchise. And I wouldn't wait much longer if I were Robert Kraft. If Drake May's there at 3, I'd talk to people, but I'd take him in the end.
Sou Pal Antonio joining us, and like we said, he and Greg Cosell, it's going to be great. Two of our favorite people, ESPN's coverage of the NFL draft. Just to kind of finalize the quarterback talk, and then we can move to other stuff. Do you think it goes 1 through 4? Does somebody move up into Arizona's spot and go after J.J. McCarthy, whether it be Minnesota or you said the Giants? Is it going to be 1 through 4 quarterbacks, do you think?
Yeah, again, it'll be easier for the Giants to go from 6 to 4, 1. 2, if I'm the Cardinals, I don't want to go below 6 because you have a generational talent in Marvin Harrison Jr. He's going to be great. He's got more size than his father, great body control like his dad, terrific hands. You never want to be compared to your Hall of Fame father, but boy, oh boy, Mel Kiper's talked about him being Larry Fitzgerald II, which is pretty high praise in and of itself. So if I'm Arizona and I think I can get him at 6, I talk to the Giants for sure. And if I'm the Giants, I take J.J. McCarthy, 100%. Again, not super polished right away as an NFL starter, but he's gone through the fire of being coached by Jim Harbaugh. He has been sharpened by the coaching style, the intense coaching style of Harbaugh. Won 27-1 under Harbaugh, won a national championship, can do a lot of good things and will get better. He's only 21 years old. And he's another guy who can sit for a year. Daniel Jones comes back whenever. Drew Lock, they don't owe Jones any money in 2025. I think McCarthy's a good fit there at 4. But if I'm the Cardinals and I can't get the Giants to move, I stay right where I am and I take Marvin Harrison Jr.
And we'd have to deal with him in the NFC West for years if that's the case. And I agree with everything you're saying about him. He is a special talent, and his dad, one of the all-time greats, him from Philadelphia. So we're obviously locked in on the very top of the draft, the early picks, but the Niners are finally going to have a draft pick late at number 31 overall. So we're looking at the teams around them in Baltimore right before Detroit and Buffalo and Tampa, and all of them. And then Howie Roseman in Philadelphia will go at number 22. So give me your thoughts on that. But just overall, major changes for your Philadelphia Eagles, Sal, this offseason after the 10-1 start, the crash and burn at the end, the playoff loss to Tampa, the changes in the offensive coordinator position and defensive coordinator to bring in Kellen Moore. And I want to get your thoughts on Lord Fangio and what he's going to do to the Philly defense. But bringing in Saquon Barkley on offense, just monumental. But just the changes they want to make on offense with Saquon and Kellen Moore coming in to run the offense. Are they going to ask Jalen Hurts to be more of a pure pocket quarterback and actually read defenses and go through progressions and maybe
Boy, would
get
that
away?
be a mistake. Boy, would that be a mistake.
So you want him to keep playing the RPO
I can
game.
hear it. Greg, I can hear the facetiousness in your voice.
No.
I
don't know if he can do that, but he's got to get away from being a straight RPO guy.
Yeah, I don't know if he can do that. So let's take, there's a lot of questions. Let's take the Niners first, okay? So here's what I think will happen. I think there'll be 2 tackles taken at the top, Joe Alt, and then the guy from Penn State whose name I have a hard time pronouncing, but I'm sure you'll have no problem with him. So I think those 2 will go to the top, and then there'll be
Olam Fashanu, John. How do you say his name? Olam Fashanu. Fashanu.
Yeah, Fashanu. Yep. Yeah, Fashanu. I was being facetious about Fashanu. I can say his name. I wanted to give you the first shot at it, though, Papa.
All right.
No. So then the Bengals will obviously take an offensive lineman. I have 8 offensive tackles with a legitimate first-round grade.
Whoa.
8, yes. Legitimate first-round grade, and I a lot of that I got from just looking at them, but also our lad scouting service, which I know you know, been involved in NFL Combine and the NFL Draft for 46 years. They've got 9 guys with a legitimate first-round grade at the offensive tackle position. So you think the Vikings will, if they don't trade that number 23 pick, they'll take a tackle. The Cowboys, in my view, have to take a tackle at 24. Have to. They have to, without a doubt. There's talk of them taking a wide receiver. I don't believe it. I think they'll take a tackle at 24. They've got to their offensive line has got too many injuries, is getting too old, and they've got to do a better job protecting their quarterback. So the Ravens, I think, will also take a tackle right before the Niners at 31. But I think the Niners – you go back, listen, you guys obviously have studied the Super Bowl inside and out. But in my opinion, what failed them in overtime was the lack of protection of Brock Purdy. I think that was the number one thing. All the decisions made by Kyle Shanahan, and I'm not going to second-guess Kyle Shanahan 2 months later. I think it comes down to protection throughout the game, but especially in the fourth quarter and overtime. I think they got to get some more offensive line help for Brock Purdy, and I would go offensive tackle at 31. Whoever is the best one. I think at the bottom of the draft, in the first round, 25 through 32, you'll see 6 or 7 offense. 23 through 32, you'll see 6 or 7 offensive tackles taken.
Hopefully it's deep enough because, like you said, I mean, I think of the first 10 picks, 9 are going to be offensive players. Maybe Dallas Turner at Alabama goes to the Falcons, but it's going to be quarterbacks, wide receivers, and offensive linemen, and then kind of changes from there. But as you get deep, the guys we're hearing, Guyton of Oklahoma, Jordan Morgan of Arizona, the kid out of BYU, I mean, is that kind of the group, that next group who might be available near the end of that round?
Well, if they get Guyton out of Oklahoma, that's a home run because he can play for sure. And Mims can play as well. I mean, you're going to have to wait on him.
He just hasn't played much, right?
Hasn't played much. I mean, that's a Baltimore Ravens pick right there because they're looking for the future. But there's a lot of people who say the Eagles will take Mims at 22. I mean, Howie Roseman will be they'll be taking they'll be putting him in the tool shed if he takes that guy. And going back to what Greg was asking about the Eagles, so you're reconfiguring, you're hitting the reset button. At the same time, you're also saying you're all in by the moves that you've made. You're all in, you're Super Bowl or bust. There are a lot of cliches that you can attach to what the Eagles have done. They picked up 17 players this offseason. That's the most of any of the teams that made the playoffs last year. That's number one. They spent $164.8 million alone on guaranteed money to their existing stars. That's the most of any NFC team that made the playoffs last season. If that doesn't smell and feel and taste like all in, I don't know what does. So, but at the same time, as you mentioned, Greg, you got a new OC. Again, Jalen Hurts has another offensive coordinator that he has to learn from. And if I'm Kellen Moore, I don't change a lot about the offense. I don't go in there and change a lot. You're going to run Saquon Barkley to the right. You're going to throw it to him on the left. You have to bring in another tight end to control the hash marks, so that gives Barkley some room to maneuver. To me, you need another wide receiver who can run 9 routes in addition to Vontae Smith to get the top of this defense away from A.J. Brown so he doesn't have to do that, and he can roam in the middle of the field where he does some damage. So at 22, I know they pick offensive and defensive linemen. I know that's the way Howie Roseman has gone over the years. He likes to build from the inside out, and he's got a 34-year-old at right tackle who's not playing, as well as he used to. You saw Jason Kelsey walk out the door. He wants to get the replacement for Lane Johnson. But for me, I don't know. I like Xavier Worthy. He's one of my favorite players. We're going to highlight him tonight in the show. I love Xavier Worthy. He's Tyreek Hill 2.0. He runs a 4.21. I would pick him and just terrorize the NFC East. That's the guy I want.
Pure speed. Just getting back to the quarterback, and obviously last year, I mean, he played great, runner-up for MVP and the Super Bowl and all that. And then there was regression in this game. And I don't know if it was the knee injury early in the year, Sal, or the 49ers mush rushing him. But to me, he wasn't reading coverage the way you got to read coverage, and his leadership just seemed to lack at the end of the year. And they gave him a big contract in the offseason. So where is Jalen Hurts at right now in his career, would you say?
Well, let's look at it big picture and little picture, since you brought up a lot of different stuff, which I like to play when we answer questions on players. Big picture, since he became the starter, he's been responsible either throwing or running for 207 touchdowns. 207. That's the most in the NFC. Only Mahomes and Josh Allen or more. So that's a hell of a production, Greg. So you don't really have to change a lot with the guy. They already have looked at the whole leadership thing. We don't want him on the sideline, on the bench, sullen by himself, not talking to anybody. That's not leadership anywhere. I don't care where you're playing, what you're doing, doesn't matter. If you're in the corporate world or in the military, you don't want your number one guy who's the leader of your team sulking in the corner. That's for sure. So that's got to stop. And he realizes that. And some of the things that he has said and done in the offseason indicate that he understands that he has to be not necessarily a rah-rah guy, but more in tune with what other players are feeling and doing. That's part of leadership. How are you doing? What can I do to make your life better? Let's talk about it. That's leadership. So that has to happen. You hit the nail on the head, Greg, 100%. And you want that out of a guy that you've invested $250 million in. That's part of the job. It's the CEO part of being a quarterback in the National Football League. As for the other stuff, the reading defenses, the dynamics and the scheme of the offense, that's why you bring in Kellen Moore. He's got experience. He'll understand what needs to be changed week in and week out. Love Brian Johnson, but he just didn't have the experience level to develop, design an offense, and then call plays, which he had never done on Sunday. So that was a tough deal for Jalen Hurts. I think Kellen Moore, different personality for sure, different background for sure, and experience and play calling, but I think he'll add some things. But don't do too much to change Jalen Hurts. He's had just unbelievable level of production. MVP runner-up 2 years in a row. In the Super Bowl, year 2 as a full-time starter. Had a really, really bad run. I think the lowest point was taking that safety in Tampa from 13 yards out. You can't do that. So I'm sure they've gone through the film with him. I think Kellen Moore will help. We'll see. We'll definitely see. You know, you look at the NFC East. This is my 32nd year covering the NFL, either from the Philadelphia Inquirer or ESPN. I have never seen this division where all 4 teams change defensive coordinators in the same year. All 4. There's going to be a lot of studying done by the OC, by the head coaches, and by the quarterbacks as to what's going to go on. And as for Lord Fangio, I'm glad he's here. I think he's fantastic. He'll definitely hold some guys accountable. There won't be any of that loosey-goosey talk in the locker room about what this guy's doing or that guy's doing. Everybody's going to be paying attention to Fangio.
Sal, great stuff, man. We love you. We love Greg Cosell. You guys are going to be great on draft day. We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much for your insight.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. You guys have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon. Hope to see you soon. Love you too, Greg. See you, buddy. All right, buddy.
I took notes. I took notes on Sally.
Again,
he knows everybody, and he knows his team inside. They all changed defensive coordinators in the NFC East. Wow.
Sal and Greg Cosell, again, our good friend Greg Cosell, who you hear on the station, they are going to break down all the quarterbacks, do a great job, and you're gonna watch them because he does such a great job of breaking everything down. And of course, the draft starts at 4:00. They're on April 18th. ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. So make sure you're watching those guys. There's a lot of different angles to look at in the draft, but we covered a bunch of them, especially with the quarterbacks, receivers, offensive linemen, and that's who the 49ers could be in play for. A bunch of offensive linemen, interior, or tackles as well. So, again, we'll be down there live at 49ers HQ on Thursday. Make sure that you tune in for that because that is one of our best shows of the year. We have a bunch of fun with it right there with Kyle and John, and they tell us what's going on. So it's a good time down there, and we'll do that next Thursday. All right. If you missed Mike Dunleavy, you're in luck. We got the foreplay. The most important things he had to say about how the Warriors will attack the offseason. We'll do that for you in about 10 minutes. Steve Kerr will speak at about 1:30. You'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors head coach Steve Curry joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the end of the Warriors season, what the future holds for the team. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. Spring is here, and I'm fired up about the orange and black. And yes, I'm still obsessed with Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini is one of my all-time favorites. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, Toscano Brothers Bakery, and Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area and at Oracle Park and Levi Stadium.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. About 5 minutes, we'll give you the foreplay, which features Mike Dunleavy, if you missed him about an hour ago. And we did miss a couple of cuts because we played about the first 20 minutes, and he had a couple of other interesting things I went back and listened to. So we got 4 Mike Dunleavy cuts, the things you want to know, Klay Thompson, Jonathan Kuminga, how he felt about the season and how they can get better, especially with the finances that they have to face. So we'll play those for you in about 5 minutes. And then Steve Kerr is going to talk at 1:30. So we'll get into all those things, and we'll opine about Mike Dunleavy Jr., what he has to say. Real quick on Sou Pal Antonio, since we're going to be doing the draft in a week before we get to the Dunleavy stuff. What he said about the 49ers, offensive line help. I mean, it's very hard to predict a player, obviously, at 31. Hell, we don't even know what's going to happen at 2 after Caleb Williams. But positionally, I mean, he talked about the offensive line. Are you in line with that, or is there somewhere else you'd like?
I think he's misconstruing. I think the protection in the game was an issue. There were overload pressure from Steve Spagnuolo, and that's what he does. I don't think it was necessarily a case of guys getting flat out beat. I think it was a case of they got out schemed in some regard. They obviously not blocking Chris Jones on a critical third down. The overload blitz, earlier in the game, going the other way at the end of regulation. That's what Spags does, and that's communication from Brock to Jake Brendel, to all the way out. But I don't think they're going to draft a guy. Now, if they get up in the top of the draft, there are a couple of guys that are. Joe Alt, obviously, is a great player, second generation. His dad was a great player. J.C. Latham out of Alabama, Fashanu he mentioned, Fuaga, Fatano. There's some guys early in the draft that you're not going to get unless you move up from 31 to somewhere, in the teens. So I think we're looking at the other guys later, and it's very deep. I'll get into it more. But you heard there's going to be a run on offensive linemen and tackles that are right there, that are right before the 49ers. So do you want to jump ahead of some of these teams that you think you're going to take a lineman like Minnesota, like Dallas, like Green Bay, like Baltimore is right in front of you? Do you want to take like the 8th or 9th best tackle, or do you want to take a corner? There are other needs on this football team. So you set a draft board, and then you let the board go the way it goes. But if you identify one guy and you want to move up to go get that guy, then, you're in that position to do that. So we'll see how it all plays out. There are other needs on this football team that they got to address. I think, because, Colton McKivitz and the injury to Feliciano in the Super Bowl and Spencer having to come in, I think people overreact. They like their offensive line. And I think barring them trading up to get somebody later in the first round, you may be able to, but that guy may be more of a super U guy, and Feliciano would be your starter at right guard. It's a need, obviously. I think Trent's going to play longer than you think he's going to play. There was one moment there where he got frustrated after the Philadelphia game and got kicked out of that game that he talked about retiring. I don't think, knowing him, that's where his mind's at. Now, if he suffers a terrible injury this year, it could change things. I think Trent's looking to play a number of years. Now, can he continue to play at that level? There's going to be a point, he's damn near 40 now, where it's going to be an issue. But I don't think that's a pressing issue. They like Colton. They redid his deal. He has versatility both financially and positionally to move inside if you want to do that. Yes, they want to draft a lineman. I would think they would draft a lineman. They didn't draft a single lineman last year. But are you going to do it with pick 31? Or might you do it later in the draft? I think you're on the board for really anything, including wide receiver, corner. So let's just see how the draft goes. You're not picking 3 like you did before, with the trade drain. You're not taking a quarterback, but you're also at the end, and there are a lot of teams right around you that well. What's Green Bay going to do? What's Detroit going to do? What's Baltimore? These are teams you got to beat to get to New Orleans in the Super Bowl. So I think offensive line is always an area of need, but I don't think it's as pressing of an area of need as people think it is.
It's Pop in London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. We told you to give you the best of Mike Dunleavy about an hour ago, and then bottom of the hour, Steve Kerr will speak. So let's hit it. It's time for your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler. 4
chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, there's a couple that you didn't hear. We played about 20 minutes of the press conference, but went back over and listened to the whole thing, and here's one. Mike Dunleavy did, in his opening statement, say that he was disappointed, certainly did not want to be in this position to be talking today. This team is used to long runs in the playoffs, but he's disappointed but knows they can improve.
Yeah, I mean, I think the overarching emotion right now is disappointment. We're still sort of, settling in on what happened. But on the whole, we knew this season, no matter how long it went along, was going to end at some point, probably disappointing us. And so not a shocking surprise. But I think as far as, again, what we need to do it's pretty straightforward. It's to get better. And I think that presents a really good challenge for everybody, whether it's the players, the front office, the coaches, the performance staff, like everybody rowing in the same direction and figuring it out.
It's funny. He makes it sound so simplistic, but it's very difficult given the finances and all the kind of things. And he was certainly asked about finances, and we'll play that for you as well. But a simplistic thing, just get better, but much more difficult to do.
But they did. So I think, there's one thing that he said was we got behind. And they were 6-2 at one point. And then they, through a lot of different scenarios, they became 19-24. They were 5 games under 500 when they lost that epic double overtime game to the Lakers. And that was the night before the NFC Championship game. So we didn't dwell on it. It was a hell of a game, and they lost to the Lakers. So 19-24 is not good, obviously. But there are a lot of reasons for that. Draymond missed so many games. Wiggins wasn't playing well. It went on. Klay wasn't settled in yet. Then they won 27-12 to close the year. 27-12 as a winning percentage over 82 games is 57 wins. So what are they? Are they the 19-24 team? Are they the 27-12 team? I would say neither. I think it's just that it's a long year. 82 games when you have veterans on this team, including Chris Paul, it's just hard. It's hard to get through the year. They weren't ready to play for a lot of them at the start of the year. Why? I don't know, but it's a long grind. We've always thought about the 82 as just paying the bills around here. And really, when you get to the 28 games and the 16, you got to win April, May, and June are the ones. So I think is hard to understand, but his bottom line theme was, and we'll hear the money, we weren't good enough. And over the course of an 82 game, you weren't. And then you got into a play-in where one bad night and you're out. But the one thing, and I know Steve said this yesterday, and we'll hear Steve live again today when he meets the media at 1:30. And then when Mike Dunleavy flat out said, I wouldn't recommend a $400 million payroll for a non-playoff team like this. It would not be prudent. So he's telling the owner that, and he's the one in charge. And let the owner say how much he wants to spend. If he's saying that, well, that does not bode well. So they're going to. I think this year is going to be about streamlining the payroll this offseason.
Exactly right. And Steve said the same thing. So they've already had this conversation, and you and I have talked about this throughout the year. And this is just through sports history, not just the Warriors and not just the NBA. Owners have shown that they will pay overages, taxes, all those kind of things for a team that is contending for a championship. Clearly, Joe Lacob, well, Mike also said during the press conference at the beginning that Joe has not put any parameters on them. A 10th place and out, or the year before a first round and out team is not on the verge of a championship. So that's going to be the most interesting thing to watch. To try to improve is one thing. To try to improve and within financial parameters is very difficult. So here's Mike Dunleavy on how they can improve.
Yeah, I think, the way we'll look at it is, seeing what we can do, what's out there, seeing what we project of the guys we have on our roster, how they can improve, talking through it with, Steve and what he's looking to do to change things, and really getting a hard look at like, okay, this is where we can be. And then to go to Joe with my recommendation of what the appropriate spend is on all that. That's what it's going to come down to. And frankly, that's probably not going to happen next week or next month. It's like a lot of this stuff leads up to the draft and right up to the bell of free agency. So there may not be a lot of, conclusions and solutions in the short term, but that's what will lead up to.
I think the way that they may look at it is Joe is going to say, look, I'd like to stay within this number, but if you can throw at me, it's kind of like what the Giants did. They would have probably liked to stayed within a certain number, but if Blake Snell's available late for a 1-year, $30 million deal, now that's not going to happen in the NBA because that's not how the finances work. But if there's a trade out there that makes a hell of a lot of sense and you may have to spend a few bucks or whatever, then I think Joe may be fine with it. But if you're going to spend money to just spend money, he's not doing that. And that's where he's going to want to cut back.
You have to also understand and remember that the owners in this league came together and redid a CBA that really took away teams like the Warriors and the Warriors drafted Steph and Dre and Klay and Kavan. They drafted a lot of these guys and the younger guys that are on the roster now, Kuminga and obviously the two rookies, Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Moody. But they're perceived for whatever, because they're making a lot of money, and those guys all graduated to where they're supermax guys, and you go out and buy Durant. In any event, to just blow past the luxury tax line the way he has, it's hard now. It's much more punitive. I mean, the Warriors have a $208 million plus payroll, plus they pay in luxury tax $176.8 million. Their luxury tax penalty is higher than the tax line in the NBA. They're already over that in guarantees next year, and there was a grace period where it was punitive this year, not as much as it's going to be this July. So even if the Warriors won the title this year, they knew they had to get under that second apron. So they're going to have to make financial moves. There's no doubt. He can't do it anymore. The CBA has changed. They're hitting him harder. So he's just not going to do it. So I'll be anxious to see exactly what they do. Going out and obtain a superstar for a guy that's relatively inexpensive, still on his rookie year in Kuminga. I don't see them doing that. It's going to be hard. When do they extend him? He is extension eligible. When do they do that? They've got to figure out a way to reduce salary, and that's Chris Paul would be one that would come off the books, and getting the numbers lower on Klay and Kavan are possibilities, but I think, they're all saying we cannot have that payroll anymore, and they're not going to.
All right, here's Mike Dunleavy, two specific players, one being Klay Thompson, one being Jonathan Kuminga. Either Kuminga, you think in this timeline, is going to become that kind of a star that can really help out, or you may trade him in the offseason. Here's what Mike Dunleavy said about the future of Jonathan Kuminga as a Warrior.
Yeah, I think really good growth out of JK. Frankly, put a ton of time in this past offseason, came in, had a great preseason and got off to a little bit of slow start, but found his way and was, had a stretch there in the middle of the season, was, not only one of the best players on our team, but in the league. And that's where we see the potential with him. And like with him and our other young guys, vitally important that these guys take another step because, that's how we're going to balance this thing out with, our more mature legacy players with, a younger core group that can push us forward and help us win. And like Moses, JK, those guys are extension eligible. Once, we'll get down the road with that, but unequivocally, we value them. We want them here. So we'll see how that goes.
When he says balance it out, he's talking finances. So they want him to be really good and take that step as a player so that he can be kind of that Kawhi to Tim Duncan. But also he's saying to balance it out because until further notice, he's extension eligible. But next year, you got to have these star players step up while these other guys are making money, and that's how they're going to balance out the books.
Yeah, he made great growth this year, and he did start slowly. But once he got into the rotation, and there were some awkward moments, obviously the game against Denver when he didn't play the last quarter and a half and he lost confidence in Steve. That was Kuminga saying at age 21. But he did grow. I mean, his numbers, he went from 9.9 points a game last year to 16.1. The shooting numbers were, he backed away from the three ball. He shot it actually less effectively, but he shot it less frequently as well when it was all said and done. And when it was balanced out, it was even, but he stopped taking that shot. But he improved immeasurably. His rhythm of the game, his pace of the game. He's such an athletic and fast player. He had to learn to play slower, get his shot up quicker. He was a slow load, but I think he has unlimited growth. I don't know who that guy's going to be, but he's going to be a really good player. Bob Myers mentioned Jaylen Brown. Wow, I agree with that. Kawhi, is he ever going to guard like Kawhi? I don't know if he's going to do that, but he guards well enough, and he's got to get better at that end and just find it all. He could be a featured guy like Kawhi became. He doesn't turn the ball over like Jaylen Brown, but in any event, I would not necessarily extend him right now. Maybe it's the pain of what happened with Jordan Poole, and you gave him the money when you felt like you had to, and then it all blew up in your face. And that wasn't Jordan's fault necessarily, but didn't work out well, and he became a really expensive liability. You had to move. So I would say wait. If you can wait a little longer and not do it, it may cost you more in the end, but I'd like to have one more year of data on him before you did extend him. But I would not trade, Jonathan. And now, who are you going to get back? But if you're trying to shed salary, John, how does it make sense to trade Jonathan Kuminga and go and get a high-salary guy?
All right, we'll talk more about it, plus Klay Thompson, what Mike Dunleavy said about Klay. That is the biggest offseason question. We'll play that for you coming up next. And then Steve Kerr at the bottom of the hour as we continue to decipher the Warriors in the offseason. It's Pop and Lund on your Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader. It's always good to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Of course, he has the answers to all your tax issues. We're a few days past D-Day, tax day. But man, if you can't pay those taxes, if you got the unfiled tax returns, Steve can help you. How do people deal with that, Steve? Unfiled tax returns.
Call us. We explain everything to you, and then we want to take over for you. Look, here it is, April 18th, a few days past D-Day on Monday, April 15th. And I know some of you haven't filed returns. And maybe it wasn't just for 23, it was 22, and the year before that, and the year before that, maybe 5-10 years. And there's a bunch of you that owe a bunch of money, and you just can't pay it. But don't ignore it. Don't wait for one of these new IRS agents to come knocking on your door. You don't want them going to your customers and ruining your business. You don't want them ruining your life, your marriage. Bottom line is this. You have a whole host of good options. You have a lot of rights. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all that to you. We'll explain all we want to do for you. And if you'd like us to, we can just go ahead and do it for you. So the bottom line is, call us, let us explain it, and let's get you out of this mess.
Unfiled tax returns, as they said, it's a free consultation, so you got nothing to lose. Call right now, 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Longtime NBA OG Howard Beck. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the Andrew Wiggins trade value around the NBA. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
No, I think it's a mutual feeling. I mean, the guy's been here a long time. He means so much to the organization. We really, really value him. And so there's nothing that would make me think that he wants to go somewhere else or we don't want him back. And for that reason, I'm hopeful we can make it happen. But, it's a deal. Both sides got to be good with it. And we'll work through that. But I think, hopeful, I'm optimistic I am about it.
Just as a one-off to let you know, said kind of similar things about Jordan Poole and traded him 3 days later. So just let you know, it's a different situation. But we shall see. I don't think anything is set in stone. I'm sure both sides want something. But then if Klay got $10 million more from Orlando, he might be gone. So who knows? But that is the big number one story, right? I mean, there's a bunch of questions to be answered, but that's number one. Klay Thompson stays or goes.
Yeah, I mean, because his contract is up, and he's Klay Thompson. He's a four-time NBA champion and the first ballot Hall of Famer. But I think everything that they're saying, and we're going to hear Steve Kerr, and he's going to be maybe a little bit late, but we'll hear him right around 1:30-ish. He will take over the Bill King interview room where Mike was at noon. And his comments were even stronger. Desperately want him back, and then more from a basketball standpoint. I mean, the one thing is, and I know Klay was 0 for 10 the other night, but he's still a really good shooter. Look at the numbers, the percentage. I mean, it's one thing to shoot the percentage he shoots, but the volume of the shots that he takes and the way they tilt coverage. I mean, obviously with Steph, you're all over him, and Mike Brown was trapping him up 24 points with 4 minutes to play in the game. It was unbelievable. As soon as he crossed midcourt, he put 2 on him. If Keon Ellis wasn't up on, right when he crossed midcourt, he went crazy on him. So obviously Steph gets it all, but you can't. Klay's the same. On any kind of an action off the ball, a floppy, a pin down, a curl, he's coming, and he is loaded to shoot the ball. So you've got to tilt coverage that way, and it balances it out. So when Mike's identifying what we need, and he said shooting, number 2 behind defense, Klay Thompson is still a really effective shooter. It's got to be a little bit different in how he, the amount he can play at this age and coming off the injuries, John, but he's still, last year he shot 41% of the threes. He shot 10 a game, and he made 4.4. He led the league in three-point makes a year ago. And this year he shot 39% on three, shot 9 a game, and made 3.5 a game. So if you're identifying shooting as one of your needs, and Steve's talking about spacing the floor, I mean, Klay Thompson is still an effective player offensively in a role, and you've got to find a way to also make him work defensively and not get picked on right now.
I think it really just comes down to what can they offer him, because earlier on in the season, and I think Klay is not of this mindset now, there was reports that he wanted a max. Well, he's not a max player, but it's how long and how much, and can they fit him under that? I know they'd love to keep him, and I know they're saying all the right things, and I think Klay, all things being equal, would like to come back as well. But for what you just said too, despite the fact that he was 0 for 10, 0 for 6, I don't even take that into consideration. There was a large portion of the season after the slow start when he went to the bench and then came out the bench, he was really, really effective. And if I keep bringing this team up, but if I'm Orlando sitting down there going, I got a lot of good players on my team, I need veteran leadership. I need some more shooting. Everybody in the league needs shooting. Mike Dunleavy talked about it. And the Warriors just hypothetically offer him 20 and somebody offers him 30. That's massive. If it's $5 million or $3 million, whatever, I think he stays a Warrior. If it becomes something like a $10 million difference, there's just not many athletes that will say, I'll stay. Now, maybe the ties are that great that he's just going to stay and wants to finish in the big three. He's going to have a statue out there regardless. But as you pointed out earlier, he's a big fan of Kobe. There's a lot of people who want to stay with one team. There are people like LeBron who could care less. But if that's his main goal and they pay him a reasonable amount, he'll be back. If somebody blows him out of the water, he probably leaves. That's what most people do.
And people do leave, and they still get, their jerseys retired and statues built out in front of arenas. I mean, he wants to stay, and he has said that, but reality will show that players do move on. I mean, we talk about the Celtics and the Big Three. Robert Parrish moved on at the end of his career. He wound up playing with the Chicago Bulls at the end of his career. Robert Parrish was not a Celtic to begin his career. He obviously was a Warrior. But Larry and Kevin did. Michael Jordan moved on. Scottie Pippen moved on. They change. Very seldom do you get a Magic kind of situation or Larry. It's just or Kobe or a Tim Duncan. But they do move on. So we'll see what path he takes. Ultimately, I think a lot of it'll be, Greg Lawrence and his agent through Wasserman. And by the way, he's represented by the Wasserman Group, and that's where Bob was for years. And they did get Draymond signed in the offseason, and I think Joe does handle this a lot. I don't know who they really have doing contracts for the Warriors specifically, who's their parag. But it's a little bit different with Bob not there. Mike Dunleavy's just different. He has a different approach. Does he get actively involved in all this, or does somebody else in the organization do it? But having Bob's ties to the Wasserman Group and knowing his agent, it does help things. But ultimately, they're going to make him an offer. What will it take to bring him back? They all want him back. He said, we want Klay back. Klay wants to come back. Steve Kerr, and we'll hear Steve in a few minutes here. When he meets the media, I'm sure that'll be topic number one, but he's used the word desperate. We want Klay back desperately. But there is also a $40 million payroll they don't want to be at. He's not going to make $43 million again. Would it be 23, 33? That's the number. That's what you have to get on. But I think ultimately it'll come down to Klay having to make a call, and he does value the continuity of playing for one franchise his whole career. Other players have at the end and still come back and are well welcomed. Rick Barry moved on, and it does happen. Mully moved on. Chris went to Indiana. He was traded. So it does happen. So we'll see where it all goes, but I think his desire to stay here, Steph's desire to keep him here, now they just got to figure out what the right number is for both sides to come to an agreement.
All right, we heard from Mike Dunleavy in the noon hour, and he assessed the season and the offseason. We'll hear the same from Steve Kerr. Steve was, of course, on with the guys yesterday. Tolbert and Copes will expand on some of those things. So he'll meet the media for the final time of the season coming up next. Remember, Tolbert and Copes, Farhan Zaidi is going to talk some Giants. They got the Arizona Diamondbacks. We haven't talked a ton about it. We'll get a lot into it tomorrow, and the series starts tonight, but some really intriguing pitching matchups tonight. Farhan Zaidi will talk about the Giants in the early season today at 4:50, and Mitch Richmond was supposed to be on yesterday. He's going to be on today, so make sure that you tune in at 2. It's Pop and Lund. Steve Kerr next on the Sports Leader.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Steve Kerr about 1:40, so about 8 minutes from that now. And he will speak, as Mike Dunleavy did today. A couple of quick things going on in the sports world. It's official. The Arizona Coyotes will go to Salt Lake City next year. We have an NHL team in Salt Lake City. Ryan Smith, the owner of the Utah Jazz, will have a hockey team. They voted unanimously to move to Arizona's team, the Coyotes, from Mullet Arena, one of the best and aptly named arenas in the history of mankind, Mullet Arena, which is on the campus of ASU, to Salt Lake City. I have no idea. I guess they'll play in the Delta Center. That's still
Yeah,
the
where the
Delta
Utah
Center?
Jazz play. The owner there has been pushing hard to
Yeah.
get it. And I mean, it just makes more sense geographically to have a team in Salt Lake City at the base of the Wasatch Mountains than Arizona. When they came into the NHL, they had the Gretzky tie, but they just never really got a foothold in that area. And it's, people, the Sharks have
Didn't we
been
go
around
to
a
a
long
game?
time.
Remember the game you and I went to? I think you were there. We went.
No, I didn't go.
During the Super Bowl. It was the first Super Bowl in Arizona, and because if people don't realize, I mean, nobody's from Phoenix really, and the only time that people get behind their teams is when they win. And so I went to. It was a Red Wings game against Arizona, and it was the first Super Bowl that was played there. And
yeah, I didn't go.
It was 90% Red Wings, and that's just how it is. That's the only people who went to hockey games was people because they're snowbirds. They go to Arizona in the wintertime, and so whatever team was playing there, that's where they had the fans. Arizona never had any fans. They were never really any good. So anyway, that is official.
Well, they had Gretzky. I mean, they couldn't get a foothold. That's a big sport. The Giants are playing the Arizona Diamondbacks for a long time. The Phoenix Suns were the only team in town, and then the Cardinals moved from St. Louis, became the Phoenix Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals. Then the Dbacks came in, but hockey's just a little bit different. I think once they're in that building you're talking about, it's how many does it seat? You think it would be a temporary situation. They just never really. Whether it was just people didn't skate down there, but it's the same in the Bay Area to some degree.
110 degrees. It's pretty hard to sell hockey.
Well, they do in L.A. I mean, it's not 110, but that's where you grow the sport as you go to the areas. I mean, back in the Northeast, and I love hockey. This is the first year that I did not go to a Sharks game. I was really embarrassed, and I wanted to go Saturday, the last game of the year. I just didn't get down there, and I'm there all the time, obviously, during the football season. I went to a couple of Sharks games last year. I think I've been to at least one ever since they moved to the Cow Palace, and Sharks aren't as good right now, so it's hard, and their numbers aren't there. But there's a hardcore, Sharks fanatics. Obviously, they love the Sharkies, but it's just a little bit different in the climates. The LA Kings have been a strong franchise. They obviously grew the league when they got away from the original six, and the LA Kings came in free agency, or not free agency, expansion, when the Flyers came in. And then, you got other California Golden Seals, the Oakland Seals that Charlie O had for years, back in the 70s. So you want to go to a city where it's not conducive to hockey and ice skating to grow the sport to what it can be, but it just didn't work there for whatever reason, ownership and the arena. But I would venture to guess, John, and you lived in Salt Lake City, they'll love an NHL team in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, they had a minor league hockey team that did really, really well. And like you said, it's a colder weather city. They're desperate, and it's a big enough city. I mean, they've talked about Salt Lake City for baseball and things like that. I don't know that it would work there, even though they've got a AAA team there, the Angels. But, yeah, I think it'll work. I think it'll work better in Arizona. I mean, it's hard being like you said, they have all the major teams outside of now. They're going to lose the Coyotes, but it is a hard sell down there. All right, let's get to it. Steve Kerr is going to speak at about 1:40. You will hear it right here. He's going to speak next about, obviously, the season, the disappointment, and what do they do to get better in the offseason. You'll hear from the head coach of the Warriors next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Golden State Window and Door Design wants to encourage you to think beyond the wall. Larger windows and doors allow you to enjoy a wide-open canvas of nature. Greg Papa here. So how would you like to have a wall of windows that open, or a wall of windows with doors that disappear, offering you unobstructed views. It may be hard to imagine, but you can see them all for yourself when you click on products at goldenstatelumber.com, then choose windows and doors for the image gallery featuring Marvin and other respected vendors that are sure to inspire you. Under brands, scroll down to Marvin, and there you're going to find even more extraordinary options for your project. As a Marvin Direct retailer, you'll receive competitive pricing as well as phenomenal service. Located throughout the Bay Area and Sonoma County, where I was last night with Fred Warner, Golden State has been the go-to supplier for 70 years, and they're confident when they say, when you succeed, we succeed.
Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're still waiting on a little Steve Kerr. He will speak. By the way, we haven't had a chance to do this, and I know we're going to do it a lot more tomorrow, but good pitching matchups, man. I know it's early in the season, but you don't play the guys within your division as much, so I would call this a big game, and it's 4 games. Nelson v. Webb tonight, Montgomery, Snell, the two Boris guys, and this is Jordan Montgomery's debut. That's going to be Friday tomorrow for Arizona. Gallen versus Harrison on Saturday, and Kelly versus Hicks on Sunday. How about those matchups? Whew, Nice.
Yeah, I mean, these are the defending National League champion, Arizona Diamondbacks, coming in. And, one thing we'll hear from Steve Kerr, and again, this is the Warriors getting knocked out early or not even making the playoffs is good for the Giants because you got this 4-game series with Arizona, then the New York Mets, who are always a big draw, come in right behind. And then the Giants are home back-to-back weekends, not just this weekend, but they're home the following weekend. The Pittsburgh Pirates and Joey Bart are in. So this is 4 against Arizona, 3 against the Mets. They're off on Thursday. We'll be at the patio on Wednesday before the NFL draft, and Thursday's the draft. And then the Buccos come in, and they're off to a good start. And just watching Arizona a little bit, they played a sloppy game yesterday defensively, and that's just not who they are. They're 9-10 to start the year. The Dodgers are not playing well right now. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Padres over the weekend, then they just lost 2 out of 3 to Washington, and they got shut out yesterday. So the Giants are not off to a great start. They're kind of treading water. Offensively, they got to pick it up. Outside of Blake Snell, their starting pitching has been solid. The bullpen's been hot and cold. The Giants are 8-11, but the Dodgers are only 12-9. Who would have thought that with their galaxy of stars? The Padres are 11-10, and Arizona's 9-10. So you start this series just 1 game behind Arizona. You're right there. It's just nobody's, clearly outplayed anybody in the National League West. We thought when the Dodgers get off to, John, a 10-4 start. At one point, they've not been the same team. So it'll be interesting to see. And the Mets are 2 games under. They're 10-8. They've won 4 in a row. They're playing a lot better than you thought. So we kind of, we're following the Giants, obviously, every game. And now that the Warriors are not in the playoffs and out, we'll hear from Steve in a minute here. It's good for the Giants to seize control of the Bay Area the way they did last year. And remember when the Warriors got knocked out last year, the Friday of Mother's Day, the Giants began to play a lot better right around that time. They brought up Casey Schmidt. They brought up Patrick Bailey. And after that 6-13 start, they played much better. So maybe the Giants 3 games under 500. Now the Warriors are not going to play any more basketball. They have no game tonight or tomorrow. They're done until the fall that they can seize the Bay Area and play better.
Yeah, and like I said, this is a 4-game set where the pitching going to be a lot of fun. Again, Webb versus Nelson tonight, Montgomery and Snell tomorrow night, Gallen versus Harrison, and scheduled our friend, Mr. Kelly, Merrill Kelly. By the way, dominance in Arizona. I mean, he's been good here. He's been ridiculous when they play him in Arizona. So Kelly versus Hicks on Sunday. That should be some good stuff.
And Jack Peterson's back in. Arizona's seen a lot of left-handed pitching, which is odd because the Giants have not. So Jack has not played a whole bunch. He had a home run yesterday. Last week.
Yeah, against
his first
Cubs
one of the year, the day before, 2 days ago. But anyway, he'll be in obviously tonight against Logan Webb. You would think as a DH, and then I could tell Marte's the guy you got to get. First pitch of the game yesterday, he hit a bomb.
He's good.
Yeah, he's as a leadoff hitter. He's going to be difficult to deal with because he does ambush you. He has 3 leadoff home runs this year, 8 in his career. And yesterday, though they played sloppily and lost to the Cubs, the first pitch of the game, he went yard. So do not have a Marte parte. And then Logan Webb's got to control the running game. And I know he's made that a point of emphasis, and he's been better at that, but with Marte leading off and Corbin Carroll right behind this team, they will steal you blind if you don't hold runners. And then Patrick Bailey's throwing the ball much better.
Yeah.
He had a huge throw out of your guy Jazz Chisholm.
Yeah, say that slowly.
On Wednesday
be
in the day.
Careful.
Yes,
very good. By the way, not that they're going to bring anybody up, but we talk about Luciano all the time and Schmidt and Matos and all these guys. Elliot Ramos, 20 for 56. That's a 357 batting average, 4 home runs, 13 RBIs, and an 1125 OPS. Now, he has struck out in 17 of his 56 at-bats. I'll give you that. But, sometimes it takes longer for a guy, but he's hitting 357, 4 home runs, 13 RBIs. The great conundrum is, and we saw it yesterday, Mike Yastrzemski will make a great catch in right field, so you want to keep him out there, and we talk about defense and needing the defense. He's a tremendous right fielder. He's a gold glove type of right fielder, but again, he continues to struggle with the stick. So how long can they go with him? They probably will. And then, by the way, and they were saying this on the broadcast yesterday, he's exclusively right-handed now. He's only had a couple of at-bats versus lefties, so he's a clearly platoon guy. And before we get off the Giants and get to Steve Kerr, who should talk at any moment, did you hear Javi's line yesterday? Javi Lopez. We got to talk to him next time he's on. Patrick Bailey took that hit to the jewels, and he said former Laker Mitch Kupchak. Very nice.
I heard
Very
that.
nice, Javi.
I heard that.
Solid. So anyway, that's your story on the Giants. Ramos. Could Ramos be the guy? He could be a
Not right
guy,
now.
couldn't he? No,
Not right now.
You don't want to see Ramos?
You need to go to Sacramento and watch the River Cats play, John. That's where you're going to get your Ramos, Phil.
No, he's never coming back.
No, he'll be back, but not right now. They're not going to bench Mike Yastrzemski just yet.
They're not?
Jack Peterson sitting third and DHing tonight.
Oh, is that right? How's he looking?
He is.
Did he lose a few LBs?
He looks fine. They've not played much. Steve Kerr, by the way, meeting the media, I believe, right now.
Jobs aren't easy, and appreciate the relationships that a lot of us have. I've gotten to know a lot of you really well over the years, and it's I don't know. Not every coach actually enjoys these. I enjoy these. I enjoy seeing you guys, but I appreciate all the work you put in. I mean, I never forget what our business is about, which is connecting our team to our fans, and telling our players stories. And you guys are the ones who do that. And you also have difficult jobs because you have to criticize us and criticize players, and it puts you in an awkward position at times. And so I just want to tell you, I appreciate the difficulty of your job, and you guys do a really good job of covering our team and telling our stories and connecting our fans, and all of that is really important. So thank you. Now you can grill me about not making the playoffs. So
like, is that a disarm tactic? That's what I was like.
That's exactly what that was, Marcus. Can I take you to lunch later, by the way? Anything I can get for you before we start?
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, I forget.
So, Steve, it's very obvious you guys believe that you got some tough decisions to make. There's some roster changes. You've been working with Mike Dunleavy for years, but in this capacity, what do you think about like his ability to get in there and do the things you'll have to do?
I've just been so impressed with Mike this year. When he got the job, I was 100% comfortable because I had gotten to know him, and I knew Bob had mentored him, and I thought to myself, Mike's going to be good at this. But when you actually see him in action, for me, what that means is when we're blowing games early in the year, and he's coming to me and supporting me and saying, "Hey, I get it. This stuff is hard, and you can't control everything, and you're doing a great job." And like you don't know how meaningful that is to a coach until you actually sit in this seat. And I think that was one of the things I learned as a general manager was I didn't do that well enough, frankly, when I was in Phoenix. I didn't understand how hard everybody's job is in this business. And I think Mike's awareness, emotional intelligence, just having been around the game his whole life, seeing his dad in the both jobs, coaching and GM, understanding the emotional swings of being in this business, it's just set him up perfectly to be a leader and to help guide people through adversity. And that's what we're facing right now. Obviously, we didn't make the playoffs. We're all disappointed. Mike's the perfect guy, to help lead everybody through the difficult time, but not only emotionally and with people skills, but also with his basketball experience and knowledge. He and I have had great discussions this year about our team. I had a great discussion with Mike yesterday, and he said, look, we have all the evidence we need and all the clarity we need with our team to make really good decisions. And I thought that was so well said. So I have, in a nutshell, I have the utmost confidence in Mike's ability to do what you just asked.
Steve, on Tuesday night after the game, you had a moment of self-reflection, and you said you need to be better, especially with the offense, getting what you want out of the offense. What did you mean by that?
I think the offense can help the defense. The game has always been connected. And I think, we've had a a unique style for 10 years here that's mainly based on the off-ball movement of Steph and Klay, and the unique nature of Draymond's being a point center, for lack of a better expression. We have unique players, so we've played a unique style. Some of it planned, some of it simply morphing into a way, the way that we've done things, a way that we've played. We've been turnover prone for a long time, partly because we freelance quite a bit. I feel like the last couple of years, our team hasn't been built to withstand some of the mistakes and the turnovers, but also it hasn't been built in a way to support some of that freelancing. So I have to take it on myself to help the players be put in better positions to make better decisions, if that makes sense. One of my most important experiences in basketball was playing in the triangle offense in Chicago. I learned so much basketball from Tex Winter and Phil Jackson. And what Phil used to tell us was, we don't run the triangle for Michael and Scotty. We run it for the rest of you guys. We can run anything for those guys and they'll be fine, but we run it for the rest of you guys to help you make decisions, to help simplify the game. And I'm not going to run the triangle, so don't, put that in a headline, but I need to make, I need to create a simpler format. We're still going to do a lot of the things that we've done. We can't go away from what has helped make it successful. But I think I need to teach it better. I need to simplify some things. I need to give our guys maybe a little better template for how we're going to accomplish it. Because like I said, when you connect the game and you can make better decisions offensively, it translates to the defensive end and you become a better team. So I've got to do a better job of that.
Moses has had a pretty strange few, seasons. I know you're not sitting here wanting to guarantee a rotation spot on April 18th or anything, but like, how much clarity do you guys need with him on playing time next season, or just, what has held him back also?
I think there's a crowded field of people in Moses's realm, where he is on our roster. There's a lot of other guys, and he's a really good player, and he's a young player who still has a lot of room for growth. Decision making at both ends needs to improve. Quicker decisions, quicker rotations defensively, recognition of patterns. I've told him directly, I want him to get his shot off quicker. I think he should be an excellent three-point shooter. There are times where he's open, he doesn't shoot it, he drives it, and we immediately lose, the advantage. And so these are all things that we're trying to help him with. And he's in his third year. He hasn't played a ton, and so you need reps to improve on this stuff. So. Yeah, I think next year is a big year for Moses. I would love to get him out there more. But when you look at the roster, there's just a lot of people, and we haven't always been able to get him on the floor. We always look at combinations. I think that's the key thing to remember. Anytime you think, well, so-and-so needs to play more, if you're making that observation, you have to recognize that we make our decisions on combination. The game's about 5 players fitting together. And frankly, there are some combinations that have not fit together, and that limits our ability to play certain guys. And so those are all factors in Moses's development and his prospects going forward. I will say it again, he's one of the most high character young players I've ever been around. The way he handles adversity, he's just very practical. He's been raised so well. He's a wonderful young guy, and I'm always pulling for him, and I want him to succeed. And But frankly, he needs more opportunity for sure.
All right, so there's some of Steve Kerr didn't get to a lot there. Talked about Mike Dunleavy, says he's got the utmost confidence in him. Offensively, needing to make some changes, needs to help the players be put in better positions. Says he's not running the triangle, but wants to simplify things. And then he talked about Moody, and he says he needs more chances, but it's all about some combinations. So, again, I'm sure they're going to talk more about Klay Thompson and all the other big issues, but that's all we had time to get to until 2 o'clock. And it was brief, but any observations there?
I just, he's been coaching this team a long time, obviously going back to the 14-15 championship, so a decade. And for him to acknowledge that, I think the other night, I always look at this team defensively first and getting stops, and I think ultimately, like Mike Dunleavy said, they got to get better defensively. But the offense, it just needs it. It's just too much Steph-centric right now. It's just there's too much. It's just. And you hear Stan Van Gundy, I got to get Steph shots. Well, they never used to play that way. Steph would get shots organically by just the ball movement. Now you had, Klay was more in his prime, and you had Durant or even a young Harrison Barnes and Mo Spates, Leandro Barbosa. You had offensive players around him, but I think they got to get back to who they are and not just relying on, when they won Game 7 last year in Sacramento, Steph took 38 shots. Wow. And he made a high percentage, like whatever he made, and they won the game. But that's just not who they are. So I think that's interesting, what he was saying, and going back to the principles of how, a Tex Winter in the triangle and all that. And just they need to improve on all areas. They need, more personnel, and people fixate on personnel. But it's also coaching and trying to get the most out of them. And what he said about Moses Moody is really accurate and to the point. I think we're hearing a lot of these comments that Steve and Mike Dunleavy are saying are things that, because they're coming right from the exit interviews with the players and things they told them, and then they're just honest guys, and whatever they told the players, they're telling the media. So I'm going to listen more. He's got a lot of interesting things to say, but it is. I like the way he's jumped right in by trying to suck up to the media.
That was nice.
And not rip at him.
Yeah,
trying to buy Marcus lunch.
That's smart.
Right away. You know how much that'll cost him to buy Marcus a meal? He doesn't want to do that.
All right, good time had by all today. Thanks for hanging out on a Thursday edition of the show. Monty Poole gave us some great insight. Sou Pal Antonio on the draft. And remember, a week from today, we'll be at 49ers HQ with all the draft stuff you need. So go back and listen to any of those and all interviews on KNBR, KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes coming up now. Farhan Zaidi highlighting everything at 4:50, the early season for the Giants as they get ready for the Snakes tonight as they're back in town after their trip to Florida. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter to a certain extent. And the boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader. Sorry, Walter. A Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on. Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Farhan Zaidi going to join us today, and that is it. By the way, high marks for Steve Kerr buttering up the media before he starts his press conference.
What did he say to butter them
well
up?
Well done. Just appreciated their job, how hard it is, and how good.
Come on, Steve.
I texted him. I go, well done.
Yeah.
What a butter up the media.
You guys are good looking too, all of you.
Steve,
smell nice.
Well,
you lost weight. Yeah.
Steve knows. He was a member of the media.
He was, yeah.
He understands how the whole thing works. But no, I do think he does appreciate those guys. But it was just funny listening to him. Like, dude, that's enough. It's like Aunt Jemima syrup thick. It was like, that's enough. Those guys. If you're listening to me right now, you guys ain't that good. Okay, you're just not.
Jobs ain't that hard.
No,
we know. We're doing it.
No,
okay. We have a good team for the Warriors. We really do.
We got luck. Our media in the Bay Area is really, really good. And they're good people too. I've met just about all of them, and they're really good people. But that's all I'm gonna say. I don't butter them up too much.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Steve did it enough.
Yeah.
It was funny because I was thinking today, like the most poignant thing he said, I thought yesterday when we were talking to him, and I heard a little bit of the press conference. I didn't get a chance to hear it all, and I'm sure we'll have some cuts from it.
Yeah, we will.
But when he said that he wanted Klay and Chris Paul back, but thought that spending $400 million didn't make a whole lot of sense for a team that doesn't make the playoffs. What coaches want and what coaches get are two different things. Coaches want everybody because they're the ones that have the intimate relationship with all the players, and if they like the players, they want them back. But even Steve would say we can't have the same team back next year. That's just not that's not possible. It's not going to work. That team didn't make the playoffs. So the question is, and the question I was asking yesterday, without a great answer, was, well, where do you go? Where do you go then? Yeah. Where do you go? Where are you going to go? So that really is the question. If you want to change kind of the makeup of the team, what are your options on doing so? So that's why I'm really intrigued to see which way they're going to go. I mean, nothing would surprise me. Team looking very similar wouldn't surprise me. Like a big bombshell trade wouldn't surprise me. It just
would a complete overhaul of the roster surprise you? That might be the most surprising.
How big overhaul we're talking?
Talking like all the guys we mentioned yesterday. You're talking GP2, Kevon Looney, Kuminga, Wiggins. I mean, there's like 6 or 7 guys who could not be here.
Yeah.
If there's like 5 guys who who were of that caliber, Chris Paul potentially, right? Like guys who were definitely.
I expect him to be gone.
I do too.
I expect him to be gone.
I kind of expect Wiggins to be gone.
He's like, to me, he's like a 50-50.
He's the next one.
Yeah, he's the most logical one. And then I think the big one where everyone would be like, whoa, would be if Kuminga were traded.
Sure.
If he were traded, that's the one I think that would get the most reaction from the fan base, positive and negative. I know a lot of fans that don't think he's great, that don't think he's going to be a top like 1 or 2 type guy on a championship team. And I know a lot of people think he can be that guy. So it's mixed when you ask for opinions on him. I'm of the opinion right now, I think he could, but I think he's probably on a championship team can be your 3rd or 4th best player.
Yeah.
I don't think he can be your 1 or 2, but I'm not steadfast in that opinion. Like I lean that way, that he can be 3rd or 4th, but not 1 or 2. But I'm not sure about that. Next year will tell us a lot because he did take a step this year. There's no doubt about it. But there are also some things when you watched him, you're like, this needs dramatic improvement. Like it needs a lot of improvement. You can tell the natural, like raw ability this kid has, and it's pretty immense. But there's also a lot of things there's a difference between guys who can do winning things on a basketball court and guys who can look great on a basketball court. There's a lot of guys in the NBA can look great on a basketball court. They're just incredible athletes and can do incredible things, but can they help you win? That's the thing. Because there's a lot of guys in the league that can score 20 that play on teams that win 30 games. What does that do you?
Reminds me of a great riff. I think I've told you, my buddy and I still to this day reference this. It was you ranting about, must have been the 2008 or 9 Giants. So I was like a freshman or sophomore in college, right? And you were talking about Aaron Rowan and his performance of the team and the contract they gave him. And you said, Aaron Rowan right now isn't helping the team. He's getting away with looking like a ball player. And I was like, that's a great call. There are guys who look like they pass the eye test, but they don't pass the actually help your team test. I think Jonathan Kuminga is trending more towards that. We know that. Because early on, when you keep hearing about a guy's potential and then you don't see it, and then he calls out Steve Kerr publicly and says, I've lost faith in his ability to develop me, then I kind of took a step back on him and was like, well, what does this guy want?
Yeah.
Does this guy want to be great? And now I think differently of him because clearly something clicked. And I'm intrigued by, somebody said this on the text line yesterday, if they were to move Kuminga, you could be like betting yourself or gambling yourself out of a guy who makes an even bigger jump this offseason or next year.
Possible.
Once he started getting more minutes and more in the rotation and things started to click. I mean, this guy's been playing basketball for that long.
Yeah.
Congo to the NBA, basically.
Yeah.
Right? This was a pretty impressive jump this year. You generally don't see that big of a transition in one season.
Yeah. Well, that's where seeing him every day gives them knowledge that we don't have. We can see him on the court, and I have a little bit of it, talking to Steve and stuff, but I mean, I don't see him every day. I don't see his work habits. I don't see how he mixes with the team. I don't see the chemistry between him and the team. I don't see what kind of competitor he is when we're not watching. I don't see those things. Like, how many people last year were upset when they got rid of Jordan Poole? I mean, they knew all this stuff. Like, they knew a lot of this stuff. All we saw was the stuff that was on the court, him going crazy. Steph's hurt or Klay's out, and he's scoring 30, 35 points, getting it done. And you're like, oh, this guy's part of the youth movement. And then he goes to Washington. He was
not so fast.
He was brutal this year. I thought he'd score 20 a game. Like, it's Washington.
Remember he kept doing those look-away threes? He would shoot it and turn around and miss?
That's the kind of stuff. What are we doing? That's the kind of stuff like you look at and you're like, oh, that looks a lot different in a Wizard uniform than it did in a Warrior uniform because they were winning the game by 10 or 15 points, especially when they won the championship that year. But now you're like, ooh. Like, I would ask Warrior fans right now, the ones that really wanted to keep Jordan Poole, if you didn't know anything about Jordan Poole whatsoever, except that he makes $30 million and you watched him this year with the Wizards, would you say the Warriors need to go get that guy? Not a chance in hell you'd say the Warriors need to go get the guy. No. But again, they knew these sort of things because they'd been around him. They know what he's like, and they know what he's like in practice. And they understood why they needed to move on from him. And I'm not saying that Jordan can't have a successful NBA career moving forward. Just you kind of see what the Warriors saw every single day. What do they see in Kuminga? I'm not sure. I don't think it's apples to apples. But the one thing that is you need like that knowledge of being around a guy for a full few seasons to understand what makes him tick and how high you think he can go.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Farhan Zaidi joins us a little bit later at 4:50, but still a lot of Warriors talk as Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr address the media today. We're going to get into some of that momentarily after I tell you how you can win 2 tickets to go see the Marley Brothers, the Legacy Tour with Ziggy Stefan, Julian, Kaimani, and Damian. That's going down September 10th at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. Tune in all week long between 2 and 6, and we'll give you the cue to call. When you hear it, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll go see the Marley Brothers Legacy Tour furnished by Live Nation. Rules are at KNBR.com. Rolf is on the board today. Rolf, what's the cue to call?
Shut up. I love this song.
Ooh, yeah.
Shut up, Lou. I want to jam it with you. We're jamming, and I hope you like jamming too.
When you hear that again between now and 6 o'clock, be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll go see the Marley Brothers. Tickets available, livenation.com, and we'll be doing that again tomorrow. So when we come on back, how about this? We just talked about how they approach the offseason. Steve Kerr said to us yesterday, I don't know if Joe Lacob's going to want to pay $400 million for a 10 seed. Mike Dunleavy addressed the financials. He addressed wanting Klay Thompson back. He also addressed what the likelihood was of whether or not Draymond would return to the team. He did also last year say that Jordan Poole would be back.
Yeah, he did.
And what happened? Mike Dunleavy addresses the media. Your thoughts on how Mike Dunleavy's first season as Warriors GM went at 808 KNBR, streaming on Twitch, KNBR.com, the KNBR app. Mike Dunleavy next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr spoke to the media today to discuss the Warriors' future. What changes do you want to see the Warriors make? You can let us know at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, or on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
is Bryson. I'm 6 years old. I came all the way from Sydney, Australia to listen to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR, the sports leader.
That's our guy Bryson in the house from Sydney, Australia. Well done, Bryson. Standing in the control room with his dad Newton, all the way from Sydney. Came all the way here to listen to us.
Wow, now he's going back home tonight.
Should have told him there's an app.
He came over just to say that.
Could have heard the app, dude. We have a KNBR app. They could have downloaded YouTube, Twitch. Didn't have to.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Love it, dude, Bryson. Well done.
so
All right,
good.
transcontinental stuff here on the sports leader. Mike Dunleavy addressed the media today for the first time since the season ended. First time in a while. Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Thanks.
How would you evaluate Dunleavy's first season as Warriors GM? Because I was saying to you yesterday, we haven't calibrated yet completely to how he's a guy who's going to operate the team, what he's going to do. And I mean, I don't know that I would have known what Bob Myers does in this situation, but we still don't even know about him really as a GM and what his strategies are. What would be your evaluation of year one?
I thought he did a fantastic job.
I did too.
I think the trade, the Chris Paul, Jordan Poole trade was fantastic. The draft, Pajemski, TJD, were two guys that were rotational players. I don't know how many games Brandon started this year, but quite a few. Trace Jackson-Davis was a starting center for the last part of the season. So when you get guys in the teens and the 50s and they start and they play minutes and they're going to be part of your group going forward, that's good. I mean, so yeah, I thought he did a fantastic job this year. And he's going to have his work cut out for him this offseason because, again, $400 million for a 10th seed isn't ideal. And you're not going to do that again. There's no way. And I don't think, even though I don't know which way they're going to go, it's hard to justify this team looking similar to the one that finished in 10th place this year. Because you can't expect the guys like Klay, Steph, and Draymond to get better, right? To some extent, they're going to get worse if they're all on the team. Now, how much? I don't know that. It could be 1 degree. It could be 15. It could be 30. Yeah. I don't know how much worse they're going to be next year. But this isn't the time where you start trending up. You're trending down. It's just a matter of how fast that arrow is going down. And is it pointed straight down or is it gradually pointed down? I don't know. So it's going to be an interesting offseason for him. But you can't ask for much more than Paul for Poole and then Pajemski and TJD in the draft. I thought he did a really nice job this year.
Yeah, somebody on the YouTube chat here just said, our guy Jay Tan said, he did fantastic considering he drafted dudes. Yeah, guys who contributed in year one. That's something we haven't seen a lot of. I mean, Jordan Poole did it a little bit. Kuminga. It's different when it's early in the year versus when they came on mid-year and then had an impactful back end of the season, even more so than Moody a couple of years ago when he was a rookie at just 19 years old. Well, you mentioned the $400 million. Here's what Mike Dunleavy had to say about the financials. Says they are part of the puzzle, but will it be restricting for the Warriors this offseason?
The financials will always come into it. It's part of the puzzle. I wouldn't say we're at a point now where we're saying we got to be out of the tax or we got to be under a certain apron or anything like that. We're going to look at everything. I think if you've got a team that you feel can contend for a championship, you do what it takes financially. So we'll look at everything. We'll balance it out. And it's hard to say right now in terms of like what it's going to look like and all that, because this is April. This stuff goes into June and July. But you know how Joe is with his willingness to spend and compete, that I don't think there'll be any restrictions, but we'll also be prudent. I mean, to put a team out there that can't make the playoffs, like we spent $400 million this year, I wouldn't recommend that. So we'll figure it out, but I don't think we have anything set in stone in terms of parameters we got to live by.
Well, Andy's very good at the podium too, because he said a lot without saying anything, to be honest with you. I mean, he said like the obvious, like, well, yeah, we'll spend if we go win a championship. We know that. We know Joe will do that. The question is, do you think you can win a championship? And the answer to that with this team is no. He also said what Steve said, spending $400 million to come in 10th isn't prudent. So, yeah, we get that. I mean, we get all those things. $400 million for a 10th seed isn't cutting it, period. We know Joe will spend for a championship team, period. We know this isn't a championship team. So how do you make it a championship team? And Joe will spend for that. We get it. The question now is, and I don't know that's one he can answer right now, is can you make this a championship team? What will it take to make it a championship team? And we said it yesterday. The only thing we could see is if the young guys make a big step. And I don't know if they're capable of that type of step. Like, we're talking, you need some dudes on the team, some, like, guys that go out there and are, like, not just rotational guys, but top 3-4 rotational guys. And I'm not sure that the young guys are those guys. Can Kuminga take that step to be one of those players? Possibly. We'll see. I think Moody can be a rotational player, but he's not that type of player. Neither is Pajemski. Neither is TJD. Steph is. And, you know, Draymond is probably a top 3-4 guy, but in a different way. But how's he going to age? You know, what's he going to look like next year? It's all very intriguing it's going to be intriguing to see what they do and trying to figure out, like, kind of play along, guess along with them and think, okay, what can they do? Like, what can they do to make themselves a championship team that Joe Lacob will spend for?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there are salary cap restrictions. You can't trade Wiggins for, like, a guy that makes $60 million a year.
There was that whole thing where we were like, could they move Wiggins? Specifically, like, a couple of years ago, Wiggins couldn't be moved for Ben Simmons. Remember we talked about that a bunch?
Yeah.
Like, ooh, that'd be a nice fit. And they're like, it actually can't even happen. There's all these weird rules and wrinkles with when you're drafted and where.
And thank God it didn't happen.
We still be like, man, if I can riff
imagine that one. Oh.
If I can riff for a minute, he didn't play that much less than Wiggins did. You know?
No.
It was pretty close, but I'm with you.
Well, if he was here, we could have sent him back with Newton.
Oh, well, yeah, Newton's go back to
take him back.
Take him with you. Package him up.
Take him back. Then go play for the Boomers.
Newton and Bryson, yeah. Go play for the Illawarra Hawks or whatever in Australia.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so again, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to find a path other than keep this team somewhat similar, which isn't appealing to anybody, and hope the young guys make a giant step. I don't see that happening. So, okay. So after that, what happens? Paul's gone, and I don't know exactly. I'm not a capologist. I don't know if that could be a sign and trade. So that could be a $30 million a year player maybe you can get. But, you know, it's not like if you're trading Paul to somebody, they're going to forget he's 40. Yeah. Like, they know they're not going to give up.
He's what? He's 40?
I think he's 40, isn't he?
Yeah. You're not going to surprise anybody with that. It's just the same Chris Paul.
And you're not giving up a great asset for that. Klay, is he going to be back? Not going to be back? But that's $43 million. You can't take that $43 million and go spend it somewhere because you're already over the cap, and the rules that prohibit you from doing so. So again, what's the avenue for getting to where you want to get to? I think Wiggins would be tradable. I think he would have value. I think there are teams that look at him and go, you know what? We have enough scoring. We could use a wing defender. We could use one of those type of guys. I do believe that. And then Kuminga is going to be your most marketable guy. There would be teams that would be willing to pay.
He would get you the most.
For Kuminga.
He would net you the most. Now, the question also is about how the other two guys fit in, because we're talking budgetary stuff here.
Correct.
He talked about Klay Thompson. So they did ask him about Klay. Steve said, yeah, we want Klay back.
Yep.
What does Mike Dunleavy have to say about it?
Certainly we want Klay back, first and foremost. I expressed that to him yesterday. I think our players have expressed that, our coaches, front office, ownership. Look, everybody wants Klay back. He's still a really good player, and I think we have enough good players in our system. We have enough assets to acquire good players, and we have the ability to keep getting better. So given that, as long as those guys are still really good, I think we can contend and compete, but we just unequivocally have to improve.
I mean, the if thing is one thing, but for him to say what Steve said, because you said, yeah, coaches are going to want certain guys and they'll be open about it, and that doesn't mean they're getting him back. But when the GM says that, what's that mean to you? In concert with
Steve? I think they want him back. Like if let's say 5 years from time, I wanted to come back here and I was still doing a good job, but they didn't want to pay me, and I said I'll come back for $1. They go, oh yeah, we'll keep you. We'd love to have you back. We'd love to have you back. I mean, I think
we want him back for the right price.
Exactly. That's exactly what that means. And look, Klay wants to come back, but he wants to come back for the right price. The problem is his right price may not be their right price. So that's where that's where it's going to be interesting to see what Klay wants and what they're willing to offer. Because it ain't going to be $43 million. We all know that. What's it going to be? I do not know. But I think what you're going to hear a lot of is we really like him. We want him back. We like him. We want him back. And then you're going to be sitting there listening to this and think and go, wait a minute. They said they liked everybody. They want him back. We don't want the same team back. Same team just finished in 10th place. Yeah. Why do we want the same team that finished in 10th place back? So either it's that, and you say we can get a lot better, we can improve. Can you? Can you? I mean,
Where does it come
It's
from?
an easy thing to say. That we got to. Well, we know you got to improve. How do you improve? And why should you expect improvement? I mean, right now it's kind of like a depreciating asset where, it's, I don't want to say it's at its expiration point because it's not, but it's a lot closer than being fresh. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not sure what the options are, but they're going to have some, and they're going to be going through them and trying to figure this out during the summer.
One more here from Mike Dunleavy Jr., the Warriors general manager. This is one that I have not really considered as a reality, which is Draymond.
Okay.
It just seems more like Klay's the one that's up in the air.
Yeah.
I guess you could move Draymond, but again, we keep saying you net more by keeping him, I feel like, than you do by making a trade, unless you're absolutely lining up some other massive move. Mike Dunleavy on the likelihood that Draymond Green is back next year.
In terms of having him back, I think very, very high likelihood. I can't imagine a scenario where he's not back. Could be wrong, but man, he's signed up under contract. We value him. He's a core piece of what we do. So fully expect him to be back. I think we won over 60% of the games he played in this year. So you know how meaningful he is to winning, and he'll continue to do so. As far as the other stuff, part of it, I think, is managing him, Steph, and Klay as they age. These are long seasons. These guys have been through a lot. So we've got to manage the emotional, the mental, the physical stress and the fatigue these guys take on. And that'll be a part of the process moving forward. But I think Draymond, I think he's in a great place mentally, just evaluating and observing him over the season after the suspension. I think he's learned from it. I think he's better. And we'll continue to work on that stuff and have it on top of mind. But I think we're in a really good place with him and excited to have him back.
Yeah, I mean,
I would be surprised if he weren't back. That would be surprising to me.
Because I think he's more valuable to them than anybody else.
Agreed.
And again, he has the equity here.
Yeah. Mike Dunleavy with his comments there on wanting Klay back, but again, it's all about the right price. And he did say financials he didn't think would get in the way, but it's about what you can put out there that makes Joe Lacob confident in spending that money. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. What changes do you think need to happen after you've heard some of these comments? Steve Kerr met with us, or came on with us yesterday, and shared his thoughts on the end of the season. He was still, I would say emotional, but still wearing it. He's like, it's abrupt. It happened so quick. You're still sort of processing. He then today spoke to the media just about a half hour ago. We got that for you next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Tolbert comes back with you Thursday afternoon. Warriors still, they call it exit interviews, I guess, right? You ever do an exit interview, Tom, when you were a player? You had to sit down with the media and...
No, I never did that. Our exit interviews were sit down with the coaches. You know what they wanted you to work on during the offseason and, just kind of what improvements they wanted to see from you, whether it be shooting or ball handling or conditioning or whatever. Just like, here's what we want to see from you next year when you show up for camp. But I never had to do, like, media. No, it's like everybody for the Warriors seemingly has to do an exit interview with the media.
Like Guy Santos is sitting there like, what am I doing?
Yeah, we never had to do that.
Garuba's like, what is an exit interview? What are you asking me?
There would have been like 2 people there.
Garuba, Jamaica.
My exit interview would have been like 30 seconds. Yeah. What's up, fellas? Yeah. Hey, Tom.
You wouldn't have buttered him up like Steve did. Huh?
No, how'd the season go? Good. All right. That good?
We didn't win it. That's why we're sitting here talking at this exit interview. If we'd won it, you'd have been doing this at a parade. You wouldn't ask me anything. This had all been done. Well, Steve Kerr sat down for his exit interview today with the media after he did his exit interview with us yesterday. We got it in first. We had priority. Steve Kerr had his presser today. Talked about how impressed he's been with what Mike Dunleavy's done. I really do think he had a good first year. Here's Steve.
I've just been so impressed with Mike this year. When he got the job, I was 100% comfortable because I had gotten to know him and I knew Bob had mentored him and I thought to myself, Mike's going to be good at this. But when you actually see him in action, for me, what that means is when we're blowing games early in the year and he's coming to me and supporting me and saying, hey, I get it, this stuff is hard and you can't control everything and, you're doing a great job. And like, you don't know how meaningful that is to a coach until you actually sit in this seat. And, I think that was one of the things I learned as a general manager was I didn't do that well enough, frankly, when I was in Phoenix. I didn't understand how hard everybody's job is in this business.
So his perspective is, and it's something you and I have talked about. You said, it's funny, you mentioned he buttered up the media. You said, well, he gets it. He was a member of the media. I mean, there's very few guys in Steve Kerr's position with this level of success, if any. I mean, I say very few just because I don't want to forget any, but to have the number of titles he had as a player, then to become a broadcaster and a great one, and then be a GM with the Suns, and then become the Warriors head coach. Like, I'm flipping the order of some of those there. Yeah. But the amount of jobs, the number of jobs he's had in what's made him I think kind of a glue guy for a lot of different people within the organization, and to have the ability to say, I know how difficult that job is and what I was bad at with it, and to see what Mike Dunleavy is capable of. I think his evaluation of stuff like that is fantastic.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. And it does give Steve a different perspective than most, being in the media, in the front office, on the bench. So he understands where everyone's coming from, what their job requirements are, how difficult it is to be in the front office, be on the bench, all those things. So it gives him a really, really good perspective. And it sounds like they have a similar relationship that him and Bob had. That it was, very much into collaboration and working together, and both people kind of understanding what the other guy is going through and their part of the job, and understanding what Mike's trying to do to make this team better, and what Steve wants, and what Mike can do, and what he can't do. So, no, I think they're in good hands on that front.
More from Steve Kerr here. We talked to him about Draymond a bit yesterday, but again, the thought is that he's a movable piece if they wanted to move him. I'm of the mindset, and you are too, that they would get more out of him if he were here than if they traded him and got a pick or a player or whatever the combination may be, unless it's a part of something that is much, much, much bigger. That's the only way I think that makes any sense. Here's what Steve had to say on Draymond Green.
The number one thing I would say is if we decided he wasn't worth it, then we would have moved off of him years ago. But he's worth it, and he's worth it not only because of the banners that are hanging out there, but because he really is a wonderful human being. He is somebody who I love deeply, who I care for. And in some ways, I love him because of his flaws, because he's so human. What happened over the last year was it went from maybe him yelling at me and us getting into a tiff, or him getting ejected, or him, running up his technicals or getting a flagrant foul, to, oh, wait a second, it turned violent. He punched Jordan. He grabbed Rudy Gobert by the neck. He flailed it, like that stuff. That is just by basic laws of society, basic norms. Like, you can't do that, right? So at that point, when the league suspended him, it was the best thing to happen to Draymond. His career was on the line, and it is on the line every day.
I love basic laws of humanity.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what, Steve, he was with us yesterday, and I don't want to say more so than ever, but very frank with how he's talked about some of the players and the guys in the organization in the last 2 or 3 days. I wasn't laughing at what had happened. It made me snicker because he's running through all the stuff. You're like, yeah, Draymond did that. He did all those. Yeah, he did those, the technicals. But he kept saying he was worth it. Yep. He's worth it, or we wouldn't have done that. But in pointing out the escalation of it, the violence and what had happened, it is interesting how that did turn, where he said it was yelling at me or taking it out elsewhere, and then it evolved into something different. So for him to say his career's on the line and it happens daily, and I believe that it still is. Every time he's out there, there's a chance something can happen, or that he's baited into something, or that an official ignites something with him, like the double tech.
Yeah. Well, that's what I kept saying when the knuckleheads on TV were saying it's time to move on from Draymond. It's time to get rid of Draymond. They got a Draymond problem. They got they're better off without Draymond and all that. It's just simply not true. As Steve said, and I said it at the time, if it wasn't worth it, they'd move him. He is worth it. That's why they're keeping him. That's why they're putting up with some of that crap. And again, some of it you need, that edgy stuff, because they're not an edgy team. They don't have a lot of edge on that team. Like, he gives them that edge, and he's a really good basketball player. And he's worth it, and he's a winning basketball player. That's why they keep him. That's why he's on the team, and that's why he's still on the team, and that's why he'll probably be on the team next year. But I thought it was poignant when Steve said, his career's on the line every game, or every day, pretty much. Like, you just the missteps add up, and after a while, he's not going to be worth it. And when he's not worth it, then they'll move off from him. But if you wait until that point, then what's he worth to another team? If it gets to that point, why does another team want to give up a great asset for that? Because, again, when he goes to another team, if he goes to another team, and I don't know that he will, he has no equity. I keep mentioning that with Klay. They don't have any equity built up with other teams. It reminds me of the Pablo Sandoval situation when he went to Boston. I'm like, they don't care about your championships in San Francisco.
They don't care about 3 homers in the World Series.
They could care less.
They want you to hit there for $85 million.
That's not that they don't care. They didn't get to enjoy that. You have no equity built up there, and it didn't take long for that crowd to turn on him. They're just like, oh, we've had it with this guy already. Like, if he'd have done the same thing in San Francisco, it wouldn't have gone down that way because he has that equity. People love him here. So, but you go to a different team, it's a whole different deal at that point because you got to start from scratch and build that equity up with those fans. And I just don't know that that's going to be the case with Draymond specifically. I mentioned Klay as well, but Draymond, it'd be a harder sell if he does like one more thing, gets suspended again, and you say, well, I think it's time to move on. Well, who the hell out there is going to go like, yeah, we'll take him. It's good. It's good. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with the suspensions and Draymond being Draymond, even though there's no equity built up here. But we'll go ahead and give it a shot. Somebody will, if he's playing well. But if he's playing well, and he behaves, relatively speaking, to Draymond standards, then he'll be a Warrior. Why? Because he's worth it. That's why.
One more from Steve Kerr here. We talked yesterday a lot about, is this the end of the dynasty? Could it have been when we look back at that Kings game, what we deem as like the demarcation point for this Warrior dynasty? And I've said this a bunch. We talk about the end of Avengers Endgame, and there's that quote from Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man. He says, part of the journey is the end. And I say it's like wrestling a lot of times, or in pro sports, you go out on your back. Head coaches a lot of the times, like unless you go out on top or you get to walk away, it's rare to do it on your own. But they asked Steve today, here's Steve Kerr on, is there a perfect way to end a dynasty?
Yeah, I mean, it rarely is it storybook, you know. I mean, even the 96 or 98 Bulls, you know, team was broken up and we won the championship in our last year, but there was a documentary about what a disaster the whole thing was. You guys might want to watch it. Yeah. It's impossible for this stuff to, you know, to end perfectly. I do think there is a lot of value, as I just said to Tim, in you know, our three guys being Warriors for life. I think there's a lot of value in, you know, ending with dignity, you know, where there's I'm really proud of the guys this year, even though we didn't make the playoffs. Like I loved the effort. I love the chemistry, you know. People can be disappointed. We're all disappointed, but I loved the turn in Klay and Draymond seasons. So for those three, I really want to see all of them, you know, finish their careers here, but also finish out their careers with a sense of pride and dignity in what they're doing and the way they're going about their business.
You guys should watch it.
You guys should check it out. It's good.
Check it out. It's pretty good.
Good show.
It was a disaster. Well, it's funny because he's right. There is no perfect way to end it. Like the only perfect way to end it is if you wanted to have those guys retire when they still had something left in the tank.
And that's not what happens.
Never happens. Never happens because they're getting paid way too much money. Guys want to play because they love the sport, so they continue to play. So ultimately, a couple things can happen. You can go the Bulls route and just say, we've had enough. We've had enough of each other. We've had enough of the players. If you're the front office, if you're the players, or the front office, you do enough of the players. You know, Scottie Pippen was underpaid. He was whining. Jordan wanted to keep the thing together. They just Krause and Phil Jackson didn't get along, and they said before the season this was it. So, but that's not going to make anybody happy. It's not going to make the fans happy. It's going to be like, hey, we just won. What are we doing? Why don't we keep this team together? And Steve said it many times. It wasn't possible. Like they weren't going to stay together. It wouldn't have worked. When Steve said it was a disaster the last year, that kind of lets you know there's just no way we could have gone on with this team. So that's not perfect. Okay, you keep them together and everybody's happy and everybody ages, and then you start finishing in 10th or worse next year. Or I mean, so everybody's like,
to decline. And,
everybody's like, well, how do we? What do we do? Well, you can get rid of some of your players. Well, that's not perfect because those guys helped you win a championship. Or you could just like watch them kind of gracefully, you know, ride into the sunset while barely making, if not making the playoffs at all, maybe barely making the playoffs, went around like they did last year and bow out, and guys stay here until they retire, and then you're in no man's land in the NBA, which is to say you're not bad enough to get great draft choices. You're not good enough to compete for a championship. You're just kind of in limbo, just kind of in that gray area in the middle of the NBA standings. That's not perfect. So there isn't. There's just no perfect way to end this unless, as I stated, you win a championship, guys are still like maybe in their early mid-30s, and they go, let's just call it a quit. Let's call it, this is perfect. It's never going to get any better than this. But that is not going to happen because it's like, how many times do you see somebody in boxing retire after winning a belt? Never. Because they're like, oh, I can do it. And then what happens? They go out because they're like, you know, getting a little older, and they find it, and maybe it's a perfect matchup, or they just just perfect night, and they win the belt back. They're like, I got my belt back. So you want to defend it, and then you go out and lose, and then you say, oh, I want to get it back one more time.
You lose like 3 or 4 more fights, and you're like, all right, well, that's it.
And if you get it back one more time, what do?
Keep trying to defend it.
I'm going to defend. So, I mean,
unless you defend it like 40 times, whatever it is, like Lennox Lewis, and walk out on top. I mean, that's it.
There's really no good way. I shouldn't say no good way, but rarely does it end where you're just like, oh, that was perfect.
Yeah.
You know what was perfect? when Jordan retired after hitting that shot against Utah. And then he comes back against Washington. So, I mean, even that.
Wiz didn't look as good.
Now, that was like, oh, my gosh, that shot, a championship, that's it. Walking out, like, yeah. And then no.
Oh, no.
He came back.
Not what happened.
Because these guys are, not only can you get addicted to the limelight, you just love to play. And you really, if you're Steph Kerr, going to walk away from like $40, $50 million? These guys aren't walking away from this type of money.
No way.
They're never going to make this type of money again in their lives. Well, I mean, who knows with Draymond Media? He might end up making decent money when he gets done with basketball. But, you're making great money. You get to hang out with your boys. You're traveling with them. You're on the road playing cards with them. You're like, it's some of the best times of your lives. So you enjoy it, but it's not going to be 2017 again.
No.
It can't be. So you do the best you can with it, hope for the best. And as a fan base, you just tell yourself, you know what? We should be extremely thankful for the run we had where we got to say as Warrior fans, our team was the best in the NBA and one of the best to ever do it.
Well, you can feel that way, but you can also then get comfortable and want to win some titles and be like, hey, there's still Steph Curry out there with gas in the tank, which then brings us to the conversation we've had about John Lynch. What does he have to do this offseason? Farhan Zaidi had a big offseason, but hasn't seen or reaped the rewards yet of potential for what he could see. And then Mike Dunleavy with a bunch of question marks. So the question, I guess, for the callers and the listeners and the texters at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, we want to hear from you. Dunleavy, John Lynch, Farhan Zaidi, what do you want to see from each general manager? All in 3 different spots. Is there stuff that Farhan needs to do right now? Where do you want to see Mike Dunleavy go? How does John Lynch finish the job and get his team back to the Super Bowl and finally win one? 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Dunleavy, Lynch, Farhan. Let us know what you want to hear from each.
No A's?
See from Dunleavy, Lynch, Farhan, Forced. Is he still the guy? I don't even know. Is he still Forced? What do you want to see from each GM at 808-KNBR? We'll do that next on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr spoke to Tom and myself yesterday and said there are multiple ways the Warriors can address this offseason. That podcast is available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Thursday afternoon. We're going to, by the way, be out at the ballpark tomorrow for Giants and the Diamondbacks. Pregame for that coming up at 5:45. We will talk to Farhan Zaidi, the president of baseball operations for the Giants, at 4:50, which brings us to this topic: pressure on Bay Area sports general managers. Right, Mike Dunleavy. I don't know that he's on the hot seat per se. I don't think he is. He's the guy they hired last year. I do think he had a good season in his first year, and think he got creative. While they did say last year they liked Jordan Poole, and people have noted that on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR. They said, yeah, he said all the same stuff about Jordan Poole last year and then wasn't back. Well, stuff changed. They needed to restructure the roster last year, and I think it was probably the right move to move on from Jordan Poole. He found some good pieces in the draft, something that they had not done to this extent, who contributed this year, and they probably, I think everybody would agree, would not be even in the 10 spot had they not found TJD and a guy like Brendan Pajemski, two really, really good finds by Mike Dunleavy. So the question at 808 KNBR to the listeners, to you guys, the callers and the texters, what are the biggest things Mike Dunleavy, John Lynch, and Farhan Zaidi have to figure out for their respective teams? And maybe which general manager do you think is under the most pressure? Because I think if you were to rank the pressure of the three general managers, I would have to put John Lynch up there at the top. Not because I think he's on the hot seat to get fired, but you have come this close so many times. You found great success and have fallen just short. Oftentimes, when a head coach does that, they move on and find another head coach. The Niners are not in that position, but I certainly think there's a level of pressure based on the amount of talent John Lynch has, how they navigate this Brandon Ayuk topic, and an offseason with him and a new contract. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. And how long is the shelf life on a guy like Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel? You have your quarterback, sure, but you've got an aging roster that is very, very, very expensive for John Lynch. For Farhan, he's the closest to a hot seat, I think, that you would find. And that's based on how long he's been here and the amount of success that the Giants have or have not had. Now, they extended him. I don't think that a missed postseason this year means the end of Farhan, and I would hope not, because then you're going back into another window of trying to figure out which direction the team is going and reestablishing which kind of players you want there. And for the first time in his tenure, he's handed out multi-year deals to a lot of different players, some of which I think are going to be very key for this team. So at 808 KNBR, the most pressure for a general manager, and what do you want to see from them? Mike Dunleavy has to decide what to do with Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Chris Paul, and a whole bunch of others on the roster who are either A, under contract, or B, could end up getting traded because they've got to find other pieces that can fill in alongside Steph Curry. So, again, we're looking at a potential of like 6 to 7 guys not on this roster that were on the roster this year. And I think if they want to find success to continue to move up, Steve Kerr yesterday was talking about a number 4 seed. Can you get good enough to get to a 4? If you're up to a 4, I think you're legitimately in the mix to compete. You avoid that play-in, you're certainly there in the Western Conference. The Eastern Conference, maybe not the same. But there's other money to figure out. Kevon Looney has got some guaranteed money for this year, but making, I believe, $9 million and change, you could figure something out there. Gary Payton II at over $8 million this year, you could figure something out there. We said Chris Paul. It would be a surprise to me if he were back. It would be a surprise to me even if Andrew Wiggins were back. But I think if he's back, it means you've had to find a lot of other things, a lot of other wing talent to play on the outside. And if he's not back, probably means the same. Probably meant that you went and you found somebody a little bit better to play that position. John Lynch has to get a new deal done for Brandon Ayuk, right? That's what he's looking at. And there are rumors that we'll get into about a potential of a Brandon Ayuk trade. I know Pittsburgh has been rumored as interested. They've got the number 20 pick. But it's either this offseason or next. Most likely would have to be this one for Brandon Ayuk. So he's got to get that deal done. He's got to get a deal done for Brock Purdy next offseason. He's got to win a Super Bowl. Does John Lynch at some point with this aging, extremely talented all-pro caliber roster? Then you've got Farhan. We said this before. He went all in on some big names, Matt Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, Blake Snell, Jorge Soler, to name a few of the guys that came in. But how long do you wait before you give Luis Matos a shot, or do you give him more chance to develop? Same for Marco Luciano. Will they need to be more aggressive come the trade deadline than they have been in years past? Your thoughts, Tom, on who's got the most pressure of the 3 Bay Area general managers? John Lynch, Farhan, or Mike Dunleavy?
Lynch.
That's where I was too. No, I said pressure, not in the way of hot seat. I said if we said hot seat, I'd say probably Farhan, but I don't know that anybody's done after a year here. Like, I don't think that, barring something major and catastrophic, I can't imagine Farhan would not be back. And I would want him back based on the multi-year deals he's handed out.
Yeah, well, it's got to be Lynch because they're the closest to winning a championship, and Dunleavy hasn't won 4, but they've won 4. So there's a grace period there, at least in my book. I know some of the newer fans want them to win a championship every year. Those are the expectations now that or every other year at least that should. But I don't think he has as much pressure. But there is some pressure there to kind of keep them relevant as far as playoffs and championships. So that's not easy. But I would say in order, it's got to be Lynch, then Farhan, then Dunleavy after that. Because under Farhan's tenure, they've had one magical year, basically. That's been it.
And it was really with a bunch of players who had already been here. I mean, there were a slew of guys that he brought in, Donovan Solano and guys like that who had big years, Lamont Wade Jr., huge in 21. But you're absolutely right. Like, it was one, you always call it a lightning in a bottle, magic carpet ride year, and it might have set him back a bit.
Might have. But Lynch is like, look, they've been there. He did twice under his watch.
Yeah.
And so.
And 3 NFC championships.
Yeah, it's okay. We've been there. We've seen that. Can you get over the top? And I understand. Look, the one game scenario is a tough one. I mean, they're literally 0 for 2 in Super Bowls. It seems like they're 0 for 20 because when it's a Super Bowl, it seems bigger than just one game, right? It's just massive, and you lose that one, it feels like you've lost a half a season worth of games. So.
And it's 3 straight Super Bowl losses. It's 2 for them, but the one, it's funny. It's almost like you have to carry that because it's been 3 straight. You got to drag that rock with you.
Yeah. So I think for him, it's the more, I would say more pressure on him from the fan base. I don't know if it's pressure from inside or from Jed York because I think they just signed an extension. They're going to be here. Kyle's going to be here. Lynch is going to be here as well. They should be here because of the job they've done over there. But they put them in a position because really, when you're the GM, your goal is to put together a roster that can get to a Super Bowl. He can't do anything at that point. No, he can't do anything. It's like, look at the roster we put together, and you cannot argue with the roster they put together. No matter who you hear talk about the NFL, for those people that know the NFL. I would say at least half of them, when they talk about the best roster in the NFL, Niners. Best roster in the NFL.
Defense, offense, like
everything.
Position by position, there's very few.
So, I mean, and that's your job as a GM to put that roster together. So, he's done a great job. There's no doubt about that. But you don't get the accolades, you don't get the kudos until you win the championship. That's just American sports. That's the way it is. Nobody wants to hear about your regular season record. No one wants to hear about your President's trophies. No one wants to hear about your 107 wins. No one wants to hear about 73 wins when you lose a championship up 3-1. I mean, so all those things, like, because those were all incredible years, incredible rosters. Each GM did a fantastic job that year, and they got nothing. But nobody remembers that.
Nope.
Every single, if I mention, every year the Niners had a great year, went to Super Bowl and lost. Nobody cares about the regular season. Nobody cares about 73 wins the Warriors had because they blew a 3-1 lead. No one cares about the Sharks when they won the President's Trophy because they didn't even make it to a Stanley Cup that year, let alone win a Stanley Cup. And certainly no one wants to hear about the 107-win Giants, which is a franchise record, when you lose in the first round. So it just, again, that's the deal. That is the deal. It's not about the regular season. It's about, but I mean, people that know sports know that the more times you put together a roster like that, you're going to have chances to win championships, and eventually you're going to get through. As far as the Warriors, they have got through 4 times. The Giants haven't in quite a while. The Niners haven't in a long, long time. But as far as putting together a roster, John Lynch does a great job. That's the proof is out there on the field every single Sunday throughout the course of the football season. But the pressure is still there to win. And you don't get the credit you deserve. Like, you watch, if they win a Super Bowl, then the credit will all come at once, like just cascading down for all the rosters he's put together.
It's like we talked about, like Andy Reid. No Super Bowls, 5 NFC championships, and then he gets 3, and now he's the greatest coach in football, and he's a Hall of Famer, and he's a genius. And how did the resilience of an Andy Reid to overcome never winning a Super Bowl?
And
you
think he's that much better now than he was with the Eagles?
No, that's what he said.
He has Mahomes.
And he said, you just got to plug away, man. And he had great rosters with the Eagles.
Yes,
some incredible
great rosters. Great rosters with the Eagles.
He's just got the greatest quarterback talent we've ever seen.
There you go.
That's it.
There you go. And look, no one's going to argue that Bill Belichick is one of, if not the greatest coach in the history of the NFL. But they drafted Brady in the 6th round. They get credit for that. They get credit for developing him. But a lot of that was inside Brady. And you think with the drive that Brady had, Brady was going to make it wherever he got drafted. But if they don't have Brady, do they win those Super Bowls? More than likely not.
No.
Do we look at Bill Belichick the same way? Probably not. Would Bill Belichick still be super smart? Yes. So, again, all these things factor in. You can be really smart and not quite have the rosters that fit together and not have the players, and maybe a player gets hurt or there's a lot of different things that can happen on the way to a championship, and you don't get it done. It doesn't mean you're any more smart when you win a championship or any less smart when you lose a championship. But that's how you're judged. And they get that. They all get that. This is big boy stuff, and they get paid a lot of money to do it. So they understand the pressures that come with it, especially from a fan base like the Niners, who believe they are meant to win championships. Like, they're one of the gold standards in the NFL, right? You start talking about historic franchises. You have the Niners, the Cowboys, the Steelers. Now the Patriots are in there as well. You could probably add maybe one or two more in there, but it's not a ton. But they're one of them. And they're thinking, well, wait a minute, where's our championships? We got there 3 times. We lost 3 times. I still think they keep knocking on that door. I think Kyle Shanahan could end up being like Andy Reid, where it's going to take him a while to get one, and then he gets one, and then he gets 2, and then maybe he gets 3. And then maybe Brock Purdy's that guy. Maybe Brock Purdy is that guy. I'm not saying he's Mahomes by any stretch, but maybe he's that guy that has that perfect fit with Kyle Shanahan. And they, just are totally in sync and grow each and every year. And then you win one, and then you win another one. So I firmly believe that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are going to win a championship together. But
I think so too.
I do believe most pressure on him, then on Farhan, and then after that on Mike Dunleavy. Yeah.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call and to text. Which of the Bay Area GMs has the most pressure? Farhan is, of course, the president of baseball operations, but oversees the roster and the team. Mike Dunleavy with the Warriors, and then John Lynch. Many people have checked in on what they want to see done. 408 on the text line says, please get rid of Yaz, please. 510 says, I think Klay and Wiggins need to go so Kuminga can take another step. He does not. He shouldn't have to keep looking over his shoulder. And if he screws up, Kerr can take him out. I understand that too, but it's part of development as well. 650 says Lynch has done nothing but create a super team. The pressure is on Shanahan. It's an interesting thought, and I think that's what Tom was saying a minute ago. He can only get them to the Super Bowl by roster construction, can't make them win the games. 808 KNBR, we'll get to more of these texts and your calls on this topic a little bit later. We are going to catch up with Farhan at 4:50 before Giants pregame 5:45. But coming up next, I asked Derek about this on Tuesday. I'm like, time for grab bag, yeah? And he's like, no, dude. Get ready for the Dubs, which means we've got a big old grab bag. NBA grab bag is next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
KNBR's NFL Draft Show will take place next Thursday at 5 p.m. as Greg Papa, John Lunn, and Todd Husak will be live from Levi's Stadium. Marcus Boucher, John Dickinson, and myself will be live with you, the listeners, from 21st Amendment Brewery here in San Francisco. Check out all the details on the events page at knbr.com and the KNBR app. Tobin and Cubs Thursday afternoon. Every week we get this big like potato sack looking mailbag that shows up in the mailroom. Stenciled on it, it says NBA grab bag. Go ahead, Raph. You can hit it again there. Hey, keep your finger on it, Raph.
NBA grab bag.
That's it. It's a big mailbag of stories from across the sports world. Nice. That's a new dance move for the NBA grab bag. NBA grab bag right on theme as it starts, where else, Tom? In the NBA.
Yes.
On the hardwood. Big injuries, though, already.
Brutal.
To start out the NBA playoffs. 76ers won last night over the Heat. Hell of a game. 105-104. Jimmy Butler hurt his MCL and is expected to be out multiple weeks. That's got to be it. That's got to be it for the Heat. Zion.
Although, be careful. They always play better when they're injured for whatever reason.
The Heat are going to roll out just like a third grader and whoever else they can find from the G League.
And beat the Celtics.
In like 6. You know what I mean? Hammer them in 6. And then probably like make a good run to the conference final. You know what I mean? Zion Williamson, he got hurt. His hamstring. Strained his hamstring in the last 3 minutes of the Pelicans' loss to the Lakers. He'll be out for tomorrow's game against the play-in against the Sacramento Kings, who, by the way, are 0-5 against the Pelicans this year if you add the in-season tournament play. They've played them 5 times and lost every single time. Zion's going to be reevaluated, they say, in the coming weeks. So if they get through this game, potential that he could play. But Zion and the injuries, man, always lingering. And then Giannis is going to miss the start of the Bucks series versus the Pacers with a calf strain. Many people are pessimistic that he's going to return at all for that series. They said they're prepared to play without him. I'm like, you better be. They don't have much of a choice.
Did you see the series price?
No, on the Bucks.
Yeah, pick them.
Bucks Pacers is a pick 'em.
110 each.
So if you take the Bucks, you're like, am I banking on the fact Giannis comes back?
Well, that's yeah. I mean, but that's almost that line is almost telling you
he's not.
We don't think he's coming back.
Nope.
We don't think he's coming. The cap that's a tough one. I mean, that's all NBA players do is push off. And so the cap is really, really tough. And I don't know the extent of it. And I would just be guessing. So I won't. But it's that line almost leans toward like we don't think he's going to be back. And also, didn't the Pacers beat him 4-5 this year? Like the Pacers had their number this year. The Pacers played really well against the Bucks this year. So it wasn't going to be easy anyway, even if Giannis was playing. But that will probably be the two series that I want to watch the most in the East. Philly, New York's going to be a good one. And Indiana, Milwaukee. Even though Giannis isn't playing, that kind of stinks. But I like the way Indiana plays. I mean, they just kind of fly up and down the court and try to get to 120 before you get to 120. So that'll be a fun one to watch. Looking forward to that. And just real quick, the other price that kind of caught my eye was Dallas. Dallas doesn't have home court, but they're a 140 favorite over the Clippers to win that series, which I thought was surprising. I'm not sure where. I kind of like Dallas too, but I got to know what Kawhi's status might be for that series. But I don't think anybody's playing better than Dallas in the Western Conference.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
I don't know what this is about. Another NBA story in the NBA
Doubling
grab
up.
bag. I don't know about this.
That's what I'm talking about.
Jonte Porter. You know Jonte Porter.
Ooh, that was a rough one.
They call him the gambling man.
Yeah, well, I guess they still call him that because he can gamble all he wants to now.
Yeah, he just won't have as much money to do it. Jonte Porter has been banned for life. As Adam Silver put it when he got rid of Sterling. Banned for life. Jonte Porter for betting on the NBA. The NBA's official statement, they say that Porter disclosed his health information to a bettor. Which is hilarious. That individual then placed $80,000 on a parlay to win $1.1 million if Porter underperformed in a game. Porter limited his participation, saying he felt ill.
Yes.
He also placed a total of 13 bets for a grand total of $22,000, including a wager for the Raptors to lose. That's his own team.
No, it was.
Excuse me. It's a game. They're.
Yeah, the wagers were between $15 and $22,000. Like what? What? Yeah, let me get an eighth of a unit on this play for $15. Let me get like 420 units on this play.
What is this
for $22,000? Like seriously, okay. Like who wasn't? This guy obviously didn't know much about gambling, but who wasn't going to figure this out? Somebody put $80,000 on a Jonte Porter player prop. Like, what? Jonte Porter player prop.
Nope.
First off, $80,000 on any player prop is probably pretty steep. When it's on Jonte Porter, and then, oh, by the way, Jonte Porter doesn't play because he says he has a bum boiler. Yeah, I'm going to have to sit this one out. Boiler's a little, ooh, yeah.
He says tummy hurt?
Yeah, I think it was a bum boiler that so like all
bad burrito.
Because I think it was like rebounds under, points under, points, rebounds, assists, total. Like it was all under. So he just didn't play. He goes, yeah, I'm just not going to play. So the guy that made the wager didn't even get to collect on his wager because they flagged it. Of course, because it's $80,000 on Jonte Porter player prop. Are you kidding me? Like, just say, catch me. Here, I'm going to put my hands up, put the cuffs on me. Just catch me. So, NBA career gone, and you don't even get the money that you made. Gone. I mean, just unbelievable stupidity. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's bad. And now he's banned. Jonte Porter, we barely knew you.
Yeah.
We really did. Porter, barely knew her. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We've talked about this in the grab bag for a couple of weeks, Tom. The Oakland Airport has now been approved to change their name to the San Francisco Bay Oakland International Airport. Well, we've got a development in the story. The development is the real San Francisco Airport, SFO. They're pissed. They're now suing Oakland Airport, saying that they're attempting to lure travelers under a trademark infringement. How about this? This is good. I kind of like the airport wars going on, dude. This is sort of fun. Yeah, we're going to call ourselves SFO, too. They're like, my ass, you are. No, you're not. No, we're file an injunction right now against that. So there you go. We'll keep you apprised of any updates.
I don't want them changing the name either.
Nobody does.
I want that airport to be nice and low-key. I don't need them to get any more business than usual, which is not much, which I like. It's very nice flying in and out of Oakland.
It's kind of like I told you, Murph and I, we never say our favorite breakfast spot here in San Francisco because it's like around the corner from a very popular one. And I'm like, why does everybody go to that one?
Yeah.
Go to the one that's better. That's our spot. But I'll never tell you what it is because I don't want to see any of you guys there.
Exactly.
I'm not waiting for that.
Exactly.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
It was announced yesterday. Check this out, Tom. It's funny that this is showing up in the grab bag. 2 NBA stories in the Oakland Airport. Now, this was announced yesterday, Tom. Martin Scorsese will be directing a Frank Sinatra biopic.
Okay. I think I'm in for that
starring
already.
Leo DiCaprio.
Oh, yeah.
In the lead role. As Derek puts it, it's going to be hard to top Phil Hartman on Saturday Night Live. Phil Hartman on Saturday Night Live.
You don't scare me. I got chunks of guys like you in my stool.
I love Hartman.
Hartman's incredible, dude.
R.I.P.
A legend,
That's
an absolute
hilarious.
legend. We got another one here in the NBA grab bag. Come on, Raph.
This is a big bag today.
It's a big old bag of NBA grabbing is what it is. How about this? I told you this during the break, Tom. We haven't done a hardball hoedown in some time.
We have not.
I think we're about due for a hardball hoedown. A couple of baseball notes here, since it's not a hardball hoedown. The LA Dodgers yesterday, after losing 2 of 3 to the Washington Nationals, they got shut out in yesterday's game 2-0. First time the Dodgers have been shut out in a game since July 30 of 2023. 262 days. Now,
Wow.
I know there was an offseason in there, but that was July of last season. We're mid-April now. It's pretty incredible. That offense is insane. Now, the other Southern California team, Tom, Mike Trout.
Hello.
See what this guy's doing?
Oh, do I?
He's got 5 stolen bases in 19 games.
I know.
What the hell is this guy doing?
I don't know. He went back to his youth. And I think he has 8 home runs, too.
Yeah, dude, he's on fire.
He's on
He's a
fire
machine. And people
right
were talking
now.
about trading potentially. Would this be something that they did? And he's like, no. There's all these reports. Mike Trout's like, I'm not leaving.
And they're still under 500.
I'm not blinking leaving. No. He's doing the Leo DiCaprio Wolf of Wall Street thing.
No, we're back to the Mike Trout early days where we go, oh, Trout 2 for 4, 2 homers, 3 stolen bases. Angels lose 7-4.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
That was always it, and that's although I mean I didn't think they'd be close to 500. They split against the Rays in Tampa, which wasn't a bad split. But no, I see all the games. I think he had a homer in the first game, and since then he's just been kind of locked in and rolling. His miss percentage on swings is way less than it was last year. Like he looks young. But the 5 stolen bases even surprised me because he never steals anymore.
Not anymore. His rookie year, he did it a bunch.
49, I think that was what it was.
He was insane.
And now he's on pace this year to have 30, 40 stolen bases, which is, I think you know what? I think Mike Trout probably wants to prove to everybody, look, I'm still Mike Trout. He's still
the best player in the best all-around player. At least offense.
If you don't include pitching.
If you don't, for guys who only hit and play defense and don't pitch,
in
I'm
the
best.
non-Otani category, he's still the best player.
He's still in the combo. It's like him. I mean,
Soto's in there, Acuna's in there. Yeah, but
Soto
he's
doesn't
right
play
there.
defense like that though. Acuna as a defender is wild. How about this? One more in the NBA grab bag before we wrap up. This kind of blew my doors off. Never does the NBA grab bag get any mail from Klando, Czech Republic.
Wow.
But we did
The
today.
first.
Interesting. And I open up the grab bag. Here's what the note says. It says, Jaromir Jagr.
Okay, great mullet.
Ready? Returned to action on Thursday for the first time since turning 52 years old.
For who?
And immediately scored. Immediately scores a goal as he surpassed legend Gordie Howe to become the oldest player taking regular shifts in a professional ice hockey match. Howe, known as Mr. Hockey, was 52 years old, 11 days when he played his final NHL game in 1980. He later played a single shift with the Detroit Vipers of the IHL in 97. At the age of 69, Howe died in 2016.
At the age of what?
69.
Wow.
Come on. Roth doesn't know where the stuff is.
Come on,
Roth. Come on, dude.
Come on.
Come on.
It's about there's about 4 things you got to know, and that's one of them.
That's one of them. We're all the 69 from, sir. It says Jagr hadn't played Tom since February 10th. Wait, what? He was playing on February 10th, 5 days before he turned 52, as he rejoined Klando Knights, a top division team in the Czech Republic. Second game of a playoff relegation series against the Vestin. So there you go. Pretty good. He scored a minute 59 into the game.
That's wild.
16th game in his 36th professional season. Also had an assist. Did Jagr.
Jagr getting it done.
That's going to do it for your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab
For
bag.
April 18th, 2024. We are going to catch up with Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi, at 4:50 Giants pregame as they open a 4-game series with the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's coming up at 5:45. We were just talking a few minutes ago about which Bay Area general manager was under the most pressure. And I was looking at both Mike Dunleavy's situation now and when Farhan took over as president for the Giants in going into 2019 was that season. Sort of similar in that they had windows with championship players who had won multiple titles where you had to decide, do we extend this window or do we tear this thing down and try to do it all over again? How similar are the situations that Farhan were in and Mike Dunleavy finds himself in this offseason, having to rebuild a former multi-championship roster? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We've been talking about this all football season, basketball season. It's the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports. And with the regular basketball season at a complete end, it's time now for the NBA playoffs, and that's where you can get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy's NBA Pick'em game. The Pick'em game is where you select between 2 and 5 players, got to be from different teams. You give you a series of player stats, and all you got to do is select higher or lower on the player stats. If your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single night. Endless projections to choose from, and you create your very own experience. Plus, legal in California. It's a ton of fun to play along as you watch the games. Underdog is easy to use, even easier to get started. First, go to their mobile app. It's super easy. Or sign up at UnderdogFantasy.com. And when you do, use the promo code KNBR, like you're listening to right now, and they'll match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery pick to use with your first Pick'em entry. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 doubled, plus that special pick. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
I said right before the break, I want to talk about the situations between Farhan and Mike Dunleavy. We are going to do that, but before we do that, I had mentioned the comparison between the 3 GMs, Dunleavy, Farhan, and John Lynch. Like, who had the most pressure on them, and was there a hot seat for anybody at this point? I don't know that I totally feel that, but before we get into the comparing Farhan and Dunleavy situations, the latest on Brandon Ayuk. I saw this yesterday, as we are, by the way, 1 week from today is the NFL draft. It feels different than the Debo situation did for me. I didn't ever really think Debo was going to get traded. I know there was a pick that maybe, I don't know that anybody would have given him a high enough pick that they would have gone and traded Debo. They also didn't have a first rounder this year. They took Drake Jackson that year. They do in this draft. Now, the situation is this. There's growing expectation that something could develop with Brandon Ayuk by draft time. 49ers usually don't give out contracts this time of year, but if they're going to entertain trade offers, you may as well at this point, right? Yeah. If there's an asset you can get. Question is, would you be able to get like a first rounder for him? And what's it going to cost you to sign him? And what's the cost benefit there based on what you'd be giving up, what you'd be getting? And can you still be the team you were next year without him? So Devontae Smith, receiver for the Eagles, earlier this week got a 3-year, $75 million deal with 51 guaranteed.
Okay.
We already noted that Ayuk unfollowed the Niners on Instagram, scrubbed him from his social media.
Big.
Good God, says Derek in his notes here. There have been rumors that the Steelers, by the way, are pursuing Ayuk heavily, which that'd be an interesting acquisition. That'd be a hell of a spot for him to land. Russell Wilson, now the quarterback there. The AFC North is going to be tough. It's going to be a juggernaut of a division this year and could be a lot of fun. Here's what Matt Maiocco said this morning on Murph and Marcus on the Brandon Ayuk situation.
Contract extension remains unresolved. He is scheduled to make $14.1 million on the fifth-year option this year, and it's not out of the question that he plays this season on the fifth-year option at 14.1. So that money has already been accounted for on the salary cap. It's figured in right now. I mean, I think the question is, what do the 49ers gain from trading Brandon Ayuk? And also, what would a team give up to get Brandon Ayuk as far as giving the 49ers draft pick compensation, and then also having to kind of fulfill the double whammy of giving up something to the 49ers and then paying Brandon Ayuk the kind of contract, and it would be on Brandon Ayuk's terms. You know, once a deal is made, you know, Ayuk and his side are going to be getting, you know, the numbers that they want. So a team would basically be paying twice for Ayuk. And then the other side of it for the 49ers, you know, what would they be getting? Well, they'd have to get a new starting wide receiver, and this offense is not conducive to a young guy stepping in and playing right away and playing at a high level right away.
We've seen that with receivers in Kyle Shanahan's offense, right? Debo's a different type of receiver, but Brandon Ayuk, we keep saying he had that doghouse kind of thing happen into his second year, and then had a big emergence of a season. Then this year became one of the best receivers in football with an elite quarterback. I think an elite talent in what Brock Purdy was able to do. I also think he played a big role in Brock's success. I think there's a lot of chemistry and a lot of comfortability between those two guys. Would you trade Ayuk for a first-round pick to the Steelers for a first-rounder? They have the 20th overall pick.
I don't want to. 20 is like, oof. That's got to make you think, though.
They got Ayuk at 25.
But again, I might. But they're trying to win a championship this year. And you got to ask yourself, are we going to be better this year with or without Brandon Ayuk? They're going to be worse. Their chances of winning a championship won't be as good. How much will they diminish? I don't know. I mean, they still have a lot of weapons. There's no doubt about that. And I would think that they can get probably a really good receiver at 20. Maybe Brian Thomas coming out of LSU as a guy. Like, I'd love if they could get a Dunze, but I don't think they can get up to 9, even if they traded 2. And I wouldn't trade. I'm not trading up to get a receiver anyway. As much as I love the top 3 receivers in the draft, Harrison Jr., Neighbors, and Dunze, I'm just not. Because I've said it before. You look at all the big-time receivers, where they go, how many championships are they winning? Like receivers that were drafted top 5 or top 6. It's quarterbacks. It's not receivers. So 20 would make me think, because then you have 2 first-rounders. But ultimately, I'm saying no, just because I want to win a championship this year. I think I have a roster winning a championship this year, and I'm worse off without Brandon Ayuk. And we drafted him. He went through some rough times, made it through, turned into an incredible way, incredibly not just talented but productive wide receiver. So I want to keep him. If I feel like he doesn't want to be here anymore, then maybe I'll figure a way to move him. And 20 would certainly be enticing. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But this team is on the cusp of winning a championship, and he's going to help me win a championship. And oh, by the way, this doesn't get brought up enough. They have him for 3 more years if they want him. You can go 5th-year option, tag.
Yeah.
I mean, I doubt they'll go tag a 2nd year, but like, if you really wanted to keep him, you have him. Like, you have him. So I just don't think the Niners are in the market to draft, develop, trade. DeForest Buckner they traded, but they didn't draft him. But he's a great player. Who did they draft and develop? Let's see. Fred Warner they drafted and developed, paid him. Bosa drafted, developed, paid him. Who else is there? Debo, draft, develop, paid him. Kittle, draft, develop, paid him. Armstead, they didn't even draft. They paid him. Yeah, Purdy, they're going to draft, develop, and pay. Unless things go wrong this year. I don't anticipate they will. Hufanga, draft, develop, pay.
They draft, develop, didn't pay McGlinchey.
No, they did not pay McGlinchey.
Draft, develop, kind of.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. They enjoyed Denver, right? Yeah.
But they didn't want. They didn't want him.
No.
They just thought the price was too high.
And
so they're like, okay, that's fine.
That's one that we've seen. That's one of the first.
The guys they want, they keep them. I can't imagine there's any scenario which they don't want Brandon Ayuk to be a part of this team. So I always think with them, they'll find a way. There's a will, there's a way, and there usually is a will with guys who are really good, really productive for that organization, guys they've drafted. They've shown in the past, and I just have a feeling that they'll get this one done. But I tell you, I mean, 20 is enticing because you're right. You take him at 25, you get 4 years out of him, and then you trade him and get a better draft pick for him.
You'd have 2 first-rounders.
I mean, that's like buying a car for 50 and selling it for 70. Go, oh, hey, how could I love this car.
And the
it's my
Steelers,
favorite car, but I can get more money for it.
Exactly. To Maiocco's point, they'd be paying twice. They'd be paying you to get him. They'd be paying you the first rounder, and then they'd have to turn around and give him basically whatever he wants because you have to, or why make the trade?
Yeah.
You have to be willing to pay for what he wants. So does that fly, though? You were talking about the if they want him for 3 more years, they could go option. They could go tag.
Yep.
Now, you don't want disgruntled players, especially when you're in this situation, close to winning a Super Bowl or believe that you're a Super Bowl caliber team, and I think everybody believes they are after losing this year. But does that fly in today's NFL where guys get disgruntled like this? Does that behoove the Niners? If they're like, well, we're not going to trade him, but we're going to option and then tag, even if it's one tag.
Well, look, I don't know Ayuk's personality, but when you get in the locker room with your guys, you're not going to be bitter. You're going to want to win, and it behooves you to play well and win. Because if you're disgruntled and you don't play well, there goes your value.
Yeah.
I mean, so you're just hurting yourself. So I think a player, even if he gets tagged, they don't like to get tagged because you don't get the big signing bonus. You don't get the big chunk guaranteed money. Although tag's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, you get like the average of the top 5 players at that position over the last couple years or whatever. So I mean, it's pretty good money. Ask Kirk Cousins. He made out. He got tagged a couple of times and made like $70 million while he's getting tagged. I was like, well, that's not a bad deal. What are you complaining about?
Quarterback tags are good.
Yeah, and then he got a massive deal with the Vikings anyway.
He's got like 4 different massive deals
yes.
for Cousins.
So, I mean, he was fine. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that. And again, they don't have to trade him. He's under contract this year for $14 million. It's like they don't have to trade him this year. So, and again, you could trade him next offseason. You could tag him and trade him if you wanted to. So this isn't like pressing. It's not like, oh my gosh, they don't get it done this offseason, then the Niners could lose him next. No, that's not the case. He's going to be here next year unless they decide, you know what, the offer we got presented was too. Like I still don't imagine. I can't imagine that the Steelers going to offer the 20th pick. It'd
be tough.
That just seems insane to trading that much for even a number 1 receiver. But like if they did, that would make me think hard. Like, oh God, it's like one of those things where like, well, you got to offer me something good, and then they offer you something good. You're like, I wish you didn't do that.
I got to think about this.
I wish you didn't do that.
I got to consider it
because I might have to say yes.
Yeah.
I might have to say yes, but again, it does not put you closer to winning a Super Bowl. And I know they want to win a Super Bowl, so I would think you might want to keep him. You might want to figure out a way to get this done. Even if you don't, he'll be here next year. But to me, it's all about what puts us in the best position to win a Super Bowl this year. And then you can figure out all this next year, and you got to pay Brock.
Yep.
You got to pay Brock a lot of money, and then you can kind of figure out, okay, where are we going to be for the next 2 or 3 years and kind of map this out a little bit. But, I mean, I hope he's here. I can't believe I keep doing this. I'm like saying I really want to have a Sun Devil as part of the team. But he's so good. And what he had to go through getting into the doghouse and then out of the doghouse and becoming a go-to receiver for Brock Purdy. And it's so perfect because we know Shanahan's affinity for routes that go over the middle. We know Purdy, with his quick processing, can get it over the middle. And Ayuk is really good at running those routes. It's like it's all perfect stuff. It just works perfectly. So I hope he's here. I really do.
Tobin and Copes with you Thursday afternoon. So John Lynch took over a depleted roster from the get-go. He got to build this thing from the ground up, went and grabbed a right tackle with one of his first picks, right? Drafted some defense, tried to find a quarterback, took him some time, but now he's got a well-oiled machine, at least for the time being. The similarities in situations between Farhan taking over the Giants and what Mike Dunleavy finds himself having to do in rebuilding a former multi-championship roster, while a lot of the talent is still there. We'll talk about some of those similarities when we come on back, and then Farhan joins us at 4:50, only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr spoke to the media today to discuss the Warriors' future. What changes do you want to see the Warriors make? You can let us know at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, or on our socials at KNBR.
Shut up. I love this song.
Ooh, yeah.
Shut up, Lou. I wanna jam it with you. I'm jamming, and I hope you like jamming too.
Yeah.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you live on a Thursday afternoon. Farhan Zaidi going to join us in about an hour at 4:50. Talk a little bit about the Giants, that road trip. Won a series in Miami, lost a series in Tampa, coming on home.
Who hasn't?
Who hasn't won a series in Miami?
Yes.
Yeah, basically everybody does. They're one of the worst home teams in all of baseball. One of the worst teams in general in all of baseball.
Them and the White Sox. I think
the White Sox are really bad. Records. The Royals are pretty good, and the Pirates are pretty good. Good deal. Pirates come to town like this homestand too. So
perfect.
Catching a team while they're hot. I was saying before the break that Farhan and Mike Dunleavy, if you look at the situations that they are walking into here, Farhan in his first offseason with the Giants and Dunleavy in his second, and even further than that for Farhan because of what happened in 2020. Do you see these as similar situations where Farhan took over a team that had been not good for a couple of years at this point, right? They lost 98 games a year before. Yeah. They lose 89 that first year he's there. But he had a core of players that were under contract, and many of them former World Series champions in Buster, in Belt, in Brandon Crawford. I'm sure there was a handful of others here. Hell, Pablo was here at one point. Hunter Pence left and came back. So Mike Dunleavy now, I think is the difference in these situations in my mind is that Dunleavy's with a team that's closer to their last championship and still has enough in the tank, at least with their best player, to think they can still be competitive.
Yeah, look, they're still kind of I think the Warriors fan base still kind of living off the last championship or basking in the glow of the last championship, so to speak. The glow's growing dimmer, but it's still kind of there. And you still have an all-time great to go watch. Like when you have a guy like Steph Curry to go watch, even if you lose sometimes, you might see Steph get 40, 35, whatever it is, 45. So you have that. With the Giants, it's been, the glow's gone, obviously. We're looking at a decade now since the last championship. So, and everything's different, right? Front office is different. Managers, coaches, all the players are gone now. So this kind of feels like, with Brandon Crawford going to St. Louis, this kind of feels like, okay, this is like all ties have been severed. They've all been severed. They felt like that before, but there's always Brandon Crawford that was there that kind of binded you to the past a little bit. So now this feels like, okay, let's see what we got here. I thought it was a fantastic offseason. I really did. It addressed a lot of needs, but we're going to find out Harrison, if Luciano comes up at all this year, but Bailey has been fantastic. Because that was kind of where not only was Farhan coming in here to kind of change the philosophy at the major league level, where a lot of the analytics were in play and they were just going to do things a little bit differently. You remember when he first took over, like the first 2 or 3 years, you couldn't go 3 days without him claiming somebody.
And we didn't know and then they'd be gone. You're like, what is this? Yeah, guys getting moved on and off the 40-man. You're like, what the hell's going on, too?
It was the wildest thing. It was like literally who? Who is that dude?
As I said to Murph one morning, I'll never forget which toilet I was sitting on when they acquired Alex Dickerson for Franklin Van Gerp. You know?
Van Gerp.
Oh, Van Gerp was moved? Then I flushed and I went about my day.
But this is the first year, I think, since Farhan's been here, where you look at this team and go, that's the team. Yeah. Those guys are the core of the team. There's a bunch of them. Yeah,
they're successful. It's because of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You kind of feel that this year. So we'll see how it goes. The first part of the season has not been great. The offense has not been great. The bullpen's kind of been hit or miss. Starting pitching, everything's kind of been hit or miss. It's funny that they're playing the Diamondbacks tonight because both teams trying to find some traction.
Yeah,
they're both kind of spinning their wheels a little bit. And the Dodgers, who look like they might run away with it early, have not because they've scuffled lately. I think they started off 10-3, 10-4. I think they're 12-9 now. So the whole thing's kind of bunched up a little bit. But yeah, again, we talked about this earlier on, who the pressure was on more, and I'd say just Farhan more so than Dunleavy. Not as much as Lynch, but more so than Dunleavy because they're further removed from their championship. And not only are you further removed from the championship, the fan base is like, oh, great. We went from Sabian and Bochy and doing it that way and having regular lineups and the pitch, and now look what we got. Yeah. We got you trying to math up a game, and it's not
burger
working.
Videos, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So
yeah,
I think there's and the pressure. I think the pressure, I would say, from Farhan is from the fans. I don't know. There's probably some internal, but I think the internal pressure is probably looking at not only the record, but the seats and saying, we sell this place out every night. Didn't matter who we played.
Yep.
Now you look out there, and we could play a decent opponent on a Wednesday, 24,000.
Blake Snell, there's nobody there.
23,000. I know.
Blake Snell's debut. Remember, I was like, is that enough to fill a ballpark? Like, I don't know if that's the thing, but it was emptier than I anticipated for Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think it would be.
So, and now you get the Diamondbacks in. Went to the World Series last year. And we'll see. We'll see. But I think that is kind of part of the directive this offseason. Like, look, we need to get some guys in here that people can attach themselves to, fall in love with, come to the ballpark to see, because it's been, since COVID, it has been rough over there. There wasn't a time, I didn't go to a bunch of games, maybe 4 or 5 a year, but every time I went there, it was sold out or damn near sold out. Like, it was maybe a few seats. You could find a few seats if you really wanted to, but it was full. Now I go to a game every now and again. It's like, damn. I feel like I can. Not that I'm buying seats, but I could buy one.
Sounds like, damn. Yeah. Look at all these empty seats here.
I could have bought that one and just moved down.
I mean, I didn't, but I could have. Yeah.
I mean, you just feel like you can sit anywhere you want to almost.
True.
But back in the day, not a chance you could do that. So I think that's part of it. Like, hey, this is going to kind of tell the story a little bit. How many fans do we get back? Because we know because of the stretch that they had between 10 and, let's say, even 15, 16, when people were still coming.
Best team in baseball in 16 at the deadline, or at the All-Star.
People love baseball around here. Like, they will show up. You don't need to give them that much of a reason, but if you give them a reason to show up, they're going to show up at the ballpark.
Yeah.
They will show up at the ballpark.
And they love going to this ballpark.
Yes, they haven't shown up at the ballpark. And that's been a problem.
That's equity that we talked about with a guy like Klay Thompson having the success. If he goes elsewhere, you better do something to build the equity. You can't just take the equity you had here, and that's, I think, where Giants fans are with Farhan.
Doesn't transfer,
So you prove that you can do this regularly and consistently. It's when they got upset with Sabian. We got upset as Giants fans with Sabian in 2007 and 2008. Like, what's going on, man? And then the development came. So Mike Dunleavy, and we asked this earlier, which general manager has the most pressure on them? 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says Mike Dunleavy's job is the most important job this offseason. It's to get a home run signing or a sign and trade. Basketball is so scarce in stars. Basketball being so scarce with stars. I don't think it's scarce with stars. I think it's hard to find based on the dollar amounts to get multiple of them. You got to be creative with the roster. He says it's much more important to capitalize on Curry's last couple of years. Bob Myers, we all love, architect of the championship dynasty for the Warriors. He was on Inside the NBA today. He talked about where the Warriors should go this offseason.
Okay, I left that job to not answer those kind of questions. First of all, I'm here with you guys. This is not that job. Look, I will say this. Great reverence for Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And I don't know that people know or believe, but the competitiveness within those three. You don't do what they've done for the amount of time they've done it without being special inside. Obviously, we see what they do as far as shooting, Steph and Klay, and what Draymond does defensively, but who they are as people makes them rare. And so it's hard for me to watch Klay almost even heading into free agency. I think he didn't even know the free agency date. Woj knows most players go through free agency 4, 5, 6 times. He didn't even know the day it was.
Right.
What that tells me is he wants to be there. You heard Steve Kerr last night. You heard Steph Curry, Draymond Green. They all want him there. But what do you think it's going to come down to, Malika?
Money.
Of course. That's it. Yeah, that sounds simple, but that is what it's going to come down to. Klay will stay if he feels like he's been appreciated and paid what it's appropriate. But if he's not, that's the question. It's always kind of a pride component because it's not money. People will say, well, Klay Thompson's made all this money. Fine. Yeah. But you know what? There's a pride component to it for any professional athlete. So it's not just the money. He doesn't need any more money for the rest of his life. That's not the point, though. If somebody comes along and doubles the Warriors' offer, things might change. But what do the Warriors do? It's not just about Klay Thompson. That's the harder question. We're talking about Klay Thompson. But there's other things to be answered because you bring this team back. and Klay Thompson comes back, and this is not an ending to what we saw was a healthy team that's acceptable for Joe Lacob in that payroll. So maybe Stephen A., you want to be the GM?
The audio is so funny there.
Maybe the audio makes more sense when it's visual.
When it's visual,
When
when
you're
they're showing a
watching the high trying to B-roll or
This is
something
very
like
loud.
that. And then it goes, boom.
And then it's like back into the regular. I'm like, he's still talking. So, I mean, he didn't say anything like earth-shattering or anything, any breaking news there. And we all love Bob Myers for what he did here. Do you think, and again, it's hard to blame him, but has he left the Warriors in a bit of a tough spot with the lack of young talent he was able to draft and find? And I maybe left them in a bad spot is not the right way to say it. I don't like it's unfair to put that on him. But if you were going to criticize one thing about Bob's tenure, it would be the lack of consistent. Again, they were picking.
But
30,
what did they draft? Yeah, what did they draft?
It's how many guys at 30 are you finding?
Yeah,
right?
not many.
That's
Not many.
It's where you have a tough spot with that. Where
I mean, go start looking at drafts over the last 10 years and see how many guys that were drafted.
You got Kuminga
in 20.
That was him, wasn't it? Yeah,
that was
2
him.
years ago.
Yeah, that was him.
Kuminga.
So Kuminga, Moody,
drafted Poole.
Wiseman, Poole.
He
Poole was
left-
28. That was a pretty good pick for
Pretty
28.
damn good pick at 28.
That's pretty good. Anytime a guy
ends up with a
he
contract.
dropped to 28, makes $120 million. That's a pretty good draft pick. That's a pretty good draft pick. I mean, yeah, they had some misses, but you don't expect much when you draft that late in the draft. You really don't, and it's too bad that this year they would have had a decent draft pick, but they don't have a draft pick. I was kidding with Steve. I go, you getting ready for the draft? Would you spend about 5 minutes on it? I go,
flip to the back sheet.
You know what the hell's going on anyway? He does know what's going on, but that's Dunleavy in that group. But it wouldn't surprise me if they traded up, not to do the first, but you can buy second-round picks. Joe loves buying second-round picks.
Yeah.
He loves being a part of the draft. So it wouldn't surprise me if they bought like a pick in the second round.
I got a new jacket. It's draft night. I want to wear it.
Well, you got Trace Jackson-Davis in the second round.
There you go.
That was your starting center at the end of the year. Like, that's a tremendous pick.
What number was Pajemski?
I think it was like 17.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, that's a fantastic pick to have a guy like that, 17. And the funny thing was, the two guys that they really kind of wanted were looking at were him and Jaime Jaquez.
Yeah.
And Miami took him right before they took Pajemski. So they could have had either one of those. And both of them have been fantastic this year. So when you think about what they zeroed in on, again, I thought Dunleavy did a fantastic job on that because they got Pajemski. They could have had Jaquez if it would have fell to him. And somebody else took Pajemski. So both those guys have been really, really good this year. And then Trace Jackson-Davis. But yeah, it was interesting. Go back to what Bob said because he knows those guys as well as anybody. And it is, even at this level, about the money. But what most people kind of confuse is it's not the actual dollars. It's the respect. Like, how in the world are you going to offer me this when that guy over there is making this and you know I'm better?
It's the NFL precision setting the price for your position almost.
There's
a little bit more personal, but yeah.
There's a reason. I want to say it was Ricky Henderson one time, or it was maybe not Ricky, but I want to say it was Ricky. Or maybe I'm getting my sports confused. I'm not sure. Ricky seems to pop into my head on this. But like the highest salary in the sport was $3 million. And they wanted $3 million and $1.
I think it was Ricky.
Yeah. Why do you want $1? Just to say you're the highest paid guy in the sport. Because you know how long you're going to be the highest paid guy in the sport? A year. And then somebody's going to come in and trump that next year. Remember, Jimmy Garoppolo was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL for about, a week. But he was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. By the time he left the Niners, he was right in the middle of the pack. So it's just about, look, show me the respect. I want to be the highest paid guy in the sport right now. That's why you ask for $3 million and $1 when the highest contract before you sign is $3 million. You think you really need $1? No, you don't need $1. What you need to be able to say is, I'm the best player in the sport. I think I'm the best player in the sport, and I want to be paid like the best player in the sport. And even if it's $1, that $1 signals to me and signals to everyone else, I make more money than anybody. Why? Because I'm worth it. That's what Klay wants to have, that type of respect. So the offer is not just going to be, is the money enough? money enough? Klay doesn't need any more money the rest of his life. He's got enough money to take that boat and circle the earth if he wanted to. He's totally fine. It's not about that. It's about show me the respect. And with the Warriors, it'll be a little different because it's like show me the respect that I've earned. But also, and I don't know how much this plays into it in his mind, how much it plays into it in the front office's mind, but he'll want to be paid for things he did in the past. Like, look what I've done here. Helped you win 4 championships here. I'm one of the best players the organization has ever had here. So then it becomes a little trickier in, like, you definitely got to treat him with respect, and the offer you give him has to reflect that. It can't be, hey, we're just going to pay you for who you are right now moving forward, because that offer may be fine from some other team out there, but not the Warriors because he's done so much for the Warriors. So, again, I think he'll be back because they both want him back, and I said yesterday that's a great starting position, and you can figure it out from there. But there's always a chance somebody comes over the top with a big elbow and says, we're going to double, or maybe not even double, maybe 150% of what the Warriors are offering. We'll give you some more. We'll show you the respect that you want, and we'll see where it goes from there.
You know why? It was out of respect.
Out of respect.
That's all it is. I mean, that's what
it is.
It's what Giants fans were most upset about with the Crawford situation. And again, I don't know that there was a good way to handle that or a better way to handle it than the way they did.
I'm not sure there was.
Because, again, had they offered, and people will go, they could have given him the deal they gave Nick Ahmed. You'd have been happy if they'd offered him a minor league contract. Because I think Giants fans would have felt that was disrespectful, right? And that's kind of what you were saying, is that now all of the guys from the Giants World Series run are gone. It's a different team. And that was something that Farhan had to navigate, in that it's different where Dunleavy was already in the organization. These guys knew him. He was the guy Steve said they would have picked to be the guy to take over the construction of the team if they had a say in that. Farhan comes in from the outside. So there is no equity. There is no relationship building. There's nothing that he was here for in terms of the championship run. He owes nothing to those guys. And so I get that disconnect from fans. I also get that you can't have a 190 hitter in the lineup. And if Klay's not performing, you can't have him out there for the big minutes that some people think he should be. 808 KNBR, still the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in any of the conversation. 559 checks in, says, how's that right field platoon working out so far? Jeez, tough.
That's rough.
Crowd. They say 117, 6 for 51, 2 ribs. How long do they wait to bring up, in parentheses, anybody? It's pretty funny. 949 says, yeah, they got a big fat donut. That's the Klay Thompson donut comment from yesterday. 831 says, the ones that have more pressure than Dunleavy, or there's more pressure on Dunleavy than Farhan, and then it's John Lynch. You just said it. Lynch can only hope to get to a Super Bowl, and he has twice. He's done his job. And I'm with you on that. It's just that they haven't finished the job. But again, I don't think anybody is on the hot seat here.
No, I don't think so either.
650 says, what's the Giants' infatuation with Austin Slater? Slater and Yaz are not getting it done. I think we're in the window of time where it's like you give them a little period here. They're not going to tank the season here in April. They're not playing that poorly.
Yeah.
And the pitching's been pretty damn good. By the way, Giants are 11th in the majors right now in starting pitching innings, which is good considering they have two guys go over 100 last year. Starting pitchers over 100 innings pitched. So, but they are in that sort of window or period here where if the platoon doesn't work out, you could see one of those phantom ILs. You could see something like that happen and get somebody else up here. The only thing with Montes is he's got to play. Like, you can't have him up here to sit the bench in platoon.
Yeah.
If he comes up, he's got to play.
Ramos has been hitting well, hasn't he?
Let me check that out. I'll give you some numbers on that.
I thought he was.
I'll check on some of that for you because we are going to get deep into some Giants baseball talk. Bay Area fans, it's all Giants baseball now. Right, we got the draft next week for sure. But in terms of live games, saddle in. This is what we got, right? You'll be getting a whole lot of hardball hoedown here on Tolbert and Copes. We will get back into some of this and get back into some of these Giants numbers. We should talk about some Ramos and some of what Luis Matos is doing down in the minors as we look around the offense and say, where's it coming from? Right now, basically, it's like Lamont Wade Jr. He and Lee, they get on base every damn day.
Yep.
Wade's hit like 380 with a 900-plus OPS. When we come on back, though, a sound soiree. Boban Marjanovic helping fans win some free chicken.
Man of the people.
How about that, dude? Caitlin Clark, the newest member of the Indiana Fever, caught the basketball world by storm. She had a interesting moment in her introductory press conference yesterday. And Bill Belichick returns his voice on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. He's promoting his role in Pat McAfee's draft coverage. Bill Belichick. I did not have this on my bingo card for this year. A sound soiree is next. Farhan Zaidi at 450 on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Steve Kerr spoke to Tom and myself yesterday and said there are multiple ways the Warriors can address this offseason. That podcast is available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. If you are still dealing with tax problems, it happens. Even though it's past tax day, it still happens. If you're dealing with them, you don't want to handle them alone. You're trying to figure out a way. If you knew how to handle them, you'd have handled them before the 15th. But if you still have them, whether they be, late filings, obvious, crypto, who knows? I would have no idea. Even criminal. Alex Kugelman and his team can handle all of that and more at the Kugelman Law Team. That's what they do. That's what they've decided to do. Tax law. You should not understand this stuff. Don't try to understand it yourself. Go to Alex Kugelman. He's knowledgeable. He's personable. He's done my taxes for a few years now. Just very, very easy to deal with, and the people are fantastic over there. They're all very courteous, know what they're doing, and if you have any questions, email, they get right back to you, and boom, you are done. So you get the consultation. What happens? They figure out what's going on, they figure out a game plan to fix it, and they tell you exactly what it's going to cost. So it's transparent. You know what you're dealing with, and then you hand them your bag of stress, because you don't want to deal with it. It's stressful dealing with IRS problems, getting letters, phone calls, maybe even a knock at the door. You don't want to deal with that. Keep Uncle Sammy away. Uncle Sammy, go sniff around somewhere else. Leave me alone. So if you want that to happen, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman and the fine people at Kugelman Law. That's sftaxteam.com, sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you on a Thursday. Sound Soiree. Some of the best sounds from across sports that you may have missed, and we've got them for you right here. We're going to catch up with Giants President of Baseball Operations Farhan Zaidi at 4:50, and then Giants pregame Logan Webb on the hill tonight for the Giants against the Arizona Diamondbacks. It'll be Ryan Nelson. Ryan Nelson, a righty, starting for Arizona, 1-2 with a 5.27 ERA. We will get into some Giants baseball and the Elliot Ramos situation and how he's hitting down in AAA in just a few minutes. But first in the Sound Soiree, why don't we start with Boban Marjanovic? Boban, dude, one of the most hilarious players to watch in the NBA. How tall is he? 7'3" or something? He's
7'2", yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
He's enormous, and he
Big
looks.
boy.
I mean, he made an appearance in like Game of Thrones, I think, at one time. He was in John Wick.
Yes, he was.
One of the John Wick movies.
destroyed him.
He looks like a giant. John Wick 3. Thank you, Derek. He looks like a
too
giant.
much for him.
He looks like he's got like Giant's blood. You know what I mean? Like he's hell of a look on this guy. Anyway, he's playing in the final game of the season. This is Sunday. He's shooting free throws. And here's the deal. Clippers fans, what's the number they have to hit? They have to get a certain. I think it's 2 missed free throws in a row.
Correct.
For the Clippers fans.
Yes.
For the opposition, if you miss 2 free throws in a row, like they're trying to get you to miss, you win free chicken. Win free chicken.
Free chicken.
It's chicken.
It's chicken.
It's fried chicken. It's fried chicken.
Oh, you can find that one, but not the 69 one. Huh?
Oh, yeah, real good, Ralph.
Jeez.
Way to go. Don't you hit that NBA grab bag.
Are you religious?
69, dudes!
We don't usually drop that one. That was pretty good. Ralph's working on his own 69 stuff. You're a freak, Ralph. All right, Boban Marjanovic, he's at the line, shooting 2 free throws, and if he misses, they get free chicken. Misses them both on purpose. Here you go.
Fans are getting excited here. There might potentially be some free chicken on the board if he misses the second free throw.
Oh, man, free chicken on the board.
Yeah, so that's why the fans are getting a little frothy.
Oh, they're pointing to you. Boban's playing with the crowd. Say, you want chicken?
Here's your job.
No, he gave him chicken. He's a man of the people. He's a man of the people.
He did that on purpose?
He did. He gave out free chicken.
Dude, the most beloved player maybe in the NBA. Has played for several teams. So was he on the Rockets when he did this? He was on the Rockets. I know he used to play for Dallas. He was on the Rockets doing this, and he looks right. He misses the first one, so the fans are going nuts. Like he misses another one. We're getting it. He's like, "You guys want chicken?"
He looks at the. He points
to the crowd. You want free chicken? Dude, he's like the opposite of a heel.
Exactly.
Like heels in wrestling roll into a ring and just rip the entire city or the whole state.
No, the heel would have said, "You want chicken? You want chicken?" And then he made it.
Yeah, they didn't make it. Yeah. But he went like opposite. He was like the visiting player. They're booing him. Hilariously missed the free throw on purpose. He's a man of the people.
He is a man of the people.
By the way, he's listed at 7'4".
Is he really?
7'4". Boban Marjanovic. His hands are insane. Do you ever see a basketball in his hand? It's like he's eating an apple.
Yes.
Almost, right?
It's like a tennis ball.
It's hilarious. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree, Caitlin Clark, the number 1 overall pick in the WNBA draft. It's crazy how that works for college basketball for the women because the draft happens so quickly right after the end of the season. Like she wrapped up playing for a championship and then rolled right into the NBA draft like the following week. It's a whirlwind.
And then guess when the season opens?
It's like next week.
I think the next day.
I was going to say, it's like April. I was like, they play like baseball season.
He just got drafted. Get ready to play.
That's so funny they do that. The draft and you just get going. Whereas the NBA or NFL, I guess the weird one in college football is you sometimes do like a big bowl game or a playoff. Then you get the Heisman.
Yep.
I always think about Vince Young and Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart together, then having to go play that national championship, the Rose Bowl against each other, which was pretty cool. Caitlin Clark, though, she gets drafted number 1 overall to the Indiana Fever. She's at her introductory press conference. So for those who don't know, Caitlin Clark, when like at the end of games, she does this thing where puts her 2 hands together and she makes the heart with her hands, right? She puts her like press her thumbs together in her knuckles. She makes the heart. Yep. She does it to her family at the end of games all the time. So she's asked about it by Greg Doyle, and he does the heart shape himself at Caitlin Clark. Here you go.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me and we'll be able to get along just fine. So, question is.
He's kind of a little bit of a whack job.
Really?
Greg Doyle.
Really?
So I'll give you my one interaction with Greg Doyle. We had Greg Doyle on. This is probably like 10 years ago.
You book him, Derek? Was it you?
No, it certainly wasn't Derek.
Right, Tim boned that one.
And we were talking about Mike Trout.
Okay.
Because he was talking about how great Trout is and how he may be the best player. Since I don't know if he said Mickey Mantle, but, it was an article talking about Trout and, his OPS and this and his stolen bases and this. And obviously I watch all the Angel games, or if not all of them, most of them. So, I'm very familiar with Mike Trout. And I told him something about Trout that I had noticed watching him hit. I don't know if it was like how he's incredible hitting the balls at his shins or, whatever it was. And he told me, he goes, well, yeah, it was something about how he batted or whatever. He goes, well, yeah, I've never seen him bat. I just looked at his numbers. I was like, what? Hold on a minute. You just read an article talking about how great Mike Trout is? You've never seen the guy play? You just looked at his numbers? I go, okay, moving on. Okay, thanks for coming on.
Doyle, I got a feeling your whole family's going down, but right now, I got to study.
I got to study.
Doyle rules. Greg Doyle, then, as you might have guessed, this all happened yesterday, right? Our introductory press conference. I just found an article from Yahoo 21 hours ago. Greg Doyle apologizes.
Did he really?
Dude, sometimes we don't even get the sound played now before people apologize for what it was that we're playing it for. Like, we're playing it now, and he's like, all right, let it go. Come on. I said I was sorry. Led to some strong backlash, they say, from fans and other media members on social media. They criticized Nicole Auerbach, one of them. She said, I wish I could unwatch this clip. It's so bad. It is very awkward. Like, when you watch Caitlin Clark's face,
awkward.
If you see her face, that says it all. She's like, what the hell is this? I mean, much older man. It was very awkward. It's a very weird situation for Caitlin Clark. Anyway, he did have to issue an apology already. I was trying to find it, but
you gotta love that.
I don't really care what.
Issue an apology already.
I don't know.
Sorry. My bad.
That's tough.
My bad with the heart. It just seems it's. First of all, you shouldn't be doing the heart anyway, for crying out loud.
What are we doing, bro?
Look like
hold on, I want to do this first. I want to do this one.
Exactly.
She's like, you like that?
Yeah. She should have said, you like that?
You like that? So Greg Doyle tweets out yesterday, today, in my uniquely oafish way. In my uniquely oafish way. I like that word. While welcoming Caitlin Clark, he tags her at Caitlin Clark 22 to Indy. I form my hands to gesture the heart. Then he uses the heart, the emoji of it. Come on, bro. My comment afterward was clumsy and awkward. I sincerely apologize. Please know my heart, literally and figuratively, it was well-intentioned. I will do better. And then he retweeted and he said, call him coming.
What did he say?
He retweeted his own apology and then said, call him coming.
What?
Oh, come on, bro. You can't pimp your own column after that. Get out of here, Greg. You got to be better than that, brother.
Those are my favorite people. Like, those people are the best. And by best, I mean worst. Is like people that repost, or I get it if it's like an article that's old and you want it to get more traction, okay, that's fine. But under no circumstances, none, zero, can you like your own post. You can't hit the heart and you can't like your own post. You just can't. You can't do it. Dude, bro, you just liked your own post.
No.
What, are you kidding me? Of course you liked your own post.
I did.
You created it. You did it. You don't need it. It's already self-explanatory. You like it. You don't need to tell me you like it. Oh, God, Twitter's the worst.
Or the best. Moving on.
The best because it's the worst.
By the way, just real quick for Caitlin Clark, the NCAA tournament games and the national championship loss drew a record 18.7 million viewers. The WNBA draft shattered its own viewership records. Nearly 2.5 million viewers on Monday night. As a result, the Fever will have 36 of their 40 regular season games on national TV this year. Tell me, dude, this is what we talk about though with representation. Like, you can't tell me that just showing these games and allowing people to see the quality of play. She was a blast to watch.
Yeah,
it's like the Steph Curry effect. I want to see what she's going to do, and you can't tell me that that's not going to impact the next generation of young women basketball players, or of young men basketball. But whoever it is. You've got now double the amount of hoop you can watch, and the representation has been awesome. He did apologize, by the way, Doyle, further in his column, where he said he was devastated to realize he was part of the problem. Yeah, you don't want to see a player get hit on during an introductory press conference. You got to be better than that, Greg.
Yeah, here's the heart. Here's my room key.
Yeah, whoa. One more here. Always good to get some Bill Belichick sound. How about in April, too?
Oh,
Belichick
in
April. We're on to the draft. Here we go. Bill Belichick was on the Pat McAfee show. He was on to promote his role in McAfee's draft coverage.
That's such a bizarre combo.
You ready for this?
McAfee and Belichick.
Tells the story of meeting Pat McAfee. Don't forget, he was a punter in the NFL. So here's Belichick's story of meeting Pat McAfee.
I've gotten a chance to chat with Coach now a few times over the last few weeks. Had a great dinner last Thursday night. I went to the bathroom 4 times. He didn't go to the bathroom once.
Jeez.
Do you remember that, Coach? You
were drinking more than I was.
I was hammering some Jack and Diets. I tried to get him an espresso martini. Found out he hates coffee.
Okay. Fair enough.
No idea. Right? Is that real?
Yeah, absolutely. Never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Awesome. This is at the beginning of the dinner. First time meeting him face to face. Waiter comes in. Will you guys be having drinks? He goes, sure. Well, do you have any specialty drinks? I'm like, we'll take 2 espresso martinis. And I was about to give you the full speech about, hey, you got to get past.
Just wait.
You got to get past the name. You got to get past the cup, the whole thing. And you go, absolutely not. This is going to be a bad night. I thought this was going to win the evening. And then you told me I don't drink coffee ever. Never.
That's pretty funny.
It was pretty funny.
I can't wait to. I might have to tune into that just to see Belichick with McAfee doing the draft. It just seems like such an odd pairing that it might actually be pretty funny.
Do you remember in 2020 when we had the draft? Everybody was like remote doing the draft televised things, and you could see guys like in their house and stuff like that. Like
Goodell was the best.
Do you remember Belichick was my favorite? Dude, it cut to Belichick. He was sitting there by himself with his dog, like in that room with his dog. Like everybody else had like some people with him and family, friend, whatever else was going on. Belichick's like, no, I do it all myself.
I love Goodell and his little quarter zip, just sitting.
It was like M&Ms or whatever in that jar. Remember that? I was like, where is this guy?
I'm like, what are you doing?
It's my garage, dude. My wife sent me down here.
And then at the end, I think like third round, I think he had a T-shirt on.
I think he had a heat on too.
Back down.
I think he was like drinking. He had a heat on.
Hey, I got to give him props for that.
More power to you.
I mean, if you're in the third round doing the NFL draft, you might as well get a heater on.
I mean, he gets booed and everything. I got to tell you, like stock up on Goodell. No,
if he was,
nobody's down with Goodell.
If he wanted to be really funny and endear himself to NFL fans, he would have had his kids down there booing it when he walked in.
That'd have been great, dude.
Boo. And then pan the camera, show his kids over there. Boo.
I love the booing of the commish into the hugging of every draft pick to the commish. That's my favorite.
Bro hug?
The bro hug, dude. You got to dap him up.
Worst.
It's so bad.
Just give a regular handshake, okay? You don't need the damn bro hug.
Tough deal.
Creepy.
That's your sound soiree. Not as creepy as Greg Doyle. Your sound soiree for Thursday, April 18th. 2024. Farhan Zaidi going to join us in about 20 minutes. Giants pregame at 5:45 tonight as Logan Webb takes the ball against Ryan Nelson of the Dbacks. The Giants, that's where our attention is. Bay Area sports fans, you want live Bay Area sports. The Giants are your team. Well, maybe they're the A's. I don't know. For the foreseeable future. We'll talk more about this roster and the platoon in right field because people have been talking a lot about that on the text line. And you brought up Elliot Ramos. Should the Giants be looking to call him up sooner rather than later? He is off to a scorching start in AAA. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but they're probably the same in one way. Wi-Fi does not reach every part of the house, whether it be a basement, an attic, a bedroom upstairs, maybe one downstairs. Just the Wi-Fi isn't as fast, isn't as reliable. So the gamer is upset because you get the buffering or whatever the hell it's called. Or you get the person going to school or working, like important stuff. It could be streaming stuff, watching shows, downloading stuff. Everyone wants to be taken care of. Everyone wants the same Wi-Fi, fast and reliable. Whether they're watching TV, on the computer, the laptop, the tablet, the phone, doesn't matter. Everyone wants to be taken care of. If you have a problem that not every room's getting fast, reliable Wi-Fi, that's where wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity comes in. You get that? Now everyone is happy. Everyone's joyful. Everyone's getting the same Wi-Fi. Same speed, same reliability, no complaining, and that's what you want. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now through June 21st, New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout your entire home? You will love Xfinity.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Giants baseball returns home tonight. Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks first pitch at 6:45 right here. We'll have it all on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. By the way, we are always streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. We are going to talk to Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, at 4:50. So in about 15 minutes, we'll catch up with Farhan for the first time in a couple of weeks as the Giants come home from a two-city East Coast road trip, Tampa and Miami, coming off a series win. Logan Webb gets the ball tonight. And the Giants now are the only active remaining Bay Area team less than a month into the season here. Again, as I say, they play Arizona tonight. Giants had our curiosity before, but now that the Warriors are out, I think they're going to get a lot of the attention here in the Bay Area, and it also means a lot of the scrutiny and a lot of the spotlight, right? Like people who haven't been paying much attention since opening day, following the Warriors who have been hot. I think that's been the story. We'll have the draft next week. The Ayuk thing will be hot, and people will be talking about and following that.
He is on fire.
Ayuk is – stop. I don't need that. Maybe they should trade him. Maybe they should trade him.
Oh, that devastate pop.
Oh, man. Man, maybe now that 20th pick is looking a lot better from Pittsburgh. That 20th pick is looking pretty damn good.
They'd probably draft a receiver named Roof. They're like, oh, no, it just got worse.
Could it get worse? Yeah, could it get worse? Could it get worse? Careful what you ask for. Hysterical. Anyway, what do you want to see from the Giants to keep the Bay Area's attention.
Wins?
Yeah, I mean, but seriously.
Wins would be nice. No, I mean.
Exciting wins.
Excitement, of course. But I think wins kind of take care of itself. But, Snell pitching well, and I think that's going to happen at some point. He's a notorious slow starter. He has not been good in the first 2 starts, but no spring training. So I think hopefully you'll start seeing the forward momentum. What is it, Saturday? Or is it tomorrow night? I think it's tomorrow, actually. Snell pitches, right?
Yeah, he's tomorrow.
I think it's tomorrow, yeah. And Harrison's Saturday. And I'm going to say it again on Friday. I want to see Harrison keep the ball in the yard. I'm going to keep saying it until he has a game where the ball doesn't leave the yard.
We've been doing this for a while, man. It's been 4 games, 4 starts, and we're like, damn.
But I think winning takes care of a lot of ills. If you, I don't want to say by definition, if you win, you're exciting, because you can win boring, but it starts moving you toward that direction. If you win, you're going to at least be, the fans will be engaged with you. But I think that, I don't know the personalities. Like when I look at this team, I'm not sure they have big personalities on this team. I mean, I think Jung-Hoo Lee's engaging. Like but didn't really speak the language. So it's hard when you're not from this country to be as engaging as you want to be and maybe show your true personality. Chapman's never really been a big personality type guy. Estrada's not. Conforto, not really. Yaz not bad. Yeah, Yaz kind of fun to talk to. Like he's interesting. But Bailey, not really. So Webb is. I mean, Webb's kind of like he's the leader of the team. Yeah. He's like the face of the organization. But I don't know. Of course, you want him to win. You want him to be exciting. Continue to steal some bases. Like, I don't know if Fitzgerald's he's not an everyday guy, but he's fun to watch just because he's an athlete. He's exciting. Get him on base. Guy's running all over the place. Hits one in the gap. Could be a triple. Could be an inside the park home run, stuff like that. And then obviously the young guys are fun because people get attached to them, but there's not a lot of those guys up there right now, which is why we're kind of talking about if there's somebody that comes up and plays right field. Could it be Matos? Could it be Ramos? And that's, those are the young guys that get people engaged. But right now, just win. Just like clean baseball, win. Worry about the other stuff later. But the more you win, the more people are going to come to the ballpark and then kind of worry about the exciting. You can't really do much about are we exciting or are we not exciting. You're just trying to win every ball game. And if they win, like I said, we saw this area be a baseball town. Like you're right there with the Niners in terms of like who is this a baseball town, football town? I still think all things being equal, it's definitely a football town. But when everybody's winning, Giants, Warriors, I mean, there's a fan base, a massive fan base for each one of those organizations, and some passionate football, baseball, basketball fans, and even down the South Bay, Shark fans are passionate. Like there's some passionate fans in the Bay Area. I think people get a little confused because it's California. They're like, if they win, they'll show up, and they're not all that passionate. I disagree. I think the Bay Area fans are really passionate about their teams. Even A's fans, there's only 2,000 of them, but those guys are really passionate. And I think if they had an owner that cared about the team, then they'd have fans that would show back up and support that team. So if you win, that's half the battle. Just start winning, get people interested, get people wanting to watch, whether it be a sports center, look on their app, or just kind of engage with the team. Like, I wonder what the team's doing now. They won 3 in a row. They're playing well. They're right here. They're right. Oh, maybe I'll start listening to them on the radio. Start watching them. Maybe I'll go to a game. They look like they're exciting, kind of a fun team to watch. So it's not an easy process. It's not a quick process. But there are fans there that were engaged at one point that aren't engaged now, and winning is the first step to getting them engaged. So really that's what I want to see. Do I want to see it be exciting and fun? Of course, you always want to see that. But really it's just about, putting some wins together, being there in the middle of the season, and giving fans a reason to pay attention to your ball club.
So I think the thing that's frustrating Giants fans the most, just based on like what I see on the text line and what people have been calling in and talking about when we've talked deeper about the lineup and the roster, is the right field platoon. And that's what you're saying is there somebody else there who could be a spark? Sometimes that's what it takes, right? The 2010 Giants didn't start the year with Buster. Came up in May. And I'm not saying, again, this is a team that's going to go on a run like that, but a lot of times the unknown or the unexpected piece that comes up is what ignites your lineup or your roster. Right field is a problem right now.
Yes.
Yaz and Slater, that platoon, is a combined 6 for 51 at the plate. That's 117. They're 15 for 61 when it comes to reaching base. Their OBP nearly just as bad. Now, Elliot Ramos is the guy who I'd sort of not forgotten about, who I'd lost faith in like, is he going to be an impactful guy?
Yeah.
At 16 years old or 17 when he signs, who knows, right? You're like, this guy's really young. It's going to be a while before he develops. He may be putting things together now. He's 24 years old, which is still be a pretty damn good rookie to call up. He's played in AAA this year, 15 games. He's had 67 plate appearances. His OBP is 403. His OPS is 1,053. His batting average is 333. He's 20 for 60 at the plate with 4 homers and 2 doubles. Excuse me, 4 homers, 3 doubles, and 2 triples. So he's got 7, 8, 9 of his 20 hits are for extra bases. It's pretty damn good. I mean, I don't know how long you stick with a platoon like this because, again, a guy like Ramos or Matos, if they come up, they got to play. You can't bring them up and let them sit. You've got to get consistent at bats. It's what he's getting in AAA. The hope is that you don't have to platoon anywhere. So when you decide to go away from that, and maybe at some point they do, and say Ramos is the guy we're going to go with or give him an opportunity, maybe you go Phantom IL at some point. Slater seems to be always dealing with some nagging injuries, and he's having a really tough time. He's 2 for 18, Yaz 4 for 33. And by the way, just for good measure, Yaz has been caught stealing too. Or Slater, actually, just for kicks. 0 for 1 in stolen base attempts. So to me, that's the only real change I would want to see right now. I'm happy with the way the rotation is pitched for the most part. Hicks had his worst outing of the year, but I've got faith he's going to build on what we saw in the first 3. Harrison, like you said, got to keep it in the park. Logan Webb, I'd love to get some run support for this guy.
Yeah.
I'd love to get something there. Blake Snell.
Did they get 10 runs his last start?
They did. He did.
Suck it up. That's good enough for a month,
Yeah,
Logan.
well, maybe all he gets for
Don't
a month.
expect anything else.
Blake Snell, big question mark right now. Robbie Ray's still coming. Alex Cobb's still coming at some point. Keaton Wynn, I think, has been much better than anticipated.
They look really good
to this
yesterday.
point. So some stuff to be excited about, at least with the Giants, but I'm with everybody on the right field situation. We'll talk to Farhan about this in about 5 minutes. How long do you go with a platoon situation when you have a guy hitting the cover off the ball down in AAA? We'll do all that next when Farhan Zaidi joins us for his bi-weekly conversation, only here on The Sports Leader. Steve Kerr spoke to Tom and myself yesterday and said there are multiple ways the Warriors can address this offseason. That podcast is available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the phone line, as we do daily here on KNBR. And we just passed tax day, Steve. What happens if you pass tax day and you realize, oh, no, I still have unfiled tax returns?
It's a real common problem. You know, the most common question I ask is, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? People think they're all alone and the only one that didn't file taxes or owes some money. We literally do a tremendous number of these cases. It gives us great experience. And the bottom line is, if you haven't filed your 23 return, you didn't file an extension, or maybe you did, and you didn't file the year before, or maybe the year before that, maybe 5-10 years, and you didn't because you didn't have the money to pay, that's okay. We want to cut you a sweet deal. And then what if you say, I don't even have my records? Look at all the records the IRS and state has on you. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Let us tell us everything we want to do for you. What do you have to lose? Think about what you have to gain. Just talk to us. It's free. And then if you would like us to, we want to go ahead and do all these things for you.
That's why Steve Moskowitz is here to help. Let him take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-STEALER. Find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giants president of baseball ops Farhan Zaidi on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every other week. Talk to the president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants, Farhan Zaidi. Hello, Farhan. How are you?
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Can't complain. Just kind of, getting in that baseball groove. We got 20 games into the season. Feels like we're kind of settled in a little bit and teams are starting to form a little bit as to what you see. Although a lot of teams like yourselves are right around 500, so I'm not sure how much I could fully grasp what a team is and who they are, but you're starting to get like what teams are kind of good at, what teams maybe need to pick it up, certain categories. Is 20 games kind of enough for you to look at it and say, you know what, I like the direction we're heading here, or this is something that even though it's so early in the season, we got to be better at, or we got to start taking a look at how we're doing things?
Yeah, it was online a little bit earlier. I saw an article about it who shall remain on the list, but the article was, is this team for real? I was like, wow, they must really be cool. Then I looked it up, 10-8, and so I don't know.
Hey, Farhan, hold on 1 second. The connection's not good, so we want to make sure we get you on once every other week, so we want to make sure we hear what you're saying. We're going to try to give you a buzz right back. Farhan said the writer was going to rename nameless. I was like, well, that was obvious. We couldn't hear his name anyway when he said him.
Cut it out, yeah.
I was like, well, yeah, even if you said him, I wouldn't know who you were talking about. So
we're reconnected with Farhan here. So Derek said giving him a call back.
Okay, we'll get him on so we could hear what he says. But the question was, is 20 games enough to kind of give you a sense of where your strengths and weaknesses are? I've always said 40 kind of tells you the personality of the team, and you kind of figure out like what the team is. Like I don't know that I've seen enough, because it's been the end of the basketball season, Warriors and all that I can make that determination right now. I like where the starting pitching's at. Again, the bullpen's been a little hit or miss, a little up and down. So is the offense. The offense hasn't been great. But that sometimes it takes guys a little while to get going. And that's why 40 games to me, that's 25% of a season. I always say in basketball, 20 games, football, give me 4 games, give me a month in football. And you can kind of like see what a team is and who they are and what their strengths and weaknesses are. So if we re-hooked up with...
I think he's driving right now. I think we're going to connect with him in the next 5 to 10.
Okay,
so
nice.
We are still going to reconnect with him, but we want to get him to a better spot here. So I'm just running through some of the Giants, some of these numbers here. And you were saying that the starting pitching is looking a lot better. We'll get some of the notes for you, but when I was doing the game... The pregame, the award-winning Diamond Notes a couple of days ago. The Giants bullpen, after being like the worst in baseball to start the season. Yep. And by the way, they have, I think, maybe the most rookie innings to this point on the year, certainly out of the bullpen, because there's a lot of guys who debuted out of the pen. They've actually been pretty darn good in the last week or so. The bullpen has been. So the pitching is, in my mind, and should be your mind too, the strength of this team. Still have the depth. The starting pitching depth to me is something that's a major deal. Ryan Walker has carved out what looks like an 8th inning role, Camilo Doval in the 9th. And as guys get pushed further back, and you're going to need more than 5 or 6 starters to get through a season, I'm intrigued by what this rotation could look like. The Blake Snell stuff is still weird. Like, I don't think he's going to pitch this poorly all year. It's not his track record of that is not, it's not that he does that year after year where he puts up Cy Young seasons, but he's also not had a bunch of bad season after seasons. He's still in the sort of like incubation stage of being a Giant, right? Because he didn't have spring training. No matter how many extended games you throw or extended spring trainings or simulated things you do, it's not going to mimic what you're actually facing. And he made that known the first time he made a start. He said, it's the first time I've faced hitters on an opposing team since the end of last season with San Diego. So that's one that I think is going to come around. He's got the track record. He's a vet. Keaton Wynn, to me, has been he and Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
If this team is able to make a run, you'll look at those two guys as guys who helped even in the first month or so of helping them stay afloat and eating enough innings. I'm pretty taken aback by what Keaton Wynn's done, considering he was hurt at the beginning of spring. We thought of him as a starter last year. Now he's in the rotation, and win day. Like, he's keeping them in games, giving them an opportunity to win.
0.91 whip. Whew. Hicks says. Second on the team as far as starters, win 109. Third on the team, Harrison. Webb's last, other than Snell, who hasn't pitched much. He has a 1.4 ERA, but again, this shows you the value of knowing how to pitch with traffic and keeping the ball in the yard. Logan Webb has a 1.39 whip and a 3.8 ERA. Harrison has a 1.26 whip and a 4.7 ERA. Why? He's given up 5 home runs in 23 innings.
And those are the hits.
Those are the hits with guys on base. It just, not always with guys on base, but it's knowing how to pitch with guys on and keeping the ball in the ballpark. But Hicks, 0.91, he's just been fantastic. He's been so good. And that's one you look at and go, okay, because you pay him $11 million because you don't know if it's going to work out. Now, we're still super early, right? This is one of those things I'm talking about. You can't say, oh, that guy's in the rotation for the year. Look what he's doing. He hasn't been a starter. He hasn't been stretched out this long. He's going to reach a point where his innings are going to be like, wow, he hasn't gone this far before. So we'll see. But early returns are not just good, they're great. They're absolutely great. So he's been good. And I even think Webb, I mean, the numbers, his ERA is higher than you would expect it for him, but it's not bad. And he hasn't even pitched that great. His ERA, I mean, the whip's 1.4. That's an awful whip. But he's just a pro, so he knows how to kind of navigate those waters, but he hasn't locked in yet. He hasn't had a game where he's just like, boom, 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 boom. Like 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 walk. It's like 1 run, maybe 2, keeps the ball on the ground. He hasn't had one of those games where he's looked like Logan Webb, the guy who finished run-up for Cy Young last year, but it's still early, and it's not like his numbers are like, wow, look at it. They're still pretty good.
Well, his outing in Tampa was kind of like that.
Yeah.
7 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned, 4 strikeouts, and a walk.
Yeah, that one, that was probably his best outing.
Yeah, and the one before, it was a very Kirk Reeder start. The win he had against the Padres on April 7th.
Yeah, Reeder, 7 innings, scattered 12 hits.
7 innings, scattered 10.
Yeah,
that's it.
Exactly.
Scatters 10 hits over 7 innings of work. He struck out 3, didn't walk anybody, 2 earned runs. Giants won the game. So, and by the way, opening day, 5 hits, 2 earned, 5 strikeouts. If your starter and your ace is going 7, I don't like the 10 hits, but just 2 earnings, like he's pitching with guys on base. And his pitch count, give you the pitch count, 97, 96, 85, 96.
Yep.
So he's gone 7 innings twice this year and gone, one of them under 90 pitches. It's pretty incredible. The other one, 96. So he's been very efficient and very effective to this point. He gets the ball tonight. So Arizona tonight, Ryan Nelson is going to pitch for them. We talked in the beginning of the year that, the Dodgers are the team up at the top, and I pointed out earlier there's an insane stat out there, note that the Dodgers were shut out yesterday by the Nationals for the first time since July 30 of last season. That's insane. 262 days. The Giants, the Padres, and the Diamondbacks are the teams that were like those games, while they all matter in division, those are the teams head-to-head that you're going to have to make sure you're winning series against because it's going to bunch up with those 3. Diamondbacks are looking for footing, and I thought they were going to be not far and away, but I thought they would be much better at the start of the year than they are now. Have you seen them play much?
No, I have not. I have not seen them play much. I mean, obviously, I'm very familiar with.
They're 9-10
with their squad. I knew they were 9. I have not watched them play much. Like I've watched them play just a little here and there. So I'm kind of eager to dig in this weekend and just kind of watch them. I mean, pretty much same team as last year. Some of the pitching is a little bit different. They upgraded there. I think the Snell game is a Montgomery game too.
Yeah.
I think that's the first game
tomorrow?
he started. Yeah, Montgomery Snell. So it'll be Boris versus Boris out on the mound. It'll be the
Montgomery
the two
Snell
lefties
tomorrow.
who had to wait forever to sign. So yeah, that'll be fun. And then Rodriguez is new, but I'm kind of curious to watch them play. I mean, with basketball, I haven't watched a ton of teams.
Yeah, that's it. So that's what I was going to say. It's funny that the Giants, while haven't been competitive in the last couple of years, 2021, a little different, right? And it was weird coming out of COVID, and we didn't even have a full opening day, right? We had the pods. I went with my mom. We sat in a pod of 2 to the 2021 opening day game. They were successful, the Giants, in 21, but You just mentioned basketball. It's weird. Now the Warriors are out as early as they are on April the 16th or whatever they were eliminated. It's been a while since the Giants were the only show in town at this time of year.
Yeah. Because the Warriors are, last year they made it at least another month.
Yeah, because you went 2 series.
Because you got 2 series, and then before that was all the way.
Championship. So that went into June, plus then the parade tax on at the end. Like it seems to just go until middle of summer. Giants now will have the focus of the Bay Area sports landscape, at least for live sporting events, till we get to training camp or whatever, right?
Yep. No, it's going to be good. Now, look, I'm looking forward to kind of digging into.
That's not a live sporting event, by the way. Training camp. I'm just so nobody come at me. All right, I know it's not a live sporting event. We will get the stats though. We'll get the practice stats.
Don't give them to me.
Well, I'll give them.
You can keep them.
Well, Maiocco will give them to us. Every Monday, right here.
I saw Matt. He was up in Sacramento.
You just ran
the
into
game.
him?
Yeah. I was sitting there waiting to do the show, and he came up and just kind of tapped me on the shoulder. I looked over. I go, "What the heck?" He's like, "Yeah, I thought I'd come over here and check out the game."
Shout out Bay Area media that will just go roll into a game.
Yeah, he's a big basketball fan. He's a season ticket holder for St. Mary's.
He is, and he didn't go there, did he?
No, he didn't go there.
So,
but he lives out there, and he supports the program.
He loves it. Loves who?
So, yeah, he's a big booster. I don't know if he's a booster. Like, maybe he's part of the NIL. I should ask him that. Like, are you part of the St. Mary's NIL?
I think it's Maiocco's job to go into the locker rooms after teams go out to play and stuff money into the players' pockets in their
it could
in
be.
their lockers. I think he's the guy.
It could be.
Who doles that out.
That NBC Bay Area money.
By the way, also shout out Peter Hartlab.
Probably ones he's giving to everybody.
Peter Hartlab just rolled into Harmonic Brewing when we were doing our show there with his Warrior hat. I was like, "Oh no, I'm doing a Dubs. I'm just going to the game." He's like, "Oh, I'm just out here to see the game. I wasn't coming to see you guys."
Peter's great.
We lost connection with Farhan Zaidi, and we're going to reconnect with him when he gets out of his car. We're going to try to do that next. Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants. He's got a tough situation with the platoon in right field. He's also got Elliot Ramos hitting .330 down in AAA. Farhan joins us next on the Sports Leader. KNBR's NFL Draft Show will take place next Thursday at 5 p.m. as Greg Papa, John Lund, and Todd Husak will be live from Levi's Stadium. Marcus Boucher, John Dickinson, and myself will be live with you, the listeners, from 21st Amendment Brewery here in San Francisco. Check out all the details on the events page at knbr.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different. but they're probably the same in one way. Wi-Fi does not reach every part of the house, whether it be a basement, an attic, a bedroom upstairs, maybe one downstairs. Just the Wi-Fi isn't as fast, isn't as reliable. So the gamer is upset because you get the buffering or whatever the hell it's called. Or you get the person going to school or working, like important stuff. It could be streaming stuff, watching shows, downloading stuff. Everyone wants to be taken care of. Everyone wants the same Wi-Fi, fast and reliable. Whether they're watching TV, on the computer, the laptop, the tablet, the phone, doesn't matter. Everyone wants to be taken care of. If you have a problem that not every room's getting fast, reliable Wi-Fi, that's where wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity comes in. You get that? Now everyone is happy. Everyone's joyful. Everyone's getting the same Wi-Fi. Same speed, same reliability, no complaining, and that's what you want. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout your entire home? You will love Xfinity.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, take two. We're going to try this again. We've connected with Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. We do it every other week. Farhan, how's it going, man? Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, no, sorry about that earlier, but I think I'm in a good spot now.
All right, so you were telling a great story. We thought it sounded great, the way it started. You said a play. You said it was
every third word sounded fantastic.
Every third word that we heard was good, man. You said, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I was kind of reading an article about another team in baseball, and I said, hey, is this team for real? And then I was like, yeah, I got to look up the standings. They must be on fire. And they're 10-8. And I'm thinking, do we really know if anybody? So to your point, we got a bunch of teams bunched up around 500. I mean, we certainly wish that we were better than 8-11, but there's a bunch of teams, couple games above, couple games below. And so things still need to sort themselves out. Now, we've got some things to work on, clearly, and I think other teams are in the same boat trying to sort through some things. But it's still early. We got a nice long homestand starting, obviously, tonight, and hopefully that gets us on the roll that we need to get on here.
What's the one thing you look at through 20 games that you say this is something that not necessarily is a problem or we need the fire extinguisher here, but this is something we got to monitor, and this is something we'd like to do a little bit better and kind of clean up as we move forward?
I think it's offensive consistency pretty clearly. I mean, we're really happy with our rotation. Those guys are taking down, a good number of innings for early in the year. The bullpen sorting itself out. We've had some guys step up and pitch in leverage roles that we feel good about. But, if you have good pitching and defense the way we're built, getting to that, 4-run, 5-run level as often as you can is critical. So we don't want to be a feast or famine offense where, we have a big outburst and then we score, 1, 2, 3 runs a bunch of games in a row. So, that takes certain things. It takes making more contact, running the bases aggressively. Those are the things that can kind of level out your offense. So that's what we're going to be looking for going into this homestand.
What are your thoughts on, well, not thoughts, but just your evaluation or the process of how Blake Snell's Giants career has started? I was saying he's still kind of in the incubation stages and that he hadn't faced real hitters or opposing hitters until he got over here. And I know he did sort of an extended spring game or a little bit of an outing against a simulated game is the term I was looking for. Anyway, he's had a couple of rough outings. The evaluation and the thought process of getting him to where he needs to be.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I think if you sit here and look back at his schedule and ramp up, like you mentioned, it's not that surprising that there's been some rust to knock off. But, I think when you look at the ERA of, a guy who won the Cy Young Award last year, it's still going to be surprising. The Nationals game just was really weird. Even the rallies that they put together, to their credit, they put the ball in play, and that created some pressure.
Sure.
You mix in a couple of walks, and that can lead to a crooked number on the board. And I think, Bowmel said it about the Tampa game. They had a couple of balls they hit hard. I mean, they had a 2-run homer and a 3-run homer that accounted for a bunch of the runs. And again, it's kind of walks and then getting into 3-ball counts where you feel like you have to come in, and maybe that's when you're more likely to make mistakes. But yeah, I think Blake feels good about where he is physically. He's hitting 97 pretty regularly, so we're seeing the good velocity, and it's just about getting a little sharper with the stuff, which, we totally expect will come, hopefully starting tomorrow.
18 games into his major league career, it's hard to form like an impression, but Jung-Hoo Lee, I'm just curious your thoughts. He looks like a ball player and looks like he's going to be able to put the bat on the ball consistently in the sweet spot. And, I mean, he looks like he's what you guys signed up for. He doesn't look overwhelmed by this whole thing. I'm curious to get your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that last statement really encapsulates how I feel is whenever you're playing at the big league level for the first time, whether you're coming up from AAA or coming from another league, it's really, the most challenging thing is to just not be overwhelmed and to fit in. And from his first at-bat, it just doesn't seem like the game is too quick for him. Yeah. He seems like he's seeing pitches even from some of the best pitchers over here really well. And, he's not getting cheated. He's hit a bunch of balls hard. Some of the balls he's hit hard haven't landed, and he hasn't even gotten hits out of them. But we just feel really good about the at-bat quality, the way he's running the bases, the way he's kind of taking charge of the outfield and center field. So, yeah, there's a lot to feel good about with him so far.
He's fun to watch. Talking to Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations on the UMA guest line. So we were talking about the lineup and the consistency. And I remember last year we talked about the how many openers were being used. And you said, ideally you wouldn't have that every game. You'd love to have guys who could take the ball and be able to go deep. And it seems like that's a strength of the team. But when I look at the offensive side, I imagine it's somewhat the same thing with a platoon position. So in right field, we're looking at Yaz and Slater, and they're a combined 6 for 51 right now. Again, only we're less than a month into the season at this point. But with a guy like Elliot Ramos on the 40-man and hitting the way he's hitting in AAA, is there I know if he comes up, you want him to play, but what's the balance in trying to get guys going versus knowing you've got somebody, at least at AAA, who's hitting pretty well right now?
We're definitely keeping our eye on how those guys are doing in AAA. Elliott's off to a great start, which is awesome to see because he really stepped it up in AAA last year and got a couple of opportunities up here. Luciano's hit the ball well. I don't think he has a homer, but he's hitting for average. He's getting on base. So definitely watching those things. But as far as the guys here go, I mean, I think it's just way too early to make those determinations. Yaz and Slater, when they're right, and they were certainly productive players last year. They're a very, very productive platoon. And to your point, we talked about getting more regulars into the lineup, which we've done. But, pretty much every team in baseball, whether you're talking about a rebuilding team or, teams like the Dodgers and Braves. I mean, the Braves brought in Kellenic and Adam Duvall, who are platooning in one of their corner outfield spots. The Dodgers certainly have a number of platoons, mostly at the bottom of their lineup. And we talked about trying to be more consistent, certainly with the middle of the order and at the top of the lineup, which we've had. But, we're always going to have 2 or 3 spots where we're mixing and matching. Bob's talked about his comfort level with doing that. I think it creates some benefits strategically. And by the way, as far as the opener goes, we faced 2 openers and we're 0-2 in those games.
Oh, I know.
If you pick your spots, and unfortunately, maybe it's picking spots against us, but, it's still a strategy that I see us, rolling out when we don't have, one of our horses ready to go. And that's what we've seen with the Rays and Dodgers in some of those series so far. It's nice to be able to adapt and still be able to win those games like they have against us. But certainly consistency, both in the rotation and the lineup, is a goal of ours.
Farhan, the path to righteousness is not the closer. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Let me ask you about Kyle Harrison because, I love watching him pitch. He is so much fun to watch pitch, and he's giving you innings 6, 6, 6, and 5, and really consistent. The only thing I've said with him is, and I always say the key when Kyle Harrison pitches, key to the game, keep the ball in the ballpark. He's had a devil of a time keeping the ball in the ballpark. I think it was like 5 home runs in 22, 23 innings. And going back to last year, I mean, he's on like a 40 home run pace for a pitcher, which isn't sustainable. He does so much well. How do you keep the ball? I understand there's going to be a few home runs because of the way he pitches, but how do you balance that out where it's like, okay, we understand there's going to be a few home runs because, you know, I love the high fastball, although that disappears on hitters in a heartbeat. And I'm not even sure, Farhan, if it's been the fastballs or the off speed that he's given the home runs up on. But how do you kind of balance that out to where you want to pitch the way you've been pitching? Because we know you can be successful, but at some point we can't have a home run per 5 innings.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, it's the elevated fastball, which, you know, can create some vulnerability, although, you know, the changeup and even the breaking ball have let some of those. I mean, anytime you're middle with an off-speed pitch, you know, there's some vulnerability there. You know, Kyle's a fly ball pitcher. With all of his pitches, he's not in the same sort of ground ball style as a lot of the rest of our pitching staff. So you give up fly balls, and some of those balls are going to leave the park. So I think it's just a matter of execution. It's a matter of good pitches. I mean, pitches that get hit out of the ballpark tend to be middle. They tend to be, you know, pitches that, you know, wind up just like floating in the middle of the plate. And so it sort of comes from what we've asked him to do in terms of throwing more strikes too. That's been a big point with Kyle. And sometimes when you're trying to throw strikes, you're throwing strikes that are a little bit too good in terms of what hitters are looking for. So, you know, there's a little bit of give and take here. We're asking him to throw strikes, which he's done a good job of pitching deep into games. And I think just as he gets his feet wet and executes pitches better, stays out of the middle of the zone more, we'll get some of those results we're looking for. It's interesting with pitching, you know, so often we talk about the nasty pitches. Those are the ones that wind up, you know, on the highlights or on Twitter feeds. But so much of pitching is just avoiding mistakes. I mean, you know, the best you can do on a nasty pitch is get a swing and miss. You make a bad pitch and you give up a 3-run homer. So that is, I think, something that's just going to continue to develop with Kyle.
Got it.
Talking to Farhan on the UMA guest line here. Alex Cobb, we haven't gotten – I know he's been sort of coy with his timeline. I know he had a bit of a setback. And then I guess he told Alex Pavlovic that his arm was just a little, I love this, cranky. It's the only time you hear that in sports for an injury or somebody. Yeah, it's just a little cranky. Any timeline on him or the severity of the setback? What are we looking at with Alex Cobb?
Well, I say this as somebody who's in his 40s himself. You know, once you get in your late 30s, you get cranky mentally or physically. So we're getting that a little bit with Alex. Yeah, I've kind of gotten the same report that he felt a little bit of shoulder soreness, stiffness, kind of as he was ramping up. You know, he had a little bit of an elbow thing. I think some of this is just all the time off, major surgery, ramping up, trying to do it at the right speed. So I think it's a minor setback. We might have to restart his throwing program. So we were hoping for the end of the month. That's certainly not happening now. It's going to be May, maybe deep into May. And again, as long as we've got our 5 starters pitching well, hopefully that can buy us more time for Alex.
Boy, Jordan Hicks, I didn't know exactly what to expect because of his kind of bullpen past. He hasn't been a starter much, and he's just been you watch him, he seems to have jumped right in like he's been a starter his whole career. I mean, that to me, along with Jung-Hoo Lee, has probably been the biggest bright spot so far for the Giants is the way he's handled the start. It just gives you another, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself again, positive or negative. I don't want to reach conclusions at 20 games into a season, but my goodness, the early returns have been fantastic. I'll say that.
Yeah, well, if you're going to say we didn't know exactly what to expect, that makes 2 of us. Because I can say that you know, it was definitely a gamble, but it was one that we were really excited about. I mean, this is a guy who, you know, has a fastball unlike the fastball of anybody else in Major League Baseball. You know, and it's interesting. You have pitchers coming from, you know, Japan and Korea who get big contracts. So what's riskier, you know, giving a contract to somebody coming from another league or giving this type of contract to a guy who's actually been a successful big league pitcher but in a different role. So It's interesting. The risk comes in different, you know, forms. But as far as Jordan goes, we've talked about it before, but just his desire to start and, you know, our belief that it was something he could do as he gets stretched out, he was able to throw strikes consistently. I think what's been most impressive is how he's been able to sort of regulate his effort level and he's having a lot of success throwing his sinker at 93, 94 miles an hour, getting the early contact, getting the ground balls that, again, I think this was really a best-case scenario for him to be able to pitch as efficiently as he has so far. And, I was joking with somebody that when we did our Zoom call with Jordan, we really emphasized the sinker, like, hey, you're going to be able to do a lot of your starting pitching with just this pitch because it's so effective. You get ground balls, you get swings and misses. And, you obviously had the sweeper as well, which he developed last year. And you started telling us, I have a split too, and it's a pretty good pitch, and I've been throwing it some. And we're like, yeah, okay, Jordan, yeah, sure, you got a splitter too. But, now we see it. I mean, it's absolutely nasty.
Yeah.
He's got the full arsenal. So, I guess he was a man of his word. He really has that arsenal. It's been really impressive.
Just real quick, the one thing that is really impressive is he'll get into the 5th, 6th inning, and then when he really needs to, he'll throw 98. Like you can tell he has a lot in reserve that he's not using, because he threw over 100 when he was a reliever. So you thought maybe he'll come out and throw 97, 98. He really doesn't. He kind of sits at 94, 95 with the fastball. But when he needs it, even later on in the game, he can really bring it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love that sneak attack. You're kind of working a count. It's 1-2, and suddenly he throws like a 99 mile an hour, like hip shot front door two-seamer. Guys are like, where did that come from? So it does. It actually elevates the effectiveness of the pitch when he, gets a little bit more into it. I think that's part of what's made him so successful early on.
I just wanted to ask you one more. I'm talking to Farhan here on the UMA guest line about Camilo Doval. I don't know if we've talked to you since Bob Melvin said he's going to have to have a little bit of more urgency coming out of the bullpen. And I always thought that was such a funny element of him. Like he just didn't give a damn about the pitch clock at all. He's like, I don't care, whatever. We'll handle business and make an all-star team and go from there. But is that something that you guys have talked to him about? Have you been involved in those discussions? Is this something that he has to change with the process? I just wonder about how delicate roles are in the bullpen and ninth inning processes for guys like that. You don't want to mess with it too much.
I think Bob and Brian are doing a good job, along with our other pitching coaches, of messaging the importance of being ready. And that was an issue that we had a little bit with Camilo, as great as he was last year. It's not being ready coming into a game going 2-0, 3-0. So far, he's done a really nice job coming into games throwing strikes, which has been nice to see. And certainly the pitch clock is a part of it. Now, to your point, I think sometimes you got to zoom back and see how far Camilo's come in 2-3 years, to become one of the best closers in the game. And, there's no doubt that his calmness and his demeanor is part of what makes him successful. So you don't necessarily want to light a fire in the sense where you're disrupting the guy's rhythm and what makes him so good. But, our guys are on it. I think Camilo understands. He did a great job yesterday of staying on pace, and hopefully we see more of that going forward.
Okay, I got to know, since Coach brought up Doval, what happened in Miami when Rodgers came in, Rodgers went back out, Doval came in, and then Schumacher lost his mind. For those that don't know, Schumacher, the manager of the Marlins. What happened there, and where did it get lost in translation between Las Diaz and Schumacher? And I'm just curious what happened, because I could never really figure it out.
Yeah, it's funny. I was texting with Bob after the game, and that's really all he could talk about. That's all he wanted to talk about was that. And I'm thinking, I'm so happy we won that game. I don't really care what happened. So, I think it was just a little bit of a miscommunication. I mean, when you saw Bob come out, he clearly signaled with his right hand for Doval. Somewhere along the lines, it was misunderstood, and I think these guys have it ironed out. But, yeah, I mean, Camilo brings plenty of drama and intrigue when he gets into the game. We don't need the drama and intrigue about how he gets into the game.
Yeah, right.
So hopefully we get that ironed out going forward.
Good stuff. Hey, we always appreciate the participation. Thank you very much for the time, and we'll look forward to doing it again in about 2 weeks.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely. Sounds good, guys.
Thanks, Farhan.
Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants. Fairly good mood from Farhan today, too. One of our texters came in. It is funny, too, the relative for how much heat he gets from Giants fans, or has gotten. And I know it's about success. But 707 says, as much S as the Giants fans give Farhan for whatever. The guy's pretty smart, detail-oriented, and he cracks some pretty good one-liners.
Yeah.
He does. He does get out some good one-liners.
He's really smart.
Made sure to get in the fact that they did face 2 openers this year, and the Giants lost to both of them.
Yeah. Don't care. Don't want him.
Thompson, the road to righteousness is not the fastest or the closest. We do have Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. In about 20 minutes or so, we will get you to that. Logan Webb takes the ball to start a 4-game series against Ryan Nelson and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Giants a game back of Arizona as it stands right now. They could hop Arizona and get a little closer to the LA Dodgers, who were shut out yesterday, with a win tonight. When we come on back, a little soup du jour and then Giants pregame only here on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, retirement planning and investment management, it's all about knowing the overtime rules because there are no do-overs in life, especially when it comes to retirement. So if you're looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money-related, there's one guy to call. It's Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, over 30 years, he's been helping people right here in the Bay Area, just like you, get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call him today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, the number, 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You work hard, you save money, you owe it to yourself to know if you've been saving the correct way or if you're setting yourself up to live that lifestyle in retirement that you have always dreamed of. So get some help now if you need it or have some questions you want answered. Call Greg O'Donnell today, 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a problem.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Tom, real quick before we get into the soup, I just want to tell you, we said tomorrow Jordan Montgomery starting against Blake Snow.
Yep.
And you said Boris versus Boris. Somebody checked in on the text line. I'd forgotten this. Montgomery fired Boris after he signed with Arizona.
That's right. I did read that.
I forgot. I think we might have mentioned it like in passing, but I'd forgotten about that. It's Jordan Montgomery just moved on. He's like, no. Next time I do this.
That wasn't good enough. Thanks for having me.
I had to wait forever.
You get your commissions on this one, but not the next one.
Jordan Montgomery leaves Scott Boras for new agents. This was a week ago. Changing agents from Boras to Wasserman.
Oh, my God. All right, let's give you a couple. I'll get to this one in a minute. Just the headline made me laugh. This one made me angry. It did. Not the fact that Derek came in here and he goes, "Can we say cuckolding on the show?"
I don't know. Can we do it?
And I don't know if we can or not, but I just did. But this story is like this is a dude, 50-year-old Brit, 56-year-old Brit, who can't get enough of sleeping with other people's wives that are married.
Well, join the club.
That are married.
Yeah, join the club.
Not only that, he likes it better when they're business partners.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
so he goes into business when their wives.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's a real piece of work. He said he got addicted to it when?
I'm an addict.
He was a teenager? He slept with his brother's girlfriend? I mean, this guy, if this...
Couldn't get enough. He's like, you don't know the rush.
Anybody that deserves to be slapped around, it's this dude right here. He just loves it.
There's an article
he
about him.
loves it.
He's SOB.
And guess what? But you don't know his name. You don't know who he is. Of course, because he'd get the bleep beat out of him if he did. Are you kidding me?
The headline's
His
great.
brother would fly over if he's still alive and beat the crap out of him. Like, what? You slept with Jessie Ann when I was like 19? You a-hole. You got to be kidding me.
Jessie Ann.
I don't even like her. Jessie Ann.
That's not.
That's so stupid.
The headline is, I can't stop having sex with my friends' wives. Makes me feel powerful. And then he says, I'm the last person you'd expect.
I just sneak up on him.
You SOB.
Oh, by the way, he's married too.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, he's married too. So he's married, wants to sleep with married women, and preferably married women of business partners. He said he loves going to the sound soirees. Actually, it's not a sound soiree. It's just a soiree. He goes, because I can meet people at these soirees, and then when I meet... I'd say hi, and my business partners and stuff will bring their wives. I get to meet the wives, and I start thinking, I wonder what it'd be like to sleep with them.
Yeah, I bet. He's like, it's funny. It's funny how that works. It's funny. He doesn't call it the sound soiree. He calls it the pound soiree.
No, thank you, the pound soiree. Boom.
Appreciate it.
And this dude, this SOB has a temerity.
I just call him the SOB.
Yeah, just like.
He is. He's an
you want to do
absolute
an article
SOB.
on me? That'd be good. Let me throw this out there. You can't have my name. Of course you can't have my name, but I'm going to do the story just
Makes
to
you
make
feel powerful.
Yeah, exactly.
This guy, absolute power.
Here's the two things you have going for you. He's 56, so you know that. It says he works in Silicon Valley, and he's British.
We might know this guy.
So anybody talking to your wife who has a British accent, who's in the mid-50s, works in the tech industry, go punch him in the face.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying you should go punch anybody in the face, but if you wanted to, you probably have about an 18% chance of getting it right. You may get sued, and I'm going to say I didn't say do it, but, man, do it.
Tech Brits on the peninsula are just getting dropped one by one, dude. They're like, no, it wasn't me.
Just walking down the street. What up, mate? Bam. I just did an Australian thing instead of a damn English thing.
Mate's a good one. That works. Yeah. He says he moved to the U.S. Amid the .com boom. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the boom.
Yeah, he did something.
There's been a lot more boom going on.
And he says he's been wooing women in the Silicon Valley with his British accent.
Yeah, well, like it said in the story, it gives him a leg up,
anyway,
so to speak.
So, yeah, and them too.
Gives his leg a leg up.
If you know this guy, anyway, KNBR.
If you know this dude.
You know who this SOB is, I'd love more details.
If he's skulking around soirees talking to wives,
he's been here since the 90s.
Be.
There's got to be somebody out there who knows who this guy is.
It's got to be. Got to be. Someone's got to catch this dude.
Or his wife. Maybe his wife's a listener of ours.
Exactly.
In which case, I'd like to meet her.
Good Lord. You can be part of the story.
This is ridiculous, dude. Dude.
Okay, this is the one where the headline just kind of got me, and I don't even know where the story goes. We're going to find that out together. jaw-dropping penis mystery finally solved. I'm like,
finally solved.
A jaw-dropping
It's like a saga, right?
X-rated question many of us have pondered at some point when wandering around a museum. Why do men in Greek statues all have small penises? I don't wander around museums often, but I have thought that.
Question that has plagued mankind for centuries.
I go, this guy's yoked. Look at his legs. Look at his arms. Like, bro, what's going on? It said, while the anatomy of Greek gods depicted is in marble and bronze, recent years, many have wondered why their manhood, blah, blah, blah. Countless historians have also been struck by the modesty, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I mean, they're showing a picture of the David and stuff like that.
They're saying it's not an unfortunate coincidence.
It's not.
They conducted research into the ancient tidbit, they called it. Sharing findings of a 2016 book, In Bed with Ancient Greeks, the small penis was a consonant with Greek ideals of male beauty. They thought it was better. They told everybody that, like, no, this is great. It's better when it's like this. That's what they're telling everyone. No, this is far better. You don't want anything else. This is how you want.
Look, David was a grower. Okay, it's obvious right there. they want you a full sack view. Like, look at this. No, there's nothing obscuring here.
They said
you're good to go on this one.
Bigger ones would be considered vulgar and outside of the cultural norm.
Oh yeah, aren't they all?
Something sported by the barbarians of the world.
Barbarians.
Oh, is that true? Oh, is that right now? Jaw-dropping fact, they say, about male beauty standards goes back to 400 BC.
The barbarians were just kind of normal folk. Or
barbarians, dude.
If I can
they
quote
came with the hammer.
If I can quote Nelly, when Nelly had a player on his team that was just like a regular guy, I'd go, it's just another swinging D.
Just another one.
Just another swinging D.
Look at this guy. What did he put up? 3 points a game. Just another swinging D, man.
Another swinging
just
D.
another one.
That's what the barbarians are.
Not cutting time
just
and swinging D. Yeah. That's hysterical. Having a smaller package, this package was considered a sign of virtue and civility or self-control and discipline. Like you get to, it's smaller. I'm much more in control of myself.
Although, really, you got to think of it. Because you think, we've all seen the Greek statues, and it does kind of jump out at you. You're like, that's kind of interesting. But you don't want to go, right, into a museum. And you see a big statue right there, and it's like John Holmes, like dude swinging down to it to his mid thigh. I mean, that would be brutal, right? Like a marble, like a marble statue, and his dong looks like a forearm, just kind of like swinging there. You're like, bro, that's too much. And your wife, hey, let me take a picture with that. You're like, no, let's not.
Maybe don't.
You want to take a picture with David? Yeah, go ahead over there. That one's cool, but no, not that one over there. You ain't getting down. We don't want to do that one.
So having a bigger one was a sign of lustfulness, of gluttonous appetites, and barbarism, which is interesting because it's much different today, says the historian. It's pretty good. Our text line checks in. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Don't forget Tim every year. He's hot on the case for the largest to smallest penises in the world. And we gave you that story earlier this week. 510 says, imagine these statues in Ecuador. I think Ecuador are the number one.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, absolutely.
503 says, I thought Papa was an Italian name. Nice, Derek. Derek gives the bravo. Oh, man.
Oh, my
That's pretty good. This is good.
No.
530 says, I can relate. Not to this, I don't think. I hope not. I think it was to our last guy, that SOB.
Well, somebody said in the story, I guess they had people commenting on the story. One guy said, I was really born in the wrong generation. You would have been a god.
Yeah,
you would have been a god.
You'd built statues of me back then.
Absolutely, they would have. You would have been good to go.
Beacon of morality. Right?
Oh. One guy said, we definitely got to return to our roots.
So stupid.
So dumb. So dumb. And then the last one, Missouri man. Now, I just got handed these. I haven't read these, but I'm curious about this story too. Because I don't know. He stole $1,500 worth of luxury fill in the blank.
Come on.
Luxury vibrators. I don't even know what a luxury vibrator is. It's like does Gucci sell vibrators that I don't know about? Louis Vuitton,
Balenciaga.
I don't know. I'm guessing it's a Kardashian vibrator. quite possibly, but I don't know. I mean, I guess plastic goes in, and you choose your size, but I don't know. Velvet. It says a Missouri man is facing felony theft, allegedly swiping eight luxury vibrators from an adult store and then trying to fence them. Hey, vibrators here. You got the trench coat. You just open it up. What do you want, a Rolex or a vibrator? Got each one. He tried to fence. These people are so stupid.
I swear it's real. I swear.
Tried to fence them via the Facebook Marketplace.
Come on.
So you're never going to get caught with that. Dude, you always got to go Torah, okay? You got to go dark web when you're selling vibrators. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows you download Torah and you're good to go. Silk Road stuff. I mean, come on. Even I know that. Christopher Michael Booth was named yesterday felony complaint, charging him with stealing the vibrators valued at $1,500 from Hustler of Hollywood, Berkeley, St. Louis. Now, they're not telling me why they're...
Tacky says it's made by BMW.
They said they retail for around $200 each. That seems like a lot. They sold 8. Okay, $1,500. Manufactured by Lilo, a Swedish company that advertises itself as one of the leading designer brands for intimate lifestyle products. Boy, that's a hell of a way to put it right there.
That's pretty good.
That's a hell of a way to put it. One of the world's leading designer brands for intimate lifestyle products. Vibrators displayed, placed. Wow.
Real quick, YouTube chat. YouTube chat. Alex says, "Hey Tom, is it an 8-pack or individuals?"
that I do not know. That I do not know.
And then Tacky goes, "Bro, you only fence the cheap ones." He says, "You only fence with the cheap ones." Like fighting sword
fencing. It's like a saber.
So stupid, dude. And then our guy OPG says, "Laugh now. 4,000 years, the people will be laughing at us and our statues."
That's a good point.
Laugh now. You're walking around with that thing.
Oh God! Employees told police they recognized suspect because he had been in the store a day earlier, and that's a good thing to do if you're gonna steal stuff from that store. Argue with them before being asked to leave. Make sure you argue to draw attention to yourself, and then steal stuff, and hope people won't figure it out. So the man who workers recalled had the number 314 permanently tattooed on his neck. He had a pie tattoo. My man had a pie tattoo. That's incredible. He's a math genius, and he's stealing vibrators.
He's talking about Facebook Marketplace.
Jeez. I guarantee if you took his shirt off, it had the Fibonacci sequence on his back. You might throw that one too. Or maybe Pythagoras. You could have Pythagoras on his leg.
408 says, "You think that British dude is banging everyone's wife is hung like one of those Greek statues?" I'd say more like a barbarian is what I would say. I'd say more barbarian. We got 1 minute, Tom. We got 1 minute.
That is great. All right. Unfortunately for the listener and for us, it doesn't say why they're luxury. That's the whole point. The story is pretty funny. The pie tattoo is awesome. But I'm just curious what a luxury vibrator is.
What says it made of gold?
I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to know. I don't know. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to dig further into it. No pun intended.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's get out of here. Let's thank our guest. Farhan Zaidi was it. Farhan Zaidi joined us about 15 minutes ago. So if you didn't get a chance to hear all of it, I'm sure we'll have it up on the podcast, on the website. You can listen to it there. Thank you very much to Derek. Thank you very much to Roth, who was filling in for Tim.
59.
Well done. Thank you. I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to play like 3 hours later. See, I didn't forget it.
Yeah, we know. You didn't know where it was.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, time to get you ready for the Snakes and the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Snakes, dude.
Oh, my God.